Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 4533 to Chapter 4582. Wolf's tail grass was a poisonous herb. It was extremely toxic. If an average person was fed a stalk of wolf's tail grass, they would be poisoned to death in less than 2 minutes. After they died, a green mark would appear on their chest. The mark would become like a wolf's tail. It was precisely because of this that this grass was named wolf's tail grass. This type of wolf's tail grass wasn't a good thing for ordinary cultivators. Especially a wolf's tail grass that was more than 3 years old, its toxicity would be even greater. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't even dare to touch it. But for sects like the Five Poison sect or the Poison Dragon sect, wolf's tail grass was a good thing. This was because the toxicity of this grass could be used by them to make various kinds of poisons. It was a very good raw material. And the wolf's tail grass that Xianxia took out today was 10 years old. It could be considered a good thing. The Five Poison sect might not be able to obtain such a good thing even after several months. After receiving the wolf's tail grass, the servant immediately sent the wolf's tail grass to the storeroom behind. When the servant in the storeroom saw the wolf's tail grass, he immediately took it to the room of the managing disciple of Five Poison sect. When he arrived outside the room, the servant knocked on the door and said in a deep voice, "Sir, I have an important matter to discuss with you." The disciple's voice was heard, "Come in." The disciple nodded and pushed the door to enter. The cultivator was still sitting there. This time, he wasn't holding the spider. However, the spider was crawling around on the table in front of him. The servant didn't notice the spider. Instead, he bowed to the disciple and said, "Sir, a rogue cultivator just found a 10-year-old wolf's tail grass on the mountain outside the city. We've already collected it. Sir, please take a look." Then he handed over a jade box to the disciple. The Five Poison sect disciple who was looking at the spider couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. Then, he turned his head to look at the jade box, then took the jade box and opened it to look at the wolf's tail grass inside. He then nodded his head and said, "Not bad, it is indeed a wolf's tail grass. It's over 11 years old. Very good, go register it. Deduct the corresponding crystal stones from my monthly allowance. I want this wolf's tail grass." After the servant left, the disciple carefully looked at the wolf's tail grass and muttered, "These ignorant fools, this isn't an ordinary wolf's tail grass, it's a wolf's tail grass that grows in a poisonous environment. Although this wolf's tail grass looks like it's only 11 years old, its medicinal properties can definitely be compared to 20 years old wolf's tail grass. It can be used to concoct medicine." The disciple nodded and said, "The wolf's tail grass is a wolf's tail grass." Then he put away the wolf's tail grass. Then he looked at the spider on the table and said, "Little Red, after a while, you will have something delicious to eat. Are you happy?" The spider seemed to understand the meaning of his words and hissed twice. The cultivator couldn't help but laugh. Then he took out some insects and fed them to the spider. All of this was seen by Xianxia. When he saw this, Xianxia's face showed a smile. Then he sat there and waited. Time passed little by little. After the cultivator fed the spider, he went to the dining hall to eat. Just like yesterday, he saw almost all the cultivators in the hall. After eating, he returned to his room. Then an hour later, 5 cultivators came to eat. Then it was time for the servants to eat. After the servants finished eating, the sky outside was already dark. The hall also fell into silence. Xianxia just sat there quietly. He looked at all the living creatures in the hall. Grass slowly grew out of their bodies before they turned into piles of grass and died silently. This was the grass curse technique. It was a very overbearing curse technique. Those who were cursed by this technique wouldn't feel any pain. They wouldn't even feel grass growing out of their bodies. When they noticed, they were already finished. When the grass grew out of their 7 orifices, they would feel incomparable pain. But at that time, they wouldn't even be able to make a sound. Xianxia sat on the screen and looked at those people turning into piles of grass. Not only those people, but all the living creatures in the hall also turned into piles of grass. Then he didn't move. He waited until the sky was completely dark. At midnight, he left his room through the window and directly sneaked into the Five Poison sect's branch. Before long, Xianxia arrived at the Five Poison sect's branch. However, he didn't directly enter the branch. Instead, he carefully looked outside the branch. Then he found a place and sneaked inside. After a while, he finally entered the branch. Then Zhao Hai began to collect things. Therefore, he collected all the things that died from the grass curse technique. Naturally, this included the identity cards of the 5 poison sect's inner and outer disciples, as well as their spatial equipment. He didn't even let go of the identity cards and spatial equipment of the servants. Zhao Hai also collected the crystals and some herbs stored in the branch and stored them inside his spatial equipment. When he discovered that he had collected all the things that he needed to collect, he took the 5 poison sect branch's flag. Naturally, this wasn't the flag on the flag. That flag was the 5 poison sect's flag, not the 5 poison sect's command flag. The 5 poison sect's command flag was black. It was embroidered with the 5 poison sect's flag with the word command in the middle. At the edge of the flag was the symbol of the branch. After collecting all the things that he needed to collect, Zhao Hai left the branch. Then he returned to his room in the hotel and had a good night's sleep. The next morning, he woke up and ate something. Then, like an ordinary rogue cultivator, he directly left the city. When he reached the outskirts of the city, he went straight into the mountains. When he reached the forest, he found a place where no one would notice him. He took out his portable teleportation formation and with a flash of white light, he disappeared into the forest. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't use the transmission formation in the city to return to the Poison Dragon sect's territory was because he was afraid that someone would track him. Now that he left using his portable transmission formation, nobody would be able to track him. This time, Zhao Hai didn't delay and immediately returned to the new city. It was impossible for him to enter the Poison Dragon sect with his own transmission formation. If he wanted to enter the Poison Dragon sect, then he would need to use a fixed transmission formation to do so. At the same time, Zhao Hai also noticed the people sent by Xianxia. These people went straight to Thorny Flower City. It was obvious that they wanted to stop him there. Unfortunately, they were already too late. Maybe the 5 poison sect already knew that their branch had been destroyed. They might have already sent people to Thorny Flower City. When the time comes, if Xianxia's people didn't manage to leave in time, then it would be very interesting to watch. Zhao Hai didn't expect that Xianxia's group would arrive at Thorny Flower City. After arriving at the new city, Zhao Hai directly went to the new branch. Then from there, he took the transmission formation and directly returned to the Poison Dragon sect. After returning to the Poison Dragon sect, Zhao Hai didn't immediately turn in the mission. Instead, he first returned to his courtyard. Just as he pushed the door and entered the courtyard, he heard a burst of sound coming from the courtyard. It seemed like someone was practicing martial arts. He looked towards the source of the sound and discovered that it was Iron Snake. Iron Snake was currently practicing the snake fist. He was very serious, he didn't even notice that someone had come in. Zhao Hai stood at the side and watched for a while. He discovered that Iron Snake's talent in martial arts was very good. Naturally, this wasn't referring to his talent in cultivation but his martial arts. Iron Snake's snake fist was very good. If he continues to practice like this, then he might really be able to achieve some results. At this time, Iron Snake had also finished practicing the snake fist. After he finished practicing, he let out a long breath. At this time, he also saw Zhao Hai. When he saw Zhao Hai, Iron Snake stared for a moment before he ran towards Zhao Hai with a frightened expression. Then he saluted Zhao Hai and said, "This lowly one has seen Sir." This lowly one didn't know that Sir had returned. "Please forgive this lowly one." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "I don't mean to blame you. You've done very well. Every day, you do what you need to do. The rest of the time, you can cultivate. If you need to rest, or if you have any questions, you can directly ask me. Iron Snake, from today onwards, you are one of my people. Do you understand?" Iron Snake naturally understood what Zhao Hai meant. If Iron Snake was a servant of the Poison Dragon sect before, then it was the Poison Dragon sect that assigned him to Zhao Hai. Therefore, the first place in his heart was naturally the Poison Dragon sect, followed by Zhao Hai. The meaning of Zhao Hai's words today was to tell him that from today onwards, he must place Zhao Hai first in his heart and the Poison Dragon sect second. In other words, from today onwards, Iron Snake was Zhao Hai's subordinate. Iron Snake's expression turned serious as he knelt before Zhao Hai and kowtowed, "Yes. Sir, please rest assured. From today onwards, Iron Snake is one of Sir's people. I'm willing to sacrifice my life for Sir." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Get up, I won't treat you unfairly. Take this bottle of pills. Body cultivation is inseparable from pills. Otherwise, with your status, you might not be able to bear it. Go." Iron Snake complied and received the bottle of pills. However, he didn't immediately leave. Instead, he had a hesitant expression. Zhao Hai looked at Iron Snake's appearance and couldn't help but stare. Then he asked in confusion, "Iron Snake, is there something else?" Iron Snake looked at Zhao and said in a deep voice, "Sir, I don't know if you have completed the assessment mission or not. This lowly one received a message saying that Elder Shah wants to deal with you. Moreover, he's already sent people to follow you. If you haven't completed the mission, then please be careful." When Zhao Hai heard Iron Snake, he stared blankly. Then he looked at Iron Snake and said, "How did you get this information? Where did you hear it from?" Iron Snake replied, "This lowly one heard it from the other servants." "Sir, please be careful." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "In the future, you must pay attention to collecting information about this. Moreover, you must inform me immediately. However, don't let anyone find out, and don't let anyone think that you're deliberately collecting information. Do you understand?" Although Iron Snake was somewhat puzzled, he still complied. What a good event where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's public account, WeChat friend, add public account, type Dread, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize. Immediately follow Dread's WeChat public account. The next morning, Zhao Hai arrived at the Outer Court Disciple Management Hall. He directly entered the small building and went to the application office. Then he knocked on the door. A voice was heard, "Come in." Zhao Hai directly pushed the door open and walked in. When the people in the room saw Zhao Hai, they were stunned. Each and every one of them looked at Zhao Hai with surprise. Zhao Hai looked at them and couldn't help but faintly smile. Then he walked in front of Senior Brother Rong and said, "Senior Brother, I'm here to hand in a mission." When Senior Brother Rong heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then his expression changed as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You said you're here to hand in a mission? An Inner Court Disciples Core mission?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, it's an Inner Court Disciples Core mission. Senior Brother, this is my Inner Court Disciple assessment. This is the mission item." Senior Brother Rong received the mission list from Zhao Hai. He first looked at the contents of the mission list. Then he picked up the spatial bag that Zhao Hai handed over. He opened the spatial bag and used his spiritual force to explore it. Then he looked at Zhao Hai with surprise. Inside the spatial bag were some identity cards. No, these identity cards were all broken. This was normal. In any sect, the identity cards carried by their disciples would contain the disciple's spiritual force. When the disciple died, the spiritual force would immediately erupt and break the identity card. Therefore, as long as the disciple died, the identity card would definitely be broken. In addition to the identity cards, Senior Brother Rong also saw a command flag. The Poison Dragon sect and the Five Poison sect had always been enemies. It was precisely because of this that they understood each other better. Therefore, they had seen the Five Poison sect's command flag before. The command flag that Zhao Hai took out was the Five Poison sect's command flag. There was no mistake. The reason why Senior Brother Rong was so sure that the command flag that Zhao Hai brought back wasn't fake was mainly because the Five Poison sect's command flag wasn't as simple as a command flag. It was also a magic artifact. The Five Poison sect's Five Poison command flag was a very good magic artifact. It was refined using the five poisons and contained a large amount of poison. If one didn't know the correct way to use it and rashly touched the command flag, one would immediately die from poison. Therefore, when Zhao Hai accepted this assessment mission, Senior Brother Rong and the others believed that this was a mission with a slim chance of survival. This was because not only did Zhao Hai have to deal with so many inner and outer disciples of the Five Poison sect, he also had to take back the Five Poison sect's command flag. Not to mention whether he could deal with those disciples of the five poison sect. Even if he could, if he accidentally touched the command flag, it would be very dangerous. Not to mention, if he were to deal with those disciples of the five poison sect, those disciples might use the command flag to deal with him. At that time, he would be in even more trouble. But now, not only did Zhao Hai take back the five poison sect's identity cards, he even took back their command flags. This was really shocking. Senior Brother Rong recovered after a while. He looked at Zhao Hai with a complicated expression and said, "All right, Zhao Hai, leave your mission items with me first. I'll immediately send them up and ask the people above to verify them. If they prove that these items are real, then you will immediately become an inner disciple." When Zhao Hai heard Senior Brother Rong, he couldn't help but be surprised. Then he looked deeply at Senior Brother Rong and said, "Senior Brother, if I leave these items with you, will there be any accidents? Don't lose them." When Senior Brother Rong heard Zhao Hai, he was first stunned, then he angrily said, "Zhao Hai, what do you mean by that? Where do you think this place is?" Zhao Hai coldly said, "This place is the Inner Disciple Application Office of the Outer Disciple Management Office. Of course I know where this place is. I'm just afraid that some people's hands will stretch too far. Senior Brother, I'm not talking about you, but you should also know that this mission isn't an ordinary Inner Disciple Assessment mission. If someone really uses this opportunity to take away my mission items, then who can I find to reason with? Therefore, I just want to say that Senior Brother should send these items as soon as possible. Moreover, it's best if you do it with great fanfare. Goodbye." Then Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Senior Brother Rong and the others before he turned around and left. Senior Brother Rong was stunned by Zhao Hai's words. It wasn't until Zhao Hai left that they recovered. They understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai's words were very reasonable. Naturally, they knew who Zhao Hai was talking about. It was none other than Xianxia. Xianxia was an elder of the Poison Dragon sect. In the Poison Dragon sect, he couldn't be said to be omnipotent. However, he wasn't someone that they, a small outer disciple management office, could contend against. If Xianxia knew that Zhao Hai handed in the mission and secretly did something bad, then they would be in trouble. If they really lost Zhao Hai's mission items, then how would they explain it to Zhao Hai and the sect? If they dared to act shamelessly in front of Zhao Hai, then wouldn't Zhao Hai deal with them? One must know that even one of the top 10 inner sect experts, Tong Jing, died in the hands of Zhao Hai, not to mention them. Although they didn't know that 2 inner sect disciples died in the hands of Zhao Hai, this didn't stop them from being afraid of Zhao Hai's strength. If such a thing really happened, then they would be in big trouble. After Zhao Hai left, Senior Brother Rong immediately stood up and said to the others, "Tian Hai is right. He is now an inner sect disciple. We need to get this matter done as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he stays in our hands, then it would be troublesome. What do you all think?" The others nodded. Although Zhao Hai had always been received by Senior Brother Rong, they were together with him. If something really happened, then they wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. Therefore, it was better to get this matter done as soon as possible. Seeing that no one objected, Senior Brother Rong immediately took the mission list and the spatial bag that Zhao Hai gave him. Then he directly left the room and walked towards the inner sect. Zhao Hai's assessment task was completed. This task would be handed over to them first. Then they would send it to the Inner Sect Disciple Management Office. After the Inner Sect Disciple Management and approval, Zhao Hai would be given an Inner Sect Disciple Identity Card. After he received his Inner Sect Disciple Identity Card, he could go to the Inner Sect Disciple Management Office to change his residence and receive his Inner Sect Disciple benefits. Although this set of procedures seemed a bit troublesome, it had always been a necessary procedure for the Poison Dragon sect's outer sect disciples to become inner sect disciples. Therefore, it must be strictly carried out. In fact, whether it was Zhao Hai or Senior Brother Rong, they were a bit too worried. Although Sha Tianhe was very arrogant, now that Zhao Hai's task had been handed over, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble in the sect. There were many pairs of eyes in the Poison Dragon sect. Moreover, some people already knew that Zhao Hai had returned and went to the Mission Management Office. This matter would certainly attract a lot of attention. If Sha Tianhe were to cause trouble at this time, then it was very likely that he would be caught. When that time comes, the sect's rules would be ruthless. Although Xianxia used to be a core disciple and was now an elder, this didn't mean that he could cover the sky with one hand in the Poison Dragon sect. In fact, there were a lot of people in the Poison Dragon sect that he couldn't afford to offend. In order to protect the stability of the Poison Dragon sect, these people wouldn't let Xianxia cause trouble. This was because if Xianxia really dared to take away Zhao Hai's task item, then it would be tantamount to letting all the outer sect disciples know that even if they had the ability to become inner sect disciples, they couldn't afford to offend the elders. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to become inner sect disciples. Once such an atmosphere was formed, the outer disciples of the Poison Dragon sect would no longer cultivate as if their lives depended on it. Everyone would spend all their time currying favor with the elders. Then the Poison Dragon sect would be finished. Senior Brother Rong took Zhao Hai's task item and directly went to the inner sect's disciple management office. The approval process was very smooth. This was because not only did Zhao Hai take out the identity cards of all the disciples in the 5 Poison sect branch, he also took out the identity cards of the servants. Therefore, the approval process was very easy. Then they gave Zhao Hai's inner sect disciple identity card to Senior Brother Rong. After receiving Zhao Hai's inner sect disciple identity card, Senior Brother Rong let out a long breath. Then he immediately returned to the outer sect and directly went to Zhao Hai's courtyard to personally deliver the identity card to Zhao Hai. After Senior Brother Rong gave the inner sect disciple identity card to Zhao Hai, Senior Brother Rong also let out a long breath. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Senior Brother Zhao Hai, congratulations. From now on, you are an official inner sect disciple. You can now report to the inner sect disciple management office and receive your new house. At the same time, you will also receive the benefits of being an inner sect disciple. Junior brother, when you become rich in the future, you must remember to take care of your senior brother." When Zhao Hai heard Senior Brother Rong, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Senior brother is too polite. I will certainly do so. I also hope that Senior brother will take care of me in the future. After all, I just became an inner sect disciple. I still don't know anything." Senior Brother Rong smiled and said, "Of course. If Junior Brother has any problems in the future, you can come and look for me. I will be in the outer sect disciple management office for a year. When Junior Brother goes to the inner sect, you can also come and sit in my courtyard." Zhao Hai quickly said, "Of course, of course. Senior Brother can rest assured." Senior Brother Rong cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and nodded. Then he left Zhao Hai's courtyard. After Zhao Hai saw Senior Brother Rong leave, he turned to Iron Snake and said, "Iron Snake, pack up your things. We're leaving." Iron Snake complied and packed his things. Then he followed Zhao Hai and left the courtyard. Actually, they didn't have much to pack. However, Iron Snake and Zhao Hai had some personal belongings. Because of this, it was very easy for the two of them to pack up. After putting their things into their spatial equipment, they left the courtyard and headed towards the inner sect disciples' residence. While walking forward, Zhao Hai was also paying attention to the changes in his surroundings. He discovered that there were several groups of people who were paying attention to him. Among them, Zhao Hai was certain that they were Xianxia's people. This was because they were looking at him with hostility. As for the other groups, Zhao Hai didn't know which forces they belonged to. However, that wasn't important. Sooner or later, they would come out. What a good activity. Cool mobile phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's official account, WeChat friend, add official account, type Dread, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize. Follow Dread's official account on WeChat. The inner disciple administration hall was very different from the outer disciple administration hall. Although it was also a wooden building, it was much more stylish. The building was 3 floors high, but the interior design wasn't much different. In the middle of the building was a space similar to a patio. All the rooms were built around this space. Zhao Hai brought Iron Snake to the administration hall and directly entered it. Then he looked at the rooms and finally went to a room with a sign that said Administration Hall. Then Zhao Hai knocked on the door. A voice was heard from the room, "Come in." Zhao Hai directly pushed the door open while Iron Snake stayed outside. The room was very big, about 300 square meters. There were tables inside, and behind each table was a person. However, these people were currently looking at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at these people and then went in front of one of them. He took out his identity card and said, "I'm a newly promoted inner disciple, Zhao Hai. I'm here to claim my house." The person nodded and took the identity card that Zhao Hai handed over. Then he scanned it with his spiritual force. Then he nodded and returned the identity card to Zhao Hai. Then he took out a formation plate and poured his spiritual force into it. The formation plate flashed and a map appeared on the formation plate. The map was completely three-dimensional, it looked very clear. The person looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The red areas are inhabited while the green areas are uninhabited. You can choose one of them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai nodded, then he pointed to a room and said, "I want this courtyard." When the person saw the courtyard that Zhao Hai chose, he couldn't help but stare. This was because the courtyard that Zhao Hai chose was located in the inner disciple area. It was a place on the edge of the area. Next to the courtyard was a small lake. Although the scenery was good and the courtyard was very big, it wasn't a good place. The spiritual chi here wasn't very abundant. Therefore, ordinary cultivators wouldn't choose that place. The person looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Do you really want to choose that place?" "It's a good place." Zhao Hai said solemnly, "I'll choose that place." The person didn't say anything, he just took out a jade token from his spatial equipment and handed it over to Zhao Hai. "This is your formation token. With this, you can directly enter the room. If you don't have a formation token, you won't be able to enter. This is the benefit of being an inner disciple." "Right, do you have a battle pet?" "Once you become an inner disciple, you have one chance to change your battle pet." Zhao Hai nodded, then he received the formation token as well as a spatial bag. After thanking the man, he turned around and left the room. Zhao Hai nodded, then he left the room. When Zhao Hai left the room, someone immediately said, "That person is Tian Hai? After offending Elder Shah, he can still live for so long. His strength is quite good." Another person opened his mouth and said, "Not only that. I don't know if you've heard, but it seems like several disciples of Elder Shah have been blocked by the 5 poison sects people in their territory. I'm afraid they've met with disaster. These days, Elder Shah's temper has been very bad. I heard that several disciples were scolded by him." "What does this matter have to do with Tian Hai?" "We're talking about Tian Hai. Of course it has something to do with him. You don't know, but I heard that when Tian Hai went to carry out the assessment mission, Elder Shah wanted Tian Hai's life. Therefore, he sent people to follow Tian Hai, wanting to kill him. However, he didn't expect that those 2 people would be killed by Tian Hai. After Elder Shah learned about this matter, he immediately sent several disciples to chase after Zhao Hai. Unexpectedly, at this time, Zhao Hai had already completed his assessment mission and returned to the sect. The disciples sent by Elder Shah not only failed to kill Zhao Hai, but were also blocked by the 5 poison sect. I'm afraid that they're doomed now. Tian Hai's assessment mission is related to the 5 poison sect? You don't know? Before Tian Hai killed Tongjing, Elder Shah has been looking for trouble with Tian Hai. Do you know what Tian Hai's assessment mission is? It's to deal with a branch of the 5 poison sect alone. I heard that in that branch, there are 10 inner disciples and 50 outer disciples. Have you heard of such an assessment mission? You're talking nonsense. How can an inner disciple assessment mission be so difficult? Even if it's a core disciple assessment mission, it can't be so difficult. Why would I lie to you? I have a friend who works in the outer disciple management office. This mission was given to Tian Hai by them. I heard that this mission was created by Elder Shah because he didn't want Tian Hai to come back alive. He was afraid that Tian Hai could complete the mission, so he sent 2 disciples to follow Tian Hai. If Tian Hai really completed the mission, those 2 people would be Tian Hai's people. Unfortunately, there was a little mistake in his calculation. Tian Hai knew about this matter from who knows where. Before he went to complete the mission, he killed the 2 people sent by Elder Shah and then went to complete the mission. After Elder Shah knew about this matter, he immediately sent a few people to the 5 poison sect to kill Tian Hai. However, he didn't expect that Tian Hai would complete the mission too quickly. Just when he sent people to the 5 poison sect, Tianhai had already completed the mission and returned. The people he sent just happened to be blocked by the people sent by the Five Poison sect. When the people of the Five Poison sect saw that our people had gone over, they naturally wouldn't be polite. Both sides directly attacked. The current situation is still unknown, but from Elder Shah's reaction, the situation isn't very good. You're saying that Tianhai really completed the mission? He alone killed 10 inner sect disciples and 50 outer sect disciples of the Five Poison sect. It can't be, right? It's not up to you whether to believe it or not. Do you know that the approval for Zhao Hai to complete the mission was here with us? It was approved by the people in our approval office. If you have time, you can ask them and you will know. Oh my God, isn't he too strong? He's just an outer disciple. Even if he's an inner disciple now, he shouldn't know how to use poison techniques, right? He shouldn't have any poison tools, right? Under such circumstances, he actually destroyed a branch of the Five Poison sect by himself? Is this real or fake? Is there really such a strong person? This is actually very possible. We are the Poison Dragon sect. We are the best at using poison. If it's a direct confrontation, Tianhai naturally wouldn't be a match for a branch of the Five Poison sect. However, if it's poison, then it's a different story. I heard that Tianhai is very talented in refining poison. Wasn't the silent lubricant refined by him? I know about the silent lubricant. Wasn't that refined by accident? How can that be considered talent? It's completely luck. If you want to refine a poison like the silent lubricant, just relying on luck wouldn't be enough, right? It's luck, but it's also strength. He made a mistake when refining the corpse-dissolving powder. Only then did he refine the silent lubricant. However, after that, he was able to reproduce the refining process of the silent lubricant in a very complete manner until he completely grasped it. This isn't as simple as luck. It's impossible without talent. Everyone nodded and felt that what he said was right. However, they still didn't believe it. Many people went out to inquire about the situation. They wanted to see if it was like what that person said. Was Tianhai's assessment mission really that difficult? Very soon, this matter was confirmed. Tianhai's assessment mission was indeed that difficult. Even a core disciple wasn't sure if he could complete it. This really made people feel very surprised. Along with this matter, Xianxia sent people to kill Zhao Hai. In the end, the person who chased after Zhao Hai died in the Thorny Flower City. This news spread throughout the entire Poison Dragon sect, causing all the disciples to discuss about it. After Xianxia found out about this matter, he was so angry that he smashed everything in his study room. It was said that he even killed a servant. It could be seen how angry he was. However, because Xianxia had always been too domineering in the Poison Dragon sect, all the disciples of the Poison Dragon sect were happy to see him suffer. Therefore, the disciples of the Poison Dragon sect said what they wanted to say. Later on, they even added the joke about Xianxia smashing the study room, making Xianxia lose face. Even if Xianxia's status in the Poison Dragon sect was very high, he still couldn't stop people from talking. He could only be secretly angry. At the same time, he also hated Zhao Hai. He believed that if there was an opportunity in the future, he would definitely take Zhao Hai's life. Although Zhao Hai knew about this, he didn't care too much about it. He had already arrived at the courtyard that he wanted. His courtyard was located at the edge of the inner disciples' living area. There were no other inner disciples' courtyards around. This courtyard was a small wooden building with only 2 floors. The first floor was the living area while the second floor had a quiet room, a poison refining room, and other places. There was a courtyard in front. It wasn't very big, but the back was directly connected to the lake. On the other side of the lake was a forest. The scenery was very good. Zhao Hai arrived at the small building and first understood the situation of the small building. Then he followed Iron Snake to the inner disciples' living area to understand the situation here. Strictly speaking, this place was similar to the outer disciples' living area. The inner disciples' living area was very good. The place was bigger, the living area was better, and the treatment was better. Of course, there were also various management offices, mission halls, and other places. Of course, there was also a restaurant. Jiao Hai walked around and then returned to his courtyard. He wanted to understand the obligations of inner disciples. At the same time, he also wanted to understand the benefits of being an inner disciple and what he had to pay attention to. These things were introduced in the jade slip that Jiao Hai received when he received his first inner disciple's benefits. Jiao Hai wanted to go back and study the jade slip. After returning to the small building, Jiao Hai ordered Iron Snake to do the same thing as before. Then he sat in the living room and carefully studied the contents of the jade slip. There was a lot of information in the jade slip. First was the benefits of being an inner disciple. Every month, an inner disciple could receive a certain amount of pills, crystal stones, and sect contribution points. At the same time, the missions that they had to do every month had changed from 5 missions to 1 mission per month. In other words, they were supposed to do 60 missions a year, but now they only needed to do 12 missions. However, the level of these missions was regulated. Inner disciples weren't allowed to do missions below the 3rd rank. However, this didn't mean anything to Jiao Hai. If he didn't do missions below the 3rd rank, then he wouldn't do them. Moreover, he didn't need to do those simple missions. When he was an outer disciple, doing high-level missions was dangerous and might take a long time. It was better to do 1st rank missions. Because of this, he chose to do 1st and 2nd rank missions. But now, he was an inner disciple. Inner disciples weren't allowed to do missions below the 3rd rank. Therefore, he had to do at least a 3rd rank mission. Renli was quite a distance away from the Poison Dragon sect. In this case, whether he did a 3rd rank mission or a 5th rank mission, it was almost the same. The only difference was that the difficulty of the mission was different. As long as he did a 5th rank mission, it was equivalent to completing 10 3rd rank missions. Naturally, Jiao Hai would do a 5th rank mission and not a 3rd rank mission. In addition to the changes in the missions, Jiao Hai could now go to the Inner Disciple Scripture Pavilion and choose a quadruple cultivation method to cultivate. At the same time, he could also receive the methods to refine 5 types of poisons. He also received a poison tool as a reward. At the same time, he also received a black robe, a black mask, and a detoxification jade from the Poison Dragon sect. These were the standard items of an inner disciple. But now, Jiao Hai only received a black robe, a black mask, and a detoxification jade. He had to go to the Scripture Pavilion to receive the cultivation method. As for the 5 types of poisons, he had to go to the Poison Refining Hall to receive them. Because the Poison Dragon sect mainly used poison to attack, their Poison Refining Hall wasn't the Alchemy Hall. Instead, it was an independent hall. Moreover, it was a very important hall in the sect. As for the poison tool that the Poison Dragon sect rewarded him with, he had to go to the refining hall to receive it. However, these things had a token that he could use to receive them. The reason why they didn't directly give him the rewards was because he had to choose them himself. Whether it was the poison tool or the poisons, he had to choose them himself. As for the cultivation method, it was needless to say that he had to choose them himself. Because of this, Jiao Hai didn't receive any of these things yet. However, after seeing these rewards, Jiao Hai couldn't help but sigh. The poisons and cultivation methods were still fine, but he didn't have much hope for the poison tool. This was because Sha Tianhe was an elder of the refining hall, and he was also a steward elder. He could be considered an elder with real power in the refining hall. In this case, it would be strange if Sha Tianhe gave him a poison tool. However, poison tools weren't essential to Jiao Hai. As long as he learned how to make poisons, he wouldn't need to use poison tools at all. For ordinary cultivators, using poison tools was more convenient than using poisons. This was because poisons were consumables. Once you connect with the poison and release it, the poison would be used up. At that time, you would have to refine poisons again. However, poison tools were different. After releasing a poison tool, you could still retrieve it and use it for a long time. Because of this, most people in the Poison Dragon sect would use poison tools and would rarely use poisons for poisons. This is a good event where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese public account, add a friend on WeChat, add a public account, type Dread, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize. Follow Dread's WeChat public account now. Magic poison was a consumable. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary consumable, it was a very expensive consumable. This was because the materials needed to concoct this poison were very high grade, making it very difficult for ordinary people to get their hands on them. Even in a great sect like the Poison Dragon sect, these materials needed a lot of contribution points to exchange. Therefore, it wasn't that the people of the Poison Dragon sect didn't like to use magic poison, it was just that they couldn't afford it. It was just like using bullets made of gold to shoot people. It wouldn't take long before you go bankrupt. However, Zhao Hai's situation was different from other people. For other people, these precious materials were very easy to obtain for Zhao Hai. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very interested in magic poison. This was because he discovered that magic poison had some similarities with curse techniques. Magic poison used a special method to refine the poison. Then the poison could be shot out like an artifact. On the other hand, curse techniques were a type of technique. However, it needed a medium to disperse the poison. Looking at it this way, it was very similar to magic poison. After staying in his house for a day, Zhao Hai went to the scripture pavilion to get the things he needed. He first went to the scripture pavilion to get his 4 cultivation methods. He didn't change his internal force cultivation method, he just took the upgraded version of the green vine technique. Then he chose 2 cultivation methods, both of which were related to movement techniques and sword techniques. In the end, he also chose a magic technique. These things were really impossible for Zhao Hai, so he just casually chose some things. Then Zhao went to the poison refining hall and directly chose the refining and usage methods of the 5 poisons. But he only looked at the brief introduction, he didn't really read the content. Then he went to the refining hall to get his poison weapon. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. The refining hall was one of the great halls of the Poison Dragon sect. It had a very high status in the sect. Xianxia was an elder of the refining hall, therefore, he had such a high status. Zhao Hai already knew that Xianxia was an elder of the refining hall. Therefore, he was the last one to arrive at the refining hall. The refining hall's house was different from the other halls. The other halls' houses were generally wooden houses. Only the refining hall's house was made of stone. It was an independent courtyard with a very large area. There were 3 stone buildings inside, and each of them had 5 floors. As soon as Zhao Hai entered the refining hall, 2 people immediately blocked Zhao Hai's path. One of them said, "What are you doing here? The refining hall is an important place. You can't just barge in." Zhao Hai looked at the 2 people. They were wearing black robes and didn't wear masks. One could see that the 2 of them were around 30 years old. Their skin was somewhat dark, but their eyes were green. When Zhao Hai went to the other halls, he would also encounter these guards. If one didn't have a token, then they wouldn't be able to enter the other halls. Therefore, Zhao Hai took out his token and handed it over to the 2 people. "I'm a new inner disciple. I'm here to receive the sect's reward." When the 2 people heard Zhao Hai, they stared for a moment. Then one of them received Zhao Hai's token and looked at Zhao Hai. Then he looked at the other person. The 2 nodded. Then the person gave the token to Zhao Hai and said, "Go in. Go to the building on the left. Don't go anywhere else." Zhao Hai nodded and walked inside. Just as he took a few steps, he heard one of the 2 people say, "Sects nowadays are really jumping ranks. Anyone can become an inner disciple. Even a rogue cultivator can become an inner disciple. What kind of world is this?" The other person said, "Right, a rogue cultivator can actually become an inner disciple. I really don't know how far he went." When Zhao Hai heard this, he immediately understood why they said this. It was obvious that the 2 wanted to curry favor with Xianxia. But since they didn't ask for directions, they could only use this method. Or perhaps they wanted to provoke him and make him fight with them here. That would be a violation of the sect's rules. When the time comes, there would naturally be people who would deal with him. Zhao Hai acted as if he didn't hear the 2 people. He smiled faintly and slowly walked forward. As he walked forward, he looked at the 3 buildings in front of him. These 3 buildings were arranged in a concave shape. Zhao Hai was now going to the building on the left. He slowly walked towards the building on the left, looking around. Soon, Zhao noticed a situation. In front of the 3 buildings, there were signs hanging in front of the front and right doors. Only the building on the left didn't have one. The sign on the front building said office, and the sign on the right building said refining. Only the building on the left didn't have a sign, which surprised Zhao. Then he stopped. The two people who stopped Zhao Hai were staring at Zhao Hai. Their eyes were full of enthusiasm. But when they saw Zhao Hai stop, their eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. At the same time, there was also a trace of anxiousness. Zhao Hai turned his head and looked at the two people. The two people stood there expressionlessly. Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he turned around and walked towards the door. When the two people saw Zhao Hai's appearance, they couldn't help but be surprised. One of them immediately said, "Kid, what do you mean by this? Aren't you here to receive your poison weapon? Why don't you go in?" Zhao Hai looked at the person and said, "My poison weapon was a reward from the sect after I became an inner disciple. I can receive it whenever I want. What qualifications do you have to criticize me?" Then he ignored the person and walked out of the refining hall. When the person heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his face turned pale. His figure moved and blocked in front of Zhao Hai. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, what do you mean by this? Are you playing with me?" Zhao Hai looked at him and sneered, "Playing with you? Do you admire me? I have a habit. When I go to a strange place, I will habitually use a photographic jade slip to record what I see. What the two of you said just now has been recorded in a photographic jade slip. I advise the two of you to think about what you said just now and how you're going to explain it later." When the two men heard Zhao, they couldn't help but stare. Then their faces changed. They knew what they had just done, but they didn't think that Zhao would record everything he saw. This was too terrifying. Zhao Hai was the one who had recorded everything he saw. But he didn't expect that Zhao Hai would record everything he saw. The other of the two stopped Zhao, but now he had a smile on his face as he said, "Brother, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Just now, we brothers didn't make it clear. If you want to get your poison weapon, you have to go to the main building first. Once you get there, you have to find someone and give them your token. Then someone will lead you to the poison weapon. The place to get your poison weapon is in the building on the left. If you really want to get your poison weapon, you can go now." When Zhao Hai heard this, he immediately understood what he meant. At the same time, his thoughts were confirmed. There really was a problem with the left building. It should be a warehouse. Generally speaking, a warehouse wouldn't allow people to casually approach it. If Zhao Hai went directly to the warehouse, then the two of them might think that Zhao Hai wanted to steal the poison weapon. They might have directly arrested him or even killed him. This was absolutely possible. Zhao Hai looked at the two people, then he coldly snorted and said, "The two of you are really considerate. But it doesn't matter. It's just a poison weapon, I don't want it. The reason why I came this time was to see what kind of methods that person has. To be honest, I'm very disappointed that he would use such despicable methods. You two should also be careful. It's best if you stay in the sect for the rest of your life. Otherwise, you might have an accident." Then Zhao Hai ignored the two and directly walked out of the refining hall. When the two heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions changed. One of them looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, you dare threaten me?" Zhao Hai didn't turn his head and said, "It's good that you know. But it's a pity that you didn't record it in a jade slip. Right, the sect doesn't seem to have a rule that says that threatening is a crime." After he said that, he walked away. When the two looked at Zhao Hai's back, their expressions changed. Finally, when Zhao Hai's figure disappeared, one of them couldn't help but clench his teeth and said, "He's lucky. What's the use of his threats? Even if you and I have methods, do we still need to be afraid of him? Moreover, Elder Shah is already eyeing him, we don't know how long he can live. Let's go back." But he has that jade slip in his hand. Everyone in the sect knows that the left building is the storehouse. If he doesn't have a disciple from the refining hall to lead him to the storehouse, then it's a serious crime. If we let him go directly to the storehouse, then we'll be in trouble. What's there to be afraid of? Don't forget who we work for. How can Elder Shah just ignore us? I don't think that kid has the guts to hand it over. If he really does, then he'll offend Elder Shah. At that time, he won't have any chance to live. damn it, this brat is really smart. He actually didn't enter the storehouse. If he did, then even if he had 100 mouths, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Now, he has a handle on us. Humph, he's lucky that he didn't go to the storehouse. If he did, then he'll be dead. Do you think that Elder Shaw will let him walk out of the storehouse alive? Stop dreaming. Let's go. We'll tell Elder Shaw about this. Another person responded. The two of them went directly to the refining hall to see Xianxia. Zhao Hai left the refining hall. His eyes were cold. He didn't think that Xianxia would be so unscrupulous to deal with him. If he didn't feel that something was wrong and stopped, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Hai was sure that if he went to the storehouse on the left, Xianxia wouldn't even give him a chance to talk. He would directly take his life. If that was the case, then even if he had the jade slip in his hand, it would be useless. At that time, he might have to use the space to leave, and then he would be exposed. Author's note: a good activity where a pie falls from the sky. Click on the Chinese network's public account, WeChat friend, add public account, type dread, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize. Follow Dread's WeChat public account immediately. He needed to deal with Xianxia. He was too arrogant. If he couldn't deal with him properly, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have a good life in the future. The best way was to kill Xianxia. But it was clear that Zhao Hai didn't have the ability to do so. Therefore, he could only wait. However, this didn't mean that Zhao Hai didn't have a way to deal with Xianxia. Zhao Hai was constantly planning. While walking, he was thinking about these things. He quickly returned to his courtyard. Just as he opened the door and entered the courtyard, he saw Iron Snake practicing. Iron Snake was very hardworking. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with Iron Snake's performance. After watching Iron Snake practice for a while, he directly entered the house. He didn't give Iron Snake any pointers because Iron Snake didn't need any. Iron Snake's learning talent was very good. At this time, he had already practiced the snake fist. However, body cultivation methods had always been slow. It required a lot of practice. Because of this, Iron Snake needed a lot of time to practice every day. Fortunately, Zhao Hai didn't have anything to do. Iron Snake didn't have much to do, so he had a lot of time to practice. Less than 10 minutes after Zhao Hai entered the house, a knock was suddenly heard. Then Iron Snake opened his mouth and said, "Who is it?" "I'm Tao Jing. I'm here to see junior brother Tian Hai." A voice was heard from outside the door. Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he stood up and walked out of the house. Then he said to Iron Snake, "Please." Iron Snake complied and opened the door. Then he invited Tao Jing into the courtyard. Zhao Hai looked at Tao Jing. Tao Jing was wearing a black robe, but he didn't wear a mask. His skin was very white, giving people the feeling that he was a scholar. However, Zhao Hai knew that Tao Jing was very strong. Most importantly, Tao Jing was Zhou Fengming's confidant. In Zhou Fengming's heart, Tao Jing's position was much higher than Tong Zheng's. Even in the ranking of inner disciples, Tao Jing's strength was higher than Tong Zheng's. At that time, Tong Jing was only ranked 10th while Tao Jing was ranked 4th. Tao Jing was also sizing up Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai was wearing the black robe given to inner disciples of the Poison Dragon sect. However, he looked very ordinary. After wearing the black robe, he didn't have any special features. Tao Jing didn't think that such an ordinary person would be able to make Xianxia suffer several times. Naturally, Zhao Hai couldn't be rude to Tao Jing. At this time, he still didn't understand Zhou Fengming's attitude towards him. He believed that Tao Jing came this time because of this matter. He wanted to see what kind of attitude Zhou Fengming would have towards him. Zhao Hai kept his fist towards Tao Jing and said, "I've seen senior brother Tao Jing. I didn't expect senior brother Tao Jing to come. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling." Tao Jing faintly understood, junior brother must be joking. "I'm just an inner disciple." "Junior brother, you're also an inner disciple. What do you want me to do?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course. Senior brother is one of the top 5 inner disciples. How can you compare to me?" "Senior brother, Please come in and take a seat. Taishi, prepare some tea. Taishi nodded and turned around to leave. On the other hand, Zhao Hai led Tao Jing into the living room of the small building. After the two sat down, Zhao Hai looked at Tao Jing and said, I didn't expect senior brother to come to my place. I don't have any friends in the Poison Dragon sect, but I do have a lot of enemies. I'm very happy that senior brother came. May I know why senior brother came? Zhao Hai didn't hold back and directly asked. Now, he really wanted to know why Tao Jing had come to look for him. After all, he and Zhou Fengming were enemies. Tao Jing looked at Zhao Hai and faintly smiled. Junior brother doesn't need to be so nervous. I believe junior brother should know whose idea I came to look for you. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I know. Senior brother Zhou Fengming is one of the top 3 core disciples. How can I not know? However, I have offended senior brother Zhou before. That's why I asked senior brother Tao why you came. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Tao Jing couldn't help but laugh and said, it's great to talk with junior brother. Junior brother is really a wonderful person. You clearly know that you offended senior brother Zhou, but after seeing me, you didn't panic or get angry. Instead, you asked me why I came. Could it be that junior brother doesn't think that I came with hostility? At this time, Taishi also finished brewing tea and brought it over. He placed a bowl in front of Zhao Hai and Tao Jing. Then he retreated behind Zhao Hai and stood there with a calm expression. Tao Jing didn't care about Taishi. This was a common practice among cultivators. In their view, servants like Taishi were simply invisible. There was no need to pay attention to them. Zhao Hai looked at Tao Jing, then he smiled faintly and said, I know that there are people in the sect who are targeting me. However, that person isn't senior brother Zhou Fengming. If senior brother Zhou Fengming was targeting me, then he wouldn't have asked senior brother Tao to come. I know about senior brother Tao's position in senior brother Zhou's heart. When Tao Jing heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai curiously and said, Junior brother Tian Hai seems to be very familiar with the matters of the sect. This is very rare. Junior brother has been in the sect for only a year, right? How can you be so familiar with the sect? This really surprised me. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Senior brother is too polite. I'm a rogue cultivator. Naturally, I have my own way of collecting information. Just like in the sect, there are always people targeting me. If I don't take precautions and collect information, then I'm afraid I wouldn't even know how I died. Tao Jing nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, I'm very happy that senior brother Tian Hai said this. Senior brother Tian Hai should know that Tongjing is senior brother Zhou's subordinate. However, ever since he became Elder Shah's disciple, he no longer belongs to senior brother Zhou. This doesn't mean that senior brother Zhou and Elder Shah have any conflicts. Instead, it's Tongjing. After Tongjing became Elder Shah's disciple, he no longer respects senior brother Zhou as much as before. He even deliberately kept a certain distance from senior brother Zhou. Since he did this, senior brother Zhou naturally wouldn't treat him as one of his own. This is something that senior brother Zhou's disciples know. Tao Jing nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Senior brother Tian Hai, I'm very happy to hear that. Zhao Hai nodded. At the same time, he let out a long breath. He was really afraid that Zhou Fengming would target him. If Zhou Fengming were to target him, then he wouldn't be able to handle it. In a sect, having an elder and a core disciple as your enemy would mean that your life wouldn't be easy. Tao Jing looked at Zhao Hai and said, I heard that junior brother went to the refining hall. That place is Elder Shah's territory. Junior brother's courage is really big. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, It's nothing. I just wanted to see how Elder Shah would treat me in his domain. To be honest, Tongjing is just a registered disciple of Elder Shah. I really didn't know that Elder Shah would like him this much. If I wasn't smart today, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to come back. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Tao Jing didn't know what happened to Zhao Hai in the refining hall. Therefore, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, What's wrong? Could it be that Elder Shah really can't do anything to you in the refining hall? Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he took out a jade slip and poured his spiritual qi into it. Then an image appeared on the jade slip. Tao Jing was very familiar with this jade slip. It was nothing more than an image jade slip, nothing special about it. However, the content of the image quickly attracted his attention. This image was recorded from Zhao Hai's perspective. Naturally, it recorded Zhao Hai entering the refining hall. However, the scene of Zhao Hai threatening the two wasn't recorded. When Tao Jing saw the two directly telling Zhao Hai to go to the left building, his expression couldn't help but change. He was also a smart person, so he immediately understood why the two said that. It was clear that the two wanted Zhao Hai to go to the left building. But all the inner disciples of the Poison Dragon sect knew that the left building was a storehouse. It couldn't be casually entered. If one didn't have a refining hall disciple to lead them there, then it would be a serious crime. Even if they were beaten to death, they would still deserve it. However, the two disciples didn't let Zhao Hai enter the main building. Instead, they let him enter the storehouse. This was clearly a trap for Zhao Hai. When Tao Jing saw Zhao Hai turning around and not entering the storehouse, he let out a long sigh of relief. After Zhao Hai finished playing the image, Tao Jing let out a long sigh of relief. But then his expression turned ugly. He coldly snorted and said, "Elder Shah is too much. He really thinks that the refining hall belongs to him. You're going to receive your sex reward." At this time, he still dares to do this. Zhao Hai didn't say anything and just looked at Tao Jing. Tao Jing looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I don't know if junior brother Tian Liang can give me this image jade slip. Although senior brother Zhou and elder Shah don't have any conflict, senior brother Zhou won't ignore this matter. What do you think?" Zhao Hai looked at Tao Jing. Tao Jing's request was somewhat unexpected, but he immediately figured it out. There were only two possibilities for Tao Jing to ask for this jade slip. The first possibility was that Zhou Fengming wasn't like what Tao Jing said, that she didn't have any conflicts with Sha Tianhe. Therefore, Zhou Fengming wanted this person's jade slip to deal with Sha Tianhe. This possibility existed. Although Tao Jing had said many times that Zhou Fengming and Sha Tianhe didn't have any conflicts, it was hard to say how credible these words were. The second possibility was that Zhou Fengming and Sha Tianhe really didn't have any conflict. They might not even be in cahoots. The reason why Tao Jing came here to express his goodwill and asked for this image jade slip was to destroy the evidence in his hands. One must know that Sha Tianhe should be very afraid of this projection. This was because if Zhao Hai really sent this projection, then the Poison Dragon sect would definitely deal with him. After all, this wasn't a small matter. Framing an inner disciple in the refining hall was definitely not a small matter. Tao Jing's goodwill might also be an act. After taking away this evidence, Zhao Hai wouldn't have any way to accuse Sha Tianhe. At that time, they could naturally deal with Zhao Hai without any worries. This possibility also existed. A good activity where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's public account, WeChat friend, add public account, type Dread, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize. Follow Dread's WeChat public account now. Tao Jing also calmly looked at Zhao Hai. He was looking at Zhao Hai because he wanted to see if Zhao Hai would give him the jade slip. This was because this was related to Zhao Hai's attitude towards him. Tao Jing had always been very arrogant. Zhou Fengming was one of the top 3 core disciples of the Poison Dragon sect, so her status in the sect was very high. He wasn't afraid of an elder like Sha Tianhe. It was precisely because of this that Tao Jing, who was placed by Zhou Fengming to manage the inner court disciples, was also very arrogant. In his view, Zhao Hai was a new inner court disciple who had offended Sha Tianhe. As long as he showed some goodwill, Zhao Hai would immediately come over. Therefore, he used this matter as a test to see how Zhao Hai's attitude towards him was. Zhao Hai looked at Tao Jing. In the end, he decided to give the jade slip to Tao Jing. This was because this jade slip wasn't that important to him. If he wanted, he could take out a few pieces at any time. The reason why he gave the jade slip to Tao Jing was to test him and see what Tao Jing wanted. Zhao Hai can see that Tao Jing didn't seem to have any hostility towards him. However, he wasn't sure. Because of this, he wanted to test Tao Jing. If Tao Jing really didn't have any hostility towards him, then after obtaining the jade slip, not only would he not deal with him, he would even protect him. In that case, Zhao Hai would have a protective talisman in the poison dragon sect. Zhao Hai was very clear about the strength of a core disciple. Because of this, Zhao Hai felt that this risk was worth it. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai handed the jade slip to Tao Jing and said, "If senior brother Tao needs it, then I'll give it to you. Senior brother, you must help me vent my anger." When Tao Jing saw the jade slip that Zhao Hai handed over, he couldn't help but be happy. Then he didn't hold back and directly received the jade slip. Then he nodded and said, "All right, junior brother can rest assured. I'll help you vent your anger. Junior brother, don't go out for a while so as to avoid giving Elder Shah an opportunity. I'll come see you in 2 days and I'll tell you the details then." Then Tao Jing stood up. Zhao Hai also stood up and sent Tao Jing outside. After the two exchanged greetings, Tao Jing left Zhao Hai's courtyard. After Tao Jing left, Zhao Hai returned to the living room. At this time, Iron Snake was still standing there. Zhao Hai said, "Iron Snake, do you know about Sha Tianhe and Zhou Fengming? Do they have a good relationship?" Iron Snake replied, "Young master, Elder Sha Tianhe doesn't have a good relationship with anyone. It can be said that in the entire Poison Dragon sect, aside from some of his disciples, he doesn't have a good relationship with anyone. However, I heard that he had a relationship with a Supreme Elder. However, that Supreme Elder has already passed away." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I understand. Help me pay attention to any movements in the sect. However, remember my words. Don't let anyone know that you're inquiring about anything. These are for you, take them and use them." After saying that, Zhao Hai threw a spatial bag to Iron Snake. Iron Snake received the spatial bag and opened it. Unexpectedly, there was a pile of crystals inside. Moreover, all of them were second-grade crystals. There were several hundred of them. This made Iron Snake stare. Iron Snake held the bag and looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. "Sir, what are these?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "When you come in contact with other people, you must have some expenses. These are for you to use. You can use them however you want. If you don't have any, just ask me for more. As for the pills you need for cultivation, I've already prepared them for you. Take them and use them yourself. I'll be in seclusion for a while, so you just need to take care of your own matters." Iron Snake nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand, then Iron Snake withdrew. After Iron Snake left, Zhao Hai took out the poison techniques that he obtained and looked at them. For Zhao Hai, the other cultivation techniques were dispensable. Only the poison techniques were what Zhao Hai wanted the most. He took out the 5 poison techniques formulas and carefully looked at them. The formulas were very detailed. Not only did they have the types of herbs, they also had the quantity of herbs, the refining method, and even the effects after refining. This made Zhao Hai surprised. These 5 formulas were also different. There were a total of 5 kinds of poisons, and each of them was focused on attacking. The attacking power of this poison was very strong, and it was very corrosive. It could even directly corrode a person's protective shield, and it could also corrode a person's artifact. The second type was a type of defensive poison. This poison would form a poisonous defensive layer around the cultivator. This defensive layer would corrode and neutralize the person, dharma artifacts, and even energy that attacked the cultivator. The third poison was an assassination poison. When this poison was released, it didn't have any form and didn't have any fluctuations. In other words, this poison didn't leave any traces. It was the best assassination method. By the time you noticed it, you would have already been poisoned. The fourth type was a very overbearing poison. It can form a large area of poisonous fog. Anyone who enters this area would be poisoned. Naturally, this poison also consumed a lot of energy. The fifth type was a tangible poison. It was a poison that looked like water. Not only did it look like water, but its weight was also comparable to mercury. It was a poison that could be used as an artifact. However, this artifact was a consumable poison. In other words, after using it for a while, the poison would decrease. At this time, one would need to replenish the poison. It can be said that these 5 poisons had their own characteristics. But at the same time, these 5 poisons were very overbearing and difficult to deal with. Because of this, Zhao Hai chose these 5 poisons. The Poison Dragon sect didn't only provide Zhao Hai with the formulas for these 5 poisons, they also provided Zhao Hai with a set of finished products as well as a certain amount of refining materials. This was to allow cultivators to refine these 5 poisons. However, this was all they could provide. If Zhao Hai wanted to obtain these 5 poisons in the future, then he would need to find materials to refine them. He could only exchange them with contribution points. Zhao Hai understood this situation very well. What he really needed wasn't the 5 poisons, but the refining method of these poisons. Poison can be used like an artifact. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't think about before. Because of this, he wanted to see how the Poison Dragon sect managed to do it. How did they manage to use poison as an artifact? After Zhao Hai saw the formula, he finally understood how these poisons were made. Refining these poisons could be said to be difficult, but it could also be said to be simple. It was nothing more than spiritual force. Refining these poisons didn't rely on the cultivator's mental strength. In order to refine a poison that was suitable for a spell, one had to start from the materials and continue to refine it using mental strength. In other words, this was a type of poison that relied entirely on mental strength to refine. This type of poison had a very high requirement for spiritual force. Moreover, the requirements were also very high. Only in this way would it be able to attack like an artifact. To be honest, although this didn't seem like a big deal, sometimes people needed to be enlightened. Just like Zhao Hai had been thinking about how to make curse techniques more powerful and easier to control. Curse techniques were a very special type of technique. They were very powerful, but controlling them wasn't easy. Moreover, Zhao Hai always felt that there was a big flaw in using curse techniques. This was because the medium for destruction techniques wasn't anything special. Sometimes, a blade of grass or a flower could be used as a medium for curse techniques. However, these things were very delicate and couldn't be used as artifacts. Because of this, curse techniques were very powerful. However, when used, one would find that they could only be used as a type of technique. They were very different from the ordinary techniques that Zhao Hai researched. The ordinary techniques that Zhao Hai used now had strength added to them, making them more powerful. However, curse techniques didn't add strength. This was because although curse techniques were a type of attack, they were different from ordinary techniques. They mainly relied on the power of curse techniques to attack. This was completely different from ordinary techniques. Naturally, there was no way to add strength to curse techniques. However, in this way, the power of curse techniques was naturally reduced. In a head-on battle, it was inevitable that one would suffer. In addition, the range of curse techniques that Zhao Hai used in the past wasn't very large. Because of the medium, the range of curse techniques had been greatly limited. In the past, Zhao Hai used curse techniques to assassinate people. First, he would change the medium of curse techniques to something very special. Then he would bait the other party and let them take away the medium of curse techniques. When the time comes, he would launch the curse techniques and deal with the other party. However, this method was very bad. This was also the weakness of curse techniques that Zhao Hai discovered. Although Zhao Hai was now thinking of ways to combine curse techniques with other techniques, the power of curse techniques would be weakened. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't want to see. Because of this, Zhao Hai had been having a headache about this matter. However, after seeing the refining method of the Poison Dragon sect, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think about the curse technique. If the curse technique was refined using this method, then wouldn't the curse technique be able to attack the enemy like an artifact? If that was the case, then how powerful would the curse technique be? Just thinking about it made him excited. The most important thing was that besides curse techniques, what about other techniques? Could other techniques also be used in this way? For a long time, spell techniques weren't mainstream in the cultivation world. Even in the spiritual world, people pursued the power and range of a technique. The more powerful the technique, the larger the range. However, in Zhao Hai's view, spell techniques were very suitable for large-scale attacks. In a one-on-one battle, spell techniques weren't very useful. It was precisely because of this idea that Zhao thought of using his spiritual force to add various kinds of power to his spells, making them more powerful. But there was a problem with this. and that was that after a spell was released, it would form an attack. Just like a bullet, after it was shot, it would fly to who knows where. Even if the bullet was an armor-piercing bullet or an explosive warhead, it would be useless if it couldn't hit the target. This was also the reason why spell attacks had always pursued a large-range attack, because if the attack didn't have a large range, then the spell attack might be easily dodged by the enemy. However, a large area of effect attack would cause a waste of energy. Take the meteorite technique for example. The strongest meteorite technique can cause 360 meteorites to fall from the sky and attack the enemy. The range can reach up to 100 li, or even 1,000 li. Such a technique has to be said to be very powerful. If it was used against an army, then its power would be incomparable. It can cause an army of 1,000 li to die under the meteorite technique. But what if the enemy was a single person? It was impossible for the enemy to be 1,000 li in size. At most, the enemy would only need to face one meteorite. The other meteorites would be wasted. But the one who used the meteorite technique would have to do this. If only one meteorite was used, then it would be very likely that the enemy would be able to dodge it. But what if you could control this meteorite and use it to track the enemy? What if you could gather the energy contained in more than 30 meteorites together? How powerful would that be? But if it was the same, then there would be a problem. Once the spell was released, it would be like a bullet that was shot out. It was no longer something you could control. No matter how powerful the spell was, if you couldn't find the enemy, then it would be useless. But this time, when Zhao Hai saw the poison of the meteorite technique, it made Zhao Hai think of another thing. Curses could use mediums, then could ordinary techniques also use mediums? If ordinary techniques could also use mediums, then wouldn't it make the technique even more powerful? After thinking up to this point, Zhao Hai suddenly thought of something. In fact, ordinary techniques also had a form of attack that was similar to a medium. It was talisman paper. However, talisman paper was more like a formation. If one could use a similar method to add a medium and increase the control of the technique, then how powerful would the technique be? After thinking up to this point, Zhao Hai couldn't sit still. He wanted to test his idea immediately, so he went upstairs to the poison refining room. Then he returned to the space and began to use the space's computer to simulate his idea. He wanted to see if he could combine the poison of the meteorite technique with the curse technique. At the same time, he also wanted to see if he could combine the use of mediums with ordinary techniques. In order to speed up his experiment, Zhao Hai called Laura and the others back to the space and had them help him. If he could succeed, then it would be great. Not only would he have more means to attack, he would also be able to solve the problem of the tide-watching gang. This was something that Zhao Hai wanted to see the most. The tide-watching gang had always been lacking techniques, pills, and artifacts. Because of this, their development wasn't very fast. If this method was successful, then the strength of the tide-watching gang would certainly be greatly improved. A pie in the sky is falling from the sky. Cool mobile phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's official account, WeChat friend, add official account, type Dread, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize, immediately follow Dread's official account. While Zhao Hai was in his poison refining room, Tao Jing arrived at Zhou Fengming's residence. After reporting, he went straight to Zhou Fengming's study. After entering the study, Tao Jing bowed to Zhou Fengming and said, "Senior brother, I just went to Tian Hai's place and had a chat with him. I didn't expect Tian Hai to be so sensible. He's very clear about the matters of the sect. He also knows that we didn't do anything to him, so he has a good impression of us." Zhou Fengming nodded. When Zhou Fengming heard Tao Jing, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Isn't that good? Do you think it's possible to get him to join us?" Tao Jing nodded and said, "It's very possible. I can see that he's a very sensible person. He should know that if he joins us, it would be very beneficial for him." Zhou Fengming nodded and said in a deep voice, "That's good. In the future, you should get in touch with him and pull him under our banner as soon as possible. It's rare to find a talent like him." After entering the sect, he became an inner disciple in just over a year. This is also a reflection of his strength. Tao Jing nodded, then he said, "Senior brother, I also received news that Tian Hai went to the refining hall today and almost didn't come out. When Zhou Fengming heard Tao Jing, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Tao Jing and said, "Almost didn't come out. What happened?" Tao Jing replied, "I'll show you something and you'll understand." Then he took out the image jade slip that he got from Zhao Hai. Then he poured his spiritual qi into it. In the next moment, an image appeared. After Zhou Fengming saw the image in the jade slip, his expression didn't look good. He coldly snorted and said, "Good. Our martial Uncle Sha is getting better and better. He even used this method. Isn't he afraid of losing face?" Tao Jing said to Zhou Fengming, "I asked Tian Hai for this jade slip because I wanted to test his reaction. I wanted to see if he would give it to me. If he gives it to me, it means that he's giving us face. If he doesn't give it to me, it means that he's still on guard against us. At the same time, he also wants to use us as leverage." Zhou Fengming nodded and said, "That's right. I'm not going to give it to you." Zhou Fengming nodded and said, "You did a good job. Since Tian Hai gave you this jade slip, it means that he wants to join us. Go and get in touch with him in the next few days. Let's have him join our faction." Tao Jing nodded and said, "All right. Rest assured, I'll do it right away." Zhou Fengming received the jade slip and said, "What kind of person is this Tian Hai? Do you have any confidence in him?" Tao Jing frowned and thought for a moment before he said, "In my opinion, this Tian Hai is a very low-key person. Moreover, he likes to get straight to the point. However, he's not stupid, he's very smart. He just likes to do things this way and doesn't like to beat around the bush. However, his vengeful heart should be very strong. You see, even if we don't help him, even if we don't let him join us, he will still fight Elder Sha to the death." "Oh?" When Zhou Fengming heard Tao Jing, he was stunned. Then he looked at Tao Jing and said, "Your evaluation of him isn't low. If he's really that kind of person, then we need to pay more attention to him." Tao Jing nodded. Tao Jing nodded and said, "He's very smart. A rogue cultivator who joined our Poison Dragon sect for less than a year already knows a lot about the sect. This is already very good. Moreover, I heard that he has been in the sect for more than a year. Aside from carrying out necessary tasks, he has been in seclusion in his courtyard. From this, we can see that he's a very serious person." Zhou Fengming nodded and said, "All right, we don't need him to take his cultivation seriously. I'm just afraid that he won't take it seriously. If he really joins us, then the stronger he is, the better. However, we can't let him be like Tongjing, thinking that he can fly away. If he really is that kind of person, then I'll have to teach him a lesson." Tao Jing said, "Senior brother can rest assured. If he's really such a person, then I'll be the first to get rid of him. I don't want him to become the next Tongjing." Zhou Fengming nodded and waved his hand. Tao Jing then left Zhou Fengming's house. Zhao Hai might not be very clear, but Tao Jing was very clear. Zhou Fengming and Sha Tianhe didn't have any enmity. Although Sha Tianhe was an elder, Zhou Fengming's core disciple status wasn't for nothing. His status in the Poison Dragon sect wasn't low. It was impossible for Sha Tianhe to make a move on him. Although Zhou Fengming and Tongjing were in the same batch of disciples, Zhou Fengming was a core disciple. His status was much higher than Tongjing's. Zhou Fengming fancied Tongjing's talent. Therefore, he put in a lot of effort to cultivate Tongjing. It was also because of his vigorous cultivation that Tongjing could become one of the top 10 inner disciples. It could be said that Zhou Fengming's appreciation of Tongjing was no less than Tao Jing's. Even Sha Tianhe's relationship with Tongjing was established by Zhou Fengming. Zhou Fengming's original intention was to ask Sha Tianhe to give Tongjing some pointers so that Tongjing could become stronger. However, Zhou Fengming didn't think that Tongjing was a cold person. Moreover, Sha Tianhe wasn't a good person. In Sha Tianhe's opinion, his disciple naturally had to listen to him. Therefore, he secretly supported Tongjing to leave Zhou Fengming's faction. It was precisely because of this idea that Tongjing dared to challenge Zhou Fengming. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so bold. After Zhou Fengming discovered this, he naturally wanted to teach Tongjing a lesson. However, because of Sha Tianhe's protection, nothing happened to Tongjing. Moreover, Tongjing didn't publicly fall out with Zhou Fengming. Therefore, Zhou Fengming couldn't do anything to him. However, because of this matter, Zhou Fengming and Sha Tianhe became enemies. Now, Zhou Fengming naturally wanted to embarrass Sha Tianhe. Sha Tianhe also didn't want Zhou Fengming to have an easy time. Both sides were already at loggerheads. At this time, Tongjing was killed by Zhao Hai. This naturally made Zhou Fengming happy while Sha Tianhe was filled with hatred. Therefore, Sha Tianhe prepared to deal with Zhao Hai again and again. On the other hand, Zhou Fengming had been observing. He wanted to see if Zhao Hai was worthy of his support. After all, he was already afraid of Tongjing. After leaving Zhou Fengming's room, Sha Jing didn't immediately look for Zhao Hai. In Sha Jing's opinion, if he immediately went to Zhao Hai would think that they valued him very much. Because of this, he didn't immediately look for Zhao Hai. Instead, he returned to his room. On the other hand, the matter of Zhao Hai being in the refining hall wasn't known by others. The people in the refining hall didn't spread this matter. At the same time, Zhou Fengming and Tao Jing also didn't speak about it. Because of this, nobody in the Poison Dragon sect knew about it. Everyone was still living their own lives. However, Sha Tianhe was the first to know that Tao Jing went to look for Zhao Hai. When he heard that Tao Jing went to look for Zhao Hai, Sha Tianhe was so angry that he smashed his desk into pieces. Although Sha Tianhe didn't know why Tao Jing went to look for Zhao Hai, he could guess that Tao Jing wanted to win over Zhao Hai. He didn't suspect that Tao Jing and Zhao Hai were in cahoots. This was because Zhao Hai's origin could be said to be very clean. He was recruited during the expansion. Therefore, Sha Tianhe didn't suspect Zhao Hai. But even if he didn't suspect Zhao Hai before, after knowing that Tao Jing went to see Zhao Hai, he knew that things were going bad. Tao Jing was Zhou Fengming's confidant. If he went to see Zhao Hai at this time, then it was certain that he wanted to win over Zhao Hai. Moreover, Zhao Hai still had the image of Tao Jing going to the refining hall. If Zhou Fengming got her hands on this image, then Sha Tianhe would be in a passive position. However, Sha Tianhe didn't dare to make a move against Zhao Hai at this time. This was because Zhao Hai was an inner disciple. If Zhao Hai was still an outer disciple, then the sect wouldn't care if Sha Tianhe killed him. After all, outer disciples weren't valued by the Poison Dragon sect. But now, Zhao Hai was an inner disciple. Inner disciples were very important to the sect. Otherwise, when Zhao Hai killed Tongjing, the law enforcement hall wouldn't have come looking for him. Now that Zhao Hai had just become an inner disciple, he didn't need to rush to do missions. Therefore, it was impossible for him to leave the Poison Dragon sect in a short period of time. If he didn't leave the Poison Dragon sect, then Sha Tianhe wouldn't be able to deal with him. But during this time, Zhou Fengming could come in contact with Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai really joined Zhou Fengming, then it would be very difficult for Sha Tianhe to deal with Zhao Hai. Because of this, Sha Tianhe became very angry. At the same time, his hatred towards Zhou Fengming deepened. However, he couldn't do anything about it. Zhou Fengming was a core disciple. Even if he had the courage, he wouldn't dare to scheme against her. If he really dared to make a move on Zhou Fengming and the sect found out about it, then he wouldn't have a good time. However, all of this had nothing to do with Zhao Hai. He was currently inside the space with Laura and the others, researching magic techniques, curses, and poison techniques. Zhao Hai wanted to combine these three types of attacks. This way, he would have more ways to attack. This was because if he made a breakthrough in any of these three types of attacks, then he would have more ways to attack. Among these three types of attacks, the first to make a breakthrough was poison techniques. Because Zhao Hai was now a member of the Poison Dragon sect, he would need to use poison techniques a lot in the future. Because of this, they first understood poison techniques. At the same time, they combined this method with other poisons to create new poison techniques. With this, Zhao Hai's attack power increased a lot. Then Zhao Hai and the others combined poison techniques with curses. The reason why they immediately carried out this experiment after understanding poison techniques was because this experiment was relatively simple. This was because they had already deciphered the system of curses. Moreover, curses itself needed a medium, so it wasn't very difficult to research it. Therefore, Zhao Hai and the other second step was to combine poison techniques with curse techniques. A pie in the sky is a good activity. Cool mobile phones are waiting for you. Follow click on the Chinese network's public account, WeChat friend, add public account, type Dread, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize, immediately follow Dread's WeChat account. While Zhao Hai was busy inside the space, Tao Jing arrived at Zhao Hai's courtyard. It has been 3 days since his last visit to Zhao Hai's courtyard. In these 3 days, he could have come to Zhao Hai's courtyard at any time, but he didn't. He wanted to wait for 3 days in order to give Zhao Hai the cold shoulder. When Tao Jing arrived at Zhao Hai's courtyard, he gently knocked on the door. A voice was heard from the other side. Who is it? Tao Jing recognized the voice. It was Zhao Hai's servant. But he still replied, I'm Tao Jing, I came to visit Zhao Hai. The door creaked open. Tai Xian looked at Tao Jing, then he gave Tao Jing a salute and said, I've seen Mr. Mr. is currently in seclusion. He hasn't come out for several days. When Tao Jing heard Tai Xian, he couldn't help but stare. Then he asked, seclusion? Why is junior brother Tian Hai in seclusion at this time? Iron Snake shook his head, he didn't know either. At this time, Zhao Hai came out of the room. He smiled faintly at Tai Jing and said, Senior brother Tao, please come in. I'm sorry, I was in seclusion studying poisons. I only came out after hearing senior brother Tao's voice. I apologize for my rudeness. Tao Jing looked at Zhao Hai's messy clothes, he knew that Zhao Hai wasn't lying. It seems like he was really in seclusion. Therefore, Tao Jing nodded and said, It's all right, junior brother. The two entered the room together. Tai Xian went to make tea for the two. After the two sat down, Tao Jing looked at Zhao Hai and said, Junior brother Zhao Hai, I've already given the jade slip you gave me to senior brother Zhou Fengming. Senior brother Zhou was very happy. But now isn't the time to deal with Elder Shah. Therefore, senior brother Zhou left the jade slip with him. You won't be angry, right? Zhao Hai shook his head and smiled, no, how could that be? Senior brother Zhou did the right thing. No matter what, Elder Shah is still an elder. How could it be easy to deal with him? The reason why I made this jade slip was because I wanted to make sure that Elder Shah wouldn't dare to deal with me in the future. It's better to leave it in senior brother Zhou's hands, it's more useful and safer. Zhao Hai shook his head and smiled. When Tao Jing heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but nod and said, Good, junior brother is right. I'll tell senior brother Zhou what you said. This time, I came to look for junior brother because I have another matter to discuss with you. Tao Jing nodded. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Senior brother, please tell me. Tao Jing said, Junior brother, although you're now an inner disciple, there are still a lot of inner disciples in the Poison Dragon sect. Moreover, you offended Elder Shah. It's almost impossible for you to get a top-quality poison weapon from the sect in the future. This will have a great impact on your cultivation and your future. Junior brother, do you have any plans for the future? Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he shook his head and said, replying to senior brother, I really don't have any plans for the future. You should know that I'm a rogue cultivator. I don't know many people in the sect. Even if I want to find a big tree to lean on, I don't have any connections. I wonder if senior brother can give me some pointers? When Tao Jing heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but secretly nod. He secretly thought that Zhao Hai was really smart. As soon as he opened his mouth, Zhao Hai immediately understood what he meant. Chatting with smart people was really easy. Tao Jing smiled faintly and said, I wonder what junior brother Tian Hai thinks about senior brother Zhou Fengming. Zhao Hai said, Senior brother Zhou is one of the top 3 core disciples. I admire him very much. Tao Jing nodded and said, Senior brother Zhou also admires junior brother Tian very much. You should also know the rules of the Poison Dragon sect. Any core disciple can establish their own force. Junior brother Tian, are you interested in joining senior brother Zhou's team? Zhao Hai smiled and said, That's naturally what I'm looking for. If I can join senior brother Zhou's sect, I'll naturally be very happy. I just don't know if I have this fortune. Of course you do. Tao Jing opened his mouth and said, Senior brother Zhou has already told me that if you want to join senior brother Zhou's sect, then you just need to agree. If junior brother agrees, then from today onwards, you will be part of senior brother Zhou's faction. If you have any problems in the future, you can come and find me. We are both part of senior brother Zhou's faction. Zhao Hai said, "Thank you, senior brother Tao. Actually, after the matter of the refining hall, I've already thought of how to deal with Elder Shah. He has already dealt with me by hook or by crook, so he can't blame me for dealing with him by hook or by crook." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Tao Jing's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He already knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't leave the matter at that. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Hai would actually want to deal with Sha Tianhe now. This was absolutely unwise. Sha Tianhe was an elder of the Poison Dragon sect. Moreover, he was promoted from a core disciple to an elder. His status in the Poison Dragon sect was very high. With Zhao Hai's current status, how could he deal with him? Tao Jing quickly said, "Junior brother Tianhai, I know that you are angry. However, I have to give you some advice. Now is not the time to deal with Elder Shah. Otherwise, senior brother Zhou would have already done it." Zhao Hai looked at Tao Jing and said, "I know that. I won't directly attack Elder Shah. That would be courting death. However, I can use other methods to deal with Elder Shah." Tao Jing nodded. Tao Jing looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, "Junior brother, listen to me. You mustn't be impulsive. How do you plan to deal with Elder Shah?" Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "Isn't Elder Shah's influence in the sect very big? Alright, then I'll weaken his influence. Therefore, I have a good relationship with Sha Tianhe. I won't let any of Sha Tianhe's disciples go. As long as they dare to leave the sect, I'll kill one of them. If there are two of them, I'll kill both of them." Tao Jing shivered. He could hear a strong killing intent in Zhao Hai's words. This killing intent was too terrifying. Even though he was a veteran of hundreds of battles and had killed a lot of people, when he heard Zhao Hai's words, he could still feel Zhao Hai's killing intent. This killing intent made him feel cold all over. Goosebumps appeared all over his body. Tao Jing quickly said, "Junior brother, don't be impulsive. If you really do this, the sect won't let you off." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "What reason does the sect have to deal with me? If I don't deal with Elder Shah's people in the sect, then the sect won't be able to deal with me. I want to kill everyone who relies on Elder Shah. I want to let them know that following Sha Tianhe will only lead to death. I want to see if those people will still follow Sha Tianhe when the time comes." Tao Jing looked at Tao Jing. He didn't know what to say. He was very clear that Zhao Hai's method was very dangerous. One must know that there were a lot of experts under Sha Tianhe's command. Almost all of them were inner disciples. Some of them were even stewards. These people weren't weak. If Zhao Hai really dealt with them, then it would certainly cause a huge uproar. Moreover, if Zhao Hai really wanted to deal with them, then he was afraid that his strength wasn't enough. Some of Sha Tianhe's people were very strong. With Zhao Hai's strength, he wouldn't be able to deal with them. Most importantly, this matter might really anger the sect. Although the sect doesn't care about conflicts outside of the sect, if Zhao Hai really started a massacre and killed too many inner disciples and stewards, then the sect wouldn't just ignore it. At that time, Zhao Hai would be in trouble. Because of this, Tao Jing quickly said, "Junior brother, this method of yours is very simple." Because of this idea, Tao Jing quickly said, "Listen to me, junior brother. Although your method seems good, it is too intense and will cause dissatisfaction in the sect. This will be very detrimental to your future development. Listen to me, Sha Tianhe must be dealt with, but you can't use this method. If you really use this method, the sect will definitely find trouble with you. The sect won't let the inner disciples and stewards lose too much. Therefore, you must listen to me on this matter and remember it well. You can rest assured that as long as you join Senior Brother Zhou's sect, Senior Brother Zhou will definitely protect your safety. Even Elder Shah won't dare to touch you at will." Zhao Hai glanced at Tao Jing, then he let out a long breath and said, "Alright, I'll listen to Senior Brother Tao. This time, I'll endure it. If Elder Shah still wants to deal with me, then I won't be polite. At that time, I will fight him to the death." When Tao Jing heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but let out a long breath. He really didn't expect that Zhao Hai's temperament would be so unyielding. If Zhao Hai really did that, then he would no longer have a foothold in the sect. This was because if Zhao Hai really did that, then he wouldn't just be dealing with Sha Tianhe, it would be a provocation to the entire sect. The sect wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. At that time, even if the sect wanted to deal with Xianxia, they would first deal with Zhao Hai. At this moment, Tao Jing was having a headache. He already told Zhao Hai that Zhao Hai would be Zhou Fengming's disciple in the future. This meant that Zhao Hai was now Zhou Fengming's subordinate. In this case, if Zhao Hai really did something extreme, then it would affect Zhou Fengming. Moreover, with his unyielding character, he was like a ticking time bomb. No one knew when it would explode. Once it did, then not only would the enemy be injured, but he would also be crushed. After thinking about this, Tao Jing felt that he couldn't stay here any longer. He wanted to immediately tell Zhou Fengming about this matter and see what she would say. It was best to deal with this matter as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. Tao Jing looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Junior brother Tian, what do you plan to do next?" Zhao Hai replied, "I'll be going into seclusion for a while. I just got the method to refine and use magical poisons from the sect, but I still haven't fully understood it. At the same time, I'm also trying to make some magical poisons. Therefore, I'll be going into seclusion for a while to study them." Hearing Zhao Hai say this, Tao Jing felt relieved. He wanted Zhao Hai to be in seclusion for a long time. It was better than him going out and causing trouble. Therefore, he immediately said, "All right, I'll go back and have someone send you some materials. Magical poisons are very important to our poison dragon sect. You need to study them properly. Click on the Chinese public account, WeChat. Friend, add public account, type Dread, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize, immediately follow Dread's public account." Did he really say that? That's right, senior brother. I really didn't expect that Tian Hai's temper would be so unyielding. If we really don't control him, then he will definitely cause a big trouble in the future. Senior brother, what do you think about this matter? Well, isn't he going to undergo closed-door training now? Then he will definitely be well-behaved for a period of time. We don't have to be too anxious. Let's take it slowly. Don't pay attention to him. As for Elder Shah, maybe we should inform him, lest he does something wrong. But Elder Shah is an arrogant and self-opinionated person. If we go and talk to him, won't he hate us as well? Moreover, he might even speed up the process of dealing with Tian Hai. If that's the case, it will definitely cause Tian Hai to retaliate with all his might. At that time, it will be troublesome. This is a problem, but I don't think there is no way to solve it. How about this, I will go and talk to him. I am a core disciple, but in front of Elder Shah, I am just a disciple. Then, I will find someone who has the same status as him, or even a higher status than him. I don't believe that Sha Tianhe will not give face to anyone. Yi Shiwen said. Senior brother, you mean to ask Elder Ting to come forward? But in this way, we will owe Elder Ting a favor. I am afraid that this favor will not be easy to repay in the future. Is it worth it for Tian Hai? Then do you have any good ideas? Senior brother, why don't we use that jade slip to threaten Elder Shah and let him know that the jade slip is no longer in Tian Hai's hands? Moreover, Tian Hai is already one of our people. In this way, he may restrain himself a little. If he still dares to act recklessly, we can use this jade slip to make a fuss. Instead of keeping this jade slip and using it when we have a falling out, it is better to use it now. When we have a falling out, I am afraid that this jade slip will be useless. Alright, how about this, you make a copy of the jade slip and send it to Elder Shah. You don't have to say anything. It doesn't matter if you see Elder Shah or not. You just have to send the item over. Oh right, what do you think Tian Hai is doing? That's right, Elder Shah said with a smile. Oh, he's in seclusion studying poison arts. I can see that he's very interested in poison arts. Perhaps it's because he knows that he can't get a decent poison weapon, so he's very interested in poison arts. No, Tian Hai must have a lot of poisonous weapons in his hands right now. Don't forget, he has already killed several inner disciples. Moreover, those inner disciples were related to Elder Shui. How could he not have a good poisonous weapon in his hands? It seems like he really likes this kind of poison. How about this, you take out a few more refining methods for this kind of poison and send them to Tian Hai so that he can go into seclusion for a while. Once the limelight dies down, perhaps there won't be any problems. Alright, I'll do it right away. Go now. First, send the jade slip to Elder Shah. Then, send the materials and refining methods for poison arts to Tian Hai. Yes, senior brother. Then I'll go now. Zhou Fengming nodded and waved his hand. Tao Jing then left his study and took the jade slip towards Sha Tianhe's house. Looking at Tao Jing's back, Zhou Fengming's face showed a trace of a smile as he muttered, his killing intent is quite heavy. But this is also good. That old man Sha Tianhe should have someone to teach him a lesson. Now that he's met such a hothead, it's enough for him to suffer. Sha Tianhe, I'm helping you. Otherwise, you'll be targeted by such a wolf. Tao Jing took the jade slip and arrived in front of Sha Tianhe's house. There was an old servant standing in front of the house. He looked to be more than 70 years old. When the servant saw Tao Jing, he immediately gave Tao Jing a salute and said, "Greetings, sir." Tao Jing nodded and said, "Please inform senior brother Zhou Fengming that I, Tao Jing, am here to deliver a gift to Elder Shah." The servant nodded, then he turned around and went upstairs. Before long, the servant came down and bowed to Tao Jing. "Sir, my sir said that he's currently researching a formation. He doesn't have time to see you. You can leave the gift here." Tao Jing nodded, then he turned around and went upstairs. Before long, the servant came down and bowed to Tao Jing. When Tao Jing heard the servant's words, he knew that the servant was declining. However, he didn't say anything, he just nodded and said, "All right, please give this gift to Elder Shah." Then Tao Jing handed a wooden box over to the servant. The servant complied, then he received the wooden box from Tao Jing. Then Tao Jing turned around and left. After Tao Jing left, the servant took the wooden box and went inside the house. Before long, he arrived at Sha Tianhe's study and handed the wooden box over to Sha Tianhe. Sha Tianhe was sitting in the study, he was reading a book. He wasn't researching formations at all, he just didn't want to see Tao Jing. Now that he saw the servant come in with the wooden box, he put down the book in his hand and took the wooden box. Then, he opened the wooden box. When the wooden box was opened, Sha Tianhe's eyes couldn't help but shrink. Then his face paled as he said, "You can leave." The servant complied, then he turned around and walked out. Then he closed the door behind him. When the servant left the study, he heard a bang. Then he heard something fall to the ground. The servant couldn't help but sigh. It seems like the table in the study would have to be changed. Sha Tianhe stared at the jade slip in his hand. He had already activated the jade slip. The contents of the jade slip were the images that Zhao Hai recorded. The images were very clear. They clearly recorded how the two people plotted against Zhao Hai. In fact, Sha Tianhe could have killed the two inner court disciples who framed Zhao, but he couldn't do that. After all, the two inner court disciples were working for him, and he was the one who proposed it. If he really did that, then what would other people think of him? He was afraid that people would be estranged from him in the future, and he was afraid that no one would work for him in the future, so he couldn't do anything. Sha Tianhe had always been afraid that Zhao Hai would give the jade slip to Zhou Fengming. If that happened, even if he killed Zhao Hai, it would be useless. His weakness had already fallen into Zhou Fengming's hands. Zhou Fengming was a core disciple. Her status was very high. Moreover, she had a good relationship with several elders. Although Sha Tianhe's status in the Earthly Poison Dragon sect wasn't low, he still didn't dare to make a move against Zhou Fengming. The worst-case scenario was for the jade slip to fall into Zhou Fengming's hands. Now that it had fallen into Zhou Fengming's hands, how could he not be angry? Sha Tianhe didn't think that in order to deal with Zhao Hai, not only did 7 of his inner disciples die, but Zhou Fengming also had a weakness that could be used against him. This was really like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Sha Tianhe took a few deep breaths. He moved his hand and crushed the image jade slip. Of course, he wasn't naive enough to think that as long as he destroyed the image jade slip, everything would be fine. It was impossible for Zhou Fengming to give him the original jade slip. This was obviously a replica. However, even if it was a replica, he didn't want to see it. After destroying the jade slip, Sha Tianhe sat quietly in the study room. He didn't ask the servants to clean up the table that he smashed. He had to think about how to deal with Zhao Hai in the future. However, he couldn't think of a way. Now that Zhao Hai was already considered as Zhou Fengming's disciple, Zhou Fengming would definitely protect him. At this time, if he dealt with Zhao Hai, then Zhou Fengming would use the jade slip to make a fuss. At that time, his life would definitely not be easy. Now it seemed that he could only let Zhao Hai go for now. It wouldn't be too late to deal with Zhao Hai when he had the opportunity in the future. When he thought of this, Xianxia couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then he muttered, "You're lucky. I'll let you live for a few days." After he said that, he stood up and loudly said, "Come, clean the room and bring in a table." The servants outside the door complied and went to prepare. Xianxia walked out of the study room and directly returned to his room. Zhao Hai was currently inside the space, studying how to combine magic poisons and curses. One must know that the refining method of magic poisons was very simple for Zhao Hai. However, for many cultivators it was very difficult. This was because the refining of magic poisons required a lot of spiritual force. If something went wrong, then the poison would be wasted. Moreover, the materials needed to refine magic poisons were very precious. If they were lost, then it would cause a lot of heartache. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about this. First, the materials needed to refine magic poisons were very precious to him. Second, his spiritual force was very powerful. Although his spiritual force was suppressed in the outside world, he had a lot of methods to imitate spiritual force fluctuations inside the space. In other words, he didn't need to use spiritual force to refine magic poisons like other cultivators. He could simulate the refining method inside the space and then refine magic poisons in large quantities. Because of this, magic poisons weren't a problem for Zhao Hai. However, during the refining process, the toxicity of magic poisons would change along with the application of spiritual force. If this change was controlled well, then it would be a success. If it wasn't controlled well, then the medicine would be wasted. Every recipe for magic poisons had very strict rules regarding how to use spiritual force to refine magic poisons. If there was a slight deviation, then the poison would be wasted. It was precisely because of this that ordinary people could only refine the poison according to the recipe. It was very difficult to create a new poison. What Zhao Hai had a headache about wasn't refining magic poisons, but rather the medium for curse techniques. Curse techniques had very high requirements for the medium. If the medium wasn't chosen well, then the power of the curse technique would be greatly reduced. Now that Zhao Hai knew what medium to use for curse techniques, he also found a replacement for these mediums. However, the problem was that if Zhao Hai used the refining method for magic poisons to refine these mediums, then during the refining process, the properties of the materials would change. Because of this, what Zhao Hai needed to do was to understand the properties of the materials after their properties changed. This was the most important thing. Refining magic poisons was very simple for Zhao Hai. However, it wasn't easy to understand the properties of the materials after their properties changed. Actually, Zhao Hai had another way to solve this problem. That was to find a way to prevent the properties of the materials from changing during the refining process. This way, the materials could be used as a medium. Zhao Hai wanted to experiment with this method in the beginning, but he found out that it wouldn't work. After the materials were refined by the spiritual force, they would change. This was inevitable. Therefore, he could only use another method, which was to summarize the properties of the materials. This way, he could summarize the properties of the materials and use them as a medium for curse techniques. It can be said that this was a stupid method, but it was the best method for now. Because through this summary, Zhao Hai would know what the materials would become after the qualitative change. He even wanted to use this method to summarize and see what kind of qualitative change would occur after the refining process. As long as he went through this systematic summary, he would be able to fully understand the changes of the materials. Moreover, this might even improve the curse techniques. In the past, the materials used as a medium for curse techniques were too ordinary. Although Zhao Hai didn't know if this would affect the curse techniques, but if the materials that were refined now had the same properties as the original materials, but were better than the original materials, then the power of the curse techniques might increase. Of course, there was also another possibility, which was that these materials couldn't be used for curse techniques. However, this would have to wait until the materials were summarized and tested in the future. In addition to this, Zhao Hai also wanted to know another thing, which was why the materials refined with spiritual force didn't appear to be unique. This uniqueness refers to the fact that during the process of refining, the materials would be affected by spiritual force. They would even record your spiritual force fluctuations. Everyone's spiritual force fluctuations were different. Therefore, in general, if you use your spiritual force to refine something, then only you would be able to use it. Others wouldn't be able to use it. If you want to use it, then you would have to break your spiritual force imprint. This is the uniqueness of the item. However, the materials refined with the curse techniques didn't have this uniqueness. This was very strange because these materials were completely refined with spiritual force. It was reasonable to say that after refining, these materials would become more unique. However, these materials didn't have this uniqueness. After refining, anyone could use it. This was also the reason why the Poison Dragon sect would reward their disciples with the curse techniques refining method as well as some finished products. If there was a uniqueness, then the reward of finished products would absolutely not happen. This is a good event where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's public account, WeChat friend, add public account, type Dread, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize, immediately follow Dread's public account. When Tao Jing arrived at Zhao Hai's house, he went forward and knocked on the door. Iron Snake's voice was heard, "Who is it?" Tao Jing replied, "It's me, Tao Jing. Is Tian Hai here?" Iron Snake immediately opened the door. When he saw Tao Jing, he quickly gave him a salute and said, "I've seen Mr. Mr. is in seclusion, I'll go call him." "No need, I'm here to deliver something to him." "You can give it to him," Tao Jing said as he took out a spatial bag and handed it over to Iron Snake. Iron Snake didn't take it. Instead, he said, Mr. told me to call him when you arrive. Mr., please have some tea in the living room." "I'll go call Mr. Otherwise, if Mr. finds out that you've arrived and I didn't call him, he would blame me." When Tao Jing heard Iron Snake, he nodded and followed Iron Snake into the living room. After Iron Snake served Tao Jing tea, he immediately went upstairs to call Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai had a lot of work to do, he didn't neglect Tao Jing. Therefore, when he heard that Tao Jing had arrived, he immediately went out of the space and went to the living room. Because Zhao Hai was busy inside the space, his clothes were wrinkled. When Tao Jing saw Zhao Hai's appearance, he stood up and smiled. "Junior brother Tian, if you're busy, then you shouldn't come down. I know that closed-door training isn't a trivial matter. If you suddenly have an inspiration and get interrupted, then it would be very troublesome." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's fine, senior brother. I've only just touched the door, it's still too early for me to succeed. Why did senior brother come here today?" Tao Jing took out a spatial bag and said, "This is what senior brother Zhou told me to give you. There are some materials for refining magical poisons as well as prescriptions for magical poisons. Senior brother Zhou heard that you're very interested in magical poisons, so he told me to deliver it to you. You can use it." Then he handed the spatial bag to Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai heard Tao Jing's words, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Is that so? That's great. Senior martial brother, you must thank senior martial brother Zhou for me." Tao Jing looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and was very satisfied. He nodded and said, "All right, don't worry. I'll pass on your message." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Tao Jing said, "Senior brother Zhou has already warned Elder Shah. I believe that he'll be honest for a while. If he's not honest, then you don't need to worry, senior brother Zhou will certainly help you. You don't have to worry about him." Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Thank you, senior brother Zhou. In the future, as long as senior brother needs me, I will definitely go through water and tread on fire, and even die 10,000 deaths." Tao Jing smiled and said, "It's good that you have the heart. All right, I'll be leaving. You can go into seclusion this time. I believe that nobody will bother you this time." Then he stood up and walked outside. After Tao Jing left, Zhao turned to Iron Snake and said, "Iron Snake, from today onwards, I'll be going into seclusion. No matter who comes, I won't see them. Just help me block them. Hang the sign outside so that they know I'm in seclusion." You can clean the downstairs every day. You don't need to worry about the upstairs. Iron Snake nodded and said, "Yes, sir. I understand." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "All right, you can go do your work. You don't need to worry about me." Iron Snake nodded, then he turned around and left. Jiao Hai also turned around and went upstairs to study the curse techniques. This research couldn't be completed in a day or two. Because of this, Jiao Hai said that he would be going into seclusion. However, he didn't spend all of his time in the space studying the curse techniques. He spent most of his time practicing the Iron Buddha lotus body, the snake fist, and the 9-word seal. At the same time, he also began to practice the poison techniques. The method of using poison techniques was very unique, so he needed to practice it properly. Time passed day by day. The sorting of the curse techniques was very smooth. At this time, a lot of the curse techniques had been sorted out. These curse techniques had completely changed. They weren't like before, where they were grass or flowers. Instead, they had turned into powders and liquids. These changes in the curse techniques were beyond Jiao Hai's expectations. What looked like powders were actually grass. This made Jiao Hai surprised. He didn't think that there would be such a thing. But now that things were happening in front of him, through the space's various instruments, it was confirmed that the powders were made of grass. Jiao Hai couldn't say anything about it. However, Jiao Hai wanted to conduct an experiment to see if these things could be used as a curse technique medium. One must know that all of these things had to be refined using spiritual force. Since they contained spiritual force, they were different from ordinary curse techniques. Because of this, Jiao Hai wanted to do some experiments. With regards to the curse technique medium experiment, the progress was very smooth. Before long, Jiao Hai's experiment was completed. The powders were actually useful. Moreover, they were more useful than ordinary curse technique mediums. They also increased the power of the curse techniques. This was beyond Jiao Hai's expectations. After the experiment was successful, Jiao Hai felt relieved. He began to sort out the materials. At the same time, he conducted several experiments on the curse technique medium in order to find the most suitable one. After 3 months, Jiao Hai finally sorted out all of the curse technique medium materials. Now, he can proceed to the next step, which was to see if he could find a medium for the other curse techniques. For ordinary techniques, most people wouldn't use mediums. This was because the attack power of ordinary techniques wasn't very strong. It could be said that they could only be used as hidden weapons, but it was more convenient. Therefore, they naturally wouldn't consider mediums. In addition, there was the existence of talisman paper. Even if you didn't use ordinary techniques, you could still use talisman paper. There was no need to go too deep into it. However, Jiao Hai's situation was different. The Tide Watcher gang's main focus was on magic techniques. If their magic techniques could be used like artifacts, then their magic techniques would certainly become more powerful. Naturally, the most important thing was that the medium for magic techniques couldn't be too advanced. If the medium was too difficult to find, then the Tide Watcher gang wouldn't be able to use it. At that time, even if they learned how to use it, they still wouldn't be able to use it. At this time, Jiao Hai had almost completely mastered the 4th layer of the Iron Buddha lotus body. He was also more proficient in the 9 words palm print. He had also practiced the snake fist quite well. It can be said that these 3 months of closed-door training were very important for him. However, Jiao Hai didn't intend to go out. He still wanted to study mediums for ordinary techniques. This was very important for him and the development of the Tide Watcher gang. Jiao Hai didn't just focus on improving his own strength. He didn't care about the development of the Tide Watcher gang. At this time, the Tide Watcher gang's spiritual force cultivation method was provided by Jiao Hai. They were also practicing using tidal force to improve their own spiritual force. The reason why Jiao Hai wanted to improve his own strength was mainly because of the Tide Watcher gang. One must know that if a gang wants to develop, then it would be impossible to develop without an expert. At this time, Jiao Hai had just reached the spirit refining realm. Although he could defeat most people in this realm, there were no other gangs that didn't have an origin refining realm expert. It can be said that only by reaching the origin refining realm would you have the qualifications to establish a sect. However, this was only the qualifications. Even Origin refining realm experts wouldn't be able to establish their own gang. This was because establishing a gang involved too many things, such as the inheritance of cultivation methods, the recruitment of disciples, the source of cultivation materials, and so on. These were all things that needed to be considered before establishing a gang. If they couldn't solve these problems, then what was the point of establishing a gang? Speaking of which, Zhao Hai was really lucky. The people that he recruited were all ascended cultivators. These ascended cultivators had a lower status in the sword spirit realm compared to ordinary rogue cultivators. It was very difficult for them to obtain cultivation methods and inheritances. Most of the ascended cultivators were like the Tide Watcher gang. They attached themselves to sects and did some work that only odd job disciples or servants could do. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't start with the ordinary cultivation methods of the sword spirit realm. Instead, he had the ascended cultivators learn spell techniques, pills, and crystals. These things were nothing to Zhao Hai. Because of this, he was able to support a gang. He was much stronger than the native cultivators of the sword spirit realm. Zhao Hai was very clear that no matter how strong you were, you couldn't compare to a sect. And no matter how strong you were, you couldn't compare to a cultivator with countless subordinates. Because of this, Zhao Hai established the Tide Watcher gang. Moreover, one shouldn't forget that he had the backing of the Lost Soul Empire. After Zhao Hai's research on curse techniques and spell poisons, he discovered that whether it was spell poisons or spell poisons, the medium had a common characteristic. The medium used must be closely related to the curse technique. For example, the Trent's curse technique used tree bark while the Scarecrow's curse technique used wolf tail grass. Naturally, ordinary grass would work as well, but the power would be much weaker. The same goes for the poison of magic arts. Although the materials would undergo a qualitative change during the refining process, the nature of the poison still had a lot to do with the original properties of the materials. Does this mean that the medium is actually a kind of primer? If that's the case, then the mediums of ordinary magic arts can be used as the most ordinary materials. Zhao Hai felt that this possibility was very big. Therefore, he followed Laura and the others and worked hard towards this direction. At this time, Laura and the others were completely immersed in this research. They were very clear about what this research meant for the Tide Watcher gang. Once they make a breakthrough in this research, the Tide Watcher gang's strength would undergo a qualitative change. Their cultivation would then become a system of its own. When that time comes, the Tide Watcher gang would truly become a sect. This is a good activity for a pie in the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's public account, WeChat friend, add public account, type Dread, and participate immediately. Everyone will get a prize. Immediately follow Dread's WeChat account. Regarding the medium experiments, the progress wasn't very smooth. In fact, it was very smooth in the beginning, but it wasn't very smooth in the end. In the beginning, Zhao Hai's idea was to use the most common things as the medium for these techniques. For example, ordinary water, ordinary stones, ordinary trees, ordinary metals, and even ordinary fire talismans. Because these things had similar properties to ordinary techniques, Zhao Hai thought of using them in his experiments. The results of the experiment were very good. These things can be refined using spiritual force and then used as the medium for ordinary techniques. But then the problem came. The problem was the power. Because these materials were very common, even if they were used, the power would be very small. Such power wasn't enough for a cultivator in a battle. And this was the problem that Zhao Hai was facing. The medium was too common, the power was too small. But if the medium wasn't common, then the tide-watching gang wouldn't be able to find it. This was a dilemma that Zhao Hai's research was stuck in. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others were sitting inside the villa, staring at the optical computer as they made plans. At this time, they had already done many experiments with the materials. They even refined them several times. Now, they were doing a simulation experiment where they refined an ordinary stone 10 times with spiritual force. They wanted to see how powerful the stone would be after 10 times of refinement. The simulation experiment quickly passed, but when he saw the data on the photon computer, Zhao couldn't help but sigh. It's still not good. If we use it as a primer to direct the spell, the power will only be half of the original. There's no way to compare it to our improved spell. This kind of attack power is really too poor. Zhao nodded and said, it's really not good. 10 times of refining, but if we use it as a primer to direct the spell, the power will only be half of the original. Laura nodded and said, at present, using a medium to direct a technique is indeed feasible. However, the power of the technique is too small. There's also the issue of time. You can't be sure that after the technique is released, it would immediately hit the enemy. Therefore, the technique needs to exist outside for a certain amount of time. However, this issue of time hasn't been solved yet. This stone has been refined 10 times, using it as a medium to release a technique, it would only last for 10 minutes or so. Because of this, the technique's attack power would be reduced to 1/10 of its original strength. With such an attack power, dealing with a cultivator would be no different than patting dust. No, it seems like we have to think of another way. Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, but what can we do? If we don't use these materials, then we can use other materials. You can't always ask me to provide a medium for them. It's not that I can't afford it, but what if I leave one day? Zhao Hai frowned and said, but what if I leave? What would they do? We need to think of other ways. Laura and the others nodded, they felt that what Zhao Hai said was right. The tide-watching gang cannot always rely on Zhao Hai. They must have their own cultivation system. Otherwise, the tide-watching gang would never be able to develop. Even if they rely on Zhao Hai, once Zhao Hai leaves, the tide-watching gang would still suffer heavy losses. Laura and the others frowned. After some time, Laura sighed and said, forget it, let's think of another way. Actually, the method we've been experimenting with isn't suitable for the Tide Watcher gang. Refining spiritual force 10 times would take a lot of time. This method isn't suitable for ordinary cultivators. Let's think of another way. Let's clean this place up, the stones have already turned into powder, it's too dirty. Laura and the others frowned. After some time, Laura sighed and said, all right, let's think of another way. The others nodded and began to clean the room. At this time, Megan suddenly said, elder sister, wait a moment. I just thought of something, but I don't know if it's possible. When Laura and the others heard this, they turned their heads to look at her. Megan looked at the group and said, elder sister, brother Hai, I just thought of something. Look at the stone powder on the ground. Have you ever thought that there's something very common in the sword spirit world that has an attribute? Zhao Hai looked at the stone powder and couldn't understand what Megan meant. However, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Just like what Laura said, this thing really did have an attribute. Moreover, it was very common in the cultivation realm, nobody would take it seriously. Crystal stones. Zhao Hai and Laura spoke at the same time. When the others heard Zhao Hai and Laura, their eyes lit up as they looked at the stone powder on the ground. One must know that if the energy inside a crystal stone is sucked dry, then it would turn into powder. Because of this, Zhao Hai and Laura immediately thought of crystal stones. Megan nodded and said, right, crystal stones. Big brother Hai, big sister, crystal stones have their own attributes. They're very compatible with spells. Moreover, they're very useful as mediums. This is because they contain energy. Mediums with energy are better than mediums without energy. What do you think? Zhao's eyes lit up as he nodded. It is indeed a good idea. There is a big difference between having energy and not having energy as a medium. But no one has ever refined crystal stones before. Generally, crystal stones are used as a source of energy. I don't know how to refine crystal stones, so we have to test it out. Zhao nodded. That's right. Zhao nodded. The group nodded, then they immediately cleaned the room. Then they took out a large amount of crystal stones and began to test it out. They started with the lowest grade crystal stones and then moved on to higher grade ones. First of all, refining crystal stones wasn't an easy matter. Crystal stones have energy inside them, and they were a source of energy. They were completely different from ordinary materials. Because of this, most people wouldn't refine crystal stones. It was like a pile of fire. Besides using it, how would you shape the fire? That was simply impossible. It was precisely because of this that nobody thought of refining crystal stones. This was also the first time that Zhao Hai and the others were experimenting. They wanted to see if they could succeed. At first, the experiment wasn't very smooth. Every time they tried to refine a crystal, the energy inside it would explode. This made Zhao Hai and the others not dare to experiment with high-grade crystals. They could only use low-grade crystals. In the end, they discovered that even the low-grade crystals wouldn't work. Only the first-grade crystals would explode for a long time. As for the other crystals, as long as they were touched by spiritual force, they would immediately explode. There was simply no way to refine them. Zhao Hai looked at the crystal stones and then chose to give up on the other crystals. He focused on refining the first-grade crystals. This was because only the first-grade crystals didn't immediately explode when they came in contact with spiritual force. In other words, only the first-grade crystals could be refined. After many experiments, Zhao Hai and the others finally succeeded. However, they could only refine the crystal stones in the simplest way. In other words, they left a very slight trace of spiritual force on the crystal stones. If they wanted to refine it, it would be impossible, and the crystal stones would explode. Then Zhao Hai began to experiment. He wanted to see if he could use the crystal stones as a medium. He also wanted to see how effective the crystal stones would be. This time, the experiment was very successful. The crystal stones could be used as a medium for ordinary spells. Moreover, with the crystal stones as a medium, the power of the spells would be even greater. The spells would also be able to stay outside for a long time, about a day. If they really encountered an enemy, the spells would be able to play a huge role. Upon seeing the results of the experiment, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be very happy. He immediately carried out many experiments. The results were good, proving that the data they obtained was correct. Then Zhao Hai carried out many experiments on the refining of the first-grade crystals. However, the results of the experiments didn't satisfy him. This was because the refining of the crystal stones was very difficult. At most, he could only refine the crystal slightly and leave a slight trace of spiritual force on it. Moreover, this trace of spiritual force was very unique. If the crystal stones fell into the hands of other people, as long as they touched it with their spiritual force, the crystal stones would immediately explode. It was simply useless. Then Zhao Hai began to experiment with higher-grade crystals. However, the results were the same. Even the second-grade crystals would immediately explode, let alone the higher-grade ones. In other words, only the first-grade crystals could be used as a medium. Higher-grade crystals wouldn't work. However, this didn't disappoint Zhao Hai. On the contrary, he was very happy. In the sword spirit realm, the most common thing was first-grade crystals. Even some sect cultivators wouldn't take a second look at them. This was because their grade was too low and the energy contained inside was too little. Only those who ascended would use them. It can be said that first-grade crystals were just like ordinary stones, they could be seen everywhere. This was even better because the tide-watching sect absolutely couldn't afford to use high-grade crystals. If you use a 5th-grade crystal as a medium, then you might as well use it to exchange for talismans. Beast talismans and iron talismans could be exchanged. And whether it was beast talismans or iron talismans, they could be used repeatedly. Moreover, they were much cheaper than crystals. If you really use a high-grade crystal as a medium, then it would be like using money to kill someone. If you want to use money to smash people into rocks, there is a prerequisite. That is, you have to be rich. You have to be a tycoon. Otherwise, you are afraid that you will go bankrupt before you can smash your enemy to death. Zhao Hai had been experimenting with crystals for more than a month. This speed was already very fast. If he didn't have the help of Laura and the others, and if he didn't have the photon computer simulation, then it would be impossible for him to collect all the data on how to refine and use crystals in such a short time. Moreover, during this time, Zhao Hai didn't continue to experiment with crystals. He had already shifted his attention to the Iron Buddha lotus body. At this time, he was almost done with the 4th level of the Iron Buddha lotus body. What a good activity, a pie falling from the sky. I'm waiting for you to get a cool phone. Click on the Chinese network's official account, WeChat friend, add official account, type Dread, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize, immediately follow Dread's official account. Zhao Hai came out of his room and looked at the sky outside. Then he let out a long breath and muttered, now that my seclusion is complete, I should also hide in the Poison Dragon sect. I'll return to the Iron Buddha temple for a while and complete some missions from the temple. But before that, I should go see senior brother Na Zhen and the others. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately went outside and headed towards the inner disciples' quarters. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the inner disciples' quarters. At this time, the guards in front of the Iron Buddha temple's inner disciples' quarters all recognized Zhao Hai. Naturally, no one stopped him and directly let him in. At this time, Zhao Hai's reputation had already spread to the inner disciples of the Iron Buddha temple. They knew that Zhao Hai had a lot of friends in the temple. Moreover, during the battle on the Nameless Island in the Southern Sea, Zhao Hai was the one who commanded the inner disciples. He was also recognized by several elders, so his status was very high. Zhao Hai arrived at Na Zhen's courtyard first. But when he arrived, he couldn't help but stare. This was because there was a jade token hanging outside the courtyard. This meant that the person inside was currently in seclusion. Seeing this, Zhao Hai decided not to disturb Na Zhen. Instead, he went to Na Yu's room. Na Yu's room was filled with questions. When he arrived at Na Yu's courtyard, Na Yu didn't close up. Zhao Hai immediately knocked on the door. Just as he knocked, a voice was heard from the courtyard, "Who is it?" Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Senior brother Na Yu, it's me, Jing Hai." "Jing Hai, you're out of seclusion? Come in." Zhao Hai nodded and pushed the door open. Na Yu was standing in front of his room. His face was as white as jade, and he had a gentle smile on his face. Although he was wearing a monk's robe, he still looked very handsome. Zhao Hai gave Na Yu a salute and said, "I've seen senior brother." Na Yu looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled and said, "Good, you've entered the spirit realm. You can now be considered an inner court disciple." "Good, very good. Come in and have a seat." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Na Yu into the room. After the two sat down, Na Yu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I didn't expect junior brother to reach the spirit realm in just a few months." "Good, this is good news. Did you exchange for an inner disciple's identity token?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I haven't. After coming out of seclusion, I wanted to see senior brother Na Zhen, but he was in seclusion. Therefore, I came to see senior brother Na Yu. I want to ask about the situation in the South Sea." Na Yu smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing, it's very good. Our Iron Buddha temple has completely withdrawn from the island. However, I heard that the people of Silver Sand Island were very angry this time. We dug out a lot of their mineral veins, causing them to get a lot less people than they expected. Moreover, the other 72 islands of the South Sea were also very dissatisfied with Silver Sand Island. This was because the crystals that they got weren't enough to make up for their losses." "Ha ha ha ha. You don't know how relieved we were when we heard this news." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he looked at Na Yu and said, "It's good that you're fine. I was afraid that something would happen in the South Sea. After all, I was the one who came up with the idea. If something really happened, then I would be very sorry for the temple." Na Yu waved his hand and said, "How could that be? How could the temple blame you? You've done well. Senior brother Na Yun has praised you more than once. Right, you're now a Qi Refinement Realm disciple. Do you need your own magic artifact? How about I give you two?" Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. Actually, when I received the Buddhist inheritance, I also received an artifact. It was an alms bowl. But at that time, my strength was too low, so I couldn't use the alms bowl. Now, I don't need other artifacts." Na Yu nodded and said, "That's good. Our Iron Buddha temple likes to use artifacts. If you need one, just tell me. Let's go, I'll take you to the Inner Disciple Management Office and change your identity card. Then I'll find you a better house." "Right, you just became a Spirit Realm disciple. Do you need to go into seclusion again?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No need, I don't need to go into seclusion for a while. My Iron Buddha Lotus body has already reached the 4th layer, so I need some time to practice. Since I've already joined the Abstinence Hall, I might as well do some missions for the Abstinence Hall and practice." Zhao Hai shook his head. Na Yu stood up and said, "Let's go to the Inner Disciple Management Office. We'll talk on the way." Then he led Zhao Hai out of the courtyard. After Nayu closed the door, he said, Jinghai, I have to remind you that the missions of the Abstinence Hall aren't easy to complete. Each mission is very dangerous, so you must be careful. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Jinghai, I have to remind you that the missions of Abstinence Hall aren't easy to complete. Zhao Hai said seriously, yes, I know that. But no matter what, I'm now a member of the Abstinence Hall. I can't just not do missions all the time. That wouldn't be justifiable. Nayu nodded and said, missions still need to be done. But you can also choose missions from the Abstinence Hall. You need to choose missions that you can complete. I believe that Elder Wudu doesn't want you to take missions that are too dangerous. After all, those who can enter the Abstinence Hall are all experts. If any of them were to have an accident, then it would be a loss for the Iron Buddha Temple. Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything else. Before long, the two arrived at the Inner Disciple Management Office. With Nayu accompanying him, the change of identity card and residence went smoothly. Because the Iron Buddha Temple was dominated by the Iron Buddha Temple, once a disciple's spiritual chi reaches the spirit realm, they can become an inner disciple. This has always been the rule. Zhao Hai's residence wasn't very far from Najin's. It was also a small courtyard that looked very quiet. This place was chosen by Zhao Hai, he liked quiet places. After arranging these things, Nanyu returned to her courtyard. At the same time, Zhao Hai also lived in his new courtyard. From now on, he was also an inner disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. After familiarizing himself with his courtyard, Zhao Hai went to the Abstinence Hall. The Abstinence Hall was located in a small, remote courtyard inside the Iron Buddha Temple. The courtyard didn't look special, it was very small and wouldn't attract attention. However, this small courtyard was the entrance to the Abstinence Hall. Zhao Hai entered the courtyard. It wasn't very big, it was only about 1,000 square meters. There were rooms on 3 sides. Zhao Hai counted a dozen rooms, all of which were closed. There was nothing special about this place. However, Zhao Hai had been to this courtyard before, so he didn't find it strange. He also knew what these rooms were for. In fact, if it weren't for Zhao Hai's special identity card, he wouldn't have been able to enter this courtyard. When Zhao Hai was an outer disciple, he had already changed his identity card. The identity card of the Abstinence Hall didn't seem to be any different from the identity cards of other disciples. However, the people in the Iron Buddha Temple could see the difference. This time, Zhao Hai's identity card had a special mark on it. Because of this, he was able to smoothly enter this small courtyard. Just as he entered the courtyard, the door to a meditation room opened. Then Wudu's voice was heard, Jinghai, come in. Zhao Hai nodded before he entered the room. Zhao Hai entered the room and saw Wudu sitting behind a small table. His eyes were closed as he played with Buddhist beads in his hand. Seeing Zhao Hai come in, Wudu nodded to Zhao Hai and said, sit. Zhao Hai nodded before he sat across from Wudu. Wudu looked at Zhao Hai and nodded with satisfaction. I didn't expect you to reach the chi refining realm this quickly. Not bad, you're a bit faster than I thought. Zhao Hai hurriedly said, disciple was later than Martial Uncle's request. I asked Martial Uncle to punish me. Wudu waved his hand and said, you being able to reach the chi refining realm in such a short time is already very good. How can I punish you? When I said I wanted you to reach the chi refining realm within a year, it was just to encourage you to work hard. According to my estimate, you could reach the chi refining realm in 2 years, which is already very good. I didn't expect you to reach the chi refining realm so quickly. How can I punish you? Have you changed your identity token? Zhao Hai quickly said, yes, disciple has changed his identity token and has also cultivated the Iron Buddha lotus flower body to the 4th order, so disciple wants to come out for a trial and complete some tasks. Wudu nodded and said, completing some tasks is good. If you don't temper your Iron Buddha lotus flower body, it will have a great impact on your future cultivation. You really should temper yourself. Zhao Hai quickly said, this time, disciple wants to accept some tasks from the Abstinence Hall. Martial Uncle, please allow me. Wudu thought for a moment and quickly said, good, you are a disciple of the Abstinence Hall, so naturally you should accept tasks from the Abstinence Hall. Take a look, these tasks are suitable for you. You can choose one that suits you. As he spoke, he took out a jade slip and handed it to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai took the jade slip and poured his spiritual energy into it. Soon, Zhao Hai looked through all the tasks in the jade slip. There were many tasks in this jade slip, and almost all of them were assassination tasks. It could be said that this was an assassination list of the Iron Buddha Temple. Almost all of the names on this list were the names of some genius disciples from other sects. There were also introductions of these disciples. Some of these genius disciples were from righteous sects, some were from demon sects, and even disciples from other Buddhist sects. At the end of these tasks, there were some introductions about these disciples' routes, what these disciples had done recently, what they were going to do in the near future, where they were going, even their routes and the people accompanying them. It could be seen that the Iron Buddha Temple spent a lot of effort to come up with this list. Zhao Hai closed his eyes and carefully looked at this list, looking for a suitable task for himself. Finally, his eyes stopped on a task. This task should be a recent one, and the target of this task was a disciple of the Eight Sword sect. This disciple's surname was Ren, and his name was Renlong. He was a very famous inner disciple of the Eight Sword sect. He was considered to be the most likely inner disciple to become a core disciple of the Eight Sword sect. He had a nickname, the Eight-Sword Human Dragon, which was very similar to his name. Zhao Hai had heard of this Eight-Sword Human Dragon. Although this person's strength was good, his character wasn't very good. He was very overbearing, greedy, and lecherous. Who knows how many female cultivators he had ruined. Most importantly, this person should have practiced a very evil dual cultivation method. It was said that more than one female cultivator had been killed by him. Although this person was a disciple of the righteous Eight Sword sect, his conduct was very evil. If it wasn't for his good talent and the Eight Sword sect's protection, he would have been slaughtered long ago. But as people said, no matter how bad this person's morals were, his talent was very good. He was very talented in the sword Dao. It was said that he had cultivated sword intent and was very favored by the Eight Sword sect. The cultivation world was a place where talent was very important, and strength was even more important. If your strength and talent were good, then even if you were a womanizer, there would still be people who would protect you. If your talent wasn't good, then even if you were a saint with a good character, no one would give you a second glance, and even trample on you. Zhao Hai wasn't interested in what Renlong had done. He also wasn't interested in how many women Renlong had ruined. This was because in the sword spirit world, the devil sect had done a lot more evil than Renlong. He didn't see anyone getting rid of the devil sect. Naturally, he wouldn't meddle in other people's business. What Zhao Hai was interested in was this task. The reward for this task wasn't low. There was even a cultivation method as the reward. This cultivation method was a body cultivation method called the Power King Divine Art. It was a very obscure body cultivation method. Body cultivation methods were roughly divided into two types. One was to increase one's strength and defense, while the other was to increase one's flexibility and flexibility. Even if they were of the same type, their focus was different. For example, the Iron Buddha Lotus Body was a cultivation method that increases one's strength and defense. However, the Iron Buddha Lotus Body mainly increased one's defense. Although it increased one's strength by a lot, it wasn't top-notch. On the other hand, the Power King Divine Art mainly increased one's strength. As for how much one's defense would increase after practicing the Power King Divine Art, it was hard to say. In short, it was far inferior to the Iron Buddha Lotus Body. But in general, this was a rare body cultivation method. The reason why Zhao Hai was interested in this cultivation method was because he wasn't the only one who needed it. There was also another person who needed it, and that person was Ding Chunyang. Ding Chunyang's talent was needless to say. His strength was the strongest that Zhao Hai had ever seen. However, his strength wasn't developed enough. There was still a lot of room for improvement. Zhao Hai believed that this Power King Divine Art would be very useful to him. At this point, Zhao Hai no longer needed to worry about the Tidewatering Gang's techniques. This was because he had already researched the medium technique. Moreover, he also told Laura and the others to teach the disciples of the Tidewatering Gang. Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about this matter. However, Zhao Hai still wanted to take care of Ding Chuanming's matter. Zhao Hai knew that Ding Chuanming's potential was very big. As long as he was taught well, Ding Chuanming's future would be limitless. Ding Chunming could even become one of Zhao Hai's generals. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very concerned about Ding Chunming's matters. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't teach Ding Chunming the Iron Buddha lotus body was because this technique didn't match with Ding Chunming's situation. Ding Chunming's strongest point was strength, but the Iron Buddha lotus body's strongest point was defense. Secondly, the Iron Buddha lotus body was the Iron Buddha temple's signature technique. If Ding Chunming were to learn it, then it would be very troublesome. Because of this, Zhao Hai couldn't teach Ding Chunming the Iron Buddha lotus body. However, Ding Chunming was most suited to be a body cultivator. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't teach Ding Chunming a body cultivation technique. Because of this, when he saw the Power King divine art, Zhao Hai thought that since he could learn this technique, then Ding Chunming could also learn it. Zhao Hai even thought that Ding Chunming would benefit from this technique. Ding Chunming's greatest talent was his strength. Moreover, he had a lot of potential. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Because of this, Zhao Hai took a fancy to this mission. Zhao Hai put down the jade slip, then he looked at Wu Du and said, "Martial uncle, I'll take Renlong's mission." When Wu Du heard Zhao Hai, he stared for a moment. Then he couldn't help but knit his brows and said, "Jing Hai, do you really want to take Renlong's mission? You should know that this mission is very difficult. You should know that Renlong is not weak. Moreover, I heard that he has comprehended sword intent. His attack power is very strong. If you really accept this mission, you will be in danger." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Martial uncle can rest assured. Although Renlong's strength isn't weak, he should have just comprehended sword intent. Because of this, his strength isn't very strong. It just so happens that my Iron Buddha lotus body needs to be tempered, so I'll use him to practice." When Wu Du heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai. Then he nodded and said, "Alright, then I won't say anything else. The mission is yours. This is all the information about the mission. Take a look at it carefully." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he received the jade slip that Wu Du handed over. Upon seeing this jade slip, Zhao Hai knew that this jade slip was a one-time use item. After using it, the jade slip would immediately shatter. This should be a secret method. Zhao Hai received the jade slip and then sent his spiritual force inside. Before long, the contents of the jade slip entered his mind. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the information. From this information, it can be seen that the Iron Buddha Temple has been collecting information about Renlong for quite some time. They had a very detailed understanding of Renlong. Renlong's strength was very formidable. However, he had been training outside for several years. It was also because of these years of training that he was able to comprehend sword intent. However, after he comprehended sword intent, he didn't return to the Eight Sword sect. Instead, he continued to travel outside, almost turning into a flower thief. Renlong's recent activities were in the Mang Mountain area. There were 13 cities in the area. These 13 cities were collectively known as the 13 Mang Mountain strongholds. However, ordinary people liked to call them the 13 Mang Mountain strongholds. Although they were cities, they weren't under the jurisdiction of any righteous sects. According to legend, there was a Mang Mountain stronghold in the Sword Spirit world. This Mang Mountain stronghold was a mid-level sect in the Sword Spirit world. Its strength wasn't weak. However, this sect suddenly split into 13 factions. These 13 factions surrounded Mang Mountain and established 13 strongholds. This was the prototype of the 13 Mang Mountain strongholds. Later on, the 13 Mang Mountain strongholds slowly developed and became the current 13 Mang Mountain strongholds. Each of the 13 cities of Mount Mang was very big. Moreover, because they were split from the same sect, they would fight together when outsiders attacked them. Therefore, for many years, the 13 cities of Mount Mang were still in a relatively independent state. The reason why the 13 Mang Mountain strongholds could develop was because of Mang Mountain. There were a lot of good things in Mang Mountain. Mang Mountain was equivalent to the backyard of the 13 Mang Mountain strongholds. Relying on Mang Mountain, the 13 Mang Mountain strongholds could naturally develop. The second reason was because of freedom. No matter what kind of relationship one had with other sects, no matter what kind of people one had offended, one wouldn't be hunted down by the people of the 13 Mang Mountain strongholds. If a sect wanted to kill a person, they could send their own people. As long as they didn't fight in the city, they could do whatever they wanted. It was precisely because of this freedom that the 13 main mountain strongholds could develop. A lot of people who had offended people would come here, making the 13 main mountain strongholds even more prosperous. The reason why Renlong came here was because he had recently offended someone. However, the person he offended wasn't the people of the Iron Buddha Temple, but the people of the Sealed Sword sect. When a sect accepts disciples, the first one they would choose would be the children of the sect's elders. There were a lot of elders in the sect who, because their strength hadn't improved in the past few years, got married and had children. Because these children were born in places with rich spiritual qi and their parents were cultivators, the possibility of them having good innate talent was very high. Moreover, they could take all kinds of elixirs when they were born. This allowed them to have a higher starting point compared to other ordinary disciples. Since their parents were members of the sect, they would naturally be more loyal to the sect compared to other people. Therefore, the sect would like to accept such disciples the most. The second one to be chosen was those who left the sect and established their own family in a place controlled by the sect. Although these people had left the sect, they had been living in a place controlled by the sect. Therefore, their loyalty wasn't a problem. Because of this, the disciples of these families had a high chance of joining the sect. The third was the disciples of ordinary families. If a sect didn't have a limit on the number of disciples they could accept, then as long as their talent was good, they would be accepted into the sect. However, there was a limit on the number of disciples that a sect could accept. After all, a sect's resources were limited, so it was impossible for them to accept an unlimited number of disciples. Therefore, when a sect accepted ordinary disciples, they would only accept those who were very talented. Ordinary disciples wouldn't be accepted by them. Otherwise, they wouldn't accept ordinary disciples. And from this, one could see that these disciples had a close relationship with the sect. Generally, the core disciples of a sect were from the sect itself. It was very difficult for outsiders to become a core disciple unless their innate talent was very good. As for those who left the sect and established their own family, if they didn't have any decent disciples joining the sect for a long time, then their relationship with the sect would slowly become distant. As long as a disciple joined the sect, then the family would naturally become closer to the sect. The person Renlong offended this time was an inner disciple of the Sealed Sword sect. This inner disciple came from a family that left the Sealed Sword sect. Every generation of his family would have a disciple join the Sealed Sword sect. Because of this, their relationship with the Sealed Sword sect was very close. However, Renlong didn't know this, he thought that it was just an ordinary clan. When he found out that the clan had a very beautiful daughter, he immediately had evil intentions. Claiming that the clan wasn't paying attention, he kidnapped the daughter and then killed her by plucking her essence. When the disciples of the Sealed Sword sect found out about this matter, they naturally chased after him. That disciple wasn't as strong as Renlong and was injured by him. However, Renlong also knew that the trouble he caused this time wasn't small. The Sealed Sword sect wasn't an ordinary small sect. He offended the Eight Sword sect and was still able to come forward, but the Sealed Sword sect was a large sect. Even the Eight Sword sect wouldn't be able to stop him. In the end, he had no choice but to run to the Mang Mountains. Because the Sealed Sword sect and the 13 cities of the Mang Mountains had a conflict, the Sealed Sword sect shouldn't chase after him. After learning about Renlong's whereabouts, Zhao Hai directly set off from the Iron Buddha Temple and went to the 13 cities of Mang Mountains. This time, he didn't appear as a Buddha. Instead, he was dressed as a rogue cultivator. Even his skin wasn't as dark as before. In fact, Zhao Hai's appearance was normal. Whenever the people of the Iron Buddha Temple went out to perform a mission, they wouldn't appear with their true appearance. This was also normal. They went out to kill people, and the identity of a monk was too conspicuous. Therefore, when they went out, they would appear with other identities. In the 13 cities of Mang Mountains, a white light flashed and a rogue cultivator appeared on the transmission formation. He had a weather-beaten face and looked to be in his 30s. His skin was somewhat rough. At first glance, one could see that he was a rogue cultivator who often went out. There were at least 8,000 rogue cultivators like him in the Manghorn city. Therefore, when this rogue cultivator appeared on the transmission formation, nobody paid attention to him. After the rogue cultivator left, people were still coming in and out of the transmission formation. Nobody would pay attention to the arrival of a rogue cultivator. It was like a drop of water entering the sea. Zhao Hai found a very cheap inn in the city and directly checked in. Then he began to stroll around the Manghorn city. The Manghorn city was very good. It was a city with a population of more than 1 million. In this city, the largest and most famous place was naturally the Manghorn gang. This gang was a branch of the Mang Mountain sect. It had been passed down for more than 10 generations in the city. There were many experts in the gang and they controlled the entire city. In addition to the Bright Horn gang, there were also some other gangs in the city. However, these gangs were all formed by rogue cultivators. Since they didn't have any influence, the Bright Horn gang wouldn't let them have any influence. In addition to these gangs, there were also various kinds of shops in the city. This was also the foundation of the city's prosperity. Zhao Hai noticed one thing. In this city, most of the shops weren't the ones that collected materials, but hotels, taverns, and brothels. This made Zhao Hai feel somewhat surprised. To be honest, he was very surprised that there were brothels in the city. He never thought that there would be brothels in the city. In addition to brothels, there were also casinos. This made people feel even more surprised. In the cultivation world, there were actually casinos. He really didn't notice this in the other cities that he passed by. Soon, he knew what was going on. In other cities, brothels and casinos were generally not allowed to exist. Even if there were, they would be secretly opened. No one would dare to open them in the open. But here, there wasn't a problem. Both the brothels and casinos were in the open. Zhao Hai didn't go to these two places. Instead, he sat in a tavern in the city and inquired about some information. Of course, he didn't ask others for information. As long as he sat there and listened, he would be able to collect all kinds of information. Zhao Hai also understood why there weren't as many shops as hotels in the city. This was because those who could afford to open a shop in the city were all supported by big forces. It was impossible for people who didn't have any background to open a shop in the city. In addition to these shops, there were also magic tool shops, pill shops, and so on. There were a lot of these shops. These shops also had backings. Because of this, there weren't many shops in the city. However, shops like taverns and hotels didn't need any backing, so naturally, there were many of them. In addition, there would be a large number of cultivators coming to the 13 strongholds every year. Some came to make a fortune in the Mang Mountains, some came to hide from their enemies, and some came to kill. It could be said that the 13 strongholds of the Mang Mountains had an endless supply of materials for these people every year. After inquiring about the news for a day, Zhao had some understanding of the situation in the Mang 13 strongholds. The Mang 13 strongholds were indeed very free, but under this freedom, there was also its own order. All the shops here had to pay taxes to the Mang 13 strongholds. And no matter what kind of grievances you had to settle it outside the city. It was absolutely not allowed to fight in the city, but outside the city, you could fight however you liked. Inside the city, private fights were absolutely not allowed. However, Zhao Hai didn't collect any information about Renlong. In fact, the information that the Iron Buddha Temple received about Renlong was provided to them by the Sealed Sword sect. This task was actually requested by the Sealed Sword sect. The information that the Sealed Sword sect gave to the Iron Buddha Temple was very vague. It only said that Renlong appeared in the 13 strongholds. Moreover, it was confirmed that he was here. However, nobody knew where he was. Although he didn't collect any information about Renlong, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He decided to take it slow. Moreover, if he wanted to collect information about Renlong, then asking the locals for help was the best choice. However, he still didn't know what the local gangs were like. Therefore, he couldn't be anxious. He had to take it slow. Once he was anxious, then he might ruin the whole thing. The first day passed by just like that. Zhao Hai returned to the hotel at night. There was nothing to do in the evening. However, Zhao Hai noticed that Manghorn City was very lively at night. It was much livelier compared to other cities. Zhao Hai decided to go out and take a look the next night. The next day, Zhao Hai was still collecting information in the city during the day. He even went to the casino to take a look. The gambling items in the casino were very simple. It was nothing more than dice. Moreover, the dice were placed in a special dice cup. This dice cup was able to isolate spiritual force. No matter how strong one's spiritual force was, it was impossible to touch the dice cup. Moreover, the dealer wasn't allowed to arrange any formation inside the dice cup. Once it was discovered, then the consequences would be very serious. It was precisely because of this that dice were used as the main gambling item. There were a lot of people in the casino. Cultivators of all kinds of strength were present. There were also all kinds of things to gamble. Pills, crystals, artifacts, and even cultivation methods. As long as it was something used by cultivators, it could be used for gambling. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. However, he still went up and played a few rounds. Otherwise, if he went to the casino and didn't play, then it would arouse suspicion. One must know that there were forces behind these casinos. Naturally, the forces behind these casinos weren't big forces. Instead, they were small gangs in the city. These small gangs had to pay a lot of taxes to the Manghorn gang every year. Therefore, the Manghorn gang allowed them to exist. It can be said that they were legal gangs. The reason why Zhao Hai came here today was to see what the gangs here were like. He wanted to see if he could receive some missions, especially missions like this one. After staying in the casino for a day, Zhao Hai basically knew what was going on with these gangs. The gangs in the city were more or less in contact with each other. They would also be anxious for territory. However, they generally wouldn't make a move in the city. This was because they would be dealt with by the Manghorn gang. On the other hand, these gangs in the city had their own businesses. They didn't rely on protection fees to make a living. They mainly relied on their own businesses to make a living. Naturally, the businesses they were involved in were quite obscure. Naturally, they would also use some dark means. These gangs would also collect information for people, and even kill people. But if you think that all the gangs were doing this kind of business, then you would be wrong. These gangs would look at who they were doing business with. If the person they were doing business with wasn't very strong, then they wouldn't be able to gather information for you. They would also find an opportunity to kill you. When the time comes, the things on your body would naturally belong to them. If the person they were doing business with wasn't easy to deal with, then they wouldn't necessarily tell the other party the real information. Instead, they would give the other party some fake information. They might even help the other party deal with the other party. This way, they would get more benefits. It can be said that doing business with these gangs was like asking a tiger for its skin. If things went wrong, then you would lose everything. You might even lose your life. However, this didn't mean that the people from these gangs couldn't do anything. In fact, these gangs were the local tyrants, so they naturally had their own ways of doing things. They were the most well-informed people in the 13 strongholds of Mount Mang. If one could really get these gangs to help him collect information, then he could easily get all the information he wanted from the 13 strongholds of Mount Mang. After understanding the situation of the gangs, Zhao Hai didn't rush back to the hotel to rest. Instead, he waited until evening. Then he went to Manghorn City to understand the situation at night. He wanted to see how lively the city was. Needless to say, Manghorn City was very lively at night. Taverns, casinos, and brothels were the most lively places at night. They were much livelier than during the day. Zhao Hai drank for a while in the tavern before returning to his hotel. He had a good rest for the night. The next morning, he went to an inconspicuous courtyard in the city and looked around. Then he moved his hand and took out a handful of medicinal powder. Then he went to the entrance of the courtyard and sprinkled the powder on the courtyard. Then he used his spiritual force to control the powder and smeared everyone in the courtyard with it. After that, Zhao Hai left. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to deal with the people in the courtyard was because this courtyard was the stronghold of a medium-sized gang in the city, the Thunderhawk gang. The people living in this courtyard were all members of the Thunderhawk gang. What Zhao Hai just used was a type of curse technique. This curse technique was called the Black Death Curse. As long as Zhao Hai activates this curse technique, then in a short period of time, they would turn black and die. They would look like they were poisoned. This was a method that Zhao Hai used to conceal his curse technique. After leaving the Thunderhawk gang's residence, Zhao Hai found a tavern and ordered some wine. Then he slowly drank it. This tavern was very close to the stronghold of the Thunderhawk gang. He was waiting for the Thunderhawk gang to wake up. The Thunderhawk gang ran 2 brothels in the city. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai chose them. This was because Renlong was very lecherous, to the point that he wouldn't be happy without women. Therefore, when he arrived at the 13 main mountain strongholds, he might go to the brothels. Since he wasn't familiar with this place, he might not dare to act recklessly. Therefore, going to the brothels was the best way. Letting the Thunderhawk gang gather information was the best way. However, because the brothels only opened at night, the Thunderhawk gang members were resting in the courtyard during the day. They would only wake up in the afternoon. Therefore, Zhao Hai had to wait in the tavern. After drinking a dozen glasses of wine, Zhao Hai pretended to be drunk. He directly lay down on the table as if he had fallen asleep. In the tavern, there were many people like him. Naturally, nobody would suspect him. Even the staff of the tavern didn't drive him away. After waiting for the Thunderhawk gang members to wake up, Zhao Hai still didn't move. However, his arrangement outside the Thunderhawk gang's wall was already activated. Outside the Thunderhawk gang's wall, a very small jade sword. Behind the jade sword was a jade slip. Now, with a thought, Zhao Hai activated the jade sword. The jade sword flew towards the Thunderhawk gang's courtyard and directly inserted itself into the main door of the Thunderhawk gang's courtyard. The people in the Thunderhawk gang's courtyard were in an uproar. They immediately ran out of the courtyard to look for someone. Naturally, they didn't find anyone. At this time, the leader of the Thunderhawk gang had already taken the jade sword into his room. The leader of the Thunderhawk gang was called Liang. He was in his 40s and had a strong body. He was good at wielding a large saber and was very powerful. He was a body cultivator. He might not be very good at using artifacts, but his fighting strength was not ordinary. He was originally a rogue cultivator in the city. Later on, he established his own gang. He was a very resourceful person. But now, he was sitting in his room with a gloomy face. He was looking at the jade sword in front of him and the jade slip beside it. Lei Ying's face darkened as he looked at the things on the table. Although he didn't quite understand the other party's intentions, he could guess that the other party had used this jade sword to send the jade slip to the courtyard. This made him very angry. He had never seen such a rude person before. Lei Ying looked at the jade slip on the table. Although he didn't quite understand the other party's intentions, he could guess that the other party had used this jade slip to send the jade slip to the courtyard. Lei Ying didn't care too much. He directly picked up the jade slip and used his spiritual force to scan it. Then a message appeared in his mind. Respected Lei Ying gang leader, hello, I'm someone you don't know. This time I have no choice but to use this method to communicate with Lei Ying gang. I have something that I need Lei Ying gang leader's help with. Of course, I won't mistreat you and will give you a 5th grade crystal. What I need Lei Ying gang leader's help is very simple. I need to find a person called Renlong, an inner disciple of the 8-Sword sect. His nickname is the 8-Sword Human Dragon. He's very lecherous. Because he offended the Sealed Sword sect, he fled to the 13 main strongholds. Below is a portrait of this person. I hope Lei Ying gang leader can help me find this person. Of course, Lei Ying gang leader must pay attention to this matter. If Lei Ying gang leader really does this, then the consequences will be very serious. Right, I forgot to tell Lei Ying gang leader that in order to ensure that our cooperation will go smoothly, I had no choice but to poison everyone in the Lei Ying gang. In order to make Lei Ying gang leader believe my words, in about an incense stick's worth of time, someone from the Lei Ying gang will be poisoned to death. Lei Ying gang leader doesn't need to make a fuss. This is just to make Lei Ying gang leader believe my words. Also, I hope Lei Ying gang leader doesn't use false information to deceive me. Otherwise, I can guarantee that no one from the Lei Ying gang will live to see tomorrow's sun. Lei Ying's face turned ashen with just these words and a portrait. He had never thought that the other party would have such means. This was truly out of his expectations. Moreover, the other party's words implied that he had already poisoned the Thunderhawk gang. In order to make him believe that, he had already poisoned the Thunderhawk gang. After an incense stick's worth of time, the Thunderhawk gang would be poisoned to death. This wasn't cooperation at all, it was simply provocation. Lei Ying immediately shouted, "Men, quickly, send people to look around and see if there are any suspicious people. See if anyone came here just now, quickly." Just as he finished speaking, a voice came from outside. The voice responded and immediately went to give the order. All the members of the Thunderhawk gang in the stronghold ran out to look for the person who might have come to the Thunderhawk gang. Zhao Hai had been lying on the table in the tavern. He was aware of what was happening in the Thunderhawk gang's stronghold. However, he didn't move. In any case, he had been in the tavern for a long time. Everyone knew that he was there, so no one would suspect him. Therefore, as long as he didn't move, nothing would happen. Since the tavern Zhao Hai was in wasn't far from the Thunderhawk gang's stronghold, people from the Thunderhawk gang would certainly come to check. Zhao Hai didn't want to arouse the Thunderhawk gang's suspicions, so he just lay there and didn't move. Generally speaking, it was hard for cultivators to get drunk. As long as they circulated their spiritual qi, they would be able to dissolve the alcohol. However, cultivators who loved to drink wouldn't do this. Using spiritual qi to dissolve the alcohol wouldn't make them drunk, but what was the point of drinking then? Wasn't drinking supposed to be that feeling of dizziness? Even if the wine was dissolved, that feeling would still be there. So if you see a drunk cultivator in a tavern, don't be surprised. There was nothing strange about it, cultivators getting drunk was very normal. Sure enough, before long, the people from the Thunderhawk gang arrived at the tavern. When the owner saw them, he immediately went up to them. Moreover, it was clear that he was very familiar with this person. He smiled and said, "Third Master, how come you're here today? Do you want to have a drink?" The person who was called Third Master shook his head and said, "I don't want to drink." "Drunkard, I want to ask you, did anyone come in just now?" It was clear that the drunkard was talking to the owner of the tavern. The owner shook his head and said, "No, Third Master. It's been half an hour since anyone came in." Third Master looked at the people in the tavern and then said, "Drunkard, don't lie to me. Otherwise, you won't have a good time. Did anyone really come in just now?" The tavern owner said, "Master San, how could I dare to lie to you? Absolutely not. Really. They have been in the tavern for a long time. You see, some of them are drunk." The tavern owner pointed to Zhao and the other two drunkards. Third Master wasn't interested in the drunkards. Therefore, he just nodded and then left the tavern. He didn't suspect anything. In fact, it was impossible for him to suspect anything. This was because the owner of the tavern wouldn't dare to lie to him. Time passed by little by little. Lei Ying was counting the time. He wanted to see if the Thunderhawk gang would have died in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Soon, an incense stick's worth of time passed. At this time, Lei Ying suddenly heard a plop sound coming from the courtyard. He stared, then his expression changed. He quickly went out of the room and saw a Thunderhawk gang cultivator lying on the ground. His whole body was black, he was already dead. This person was a hall master of the Thunderhawk gang. He didn't go out. In other words, he was inside the gang. But now, he was poisoned to death. This ruled out the possibility that he was poisoned through contact with someone outside the gang. Lei Ying knew that the other party must have poisoned them. However, he didn't know how the other party managed to control the poison. Moreover, it seems like the other party wasn't joking. In fact, Lei Ying also understood that if the other party was looking for Renlong, it was absolutely impossible for them to invite him for a drink. They must be looking for trouble with Renlong. And since Renlong was an inner disciple of the Eight Sword sect, he must be very strong. If the other party was looking for trouble with Renlong, then it was clear that the other party was strong. The reason why the other party used this method to talk to him was that they didn't want him to know their identity. Thinking of this, Lei Ying immediately said to the people who surrounded him, "Go, inform everyone that there's no need to look for him. Everyone can return." Although these people didn't understand why Lei Ying changed his mind, they still immediately went to find out. Before long, everyone from the Thunderhawk gang returned to their stronghold. After everyone returned, Laying called the hall masters to his room. After everyone sat down, Laying opened his mouth and said, "Take a look at this jade slip. After you read it, we'll talk about other things." Then he handed the jade slip over to a hall master. The hall master was puzzled as he received the jade slip. Then he used his spiritual force to scan the jade slip. After reading the contents of the jade slip, the hall master looked at Laying and said, "The Eight Sword Sect, the Sealed Sword Sect, and the gang leader. These are all big shots that we can't afford to offend." After saying that, the hall master passed the jade slip to the person next to him. The person next to him also took a look at the contents of the jade slip before passing it to the next person. After everyone had read the contents of the jade slip, Laying looked at everyone and said, "What do you think? What do you think? What do you think about this matter? Old Wen's death must be related to this person. Moreover, it seems like he's after Renlong gang leader. This Renlong is from the Eight Sword Sect. Although the Eight Sword Sect can't be considered a big sect, it's still very strong. The person who chased after Renlong might be related to the Sealed Sword Sect. However, this person should be from the righteous path. Why is he so good at using poison? No matter what the reason is, the most important thing is what we should do. Old Wen's death is a warning to us. If we don't follow his orders, I'm afraid he won't be polite. Therefore, I think we should inquire about Renlong's whereabouts." Everyone nodded. Now that the other party had placed a blade on their necks, they had no choice but to do it. In the end, everyone's gaze turned to Laying. Laying looked at everyone and said, "It's good that you don't object. I also have the same idea. No matter what, we must inquire about Renlong. If we inquire about Renlong, he might not know that it's us. Therefore, it's better to inquire about Renlong's whereabouts first." Everyone nodded. Then Laying said, "This jade slip only says that Renlong fled to the 13 main mountain strongholds. Our Thunderhawk gang is still good in the city, but once we leave the city, we won't be able to do anything. Therefore, we should inquire about the situation in the city first. If we don't find anything, then we'll explain it to him. After all, the 13 main mountain strongholds are in many cities, it's impossible for us to inquire about all of them." Everyone nodded, then Laying said, "All right, let's make the arrangements. If this Renlong is really in the city, then we have to beat him up. Also, send me a portrait of Renlong. I want to see if we can give him the 5th grade crystal." Laying nodded and said, "All right, let's make arrangements. If Renlong is really in the city, then we have to send him a portrait." When Laying said this, everyone stared. Then they remembered that besides threatening them, the other party also didn't promise to give them a 5th grade crystal. A 5th grade crystal wasn't an ordinary thing. Although it was said that a 5th grade crystal stone could be exchanged for 500 1st grade crystal stones in the market, no one believed this exchange price. This was because a 5th grade crystal stone was much more useful than a 1st grade crystal stone. Not to mention 500 1st grade crystal stones in exchange for a 5th grade crystal stone, even if you took out 700 or 800 1st grade crystal stones, you might not necessarily be able to exchange for a 1st grade crystal stone. Looking at it this way, a 5th grade crystal didn't seem to be worth anything. At most, 1,000 1st grade crystals could be exchanged for a 5th grade crystal. However, this wasn't how things were calculated. It was impossible for a force like Lei Ying's group to obtain a 5th grade crystal. In fact, there were only 3 types of crystals circulating in the market: 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade. Only these 3 types of crystals would circulate in the market. 4th grade crystals generally wouldn't circulate in the market. Only the disciples of the great sects could get their hands on them. Therefore, it seems like a 5th grade crystal was a good thing. The reason why Lei Ying mentioned the 5th grade crystal was because he wanted the people in the gang to investigate this matter seriously. Lei Ying was worried that if the people in the gang didn't investigate this matter seriously, then they would die. Lei Ying wasn't the same as some of the people in the gang. He had a clear understanding of the disciples of the great sects. You can't take their words seriously. They might not necessarily give you the benefits they promised, but if you don't do as they say, then you will certainly be in trouble. In other words, in Lei Ying's eyes, the disciples of the great sects were people who only took advantage of others and didn't suffer any losses. They only took advantage of others and didn't give any benefits. When Zhao Hai saw this from the tavern, he knew that there was no need to continue watching. He stood up, paid the bill, and then walked outside. After leaving the tavern, he immediately went to the transmission formation. Then he directly took the transmission formation and went to another city of the 13 main mountain cities. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at another city. This was also one of the 13 main mountain cities. Then he stayed in this city for 2 days. Just like how he dealt with the Thunderhawk gang, he dealt with a gang and had them inquire about Renlong's whereabouts. Then he went to another city. Just as Zhao Hai arrived at the 5th city, the Thunderhawk gang received news that they couldn't find Renlong. Zhao Hai directly used a jade sword to send them a message, telling them to continue their search. However, he also told them to write the information in a jade slip and place it under a large rock in the city. He also placed a 5th-grade crystal there as a reward. As long as they continue their search, they would naturally receive benefits in the future. When the Thunderhawk gang arrived at the rock, they found a 5th-grade crystal. This made the Thunderhawk gang very happy. Naturally, they inquired even more carefully. After spending nearly a month, Zhao Hai finally found people in the 13 main mountain cities and had them look for Renlong. Naturally, he also gave them some benefits. Then he sat down and waited for the news. On the 10th day after he subdued these gangs, he finally received news that these gangs had found Renlong. They found Renlong in Bright Wind City. This Renlong was really good at hiding. He didn't run around in Bright Wind City. Instead, he found a small house in the city and stayed there. He lived in seclusion every day and kept a very low profile. In the beginning, the gangs in Bright Wind City didn't find him. But later, Renlong couldn't help himself and ran to a brothel in Bright Wind City. This was how the gangs in Bright Wind City found him and followed the clues to find him. Then the people in main mountain cities immediately informed Zhao Hai of Renlong's whereabouts. Zhao Hai immediately went to main mountain cities and personally went to Renlong's courtyard. He also saw Renlong with his own eyes. Only then did he feel relieved. Then he gave the gangs their rewards. At the same time, he also gave them the antidote and cancelled the mission. The gangs didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually give them rewards. He also gave them the antidote. This made them very happy. Then they immediately returned to their own gangs and had people test the antidote. After confirming that it was really an antidote and not a poison, they took it. For them, this matter was already over. This was the true portrayal of low-level cultivators. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the courtyard in front of him. This courtyard looked very ordinary, it was even smaller compared to the surrounding courtyards. If he didn't obtain the information, he wouldn't have thought that Renlong would live in such a place. Moreover, this courtyard wasn't rented by him, it was actually sold by him. At this time, the sky had already turned dark. However, Mangwin City was just like the other cities in the 13 cities. Their nightlife was very rich. Therefore, the city was still very lively. However, this courtyard was very deserted. After all, this wasn't a city that never sleeps. Only a few places were lively, it was impossible for the entire city to be lively. Zhao Hai could feel that Renlong was in the courtyard, he was resting in his room. Zhao Hai didn't plan to wait any longer and directly entered the courtyard. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but walk towards the courtyard's door. Then he placed his hand on the door and pushed it open. Although there was a bolt on the door, it didn't affect Zhao Hai at all. The bolt couldn't stop him from gently pushing it. Then Zhao Hai directly entered the courtyard. And such a movement naturally alarmed Renlong in the room. He shouted in a low voice, "Who?" After that, he directly broke the window and jumped out of the room. Zhao Hai looked at Renlong. Renlong seemed to be in his 20s. He had a white face and was very handsome. However, his face was somewhat pale. It seems like he had been drinking too much. Most importantly, he had a pair of peach blossom eyes. Anyone who looked at him with those eyes would feel a sense of contempt. Zhao Hai looked at Renlong and smiled faintly, "Mr. Renlong? It really wasn't easy to find you." When Renlong heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Who are you? Did the Fengjian sect send you? You're from the Sealed Sword sect?" Zhao Hai looked at Ren Long and faintly smiled. It seems like Mr. Ren is certain that I'm from the Fengjian sect. But unfortunately, I'm not from the Fengjian sect. Who I am isn't important, what's important is that I'm here today to kill you. Ren Long looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, you want to kill me? Do you really think that I, Ren Long, am a soft persimmon that you can pinch as you please? Look at your cultivation, you've just reached the qi refining realm. If you want to kill me, then call out your accomplices. Zhao Hai nodded and said, you're just a beginner. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, Mr. Ren, you're thinking too much. I don't have any accomplices. I'm here to kill you today. You should know that private fights are not allowed in this city. If Mr. Ren agrees, then we can settle this outside the city. If you don't agree, then we can only do it here. Ren Long looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, settle this outside the city? Do you think I'm an idiot? Once we're outside the city, your accomplices will naturally surround me. I'll be safer inside the city. Zhao Hai looked at Ren Long and faintly smiled, safer? Mr. Ren, you must be joking. Maybe you don't know, but I've already set up a formation around the courtyard. Even if we flip the sky upside down, the people outside won't know. If Mr. Ren doesn't believe me, then you can give it a try. When Ren Long heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. With a thought, 8 flying swords appeared around his body. These 8 flying swords were different from each other. Some were slender, some were thick, some were snake-like, and some were soft swords. Ren Long pointed his finger upwards and the flying swords directly flew towards the sky. But after flying for about 10 meters, the flying swords seemed to have hit a wall and bounced back. Ren Long's expression changed. 8 flying swords suddenly appeared around his body. Zhao Hai looked at Ren Long's appearance, then he faintly smiled and said, Mr. Ren, don't waste your energy. I've already said that this place has been covered by my formation. It's impossible for you to leave. It's better for you to fight me here. Ren Long looked at Zhao Hai and coldly said, you're very confident. Do you believe that you can deal with me? Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, whether I can deal with you or not, we'll only know after we fight. Let's fight. After he said that, Zhao Hai didn't make any movements. He just made the Akala seal with both hands and lightly shouted, come. After Zhao Hai shouted, his entire temperament immediately changed. He stood there like a mountain, tall and straight, steady and unmoving. It was as if nothing could shake him. When Ren Long saw Zhao Hai's actions, his complexion couldn't help but change. Then he said, 9 words mantra, you're a Buddhist. Zhao Hai looked at Ren Long and faintly smiled, it's good that you know. You should know about the relationship between the Sealed Sword sect and the Buddhist sect. But you still offended the Sealed Sword sect. Do you really think that the 8-sword sect can protect you for the rest of your life? Forget it, there's no point in talking, let's fight. Ren Long looked at Zhao Hai and coldly said, so what if I'm a Buddhist? I, Ren Long, have played with many women in my life. I don't care who she is. If I fancy her, then she's mine. Zhao Hai looked at Ren Long and faintly smiled, do as you please. But people always have to pay the price for their actions. You're the same. Ren Long coldly snorted. Then he pointed his finger forward as the 8 flying swords attacked Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw the 8 flying swords, he shouted, all right. After he said that, he suddenly moved and sent a punch forward. When this punch was sent out, Ren Long felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. No, it wasn't just a feeling, it was a mountain that was pressing down on him. Originally, when Zhao Hai used the Akala seal, Ren Long already felt that Zhao Hai was like a mountain. But in the end, it was just a feeling. It can be said that it was Zhao Hai's temperament, it wasn't very extraordinary. However, Zhao Hai's attack was completely different. Along with his punch, the phantom of a mountain appeared and pressed down on Ren Long. At this time, Ren Long's flying swords collided with the mountain. A loud explosion was heard as the mountain collapsed. At the same time, Ren Long's flying swords were all bounced back. Both sides were evenly matched, no one was able to gain an advantage. Ren Long's expression couldn't help but change. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, you just entered the qi refining realm, how can you be so strong? No, you're a body cultivator? You're from the Iron Buddha temple. Zhao Hai looked at Renlong's appearance and smiled faintly, "You're thinking too much." Then Zhao Hai's figure moved and directly rushed towards Renlong. Renlong's figure moved as a flying sword appeared under his feet. Then his body was supported by the flying sword as he retreated. At the same time, the other 7 flying swords attacked Zhao Hai. Naturally, it was impossible for Zhao to ignore the flying swords. His figure was among the flying swords, dodging left and right, directly avoiding the attacks of the flying swords. However, there was no way for him to get close to Renlong. For a while, the two of them were in a deadlock in this small courtyard. This situation was advantageous for Renlong. This was because they were in Brightwind City. Fighting was not allowed in Brightwind City. Although Zhao Hai had covered the area with a barrier, if the two of them were to make too much noise, they would certainly be discovered by the people of Brightwind City. At that time, Renlong would be safe while Zhao Hai would be out of luck. This was because no matter what Renlong did, he still had property in Brightwind City. So even if he was a person of Brightwind City, the people of the Brightwind gang would certainly speak up for him. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was an intruder. No matter what his background was, the people of Brightwind City wouldn't be polite to him. Zhao Hai looked at Renlong and couldn't help but snort. Then he changed his fist technique. His whole body seemed to have turned into a giant snake. A giant snake's shadow appeared on his body. Then he directly rushed towards Renlong. Renlong's eyes lit up. When Zhao Hai changed his fist technique, his movements became much more flexible. Renlong discovered that there were fewer and fewer places for him to hide. Moreover, it was getting harder and harder for his flying swords to hit Zhao Hai. The two exchanged more than 20 moves. Suddenly, Zhao Hai's figure strangely twisted and appeared beside Renlong. Renlong was standing on his flying sword to avoid Zhao Hai's attack, but he didn't think that Zhao Hai would suddenly appear in front of him. This made him startled. Renlong was standing on his flying sword to avoid Zhao Hai's attack. But at this time, it was too late for him to eat the snake. Zhao Hai's hands turned into the shape of a snake's head. Renlong felt pain, but he didn't lose his calm. Instead, his mind moved, and the 7 flying swords returned to defend. At the same time, the flying sword under his feet went straight towards Zhao Hai's crotch. At this time, Zhao Hai's figure pounced forward. His whole body seemed to have no bones. He directly wrapped around Renlong's body. Then he turned fiercely and used the twist technique in the snake fist. He wrapped Renlong tightly. Then there was a burst of creaking sounds. Renlong's eyes bulged out, and blood spurted out from his mouth. There were also some fragments of internal organs mixed in it. Obviously, his internal organs were injured, and he was afraid that he wouldn't survive. However, Zhao Hai didn't intend to let him go. He turned around and appeared above Renlong's head. Then his hands turned into the shape of a snake's head and attacked Renlong's temple. However, Renlong's head wasn't smashed, but 2 streams of red and white liquid came out from his nose. That was his blood and brain. Then Renlong directly fell down, and the 8 flying swords also fell to the ground. Obviously, he was dead. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He stood in front of Renlong and looked at him. Then with a thought, he received Renlong's space equipment along with the flying swords. Then he looked at Renlong's space equipment and discovered that there were a lot of good things inside. There were pills, artifacts, cultivation methods, and a lot of crystal stones. It must be said that Renlong was very rich. After Zhao Hai received the space equipment, he looked at Renlong's corpse and received it. Then he prepared to deal with it outside the city. Then he retracted the formation and left Renlong's courtyard. Then he returned to his residence in Brightwind City. Zhao Hai's entire operation took about an hour. He didn't alarm anyone and completed everything. The Iron Buddha Temple's transmission formation flashed with a white light. In the next moment, Zhao Hai appeared inside the transmission formation. However, his current appearance wasn't that of a rogue cultivator, it was Jing Hai. After he came out of the transmission formation, some disciples came to greet him. There was no other way, Zhao Hai was now a famous person in the Iron Buddha Temple. A lot of outer disciples came to greet him, this was because he was a role model for them. A rogue cultivator who joined the Iron Buddha Temple for 2 years was actually able to become an inner disciple. Such an achievement made the outer disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple feel ashamed. But at the same time, they also wanted to be like Zhao Hai and become an inner disciple. Zhao Hai politely greeted the disciples before he left the transmission formation and returned to the inner disciple area. Then he went to the abstinence hall. After arriving at the abstinence hall, Zhao Hai entered the courtyard. Wu Du's door opened and then Wu Du's voice was heard, "Jing Hai, come in." Zhao Hai nodded before he went inside. Wu Du looked at Zhao Hai and said, "This mission took about a month. How was it? Is it done?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's done. This is Renlong's identity token. I didn't bring back his corpse, I've already disposed of it. However, I brought back his flying swords." After saying that, Zhao Hai took out a broken jade token and a spatial bag and placed them on the table in front of Wu Du. Wu Du looked at the jade token and confirmed that it was indeed Renlong's. Then he took out the spatial bag and looked inside. There were 8 flying swords as well as a jade slip. The people of the 8-sword sect had a special combination of 8 swords. This was also the foundation of their fame. Because of this, the people of the 8-sword sect would carry 8 flying swords. These 8 flying swords weren't necessarily fixed, as long as there were 8 of them. Because of this, Wu Du didn't know if the 8 flying swords belonged to Renlong or not. However, he believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't lie to him. He was also curious about the jade slip, he didn't know what it was. Wu Du took out the jade slip and carefully read its contents. After reading the jade slip, Wu Du couldn't help but feel a burst of impatience. This was because the jade slip contained a cultivation method. However, this cultivation method was very evil, it was a method of plucking people's vitality. Such a cultivation method wasn't suitable for the people of the Iron Buddha Temple to learn. Wu Du took the jade slip and looked at Zhao Hai, then he said, "What do you plan to do with this jade slip?" Zhao Hai looked at Wu Du and said, "Martial uncle, the cultivation method inside the jade slip is very strange. I don't know how to deal with it. I originally wanted to destroy it, but I felt that it would be a pity. Therefore, I took it back and let Martial uncle decide what to do with it." Wu Du nodded, then he said, "All right, then I understand. You can leave the jade slip here, I'll deal with it. This is your reward for this mission, take it." Then Wu Du gave the jade slip to Zhao Hai. Then he added a lot of contribution points to Zhao Hai's identity token. Contribution points weren't important to Zhao Hai. This was because he now had more than 100,000 contribution points. In the Iron Buddha Temple, he could be considered a top-notch rich person. Most importantly, he still hasn't used these contribution points. Naturally, there was no need to mention the contribution points that were given to him this time. His goal wasn't the contribution points, but the cultivation method, the Power King Divine Art. Zhao Hai had received similar cultivation methods in the past, but those methods weren't suitable for him. He only hoped that the cultivation method this time would be suitable for him, or rather, it would be suitable for Ding Chunming. The abstinence hall didn't have any requirements for the number of missions a disciple can complete. The mission that Zhao Hai completed this time was one of the most difficult missions that a disciple of Zhao Hai's level could take. The situation in the 13 strongholds of Mount Mang was very complicated. The 13 strongholds of Mount Mang didn't have much relationship with the various sections. They were independent and only managed their own territory. However, their strength was very strong. If it was just one of the 13 strongholds, then the Iron Buddha Temple could easily deal with them. But if the 13 strongholds were to join forces, then the Iron Buddha Temple wouldn't be able to deal with them. Additionally, the 13 strongholds of Mount Mang were very big. If they sent their disciples there, they wouldn't be familiar with the place. It wouldn't be easy to find Renlong. Therefore, although the Iron Buddha Temple had this mission, Wu Du didn't think that someone would be able to complete it in a short time. However, he didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to complete this mission in just a month. This was really beyond his expectations. And this mission was completed beautifully. It can be said that after Zhao Hai completed this mission, even if he didn't complete any missions for a long time, no one would say anything. This was because Zhao Hai really did a good job. At this time, Zhao Hai had already returned to his courtyard. He was ready to study the Herculean divine art. He wanted to see what was so special about this body cultivation method. It didn't take long for Zhao Hai to read the contents of the Herculean divine art. After reading the contents, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be surprised. This was because the Herculean divine art was very simple, very simple. The Herculean divine art was a body cultivation method related to spiritual energy. It used spiritual energy to slowly stimulate the body's potential, making the body more powerful. To be honest, Zhao Hai had rarely seen this kind of cultivation method before. This was because the Herculean divine art used spiritual energy to stimulate the body's potential. It was different from ordinary spiritual energy nourishment methods. If the general method of using spiritual energy to nourish the body was very gentle and beneficial to the body, then this method of stimulating a person's potential was a very intense method that would cause a great burden to the body. In the past, the method of using spiritual qi to nourish the body could also be said to be a kind of body cultivation method. This method can make a person's body stronger and better. Because of the nourishment of spiritual qi, a person's bones, muscles, and skin would become stronger. This was the general body cultivation method. On the other hand, the Power King divine art was different. It also guided the spirit energy into the body and stimulated the bones, muscles, and skin. However, it was completely different from using the spirit energy to nourish the body. It wanted the spirit energy to become a heavy burden on the body. If a body nourishment method was to let spiritual energy wash the body like warm water, then the Herculean divine arts method was to turn spiritual energy into rocks, sandbags, and even lead. It was used to increase the burden on the body. Moreover, it didn't increase the burden from the outside, but from the inside. Naturally, if one's inner vision was strong enough, and if one's spiritual force control was subtle enough, then one could directly increase the burden on each of one's cells. Using this method, one's body would be in a state of heavy burden for a long time. Moreover, the burden would start from the inside of the body. This method would stimulate one's potential, making one stronger and more powerful. However, this method was also very torturous. This was because not only did one have to guide spiritual energy into the body, one also had to use one's spiritual force to control the spiritual energy. This way, the spiritual energy wouldn't dissipate and wouldn't nourish the body. Instead, it would become a burden on the body. The requirements for a cultivator weren't low. Zhao Hai now understood why the Iron Buddha Temple's disciples didn't practice this method. This was especially true for the outer court disciples. It was because their spiritual force wasn't enough, so they couldn't use this method to stimulate their bodies. Zhao Hai stored the technique and let out a long breath. To be honest, he didn't think about this kind of cultivation method before. He had seen all kinds of cultivation methods before, but it was the first time that he saw something like the Herculean King divine art, which directly increased the burden on the body. This made him very surprised. However, this also made Zhao Hai excited. He felt that the Herculean divine art was simply tailor-made for the monks of the Iron Buddha Temple. Using the Herculean divine art with the Iron Buddha lotus body would be a perfect match. Perhaps some people didn't understand why the Power King divine art was a perfect match with the Iron Buddha lotus body. It was because this cultivation method was used directly in the body. It directly tempered the body. This was a perfect match for the Iron Buddha lotus body. The Iron Buddha lotus body was a cultivation method that used the qi of refined iron to temper the body bit by bit. Then, the qi of refined iron would be absorbed into the body, and after the refinement, the qi of refined iron would completely fuse with the body. Frankly speaking, this method was too slow because it wasn't easy for the qi of refined iron to fuse with the body. It was especially difficult for the cells to fuse with the qi of spirit. Although the first level of the Iron Buddha lotus body required a large amount of qi of refined iron, most of this qi of refined iron would be wasted in the end. Only a very small portion could fuse with the cells and be used by the cultivator. The Iron Buddha Temple didn't have a good way to deal with this situation, so they could only use quantity to make up for this deficiency. Therefore, each level of the Iron Buddha lotus body required a large amount of metal. If a person really absorbed all the qi of refined iron, their weight would increase to a terrifying degree. However, although the monks of the Iron Buddha Temple were heavier than normal people, their weight wasn't too outrageous. Although Zhao Hai used the poison dragon sex method to stimulate his internal organs to absorb the iron qi, the effect wasn't necessarily good. This was because this method could only temper the internal organs. It didn't have much use for the bones, muscles, and skin. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't need to undergo tempering every time he cultivated the Iron Buddha lotus body. However, the Herculean divine art solved this problem. He used spiritual energy to stimulate the cells. He wanted to use spiritual energy to increase the burden on the cells. This way, the cells would naturally evolve and strengthen themselves. The iron chi was attached to the cells. At this time, the cells would naturally absorb the iron chi. In other words, the Herculean divine art could accelerate the absorption of the iron chi. Wasn't this the effect of the Iron Buddha lotus body? Perhaps cultivating these two techniques together would not only make the Iron Buddha lotus body easier, but it would also greatly reduce the amount of metal required to cultivate the Iron Buddha lotus body. This could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. The Iron Buddha temple had obtained the Power King divine art for who knows how many years. However, the Iron Buddha temple didn't popularize this method. It was clear that the people of the Iron Buddha temple didn't notice this point. Zhao Hai could almost guess why the people of the Iron Buddha temple didn't notice this point. First, the requirements of the Power King divine art were too high. Outer disciples simply couldn't practice it. Inner disciples generally had their own cultivation methods, so they wouldn't choose the Power King divine art. Even if they did choose the Power King divine art, they wouldn't practice the Iron Buddha lotus body. Because of this, nobody noticed that the Power King divine art could be practiced together with the Iron Buddha lotus body. Naturally, the core disciples of the Iron Buddha temple would cultivate the Iron Buddha lotus body. However, core disciples wouldn't cultivate other body cultivation methods. Even if they did cultivate other body cultivation methods, they wouldn't necessarily choose the Herculean divine art. After all, the Iron Buddha temple had a lot of superior body cultivation methods. The Herculean divine art could only increase one's strength, it couldn't be considered a top cultivation method. Because of this, the people of the Iron Buddha temple didn't discover this secret. If Zhao Hai hadn't seen a lot of cultivation methods, and if he didn't have the space's photon computer to help him calculate, then he wouldn't have known that the Iron Buddha lotus body and the Herculean King divine art could be combined so well with each other. However, this wasn't important. What was important was that the Power King divine art was very useful to him, as well as Ding Chunming. Ding Chunming's spiritual force wasn't weak. As long as he was given the Power King divine art and studied it for a while, Zhao Hai believed that Ding Chunming's strength would increase once again. Zhao Hai sat in his room with his eyes closed. He calmly sensed the Power King divine art. He used his thinking force to fuse with the Power King divine art. He felt the subtleties of the Power King divine art. After combining his power of thought with the Power King divine art, Zhao Hai immediately felt as if he had turned into a giant. This giant's stature was extremely tall. Just by standing there, Zhao Hai could feel the giant's strength. This giant's strength was too strong. Zhao Hai felt that as long as he lightly punched, he would be able to create a hole in the sky. As long as he lightly punched, he would be able to break through the barrier of space. This feeling was too wonderful. Then the giant began to move. It seems like he was practicing a set of martial arts. This set of martial arts was very simple, there were only 8 moves. However, when these 8 moves were used, the surrounding space seemed to be broken. Every time he moved, the space around him would distort. This wasn't because he was tearing the space apart, he was just practicing his martial arts and had such power. Before long, the giant had already practiced 10 moves. Then the giant disappeared. Zhao Hai's thinking force also withdrew. He couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then he muttered, "So that's how it is." No wonder. He now understood why the people of the Iron Buddha temple didn't think of combining the Power King divine art and the Iron Buddha lotus body. It was mainly because of this set of martial arts. It can be said that the Power King divine art's burden on one's cells was only a part of it. The most important part was this set of martial arts. Since Zhao Hai had turned into a giant, he could clearly feel the changes in his body when he practiced this set of martial arts. When he practiced this set of martial arts, the giant's body could naturally absorb spiritual energy from the space. A part of this spiritual energy would still be attached to the cells, increasing the burden on the cells. However, the other part could be directly used to nourish the cells. It was precisely because of this spiritual energy that this set of martial arts didn't cause the body to break down. On the contrary, it made the body stronger. Moreover, this set of martial arts didn't only make the body stronger, it also increased the spiritual energy in the body. It can be said that this set of martial arts was definitely a top-notch martial arts. However, if this set of martial arts were to fall into the hands of others, it would be impossible for it to have such a great effect. It might even cause the body to break down because they didn't know how to use this set of martial arts. Only Zhao Hai could use his thinking force to communicate with this set of martial arts. Only then would he be able to display the true might of this set of martial arts. Zhao Hai was certain that the Power King Divine Art in his hand wasn't a complete set of martial arts. The complete set of martial arts should have this set of martial arts. However, the one in his hand didn't have this set of martial arts, so it was incomplete. Perhaps the Iron Buddha Temple's martial arts were like this, so they didn't know that this set of martial arts was incomplete. Moreover, very few people practiced this set of martial arts, so no one discovered the characteristics of the Power King Divine Art. Zhao Hai didn't immediately stand up. Instead, he began to slowly mobilize the natural energy in his body. Then the natural energy slowly attached itself to his cells. When the natural energy attached itself to the cells according to the method written in the Power King Divine Art, Zhao Hai felt a throbbing sensation coming from the cell. This throbbing sensation didn't mean that the cell was very active. On the contrary, it was because the cell was too heavy that it caused the surrounding cells to feel uncomfortable. After discovering this point, Zhao Hai immediately began to add weight to the other 4 cells. Before long, all the cells in his left arm were loaded. With this increase in weight, Zhao Hai immediately felt the difference. He felt that his arm had become a lot heavier. Previously, he could easily make movements, but now, it was very strenuous. Even the movements of his entire left arm became sluggish. Not only was Zhao Hai not worried, he was actually very happy. His body was very strong, he knew better than anyone else how strong it was. For his body to have this kind of sluggish reaction, it wasn't something that could be done by ordinary weights. This proved that this martial arts was very useful for him. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then he immediately began to add more weight to his omniscient cells. After he increased the load on all the cells in his body, he immediately felt the changes in his body. His body suddenly became incomparably heavy. Even the speed at which he opened his eyes was slower than usual. Zhao Hai used a very slow movement to smile. It was as if his smile was being played in slow motion. It was very strange. However, Zhao Hai didn't feel anything. He slowly stood up and walked to the courtyard. Then he slowly practiced the fist technique of the Power King Divine Art. Zhao Hai had already decided to call this fist technique the Power King Fist. Every move was very slow, but there were no pauses in the middle. On the contrary, the movements looked very smooth. It was as if water was flowing, but the speed of the water flow was slowed down. This feeling was very strange. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about this. While he was practicing, he was also paying attention to the changes in his cells. After he finished his first round of punches, he felt that the iron essence that wasn't completely absorbed by his cells was absorbed by his cells. Even some of the accumulated bloodline power in his cells were activated. It was precisely because of this that his body didn't start to absorb the spiritual energy outside. Instead, it started to digest the energy inside his cells. The energy inside Zhao Hai's cells was very large. Even when he was at his peak, he wasn't able to absorb all of the energy inside his cells. Now, his cells were slowly absorbing and digesting the energy. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He continued to practice his fist technique over and over again. The energy inside his cells was also slowly being absorbed. Before long, Zhao Hai had practiced 10 rounds of the fist technique. Just when Zhao Hai wanted to practice more, he felt that his cells had started to tremble. He knew that he couldn't practice anymore. If he continued, then even if his body was very strong, it might cause irreparable damage. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai stopped. However, he felt that his cells were still beating. He immediately dispersed the natural energy that was attached to his cells. Only then did his cells stop beating. After dispersing the natural energy, Zhao Hai felt that his body suddenly became light. It was as if his entire body had become weightless. It was as if he was about to fly. At the same time, he also felt that his strength had increased a lot. Zhao Hai was startled at first, then he couldn't help but smile. He was sure that this was the effect of the Herculean King Divine technique. However, he didn't think that the effect of the technique would be this obvious. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he slowly walked around the courtyard, allowing his body to adapt to this feeling. Only after his body had completely adapted did he let out a long breath. But in general, the results of today's practice were very obvious. This made Zhao Hai very happy. He returned to his room and then directly went to Tideview City through the space. He wanted to see the situation of Tideview City. First, he wanted to see the progress of everyone's spiritual force. Second, he wanted to see if there were people in Tideview City who had reached the divine realm. If they did, then they would be able to learn the medium technique. In the past, Zhao Hai wanted to have the Tideview gang learn the medium technique. However, he discovered that this was impossible. Although the disciples of the Tideview gang could use the medium technique, they needed to prepare in advance. They needed to combine incantations and hand seals in order to use the medium technique. Their fighting strength wasn't very strong. And if these people were to learn the medium technique, then they wouldn't be able to use it. This was because once they used the medium technique, then their spiritual force wouldn't be able to stay on the crystal for long. They would quickly exhaust their spiritual force and lose their fighting strength. This wasn't helping them, it was harming them. In the end, Zhao Hai decided to teach the medium technique to the spirit realm disciples. These disciples would then become the true inner court disciples of Tideview City. At this point, many of the Tidewatch gang's disciples had already reached the 11th stage of Qi transformation, and some had even reached the 12th stage. It was possible for them to reach the Qi transformation stage in the near future. Moreover, some of the Tidewatch gang's disciples had already reached the Qi transformation stage. These disciples were already capable of learning medium magic. Other than looking at the cultivation situation of those disciples, he also wanted to teach Ding Chunming the Power King Divine technique so that Ding Chunming could cultivate it as soon as possible. Only in this way would Ding Chunming's strength increase once again. When Zhao Hai returned to the Tideview gang, he first went to see little Xianxia. Little Xianxia was now doing very well. He grew taller, looked more spirited, and his body was stronger. Most importantly, his spiritual force had finally stabilized. After seeing little Xing, Zhao Hai chatted with Laura and the others for a while. Then he called Wen Hai and the others over and asked about the current situation of the Tidewatching gang. Wen Hai knew that Zhao Hai was currently busy, so he explained the situation to Zhao Hai. After that, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, it's almost time to deliver things to Spirit Crab Island. When you have time, you can go and deliver them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Boss, it's almost time to deliver things to Spirit Crab Island." Zhao Hai replied, "Are the things ready?" Wen Hai nodded and said, "It's ready. Boss, you can deliver them at any time. Our gang can now use our rock spirit crabs to complete missions. Also, we have enough spirit rice to feed ourselves. Additionally, we also have fruit wine as an income. Because of this, the income of the Tideview gang is very high. Boss, you don't need to worry about this. Not only are we self-sufficient, we even have a surplus." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, very good. This time, I'll go to Spirit Crab Island to hand over some things. At the same time, I'll also go see Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi has a good impression of me, so I'll go see him. Then I'll talk to him and see if he can let you handle missions in the future. This way, if I don't have time, you can do it. And if someone from Spirit Crab Island comes looking for me, you can also come in my place. I think the people from Spirit Crab Island wouldn't oppose this. After all, we're just one of their strongholds, there's nothing worth their attention." Wen Hai nodded and said, "All right, then I'll be in charge of delivering missions in the future." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Wen Hai and smiled, "Good. Although you're busy with the gang, you didn't fall behind in your cultivation. This is very good. Remember, cultivation is the foundation, don't fall behind." "Right, how's the situation back home? Did anyone ascend recently? Also, how's grandfather's situation?" Wen Hai immediately replied, "The situation back home is very good. I heard that a new space has been discovered and is preparing to invade it. We're currently collecting information about people ascending. We're preparing to receive them. Grandfather's situation is also very good. He's on the Great Barren Island and has Xiaoyu taking care of him. He's very comfortable. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, that's good. I mentioned the Tideview Gang's situation to the Iron Buddha Temple before. I said that my relationship with the Tideview Gang is very good. I'm prepared to have the Iron Buddha Temple use the Tideview Gang as a nail in the South Sea." They also agreed. This way, we'll have another backer. No matter how the Spirit Crab Island treats us, we'll have a way to deal with it. Zhao Hai was sitting in his study as he looked at Ding Chunming. Ding Chunming was also puzzled as he looked at Zhao Hai. He didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted him to do. Ding Chunming was absolutely loyal to Zhao Hai. This was because he knew that without Zhao Hai, he wouldn't be who he is today. Without Zhao Hai, he wouldn't be able to discover that he had such great potential, much less ascend. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, then even if he ascended, he would still be separated from his family. But now, he didn't have to do this. Zhao Hai looked at Ding Chunming, then he smiled faintly and said, "Chunming, after coming to the Sword Spirit World, your strength has slowed down. I know that this is because of your cultivation method. Therefore, I brought you a cultivation method this time. However, this cultivation method is risky. How about it? Are you willing to take this risk?" Ding Chunming didn't even think about it before he directly said, "I'm willing. Young master, I'm willing." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, take a look at this cultivation method first. Then I'll help you cultivate it and get it on the right track." Ding Chunming nodded, then he received the jade slip that Zhao Hai handed over. Ding Chunming's spiritual force directly entered the jade slip. After his spiritual force entered the jade slip, he immediately saw the contents of the jade slip. Inside the jade slip was the Mighty King Divine Art. However, it didn't contain any fist techniques. This didn't mean that Zhao Hai didn't trust Ding Chunming, but he was afraid that the jade slip would be obtained by others. If others were to offend him, then it would be troublesome if they practiced the Mighty King Divine Art. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't write the fist techniques in the jade slip. He was prepared to personally teach Ding Chunming this part. The Mighty King Divine Art wasn't very complicated, so Ding Chunming quickly finished reading it. Then he handed the jade slip over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Take the jade slip and look at it from time to time. At the same time, select some talented people from the gang. You can see their situation and then teach them the Mighty King Divine Art. Also, let me tell you, if you practice the Mighty King Divine Art like this, it won't have much effect. You might even break your body. This cultivation method also has a set of fist techniques. I'll personally teach you this fist technique." Ding Chunming nodded. Zhao Hai said, "Sit down cross-legged first. I'll teach you how to attach spiritual energy to your body." Ding Chunming nodded and then sat down. Zhao Hai placed his hand on Ding Chunming's head as his natural energy entered Ding Chunming's body. Then Zhao Hai said, "Pay attention to the energy that I'm sending into your body. Next time, do it yourself." Ding Chunming nodded and sat down. Ding Chunming didn't make a sound, he was paying attention to the natural energy that Zhao Hai was sending into his body. The natural energy quickly became very small and then attached itself to Ding Chunming's meridians and acupoints before it stopped moving. Zhao Hai also wanted to let Ding Chunming feel the spiritual energy attaching itself to his cells. However, he didn't do so. This was because he knew that with Ding Chunming's spiritual force, it was impossible for him to do this. It was impossible for him to attach all of his spiritual energy to his cells. Therefore, Zhao Hai took a step back. He used Ding Chunming's meridians and acupoints as the center to allow Ding Chunming's spiritual energy to attach itself to Ding Chunming's body in order to achieve the effect of tempering the body. The effect of this couldn't be compared to directly attaching spiritual chi to the cells, but the effect was still good. In fact, this was the normal way to practice the Herculean King Divine Art. Like Zhao Hai, directly attaching the Herculean King Divine Art to a person's cells was something that most people wouldn't be able to do. The reason why Zhao Hai used his own natural energy as a guide was to let Ding Chunming know as soon as possible how the Power King Divine Art made spiritual energy become a burden to the body. This was very important. It was also something that must be done in order to practice the Power King divine art. Spiritual energy was very familiar to cultivators. All cultivators would cultivate spiritual energy, just like body cultivators. Spiritual energy was also very important to cultivators. Spiritual energy can nourish a cultivator's body, it can be used as a cultivator's strongest ability, it can be used for treatment, it can also be used to expel poison. It can be said that spiritual energy was the foundation of a cultivator. Therefore, spiritual energy couldn't become a burden to a cultivator. However, the Herculean King divine art did the exact opposite. It wanted to turn spiritual energy into a burden on the cultivator's body, allowing the cultivator's body to bear a burden from the inside out. It would strengthen the cultivator's body from the inside out. Combined with the fist technique, it would allow the cultivator's body to be tempered even better. It could even increase the cultivation speed of spiritual energy at the same time. Before long, Zhao Hai recovered his natural energy. Then Ding Chunming slowly opened his eyes and looked at Zhao Hai. Then he moved his hands. His movements were much slower than usual, it gave people the impression that he was very slow. However, Ding Chunming wasn't surprised. Instead, he looked at his hands and said with a happy expression, "Great, young master. I finally have this feeling again. I haven't had this feeling for a long time." In the past, Ding Chunming's body cultivation method wasn't very good. The reason why his strength increased so quickly was mainly because of the weight he was carrying. The armor on his body had a weight-bearing formation that could continuously increase his strength. Because of this, his strength increased so quickly. However, this weight-bearing formation also had its limits. In the beginning, it was still useful for Ding Chunming. But now, it was useless for Ding Chunming. He could use the weight-bearing formation to live a normal life and fight, it was as if there was no weight on his body. But now, he could feel the weight-bearing formation again. This was very important, it meant that he could make progress again. Because of this, he was very happy. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, this means that the cultivation method is a success. Now you need to learn the fist technique. Remember, practice the fist technique 10 times a day, then disperse the cultivation method and let yourself live a normal life. But after you disperse the cultivation method, you need to learn how to adapt to the changes in your body." Zhao Hai nodded. Ding Chunming nodded, then Zhao Hai led Ding Chunming outside before he began to practice the Might King's Fist. The Might King's Fist was very simple, there were only 8 moves. However, if someone were to secretly learn this fist technique, then they wouldn't be able to learn anything. This was because this fist technique was compatible with the Might King's divine secret art. Even if someone were to secretly learn this fist technique, then they wouldn't be able to learn anything. This was because the Might King's divine secret art's jade slip was also used. Because of this, even if someone were to secretly learn this fist technique, then they wouldn't be able to learn anything. Zhao Hai practiced the fist technique while explaining the fist technique to Ding Chunming. After practicing a few times, he let Ding Chunming start practicing. Ding Chunming's memory was also very good. When he began to practice the Mighty King Fist, Zhao Hai corrected some of his mistakes. After a few times, Ding Chunming finally mastered the Mighty King Fist. From this point, one could see the benefits of having a master. Without a master, it would be impossible to learn the fist technique this quickly. Not everyone was like Zhao Hai was the only one. He could learn by himself, but others couldn't. After learning the fist technique, Ding Chunming began to practice it. When the fist technique was unleashed, Zhao Hai could clearly feel that Ding Chunming's body had turned into a huge vortex, constantly absorbing the surrounding spiritual qi. The momentum was very big. However, this made Zhao Hai very satisfied. This was because Zhao Hai knew that the bigger Ding Chunming's momentum was, the faster his cultivation speed would be. After practicing 10 times, Ding Chunming stopped. Zhao Hai looked at Ding Chunming and said, "Chunming, how do you feel?" Ding Chunming replied, "Very good. I can feel my whole body throbbing, as if I've used too much strength. I haven't had this feeling for a long time. I believe that if I practice like this, I will certainly improve." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, this shows that you've succeeded. Remember, you can only do it 10 times a day, no more than that. Otherwise, it might be harmful to your body. If it really is harmful to your body, then it would be troublesome. Remember this feeling. Ding Chunming nodded. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and then said, "Alright, if you want to practice in the future, just look for Laura and the others and have them bring you to the space. Don't practice outside. Practicing outside would cause too much of a commotion. If outsiders were to see you, then it would be very troublesome." Ding Chunming nodded. Zhao Hai continued, "Ding Chunming, you're a trump card in my hand. Although our Watcher Gang has a lot of people, it's hard to say how loyal they are to the Watcher Gang. They are all people who ascended, they can be said to be gods in the lower realms. It's impossible for such people to not have ambitions. If they become stronger in the future, some of them might want to leave the Watcher Gang. When that time comes, I'll need you to deal with those who want to betray us. Do you understand what I mean?" Ding Chunming replied, "Yes, young master can rest assured. Nobody would dare to betray the young master. If someone does, then I'll definitely kill them." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Pass down the order. Inform everyone in the gang that I'm going to give them new identity cards. The new identity cards will have offensive spells added to them. This will ensure everyone's safety." Zhao Hai nodded. Ding Chunming nodded and then immediately went to pass the order. Before long, everyone in the Watcher Gang knew that Zhao Hai was going to give them new identity cards. But when they heard that the new cards would have offensive spells added to them, they immediately welcomed it. In the eyes of the Watcher Gang, changing their identity cards wasn't a big deal. However, they didn't know that this was Zhao Hai's insurance. He wanted to make sure that there wouldn't be any traitors in the Watcher Gang. Zhao Hai was still on guard against the people of the Watcher Gang who weren't from the Lost Soul Empire. This was because these people were very ambitious and could betray the Watcher Gang at any time. After all, the Watcher Gang was too small. If they don't have a good choice, then they would be loyal to the Watcher Gang. But if they have a better choice, then they wouldn't necessarily be loyal to the Watcher Gang. Naturally, Zhao Hai wanted to guard against this, so he gave everyone new identity cards. The Jade Stone Curse technique was also called the Jade Man Curse technique. It was a very terrifying curse technique. Once a person was hit by this curse technique, their heart would slowly turn into jade stone. At that time, the person would naturally die. The identity cards that Zhao Hai gave to the members of the Tide-Watching Gang contained this curse. If the person didn't betray the Tide-Watching Gang, then they would be fine. But if they betrayed the gang, then they would immediately be hit by the Jade Stone Curse and die in a short time. As long as the person's chest wasn't opened, nobody would know how they died. However, Zhao Hai didn't do this. This was because the people of the Tide-Watching Gang weren't from the Lost Soul Empire. The people of the Lost Soul Empire might be loyal to him, but the people of the Tide-Watching Gang wouldn't be loyal to him. Naturally, the Tide-Watching Gang didn't know that there was a sword hanging over their heads. They only knew that with the new identity cards, they would be safer. Besides the identity cards, Zhao Hai also paid attention to the Tide-Watching Gang situation. At this time, there were only a few people who had reached the spirit realm in Qi refining. Moreover, these people had already learned the medium technique. Zhao Hai thought about it and finally decided to divide the Tide-Watching Gang's disciples into different levels. The first level was for the cultivators who had just learned the spiritual force cultivation method. They were the outer court disciples of the Tide-Watching Gang. Most of them were at the mortal realm or below. The second level was for the inner court disciples of the Tide-Watching Gang. These inner court disciples not only learned the spiritual force cultivation method, they also learned how to use the tidal force to improve their spiritual force. Generally, these inner court disciples were at the 11th or 12th level of Qi refining. Only by reaching this level would their spiritual force be able to resist the tidal force. The third level was for those who had reached the spirit realm in Qi refining. These disciples had already begun to learn the medium technique. They were also the core disciples of the Tide-Watching Gang. They were the ones that the Tide-Watching Gang focused on. This division of disciples was somewhat different from the Sword Spirit realm. However, this was something that couldn't be helped. The disciples of the Tide-Watching Gang only had this level of strength. If they were to divide the disciples according to the Sword Spirit realm, then most of the people in the Tide-Watching Gang would become janitor disciples. There wouldn't be many outer court disciples, and even fewer inner court disciples. It was impossible for them to become core disciples. This was very disadvantageous to the development of the tide-watching gang. Therefore, Zhao Hai came up with this method of division. In fact, Zhao Hai's division was reasonable. This was because the disciples of the tide-watching gang mainly cultivated spiritual force while their main means of attack were magic techniques. However, one shouldn't underestimate them because of this. In fact, the inner court disciples of the tide-watching gang might not be as strong as the inner court disciples of the big sects. However, they were still able to fight against the inner court disciples of the small sections. This was because the inner and core disciples of the tide-watching gang could use artifacts. Moreover, they had artifacts in their hands. Therefore, their fighting strength wasn't weak. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to have too many artifacts in the tide-watching gang. However, it was still possible to equip the inner and core disciples with some low-grade artifacts. Aside from the core disciples' artifacts that were refined by Zhao Hai, the inner court disciples' artifacts were mostly low-grade artifacts that they bought from outside. The tide-watching gang wasn't lacking in money. Their wine was selling very well, and the gang's economic conditions were very good. When the gang had money, they would naturally improve the treatment of the people in the gang. The inner court disciples being equipped with artifacts was a new benefit for the gang. This benefit was much better compared to the small sects in the sword spirit world. The gang had all kinds of missions, and these missions brought a lot of income to the gang. In the end, these income would be used on the members of the gang. Because of this, the tide-watching gang's development was very good. After dealing with the various matters in the gang, Zhao Hai prepared to go to Spirit Crab Island. He wanted to hand over his earnings, and at the same time, he wanted to see Xiaoyi. Although Zhao Hai didn't understand why Xiaoyi was so optimistic about him from the beginning, he felt that having such a person in the Spirit Crab Island wouldn't be bad for them. Because of this, he wanted to keep in contact with Xiaoyi so that Xiaoyi would speak up for the tide-watching gang in the future. This wasn't the first time Zhao Hai came to the Spirit Crab Island. After he handed over his things, he directly went to see Xiaoyi. However, when he greeted him, he found out that Xiaoyi had already become an inner court disciple. This made Zhao Hai somewhat surprised. With an attitude of giving it a try, Zhao Hai went to see Xiaoyi. But contrary to Zhao Hai's expectations, Xiaoyi actually agreed to see Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai followed an inner court disciple of the Spirit Crab Island to Xiaoyi's courtyard. The inner court disciple went forward to knock on the door. Then Xiaoyi's voice was heard, "Zhao Hai, come in." Zhao Hai nodded and then pushed the door open. After entering the courtyard, Zhao Hai saw Xiaoyi standing in front of the door to welcome him. The courtyard wasn't very big and there weren't many rooms inside. There was only a row of 4 or 5 rooms. Zhao Hai quickly gave Xiaoyi a salute and said, "I have seen Senior Brother Xiao. I congratulate Senior Brother Xiao for becoming an inner court disciple. Because I didn't know about this, I didn't bring any gifts. I only brought a few jars of wine. I hope Senior Brother Xiao doesn't mind." Ha ha ha. Xiaoyi laughed and said, "There's no need to be so polite. It's good to have wine. Come in and have a seat." Zhao Hai nodded and then followed Xiaoyi into the room. Upon entering the room, Zhao Hai saw a small living room with a few rattan chairs and a tea table made of rattan. There were also a few shelves in the living room. On the shelves were some porcelain. However, these porcelain weren't just for show. They were all used. There were only teacups, teapots, wine cups, and so on. After Xiaoyi sat down, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sit down, don't be polite. You're the boss here, just like back in Tideview City." Zhao Hai quickly returned the salute and then sat down. Xiaoyi looked at Zhao Hai and said, "When you came last time, I was out on a mission so I didn't see you. However, I received your wine. The taste is very good. I heard that you brewed it yourself?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes. Because there's an orchard on Tidewatch Mountain, I had everyone pick some fruits and brew some wine. Last time, I gave some to Senior Brother Xiao. This time, I brought some more. Because the wine has been stored for a long time, the taste should be better. I hope Senior Brother Xiao will like it." After saying that, Zhao Hai took out a spatial bag and handed it over to Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi wasn't polite. He took the bag and opened it. There were 10 jugs of wine inside, each jug weighed about 20 pounds. he put the bag away and smiled. Then I'll have to thank you. The wine you brewed is very good. I like it very much. Did you come to give me something again this time? Zhao Hai nodded. Xiaoyi didn't say anything. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, I've already prepared this year's tribute. Senior brother Xiao, I want to ask, if I have something to do while I'm in seclusion, can I ask other people to help me deliver the tribute to the island? Xiaoyi nodded and said, of course, you can. You can deliver it to anyone as long as you say that it was you who delivered it. Why? Do you want to go into seclusion? Zhao Hai replied, I don't have such thoughts right now. I'm just afraid that when I go into seclusion, it would be troublesome if I don't let others deliver the tribute. Therefore, I'm asking in advance. Xiaoyi nodded and said, and, don't worry. You can just ask your gang members to send the items up. You don't have to come personally. However, the people from other strongholds are usually sent by the managers of the strongholds. This is because they can cultivate here for a period of time and exchange for things they need. If you don't come personally, then you won't have this opportunity to cultivate. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'm just taking precautions. In the future, even if I have other people deliver the tribute, I'll certainly bring some wine for senior brother Xiao. We don't have anything else, but we do have a lot of wine. I just hope that senior brother Xiao doesn't dislike the fact that it's not spirit wine. Xiaoyi laughed and said, who can drink spirit wine every day? I'm afraid that even the island lord can't. This kind of wine is very good. Since you're here, do you want to cultivate on the island for a few days? Zhao Hai shook his head and sighed, I can't. There are still a lot of things to do in the gang. I can't stay on the island for too long. After delivering the wine to senior brother Xiao, I'll be heading back. If there's a chance in the future, we'll talk again. When Xiaoyi heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be surprised and said, you're in such a hurry? Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, there are a lot of things to do in the gang. There are so many people who need to eat and cultivate. We can't just ignore them, so we can't stay for too long. Xiaoyi nodded and said, thank you for your hard work. If there's a chance in the future, I'll talk to the people on the island and have them exempt you from some tributes. That way, you can relax a bit. Zhao Hai pretended to be overjoyed. He stood up and bowed to Xiaoyi, thank you, senior brother Xiao. This Zhao Hai will never forget senior brother Zhao's kindness. Xiaoyi waved his hand and said, there's no need to be so polite. Right, I'll give this to you. It's nothing good, just a cultivation method. It might be useful to you. As he said that, Xiaoyi took out a jade slip and gave it to Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai expressed his thanks, he received the jade slip and then said goodbye to Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi didn't ask him to stay and sent him to the door. Then Zhao Hai returned to the tide-observing gang. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that this time, he became famous in Spirit Crab Island. Xiaoyi was also very famous among the inner disciples of Spirit Crab Island. This was because when he was an outer disciple, he was already in the top 8. But now, the other top 10 outer disciples of Spirit Crab Island had yet to enter the inner sect, but he was already an inner disciple. Moreover, his strength was also very good. Once he entered the inner sect, he would become a mid-tier inner disciple. Because of this, he was very famous among the inner disciples of Spirit Crab Island. It was said that an elder of the island was very optimistic about him and wanted to accept him as a disciple. It can be said that his future was boundless. And such a disciple actually looked at a rogue cultivator in a different light. This made a lot of people in Spirit Crab Island curious. Zhao Hai's name slowly became known to the people of Spirit Crab Island. However, the people of Spirit Crab Island didn't trouble him. After all, Xiaoyi was there. They were just curious about Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't think that his meeting with Xiaoyi would cause such a big commotion. Now, he understood how high an inner disciple's status was in the sect. It can be said that as long as the tide-watching gang relied on Xiaoyi, nobody would dare to make a move against them. However, this also had its disadvantages. It would make more people pay attention to the tide-watching gang. Because of this, after returning to the tide-watching gang, Zhao Hai had no choice but to keep a low profile. Even if they had to go out, they had to keep a low profile. At this time, Zhao Hai also finished dealing with the matters of the tide-watching gang. Then Zhao Hai directly left the tide-watching gang and returned to the Iron Buddha temple. He still had to work hard in his cultivation because he could finally practice the 5th level of the Iron Buddha lotus body. In the past, Zhao Hai had already practiced the 4th level of the Iron Buddha lotus body. After going through a mission to temper himself, although the tempering from the mission was still lacking, for Zhao Hai, it was enough. Originally, he was still lacking, but after learning the Power King Divine Art, he didn't need this kind of tempering anymore. After Zhao Hai returned to the Iron Buddha temple, he immediately began to practice the 5th level of the Iron Buddha lotus body. Between the 4th and 5th level was a watershed. If he only practiced the first 4 levels of the Iron Buddha lotus body, then it would only be a body cultivation method with a stronger defensive power. Aside from that, there wasn't anything special about it. But the 5th level was different. At the 5th level, one can use metals with an attribute to practice. In other words, after practicing to this level, one's attacks would have an attribute. This would make one's attack even more powerful. Even at the 5th level, one wouldn't use any metal with an attribute, they would still use ordinary metals. One's body would also have an attribute, this attribute was the metal attribute. This would be a great help to one's attack and defense. When attacking, one's attack would have more penetrative properties. This was just like metal. Metal's attack power was very strong. And when defending, one's skin's defense would be even stronger. It might even cause the skin to harden. It was as if one's skin had turned into metal. And when the Iron Buddha lotus body reached the 9th level, there would be a qualitative change. From the 8th level to the 9th level, this was another stage. If the Iron Buddha lotus body reached this stage, then one would be able to mobilize the gold essence within one's body. Absorbing the gold essence of the heaven and earth would allow one to control the surrounding metals. When one attacks an enemy, weapons would appear in one's hands. When one's body's defense, metal shields and other defensive weapons, etc. It's said that if one can guide the Iron Buddha lotus body to the great accomplishment stage, then one would be able to control all metals in the world. Even the metals that one absorbed could be controlled at will. One could release them out of one's body and turn them into weapons. This was the true great accomplishment stage. Looking at it this way, the great accomplishment stage of the Iron Buddha lotus body was somewhat similar to the Golden Body 10,000 transformations technique. In fact, the Golden Body 10,000 transformations technique evolved from the Iron Buddha lotus body. However, if the Iron Buddha lotus body was cultivated to the highest level, then the Golden Body 10,000 transformations technique couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Even if the Golden Body 10,000 transformations technique was cultivated to the great accomplishment stage, one would still need to carry metal with them if one wanted to use it as a weapon. Just like the metal sphere that Zhao Hai obtained, it would be very difficult to control more metal. Moreover, the metal that one could control must be in a place where there was metal. In other words, if you were in a forest and your enemy's weapon wasn't made of metal, then you wouldn't be able to control metal to become your weapon. However, the Iron Buddha lotus body was different. When the Iron Buddha lotus body was cultivated to the great accomplishment stage, one could directly use the gold essence in one's body to absorb the iron essence in the world. Then one could condense the iron essence and turn it into one's weapon. One could even bestow attributes to the iron essence. This was a completely different situation. And now, Zhao Hai wanted to cultivate the 5th level of the Iron Buddha lotus body. With the Golden Body 10,000 transformations technique, he would be able to control metal. At that time, even if he were to change his weapon in battle, no one would suspect him. This would have a huge effect on his strength. Because of this, when Zhao Hai returned to the Iron Buddha temple, he immediately began to practice. First, he practiced the Iron Buddha lotus body, then he practiced the Power King Divine formula, then the Snake Fist, the 9 words mantra, and finally the Suspicious Mountain Fist. After practicing all of these, the day had already passed. At night, it was time to practice his spiritual force. Today's practice schedule was packed, there was no time for him to do anything else. This kind of cultivation continued for 3 months. After 3 months, Zhao Hai finally stopped. At this time, his spiritual qi had already reached the 4th level of the spirit refining realm. At the same time, his Iron Buddha lotus body had also been cultivated to the 5th level. This was the completion of the foundation, there was no need for him to temper himself. Of course, Zhao Hai could continue to cultivate the Iron Buddha lotus body. However, he knew that he couldn't. This was because after reaching the Power King Divine Realm, his spiritual chi had progressed very quickly. The Iron Buddha lotus body's progress was also very fast. If he continued to cultivate, then in 3 months, his spiritual chi would reach the 7th or 8th level of the spirit refining realm. At the same time, his Iron Buddha lotus body could also reach the 6th level. This was too terrifying. At this time, his cultivation speed was very fast. With his current results, he was already considered a genius. If his cultivation speed was even faster, then he wouldn't be called a genius, he would be called a monstrous genius. The limelight would be too strong, he was afraid that the people of the Iron Buddha temple would notice him. Zhao Hai couldn't do that. However, he could still go into seclusion for a period of time. This way, when he comes out, his strength would increase a lot. This way, no one would be suspicious. However, he couldn't cultivate in the Iron Buddha temple right now. He could only return to the Poison Dragon sect. He had been in seclusion in the Poison Dragon sect for a long time, and then in the Iron Buddha temple. One could say that he had disappeared from the Poison Dragon sect for about a year. It was time for him to reappear. After returning to the Poison Dragon sect, Zhao Hai came down from upstairs. The first thing he saw was Iron Snake. At this time, Iron Snake was very thin and looked very unremarkable. However, Zhao Hai could see that Iron Snake's snake fist had reached great accomplishment. His body cultivation was very good now. Ordinary Chi Transformation Realm disciples simply wouldn't be his opponent. However, Iron Snake's attack power was still a bit lacking. Iron Snake also saw Zhao Hai. He couldn't see any changes in Zhao Hai, he didn't look any different from before. However, Iron Snake immediately went forward and greeted Zhao Hai, "I've seen sir. Congratulations on coming out of seclusion." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Iron Snake and said, "Good, your snake fist cultivation is very good. Although your spiritual chi cultivation isn't high, with your current strength, you should be able to deal with some disciples at the chi transformation stage without any problems. Aside from a few disciples at the chi transformation stage, you don't have any opponents in the chi transformation stage. However, your attack power is still lacking. This is for you, take out a pill every night, then melt it in water and soak it in it for 2 hours. After 3 months, your body should turn into a poisonous body. At that time, every attack you make will contain a highly toxic poison, which will make your attack power even more formidable. But during the process of soaking, you will be in a lot of pain. Iron Snake, do you want to do this?" Iron Snake looked at the porcelain bottle in Zhao Hai's hand, then he nodded and said, "Yes, sir. I want to do this. I want to become stronger. No matter how strong you become in the future, you will always be my servant. If you agree, then I will give you the medicine. If you don't agree, then I won't give you the medicine. This medicine is very precious. But if you agree, then I will place a mark on your body. From now on, you will be my servant. You can never regret it. Do you agree?" Iron Snake nodded, then said, "Yes, but I want to tell you that no matter how strong you become in the future, you will always be my servant. If you agree, then I will give you the medicine." Iron Snake stared, then he nodded and said, "Yes, I agree." Zhao Hai replied, "You need to think about it. I said that you'll be my servant, not the sect's servant. In other words, you can only listen to me and not the sect. Do you agree?" Zhao Hai nodded, "You'll be my servant." Iron Snake replied, "Yes, sir. I agree." Sir might not know, but in the Poison Dragon sect, every inner disciple can have a sect servant become their personal servant. This servant will no longer belong to the sect and will no longer be under the control of the sect. He will be your servant. No matter what this servant does in the future, even if he betrays the sect with his master, it won't implicate his family. Because of this, the sect's lords have always been afraid of trouble. They think that having a sect servant is enough and don't need a personal servant. Because of this, there are very few personal servants in the sect. Even if they do accept personal servants, they would only do so after becoming an elder. Because of this, Sir might not know about this. If Zhao Hai really agrees to let me be your personal servant, then you only need to apply to the sect. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, come with me. Let's go see senior brother Tao Jing and tell him about your situation. At the same time, we should see if there are any missions that we can do. You've been an inner disciple for a long time, but you still haven't done any missions. It's time for you to do some missions. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Iron Snake nodded, then he followed Zhao Hai and left their small building. The two went straight to Tao Jing's courtyard. Tao Jing's status among the inner disciples was very high. His small building was very beautiful and its location was also very good. Zhao Hai and Iron Snake quickly arrived at Tao Jing's small building. Zhao Hai knocked on the door. A voice was heard from inside, who is it? Zhao Hai replied, I am Tian Hai. I'm here to see senior brother Tao Jing. The door opened and a 30-years-old servant stood inside. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Sir, please wait here for a moment. Then he led Zhao to a small room next to the gate. Then he went inside the small building to announce the arrival of the guards. Before long, Tao Jing followed the servant out of the small building. When Tao Jing saw Zhao Hai, he immediately smiled and said, Junior brother Tao Jing, you've come out of seclusion. That's great. Come with me. Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Tao Jing into the building. After the two sat down, the servant immediately went to prepare tea. Tao Jing looked at Zhao Hai and said, Junior brother Tian, when did you come out of seclusion? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I just came out of seclusion. As soon as I came out, I came to see senior brother Tao. I've really disturbed senior brother. Tao Jing waved his hand and said, there's no need to be polite. You're a member of our sect, so it's natural for you to come and see me. But why did you bring a servant with you? What's the matter? Zhao Hai smiled and said, Senior brother, I heard that after becoming an inner disciple, you can apply for a personal servant from the sect. Later on, this servant will belong to me and will have nothing to do with the sect. I want Iron Snake to become my personal servant. What do you think about this? When Tao Jing heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Iron Snake and frowned, Junior brother, you need to think about it. Personal servants aren't that simple. You should know that personal servants are very important to a cultivator. Sometimes, personal servants can even be a cultivator's helper in battle. The sect said that after becoming an inner disciple, you can become a personal servant. However, this personal servant doesn't necessarily have to be a servant. You can even take a rogue cultivator as your personal servant outside the sect. This way, they can help you in battle. This is very important. How about it? Do you still want to take Iron Snake as your personal servant? Zhao Hai smiled and said, of course. Why wouldn't I? Iron Snake has been taking good care of me for a long time. I feel that he's very good. If I have him as my personal servant, I'll be able to relax in the future. His strength isn't strong, but that's not a problem. I don't expect him to help me in battle. Senior brother, you should help me. Tao Jing nodded and said, it's good that you don't have any objections. This matter is very simple. I'll go and talk to the people in the sect. Later on, Iron Snake will be your personal servant. Right, do you have any thoughts after coming out of seclusion? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I don't have any thoughts. I've been an inner disciple for a long time. It's time for me to do some tasks. Now that I've come out of seclusion, I need to temper myself. Therefore, I want to do some tasks. What do you think, senior brother? Tao Jing nodded and said, all right, it's good that you do some tasks. It just so happens that the sect has a lot of tasks for you to do. Do you remember Wu Kai? Zhao Hai nodded and said, I remember. I can enter the sect because of senior brother Wu. If it weren't for senior brother Wu establishing the Poison Tree sect, I wouldn't have been able to join the Poison Dragon sect. What's wrong? Does senior brother Wu have any tasks? Zhao Hai wasn't familiar with Wu Kai, but he wasn't a stranger either. He only knew that Wu Kai was an inner disciple of the Poison Dragon sect. Later on, he had no hope of advancing. Therefore, he was released by the Poison Dragon sect and established the Poison Tree sect. This Poison Dragon sect was equivalent to a branch of the Poison Dragon sect. However, this Poison Tree sect had the right to recruit new disciples. It could be said that this poison tree sect was a gift to the poison dragon sect. Although Zhao Hai was only using Wu Kai to join the poison dragon sect, he couldn't do this in front of the people of the poison dragon sect. He had to express his gratitude towards Wu Kai. This was because his previous identity was a rogue cultivator. Because he joined the poison tree sect, he had the opportunity to join the poison dragon sect. The poison dragon sect was a great devil sect. It wasn't easy for a rogue cultivator to have such an opportunity. How could he not be grateful? Tao Jing looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. Indeed, Wu Kai's side has encountered some problems. Some time ago, we had a conflict with the Five Poison cult. You also know about this matter, and you even destroyed their branch. This matter made the Five Poison cult very angry. Although they killed several of Elder Shah's disciples, they were still very angry. Therefore, they set their sights on Wu Kai's branch sections. I heard that the Five Poison cult is now preparing to deal with the Poison Tree sect, so the sect is preparing to send some disciples to support them. According to the agreement between the two sides, neither side can send elders or core disciples to participate in such an attack. Otherwise, it would lead to a war between the two sections. Therefore, this time, we can only send inner disciples. If you want to participate in this mission, then your name will be included in the mission. How about it? Tao Jing looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. Yes, Wu Kai has encountered some problems. How about it? Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, I'll participate in this mission. Right, senior brother, I'll take Iron Snake and let him gain some experience. You should deal with his identity. Right, Elder Shah hasn't made any moves recently, right? Tao Jing looked at Zhao Hai's appearance, then he smiled bitterly and shook his head. This is also the reason why I let you participate in this mission. If you do the mission alone, then Elder Shah might send people to deal with you. But if you participate in this mission, then it won't be easy for Elder Shah to deal with you. After all, you won't be the only inner disciple this time, there will be even more outer disciples. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, senior brother, I know. I'll be careful. Thank you, senior brother. Does senior brother have any other missions this time? Is there anyone you need me to deal with? When Tao Jing heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Then he smiled faintly and said, Junior brother is very considerate. I have something that I want to ask Junior brother for help with. No, it's two things. If Junior brother can help me, then I'll be sure to thank Junior brother. Naturally, these two things are my personal requests. It has nothing to do with the sect or senior brother Zhou. Tao Jing smiled faintly and said, Senior brother Zhou, I'll be the one to ask for your help. Zhao Hai replied, Senior brother, please speak. Later on, we joined the Poison Dragon sect together. I've always wanted to deal with him but I didn't have a chance. Later on, I became an inner disciple and he also became an inner disciple. However, his inner disciple status was obtained through the use of medicinal pills. No matter what, he's now an inner disciple. It's even harder for me to deal with him. This time, if you have the chance, you must help me get rid of him. The enmity of my mother's death is irreconcilable, I must kill him. I must kill him. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. I wonder what kind of result senior brother wants. Tao Jing was puzzled as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Junior brother, I don't quite understand what you mean. Zhao Hai replied, Senior brother, do you want him to disappear? Do you want his corpse to be refined into a poison corpse? Or do you want his head to be used as a sacrifice to your mother? Senior brother, just tell me what you want. I'll see if I can do it. Tao Jing stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Can senior brother really do it? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I can't guarantee it. I'll try my best. If I can't do it, then senior brother shouldn't blame me. If I can do it, then wouldn't senior brother be happy? Tao Jing nodded and said in a deep voice, If it's possible, I want his head. If I can't do it, I'll just make him disappear. I don't want his corpse. If people find out that I refined him into a poison corpse, it will be quite troublesome. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, I'll help senior brother get his head back. What's the second thing? Tao Jing said, the second thing is related to the Five Poison sect. Junior brother, you've also fought with the Five Poison sect before. You should be very clear about the sect's strength. The people of the five poison sect are very good at using poisonous insects. Moreover, their poisonous insects are very good. If junior brother faces the people of the five poison sect, then you must remember to collect more poisonous insects. The more the better. If you can collect the five poison sect's life source poisonous insects, then that would be even better. When Zhao Hai heard Tao Jing, he quickly said, "So it's because of this." "No problem, leave it to me." Tao Jing nodded and said, "This matter is very important. The poisonous insects of the five poison sect are good materials for us to use in concocting poisons. Therefore, we must collect more poisonous insects." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Rest assured, senior brother. I'll certainly collect more poisonous insects." "When will we set off?" "The day after tomorrow." Tao Jing said, "The day after tomorrow, we'll gather at the transmission square and directly teleport to the poison tree sect. You just need to go to the transmission square in the morning. You don't need to worry about accepting missions. Tomorrow, I'll send someone to give you the identity card of Iron Snake's personal servant. You just need to exchange it for him." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he stood up and gave Tao Jing a salute before leaving Tao Jing's house. Tao Jing looked at Zhao Hai's departing figure and muttered, "He's really a smart person. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to become an inner disciple in such a short time. Amazing." Then he went silent. Zhao Hai led Iron Snake back to his house. Then he said to Iron Snake, "Remember to cultivate. If someone sends you a new identity card tomorrow, remember to call me." Then he turned around and went upstairs. The next day, when it was almost noon, an inner disciple gave Zhao Hai an identity card. It was the identity card of Iron Snake's personal servant. Zhao Hai had replaced Iron Snake's original identity card, leaving only his personal servant identity card. With this personal servant identity card, Iron Snake was now Zhao Hai's personal servant. His life and death had nothing to do with the sect. Even if he betrayed the Poison Dragon sect one day, Iron Snake would also betray the sect. If he didn't betray the sect along with Zhao Hai, then he would be captured by the Poison Dragon sect and would be executed. However, his family wouldn't be implicated. In other words, from today onwards, Iron Snake was no longer a member of the Poison Dragon sect, he was Zhao Hai's subordinate. The next day didn't have anything to do. Zhao Hai only prepared some poison techniques and gave Iron Snake a new identity card. After that, nothing else happened. On the morning of the third day, Zhao Hai woke up early and led Iron Snake to the transmission square. At this time, there were already a lot of cultivators present. Among these people, there were a lot of inner disciples. Only one elder was standing there. Zhao Hai directly went to the elder and said, "I've seen the elder. May I ask if the elder is going to the Poison Tree sect?" The elder looked at Zhao Hai. He knew that Zhao Hai was an inner disciple, so he nodded and said, "Yes. Therefore, all the disciples who are going to the Poison Tree sect should gather here. However, I won't be following you. Once you reach the Poison Tree sect, you must listen to Wu Kai's orders. Stand to the side and wait for everyone to arrive." Zhao Hai nodded and stood behind the elder. At this time, more and more disciples arrived at the transmission square. Zhao Hai counted that there were about 100 inner disciples while the number of outer disciples was close to 1,000. It wasn't until 8 o'clock in the morning that there were no more disciples joining them. The elder looked at these people and nodded, "Everyone is here. Let's set off. Remember, once you reach the Poison Tree sect, whether you are an inner or outer disciple, you must listen to the sect master, Wu Kai's orders. If you don't listen to Wu Kai's orders, then you will be severely punished when we return to the sect." Everyone nodded. Then the elder directed them to the transmission formation. The transmission formation could only transport about 100 people at a time. The first batch to go up were all inner disciples. However, there were no inner disciples with servants, only Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai led Iron Snake to the transmission formation. Then the transmission formation flashed with white light before they disappeared. In the next moment, they appeared on another transmission square. When Zhao Hai could see his surroundings, he immediately saw Wu Kai's group. Wu Kai was standing there with several elders of the Poison Tree sect. Actually, these elders were also inner disciples of the Poison Dragon sect. However, they didn't have any hope of advancing, so they followed Wu Kai to the poison tree sect and became its elders. Zhao Hai and the others immediately came down from the transmission formation. The inner disciples gave Wu Kai a salute and called him senior brother. However, Zhao Hai didn't go forward. Only after the inner disciples gave their greetings did Zhao Hai arrive in front of Wu Kai. He gave Wu Kai a salute and said, "I have seen the sect master and elders." When Wu Kai saw Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately remembered who Zhao Hai was. However, he was still surprised as he sized up Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, I didn't think that you would be an inner disciple. Why are you still calling me sect master? Just call me senior brother. I didn't think that I would be able to send a talent to the sect." Wu Kai was very happy. No matter what, Zhao Hai came from the poison tree sect. Wu Kai's status in the sect was very high. He was the one who discovered Zhao Hai and sent Zhao Hai to the sect. This made him feel very proud. Zhao Hai had a serious expression as he said, "If it wasn't for the sect master, then I wouldn't be where I am today. In my heart, sect master will always be my sect master." When Wu Kai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but feel excited. Whether Zhao Hai was sincere or not, he was very happy to hear it. However, Wu Kai didn't stay excited for too long. This was because people were quickly arriving at the transmission formation. Wu Kai didn't have time to chat with Zhao Hai as Zhao Hai followed the other inner disciples to rest. However, after Zhao Hai arrived at his courtyard and took a look around, he immediately left and headed towards the poison tree sect's courtyard. He wanted to see Li Tiniu and the others and see how they were doing. When Zhao Hai arrived at the courtyard, he discovered that the people inside had changed. At this time, he didn't recognize anyone inside. This made Zhao Hai very disappointed. Zhao Hai inquired about Li Tiniu and the others. He didn't expect that Li Tiniu would still be there. Moreover, Li Tiniu was doing quite well. He had already become an inner disciple of the poison tree sect and was even one of the 10 great inner disciples. Under the guidance of the disciples of the poison tree sect, Zhao Hai found Li Tiniu's courtyard. Before he even entered the courtyard, he could already hear a sound. Hearing this sound, he knew that someone was practicing in the courtyard. Zhao Hai arrived at the courtyard and knocked on the door. A voice was immediately heard, "Who is it?" Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "It's me, Tian Hai." "Tian Hai? Brother Tian Hai, it's you." Along with a pleasantly surprised voice, the courtyard's door opened. Li Tiniu appeared in the courtyard. He was still the same as before, tall and sturdy. When Zhao Hai saw Li Tiniu's appearance, he faintly smiled and said, "Brother Li, we meet again." Li Tiniu looked at Zhao Hai and excitedly said, "Brother Tian, you're finally back. That's great. I thought that you forgot about me. Come, let's talk inside." Then he pulled Zhao Hai into the courtyard. After the two entered the room and sat down, Li Tiniu immediately took out a jug of wine and opened the seal. "I'm happy that you're here. Naturally, we can't drink tea. Come, let's drink 2 cups. Zhao Hai didn't refuse. Li Tiniu took out 2 large bowls and poured a bowl of wine for each of them. Then he turned his head and said, "Come, let's drink." Zhao Hai wasn't polite as he raised his bowl and drank with Li Tiniu. After putting down the bowl, Li Tiniu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Tian, why did you come back so late?" The sect is completely different from when you left. I'm afraid that there aren't many people you know who's still alive." Zhao Hai asked, "Why? Is the sect that dangerous?" Li Tiniu sighed and said, "The sect isn't that dangerous, but going out to do missions is always dangerous. You don't know, but in the demon domain, sects like our poison tree sect have popped up all of a sudden. Everyone was fighting for territory and missions. In the end, it became like this. Because of these fights, a lot of people died. More than half of the people who entered the sect with us have died." Zhao Hai nodded, then after thinking for a moment, he took out a bottle of pills and an artifact and said, "I'll give you this bottle of pills as well as this artifact. You're now at the peak of qi refining stage. This bottle of pills should be enough for you to enter the qi refining stage. You can keep this artifact for yourself." Zhao Hai nodded, then he took out a bottle of pills and an artifact. When Li Tiniu heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and discovered that he couldn't see through Zhao Hai's strength. Then he said, Brother Tian, you're already a qi refining realm expert? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I'm already in the qi refining realm. However, I'm still not an expert. A year ago, I did the Poison Dragon sect's inner disciple assessment and became an inner disciple. I think that if you enter the qi refining realm, you should also be able to become a disciple of the Poison Dragon sect. However, if you want to become an inner disciple of the Poison Dragon sect, then you'll need to go through another assessment. Li Tinia looked at Zhao Hai with envy and said, joining a great sect is good. Look at you, you're already in the qi refining realm. Moreover, you're also an inner disciple. How enviable. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, there's nothing to be envious about. If you enter the qi refining realm in the future, then you can also join the Poison Dragon sect. This is very normal. Li Tinia nodded. He wasn't polite and directly received the pills and artifacts into the space. Then he said, then I won't be polite. Wait until I become a disciple of the Poison Dragon sect, then I'll definitely repay you. When Zhao Hai heard Li Tinia, he immediately said, Brother Li, if you really enter the Poison Dragon sect, then before you become an inner disciple, don't come in contact with me. You can even say that you have enmity with me, so don't show any signs of being close to me. Do you understand what I mean? When Li Tinia heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. However, he was also an experienced person. He immediately heard something from Zhao Hai's words. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Tian, did you offend someone in the Poison Dragon sect? Zhao Hai nodded, then he sighed and said, You're right, I really offended someone, an elder. This elder used to be a core disciple of the Poison Dragon sect. Later on, he was promoted to an elder. He's also the refining elder of the Poison Dragon sect. His position in the Poison Dragon sect is very high. When I killed one of his nominal disciples, he sent people to deal with me. Later on, when I did a mission, he sent 2 of his nominal disciples to deal with me, but they were also killed by me. Later on, he sent people to kill me, but I used a trick to get them to the 5 Poison sect's territory. Because of this, he hates me to death. So if you really become a disciple of the Poison Dragon sect, you mustn't say that you're related to me. Otherwise, he will certainly deal with you. When the time comes, you would be in danger. Otherwise, you'll be in danger. Li Tinia stared blankly at Zhao Hai. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually offend such a character in the Poison Dragon sect. Moreover, Zhao Hai managed to survive several times and even became an inner disciple. Li Tinia looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Tian, are you in danger right now? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, You don't need to worry about this. I'm not in any danger. Right now, I'm a disciple of a core disciple of the Poison Dragon sect. That core disciple already helped me talk to that elder. However, if there's a chance, that elder will definitely deal with me. Therefore, if you enter the Poison Dragon sect, don't say that you're related to me. Understand? We shouldn't have too much contact in the Poison Tree sect. After today, we'll have less contact. When you become an inner disciple of the Poison Dragon sect, you can come find me. I'll introduce you to Senior Brother Zhou and have you become his disciple. Li Tinia nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai with gratitude and said, Many thanks, Brother Tian. I'll remember this. Zhao Hai looked at the sky outside and said, I'll be heading back. I think the sect master will hold a banquet to welcome us tonight. If you attend, don't let anyone see through you. This time, the Poison Dragon sect has sent 100 inner disciples. Among these disciples, there should be some who work for that elder. Right, the elder that I offended is the Poison Dragon sect's refining hall's elder Xianxia. Remember this. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Don't worry. Remember this. Li Tinia nodded. Then Zhao Hai stood up and left. Li Tinia sent Zhao Hai to the door before the 2 parted ways. Zhao Hai returned to his courtyard. This time, he didn't bring Iron Snake with him. Iron Snake stayed in the courtyard. Seeing Zhao Hai return, Iron Snake immediately saluted Zhao Hai and said, My lord, you're back. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Remember. Call me young master from now on. Did anyone come to see me? Iron Snake shook his head and said, No. Almost everyone in the sect has arrived. However, it seems like the rooms haven't been allocated yet. The people of the poison tree sect should be very busy. Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, "All right, you go rest." Iron Snake complied, then turned around and left. Zhao Hai returned to his room. Just as he sat down, he heard a voice, "Is senior brother Tian here?" "I'm Wu Kai." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that Wu Kai would personally come to see him. He quickly stood up. At this time, Iron Snake went to open the door. Zhao Hai came out of his room. Seeing that Iron Snake had invited Wu Kuang into the courtyard, Zhao Hai quickly went forward and gave Wu Kai a salute. "Sect Master, why did you come? Please come in and have a seat." Wu Kai wasn't polite as he followed Zhao Hai into the room. After the two sat down, Iron Snake immediately served them tea. This tea was brought out from the Poison Dragon sect. Since the water could be boiled in the courtyard, this tea was very convenient. After Wu Kai sat down, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, I heard that you offended someone in the sect." When Zhao Hai heard Wu Kai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Wu Kai and said, "Sect Master knows about this?" "Yes, I offended Elder Xianxia in the sect." A trace of hatred appeared on Wu Kai's face as he said, "It's that old bastard Xianxia again. Damn it, the reason why I left the sect was because of him. I was a disciple of another elder, but later on, I accidentally offended one of Xianxia's disciples. I didn't expect that old bastard to find that elder and have him deal with me. That elder was also a spineless person, he actually drove me out of the Poison Dragon sect. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come out to establish the Poison Tree sect. That old bastard is too hateful." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that there would be such a thing. However, he still replied, "I'm also in danger, I almost died several times." "Sect Master, why did you come looking for me today?" Zhao Hai nodded. Wu Kai let out a long breath, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Tian Hai, in the past, among the people from our Poison Tree sect who went to the Poison Dragon sect, you're the most promising one. Although this excursion seems very relaxed and free, it also means that we're far away from the Poison Dragon sect. If we want to make any breakthroughs in our cultivation, then we can't cut off our ties with the Poison Dragon sect. Therefore, I hope that you can keep in touch with us in the future. I can guarantee that the Poison Tree sect will fully support you if you need it. What do you think?" As soon as Zhao Hai heard Wu Kai, he understood Wu Kai's meaning. As a cultivator, Wu Kai naturally wanted to take a step forward. However, since he was in the Poison Tree sect, he couldn't always return to the Poison Dragon sect. His connection with the Poison Dragon sect would be cut off. This was very disadvantageous for them. Therefore, he thought of this method. He wanted to use the Poison Tree sect to support Zhao Hai while Zhao Hai became the link between him and the Poison Dragon sect. Zhao Hai was considering Wu Kai's proposal. In fact, he didn't have to pay a lot for this proposal. However, the benefits he would receive wouldn't be much either. One must know that he was now an inner disciple of the Poison Dragon sect. Perhaps he didn't know how much influence an inner disciple had in a sect. However, ever since he went to the Spirit Crab Island and met Xiaoyi, Zhao Hai knew how important an inner disciple was to a sect. Naturally, Zhao Hai was different from the native disciples of the Poison Dragon sect. These native disciples were nurtured by the Poison Dragon sect since they were young. They had gone through many trials, and every time they went out, they would cooperate with the subordinate forces of the Poison Dragon sect. This way, the subordinate forces of the Poison Dragon sect would know about them. These forces also hoped to find a backer in the Poison Dragon sect. This way, their future days would be better. Therefore, as long as a disciple of the Poison Dragon sect was discovered to have potential, there would be no shortage of forces supporting them. On the other hand, Zhao Hai had joined the Poison Dragon sect halfway. He had no relationship with the Poison Dragon sect before. Even if he joined the Poison Dragon sect, nobody would be optimistic about him. This was because he was a rogue cultivator. In fact, this was the case. Many of the rogue cultivators who joined the Poison Dragon sect with Zhao Hai had already died. Those who didn't die didn't have any achievements. It seemed like they could only mingle in the outer sect. Maybe when they reached the age, they would be directly sent out. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai decided to cooperate with Wu Kai. Zhao Hai believed that cooperating with Wu Kai would bring benefits. First of all, they had a common enemy, Xianxia. With a common enemy, they would have a foundation for cooperation. Another reason was that Wu Kai needed Zhao Hai. Just like he said, he wanted Zhao Hai to be the bridge between him and the Poison Dragon sect. This would allow him to communicate with the Poison Dragon sect more conveniently through Zhao Hai. On the other hand, Zhao Hai also needed Wu Kai and the others. After all, he was now alone in the Poison Dragon sect and had no support. If Wu Kai was willing to support him, it would be a good thing for him. Zhao Hai looked at Wu Kai and said, "Sect Master, I agree. If Sect Master needs anything in the future, you can tell me. In fact, I'm now a subordinate of Senior Brother Zhou Fengming. If Sect Master needs me, I can go back and tell Senior Brother Zhou about Sect Master's situation. I just don't know if Sect Master is willing to establish himself as Senior Brother Zhou's disciple." Zhao Hai was very clear that even if he cooperated with Wu Kai, it would only be cooperation. After all, Wu Kai was different from the other forces of the Poison Dragon sect. The other forces of the Poison Dragon sect could only establish themselves as disciples of the Poison Dragon sect. Among their forces, there might not be anyone who joined the Poison Dragon sect for a long time. Therefore, they had to lower their stance in front of the Poison Dragon sect's disciples. However, Wu Kai was different. Wu Kai was an inner disciple of the Poison Dragon sect. He still had some connections in the Poison Dragon sect. Even if he cooperated with Zhao Hai, they would still be on equal footing. This kind of cooperation was built on the basis of equality. Zhao Hai couldn't ask the Poison Tree sect unconditionally. He had to repay the Poison Tree sect. But to be honest, Zhao Hai didn't need the Poison Tree sect to do anything. Therefore, Zhao Hai could agree to cooperate with Wu Kai. However, he would introduce Wu Kai to Zhou Fengming. This way, Zhou Fengming would gain the support of Wu Kai's Poison Tree sect. Zhou Fengming would also value Zhao Hai, who introduced the Poison Tree sect to her. At the same time, Wu Kai would also be grateful to Zhao Hai. After all, the difference between Zhao Hai and Zhou Fengming's status was too big. Just as Zhao Hai expected, Wu Kai's eyes couldn't help but light up when he heard Zhao Hai. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Junior Brother Tian, is what you said true? Are you really going to introduce me to Senior Brother Zhou Fengming?" Upon seeing Wu Kai's expression, Zhao Hai knew that his guess was right. Wu Kai looked for him because he took a fancy to Zhou Fengming. Wu Kai also had friends in the Poison Dragon sect. Moreover, Wu Kai's matter had caused a lot of commotion in the sect. Therefore, Wu Kai should know that Zhao Hai was now Zhou Fengming's subordinate. The reason why Wu Kai approached Zhao Hai was because he wanted to use Zhao Hai to get close to Zhou Fengming. However, Zhao Hai didn't get angry. Instead, he nodded and said, "Right. But I have to go back and talk to Senior Brother Tao Jing first. I think Sect Master should know the weight of Senior Brother Tao Jing's words to Senior Brother Zhou. As long as Senior Brother Tao Jing is willing to help, I don't think there would be a problem. But before that, Sect Master needs to do something." As soon as Wu Kai heard Zhao Hai, he stared for a moment. Then he looked at Zhao Hai with vigilance and said, "What do you want me to do?" Looking at Wu Kai's nervous expression, Zhao Hai said, "I don't need anything. I heard that there's a person called Tao Liang among the people who came to support us. However, I don't know this person. I want Sect Master to point him out to me. That person is Senior Brother Tao Liang. You don't need to do anything, just point him out to me." Wu Kai stared. Then he immediately knew that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, what are you doing? The Tao family isn't weak in the Poison Dragon sect. Don't act recklessly. Moreover, Senior Martial Brother Tao Jing is also a member of the Tao family. If you want to harm Tao Liang, then Senior Martial Brother Tao Jing might blame you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Senior Brother can rest assured. I won't mess around. You don't need to worry." Although Zhao Hai said that, Wu Kai was still worried. However, he had no choice but to agree to Zhao Hai's condition. Therefore, he nodded and said, "Tonight, I will host a banquet to entertain the inner disciples who came to support us. At that time, you'll know who Tao Liang is." After saying that, Wu Kai stood up and said his goodbyes. Zhao Hai sent Wu Kai to the door. Looking at Wu Kai's departing figure, he couldn't help but smile. He knew that Wu Kai would certainly make such a choice. After all, Wu Kai was a cultivator. He wanted to go even further. That night, Wu Kai indeed hosted a banquet to entertain all the poison dragon sect's inner disciples who came as reinforcements. During the banquet, Wu Kai proposed a toast to the poison dragon sect's members. During the process, he chatted with many poison dragon sect's disciples, including Tao Liang. Zhao Hai naturally recognized Tao Liang. This Tao Liang looked to be around 30 years old. He had a white face and no beard. He looked like a young master and was very handsome. However, Zhao Hai didn't notice this. Zhao Hai discovered that this Tao Liang shouldn't have gone through any hardships. He also didn't kill anyone because he didn't have any killing intent. At the same time, Zhao Hai also noticed that there were a few inner disciples who were intentionally or unintentionally getting close to Tao Liang. They followed Tao Liang's lead. Clearly, they were close to Tao Liang. Or perhaps, they were Tao Liang's guards. This allowed Zhao Hai to have a new estimation of the Tao family's strength in the poison dragon sect. It seems like Wu Kai was right when he said that the Tao family's strength in the poison dragon sect wasn't low. The banquet quickly ended and everyone returned to their courtyards to rest. Zhao Hai looked at Tai Shi and saw that Tai Shi was soaking in a large wooden tub. He didn't care about it. Although this kind of cultivation was very painful, the effect was very good. Moreover, it wouldn't affect Tai Shi's body too much. In fact, this was another kind of poison refining technique. Take the poison dragon sect's disciples for example. When they cultivate different kinds of spirit energy, they would mix it with the corresponding poison. Slowly, their spirit energy would become poisonous. Since the spirit energy had to flow through the body, it would naturally become poisonous. Therefore, every cultivator in the poison dragon sect was a poison person. Although Tai Shi's cultivation method was different from the poison dragon sect's, it was more or less the same. He also refined himself into a poison person. The only difference was that one was from the inside out while the other was from the outside in. The next morning, Zhao Hai woke up early. After eating, he heard that Wu Kai had invited all the inner disciples over to discuss how to deal with the 5 poison sect. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't object and directly went to Wu Kai's place. After arriving, Zhao Hai discovered that this was the Poison Tree sect's Great Hall. All the inner disciples of the Poison Dragon sect were present, including Wu Kai and the elders of the Poison Tree sect. After everyone arrived, Wu Kai looked at everyone and said, "First of all, I would like to thank everyone for coming to help." This time, the 5 poison sect's people came in a menacing manner. Their target is my Poison Tree sect. If no one came to help, then my Poison Tree sect would be in danger. I won't be polite, I'll tell everyone the current location of the 5 poison sect. Everyone listened to Wu Kai's words. They came this time to deal with the 5 poison sect. Naturally, they wanted to know where the 5 poison sect's people were. Wu Kai said in a deep voice, "In fact, we didn't know the location of the 5 poison sect before." Later on, a disciple of the sect went out to do a mission and accidentally discovered the people of the 5 poison sect. He secretly followed them and discovered the location of the people of the 5 poison sect. The people of the 5 poison sect are now in the Wutong Mountain Range's Green Tongue Valley. Everyone was stunned. They weren't very familiar with the surrounding terrain. However, Zhao Hai was. Although he didn't stay in the Poison Tree sect for a long time, he still knew the surrounding terrain. He was very clear that the Green Tongue Valley was inside the Wutong Mountain Range. It wasn't very far from the Poison Tree sect's headquarters. Wu Kai looked at everyone's expressions and said solemnly, "Perhaps everyone doesn't know where Green Tongue Valley is. However, I can tell everyone that Green Tongue Valley is southwest of the Poison Dragon sect. It's less than 500 miles away in a straight line. The tip of the 5 poison sect's blade is already pressed against my nose." Hearing Wu Kai's words, everyone understood that the 5 poison sect was actually so close to them. No wonder Wu Kai was so nervous. 500 li might sound very far, but for a cultivator, especially a cultivator who flew separately, 500 li wasn't far. It could even be said to be very close. Wu Kai looked at the crowd and said, "We still don't know exactly how many people the 5 poison sect has sent this time. However, the number is definitely not small. Right now, the Green Tongue Valley has already been enveloped by a poisonous fog. There is simply no way to investigate. Everyone should know that the poisonous fog used by the five poison sect is not an ordinary poisonous fog. It is a poisonous fog produced by a large number of poisonous insects gathered together. Therefore, we can be sure that there are definitely many disciples of the five poison sect gathered in the Green Tongue Valley. Next, I would like to invite everyone to discuss and see which junior brother is willing to head to the Green Tongue Valley to investigate the situation, so that we can deal with the five poison sect more conveniently. Everyone looked at each other. No one said anything because everyone knew that this scouting mission was very dangerous. They had to observe the situation of the five poison sect from a close distance. If they were discovered by the five poison sect, then they would be in danger. The five poison sect was able to fight against the poison dragon sect for so many years without falling into a disadvantageous position. Naturally, they had their own unique ways. They weren't to be trifled with. If they made a mistake, then they wouldn't be able to come back. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Sect Master, let me go take a look." Everyone doesn't know where the Green Tongue Valley is. If they go, they would have to find a place. I know where the Green Tongue Valley is, so I'm the most suitable person to go. When Zhao Hai spoke, everyone's gaze turned towards him. When they saw that it was Zhao Hai, some people showed an expression of realization while others sneered. Clearly, they didn't have a good impression of Zhao Hai. This included Tao Liang. Zhao Hai saw everyone's gaze. However, he didn't say anything and only looked at Wu Kai. When Wu Kai saw Zhao Hai's expression, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he said, "Alright, then I'll have to trouble junior brother Tian." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he cupped his fist towards everyone and walked out. When he arrived outside the hall, he directly soared into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing Zhao Hai leave, no one had any reaction. Wu Kai looked at everyone and said, "Next, I'll make some arrangements. The senior brothers will be divided into 5 groups. Each group will have 20 people. Each group can lead 200 outer disciples of the Poison Dragon sect and 500 Poison Tree sect disciples. Each group will guard one side. The remaining junior brothers will stay with me in the hall and be ready to support at any time. What do you think?" Naturally, no one objected. They could still clearly remember that when they left the sect, the elders in the sect said that after arriving here, they had to listen to Wu Kai. If they didn't listen to Wu Kai, they would be severely punished when they returned to the sect. The Poison Dragon sect's punishment wasn't a joke. No one dared to underestimate the Poison Dragon sect's punishment. If they didn't handle it well, then they would lose their lives. Therefore, they were very cooperative. Then Wu Kai divided everyone into 5 groups, each of them guarding 4 directions. Naturally, they also arranged some trapping formations as well as some poison belts. As long as the enemy attacks, they would first have to face these trapping formations and poison belts. This was a warning in advance. The battle between the Poison Dragon sect and the 5 Poison sect wasn't just a day or 2 ago, they already had experience. The people from the Poison Dragon sect were very clear that their poison belts wouldn't be able to deal any damage to the people from the 5 Poison sect. This was because the people from the 5 Poison sect would drive their poisonous insects to attack first. Because of this, the first thing that the Poison Dragon sect set up would be the poisonous insects. They wouldn't be able to harm the people from the 5 Poison sect. However, they didn't arrange this to kill people. Instead, it was for warning. As long as the trapping formations and poison belts were effective, they would be able to let the 5 Poison sect know that the enemy was coming. Zhao Hai calmly flew forward. But after leaving Wutong Mountain, he lowered his flying altitude. He didn't want to be a conspicuous target. If he flew too high, then he would be discovered from afar. This time, Zhao Hai wanted to see how many people the 5 Poison sect had brought. Zhao Hai didn't know what to do. He just wanted to see how many people the 5 Poison sect had. For a cultivator who can fly, 500 li was very close. In less than half an hour, Zhao Hai was already able to see the poisonous fog. At this time, he was flying close to the ground. Zhao Hai knew that the poisonous fog was the place where Green Tongue Valley was located. However, he didn't go in. Instead, he released a lot of poisonous insects from the space. Then he directed these insects to enter Green Tongue Valley. Zhao Hai had a lot of poisonous insects in the space. There were even more than the insects in the sword spirit boundary. This was because he had passed through countless places and collected them. Then he kept them inside the space and cultivated them. It can be said that if Zhao Hai wanted to attack with poisonous insects like the five poison sect, then he would certainly be more powerful than them. However, Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to do this. At this time, he only needed to practice his abilities. Everything else wasn't important. Before long, the poisonous insects entered the valley. Zhao Hai was able to see the situation inside the valley through the insects. Upon seeing the situation inside the valley, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. This was because there were too many poisonous insects in the valley. It can be said that the entire valley was covered with poisonous insects. Moreover, it wasn't just one layer, but countless layers. There were all kinds of poisonous insects, and all kinds of strange insects. Just looking at them made one's hair stand up. These poisonous insects were big and small. The big ones were like the centipede that Zhao Hai used to deal with the five poison sect's disciple, Lan Feng. The big ones were several meters long while the small ones were only the size of ants. When Zhao Hai counted them, the number of poisonous insects exceeded 200. On both sides of the valley, there were some caves. In those caves, one could see some people. These people were wearing colorful clothes. Their attire was very different. Just by looking at their clothes, one could tell that they were from the five poison sect. Zhao Hai discovered that the poisonous insects were very far away from the caves. None of the poisonous insects dared to approach the caves. Zhao Hai knew that the people inside the caves must have placed some insect repellent in front of the cave. Otherwise, the poisonous insects wouldn't have reacted like this. Zhao Hai directly had some poisonous insect people enter the caves from underground. After carefully looking at them, he found that some of these caves were naturally formed. However, some of them were man-made. There were also some that were directly dug out by people. Each cave was very large, at least 10 people could live inside. Zhao Hai counted 50 caves. In other words, there were at least 500 people from the five poison sect here. The number of poisonous insects was too many, he couldn't count them all. Moreover, the number of poisonous insects wasn't just limited to these. There must be more of them. It's just that the five poison sect didn't release them. Seeing this, Zhao Hai didn't need to look any further. He directly recalled his poisonous insects and then quietly retreated. Before long, Zhao Hai returned to the poison tree sect and directly found Wu Kai. Wu Kai was still in the Great Hall. However, there weren't many people inside. Including Wu Kai's group, there were less than 30 people. However, among these 30 people, Zhao Hai saw Tao Liang. He didn't know if Wu Kai asked him to stay or if Tao Liang stayed himself. However, Zhao Hai acted as if he didn't see Tao Liang. He gave Wu Kai a salute and said, "Sect Master, I took a look at the situation in the Green Tree Valley. Because I couldn't get too close, I couldn't see it very clearly. However, what I can be sure of is that the five poison sect sent at least 500 people. Among them, the number of inner disciples wouldn't be less than 50. Moreover, he also drove away a large number of poisonous insects. The number of poisonous insects is too many, I can't count them. However, there are about 200 of the larger poisonous insects. And this is just what I saw, I can't rule out the possibility that the other party hasn't shown them yet." When Wu Kai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but nod. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Junior brother Tian, what are the larger poisonous insects you mentioned? How big are they?" Zhao Hai replied, "They are poisonous insects with a body length of 2 meters. There are about 200 of them." Hearing Zhao Hai, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard, "Junior brother Tian, are you sure you didn't see wrong? At the five poison sect, only inner sect disciples can use such long poisonous insects. Is it because you don't dare to go to the Green Tree Valley to check the situation, so you purposely set a number to deceive us? The other party only wants to deal with the Poison Tree sect, why would they send out over 200 inner sect disciples?" This voice carried a trace of frivolity and arrogance. It was as if a master was talking to his servant. When people heard this voice, they would feel uncomfortable. Zhao Hai looked towards the direction of the voice and discovered that the one who spoke was Tao Liang. This made Zhao Hai stare. He originally wanted to cause trouble for Tao Liang. He didn't expect Tao Liang to jump out and cause trouble for him. However, Zhao Hai didn't show any signs of anger. Instead, he acted like a coward and said, "Senior brother, I really did see it. I'm not lying." Anyone who saw Zhao Hai's expression would think that Zhao Hai was afraid of Tao Liang. However, when Wu Kai saw Zhao Hai's expression, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. If he wasn't sure before, then he was now certain that Zhao Hai wanted to deal with Tao Liang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a reaction. When Tao Liang saw Zhao Hai's expression, he seemed to be enjoying it. He looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "You said everything. How do you prove that you're telling the truth?" Zhao Hai opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He just stood there with an aggrieved expression. This made Tao Liang even happier. He sneered as he looked at Zhao Hai. At this time, he looked at Wu Kai and said, "Junior brother Tian has worked hard. I believe that junior brother Tian wouldn't lie to us about this matter. It wouldn't benefit him at all." Speaking of which, the Five Poison sect must have sent a lot of people this time. Moreover, there are a lot of experts. This is a troublesome matter. Everyone was silent. Just like what Tao Liang said before, in the Five Poison sect, only inner sect disciples could use these large poisonous insects. It was said that the inner sect disciples of the Five Poison sect could learn a new method to refine poisonous insects. This method could make the insects grow in size for a short period of time. This method could only be learned by the inner sect disciples of the Five Poison sect. Outer sect disciples wouldn't be able to learn it. Therefore, only inner sect disciples could use these large poisonous insects. If the information that Zhao Hai brought back was true, then that meant that the number of inner disciples that the Five Poison sect had sent out this time would be more than 200 people, which was almost 100 more than him. Such a number really made people feel shocked. Wu Kai glanced at the crowd and continued, "Right now, the people of the Five Poison sect have not come to attack. I don't know why. However, I think we should quickly ask the sect for help. Otherwise, with just the few of us, wanting to block the attack of the Five Poison sect will not be so easy." Everyone nodded. The number of inner sect disciples was more than half of theirs. If they didn't ask for help from the sect, then they would really be at a disadvantage. Moreover, they had to ask for help from the sect as soon as possible because they didn't know when the Five Poison sect would attack. For them, this was very dangerous. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside, reporting, "Sect Master. Something bad has happened. The Five Poison sect is attacking." Everyone in the hall was stunned. They really didn't expect that Zhao Hai had just returned from scouting and the enemy would attack. This speed was really fast. Wu Kai immediately said, "Yu Ying, immediately ask for help from the sect. Ask the sect to send inner sect disciples as soon as possible. The rest of you, come with me to defend against the enemy." Then, he stood up and walked out of the main hall. Everyone quickly followed him. Even Tao Liang followed him out. However, he seemed to be somewhat reluctant. When everyone came out of the hall, their expressions changed. This was because they could clearly see that in the sky in the southwest direction, there was a mass of dark clouds floating towards them. That dark cloud was definitely not formed normally. With one look, they knew that it was the Five Poison sect's poisonous insect army. Wu Kai took a deep breath and said solemnly, "All inner sect disciples, follow me to the sky to fend off the enemy. Outer sect disciples, guard the Poison Tree sect well. If the Poison Tree sect is gone, then the sect won't be able to provide any reinforcements." Although his words were a bit strange, everyone immediately understood what he meant. All the inner sect disciples followed him and flew up. As for the outer sect disciples, they were ready to fight at any time. More than 100 of them flew up into the sky. However, they didn't stop above the Poison Tree sect to wait for the other party. Instead, they took the initiative to meet them. Before long, the distance between the two sides got closer. Zhao Hai and the others were finally able to see the true appearance of the dark cloud. The dark cloud was really made up of the Five Poison sect's poisonous insects. In the middle of the cloud were huge poisonous insects. There weren't 200 of them, but 300 of them. On the back of each insect, there was a person sitting on top of each insect. In addition to the large poisonous insects, there were also countless small poisonous insects. These small poisonous insects all had wings and were constantly flying around the 300 people. From afar, it really looked like a huge black cloud was flying over. When Wu Kai saw that the enemy had so many people, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he said, "Listen up, you have already entered the territory of the Poison Tree sect. Immediately stop. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Ha 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 ha. A burst of strange laughter came from the 5 poison sects formation. Then a person opened his mouth and said, "Everyone from the Poison Dragon sect, aren't you usually very impressive? If someone dared to enter your territory like this, then wouldn't you have already poisoned them to death? Why are you warning us with good intentions now? You even used the name of the Poison Tree sect. Ha ha ha, what a joke." Hearing the other party's words, Wu Kai and the others' faces changed. The other party had directly named them. This meant that they were about to shed all pretense of cordiality. It seemed that they were really in danger today. "Don't talk as if you're so noble. You're just like us. What's wrong? You want to cause trouble when we're few in number? I'm afraid you've miscalculated." Wu Kai looked at the 5 poison sect and coldly said. Suddenly, a person from the 5 poison sect stepped forward so that everyone could see him. This person was wearing flowery clothes. Originally, a man wearing flowery clothes would look very strange. However, this person was different. Although this person was wearing flowery clothes, he didn't look strange. Instead, he gave off a different kind of amorous feeling. His appearance was very handsome, and his temperament was feminine. However, this temperament was surprisingly compatible with his clothes. Because of this, it wasn't strange for him to wear flowery clothes. However, the poisonous insect under his feet looked disgusting. It was actually a huge toad. This toad was very big, about 5 meters long. Its back was full of poisonous tumors. What made people feel strange was that this toad had sharp teeth in its mouth. It looked very strange. The person looked at Wu Kai and sneered, "Less nonsense. Your Poison Dragon sect is a good person. You sent people to attack our branch and killed our people. If I don't take revenge, then I won't be able to dispel the hatred in my heart." Wu Kai sneered and said, "What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Let's see who's the real deal." Then Wu Kai took out several poisonous weapons. These poisonous weapons didn't look any different from ordinary weapons. They looked just like ordinary weapons. However, their colors were somewhat strange. Some of them were pitch black while others were dark green. In short, the colors were very strange. Moreover, if one looked carefully, one would see that these poisonous weapons were surrounded by smoke that was the same color as the weapons. This smoke didn't disperse around the weapons. With just a glance, one could see that these weren't good things. The others were the same. All of them took out their poisonous weapons. Jiao Hai also took out his poisonous weapons. He wasn't afraid of being discovered because these weapons had their origins. They were taken from the bodies of the inner disciples he killed. This wasn't a big deal. A lot of people in the Poison Dragon sect knew about this. The 5 poison sect person looked at Wu Kai's group and sneered, "Good, good. Then let's see who's the real deal." After he said that, he waved his hand as the 5 poison sect disciples behind him began to blow the copper flutes in their hands. A sharp sound came out of the copper flutes. Along with the sound of the copper flutes, the poisonous insects surrounding the 5 poison sect disciples were like soldiers who had received orders as they rushed towards Zhao Hai's group. Looking at the omnipresent poisonous insects, no one was afraid at all. Wu Kai coldly snorted and then released the poisonous weapons in his hand. The others did the same. However, their poisonous weapons weren't used to attack the insects. There were too many of them. Moreover, they were too small. Using their poisonous weapons to attack the insects wouldn't have any effect. The targets of their poisonous weapons were the 5 poison sect disciples. As for the poisonous insects released by the 5 poison sect, once they entered within 20 meters of Wu Kai's group, they immediately died. They simply couldn't approach Wu Kai's group. Obviously, Wu Kai's group had fought with the 5 poison sect before. they knew how to deal with them. In front of them, they had arranged a poisonous belt. If the insects wanted to approach them, they would have to pass through the poisonous belt first. There were only a few insects that could pass through the poisonous belt without dying. When the insects got close to them, they would also have to face all kinds of poisonous attacks. There were almost no insects that could withstand it. However, the poisonous insects didn't stop. They were still rushing towards Zhao Hai's group. Not only did they consume the poison in their bodies, they also blocked their vision. This made Zhao Hai and the others use their spiritual force to observe the situation in front of them. This greatly increased the consumption of their spiritual force. Both sides could be said to be in a deadlock. Wu Kai and the others commanded their poisonous weapons, wanting to deal with the 5 poisoned sex people wouldn't be easy. But the 5 poisoned sex people clearly didn't want to attack with all their strength. They were only commanding their poisonous insects to slowly consume Wu Kai and the other's spiritual force. It seems like they wanted to wait for their spiritual force to be exhausted before attacking with all their strength, eliminating them in one fell swoop. Although he saw this, Zhao Hai didn't show any reaction. He also didn't say anything. He was just following what everyone was doing. He didn't want to be in the limelight and didn't want anyone to notice him. The two sides were in a stalemate. At this time, the battle on Wutong Mountain below had also begun. A large number of poisonous insects rushed up Wutong Mountain. Countless 5 poison sect cultivators commanded the army of poisonous insects to attack the poison tree sect. However, the poison tree sect also had 1,000 poison dragon sect disciples. In addition to the 3,000 poison tree sect disciples, it wouldn't be easy for the 5 poison sect to attack the mountain. On Wutong Mountain, Wu Kai and the others had already arranged a lot of poison belts as well as some trap formations. If the poisonous insects wanted to attack the mountain, these would be the first things that they would encounter. However, the 5 poison sect's poisonous insect army was too large. These poison belts and trap formations were simply useless against them. Rustling sounds could be heard all over the mountain as the poisonous insects rushed up the mountain like a tide. However, Wu Kai wasn't too worried. He believed that the poison dragon sect disciples would be able to defend the mountain for some time. This was because they had already attracted the 5 poison sect's inner sect disciples. The ones attacking below were all 5 poison sect's outer sect disciples. Although they had the help of the poisonous insects, they wouldn't necessarily be able to do anything to the poison tree sect. Therefore, Wu Kai wasn't too worried. Soon, the poisonous insects of the 5 poison sect swept away all the traps and poisonous belts on Wutong Mountain. Now, there was no longer any danger on Wutong Mountain. The 5 poison sect's disciples followed the tide of insects and rushed towards the mountain. At this time, the poison dragon sect's outer sect disciples and the poison tree sect's disciples were all prepared to fight against the 5 poison sect. The battle between the two sides started by dealing with the poisonous insects. The poison dragon sect's outer sect disciples kept releasing all kinds of poisons in order to block the attack of the insect tide. However, the amount of poisonous insects that the 5 poison sect brought out this time was too much. It wasn't easy for them to deal with the 5 poison sect's insect tide. Just as the two sides were in a deadlock at the poison tree sect's entrance, several huge poisonous insects suddenly rushed out from the 5 poison sect's cultivators. Each of these poisonous insects was 3 meters long and looked terrifying. Seeing these poisonous insects, the outer court disciple of the poison dragon sect was first stunned. Then, there was an uproar. They knew that there were inner court disciples of the 5 poison sect hidden within the outer court disciples of the 5 poison sect. Right now, those inner court disciples of the 5 poison sect had already made their move. The moment the 5 poison sect's inner disciple made a move, the poison dragon sect's outer disciple collapsed. They didn't even dare to fight against the inner disciple of the 5 poison sect, nor did they dare to stand in front of the poisonous insects. They all frantically retreated. Zhao Hai and the others in the sky were also paying attention to the situation below. When they saw the sudden appearance of the poisonous insects, Wu Kai and the others were stunned. Then their expressions couldn't help but change. Wu Kai angrily cursed, "Despicable. The 5 poison sect's vile characters actually did such a thing. Truly despicable." The 5 poison sect's leader coldly snorted and said, "Despicable? I don't think so. Your poison dragon sect has done such things many times. What face do you have to scold us? Ha ha ha. I want to see how the poison dragon sect's people will come to your aid after we destroy their sects and their transportation formations. I want to see how you people will escape from our hands. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to what they were saying. He noticed that the inner sect disciples of the five poison sect had surrounded them at an unknown time. Clearly, the inner sect disciples of the five poison sect wanted to trap them here so that they wouldn't be able to come to their aid. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. It seems like the five poison sect was waiting for their arrival. The five poison sect's people were very ambitious. They came here first and then let the poison tree sect discover them. This way, the poison tree sect would ask the poison dragon sect for help. Generally, the poison dragon sect wouldn't send too many inner sect disciples as support. Once the poison dragon sect's reinforcements arrive, the poison tree sect's disciples would be drawn out. Then they would send some inner sect disciples to hide among the outer sect disciples and attack the poison tree sect together. When both sides were in a deadlock, the inner sect disciples would suddenly attack and defeat the poison dragon sect's cultivators. Then they would occupy the poison tree sect's territory and destroy the transportation formation. This way, even if the poison dragon sect wanted to support them, it wouldn't be easy. At that time, the five poison dragon sect would be able to easily deal with the poison dragon sect's disciples. Even if they couldn't deal with all of them, as long as they could deal with most of them, the poison dragon sect would feel pain for a while. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared beside Wu Kai. At this time, Wu Kai was preparing to go all out against the five poison sect when Zhao Hai suddenly appeared beside him and pulled him back. Then Zhao Hai said, "Sect Master, now isn't the time to go all out against them. We should concentrate all our strength and return to the sect to guard the transmission formation. This way, not only can we send the outer court disciples back to the sect, we can also let the sect's reinforcements arrive. As long as we can guard the transmission formation, we will have hope. If we can't guard the transmission formation, then it would be troublesome. If we can't guard the transportation formation, then it'll be troublesome." When Wu Kai heard Zhao Hai, he calmed down and said, "Right, you're right. Everyone, listen up. Go all out. We must return to the poison tree sect in the shortest time possible. If we can guard the transportation formation, then we'll win." The others also knew that if they didn't listen to the command, then they would be finished. Therefore, they all began to move. Each of them brought out their best skills as they rushed down. When the people from the five poison sect saw Wu Kai's actions, their expressions couldn't help but change. They were afraid that Wu Kai would do something like this. The reason why they said those words before was because they wanted Wu Kai's group to go all out against them. Now that Wu Kai's group was rushing towards the poison tree sect, it wouldn't be easy for them to stop Wu Kai's group. Just as Wu Kai and the others were going all out to attack the poison tree sect, the leader of the five poison sect reacted. He clenched his teeth and loudly said, "Divide half of our people and attack the poison tree sect. We must destroy their transmission formation. If we can't, then our plan will be ruined." As soon as the five poison sect's people heard this, they immediately responded. Then half of them went straight towards the poison tree sect while the other half went all out to entangle Wu Kai's group. Both sides were going all out this time, nobody was holding back. Aside from using poisonous insects, the five poison sect's people were also very good at using poison. They could also use all kinds of artifacts. When the two sides really went all out, the five poison sect's people wouldn't be able to suffer any losses. Once the five poison sect went all out, it would be impossible for Wu Kai's group to rush back to the poison tree sect's territory in a short time. This made Wu Kai even more anxious. When Zhao Hai saw the people from the five poison sect flying towards the poison tree sect, he knew that it was over. The transmission formation of the poison tree sect would definitely be destroyed. He immediately sent a sound transmission to Wu Kai, "Sect Master, it's too late. The transmission formation of the poison tree sect can no longer be maintained. Now that all of their attention has been focused on defending our path back to the poison tree sect, they should use this opportunity to break through. As long as they can protect the inner disciples, the sect wouldn't blame you." When he heard Zhao Hai, Wu Kai couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at the situation of the five poison sect and knew that Zhao Hai was right. The 5 poison sect's people were faster than them. If they were to break through the poison tree sect's encirclement, then even if they managed to break through, the 5 poison sect's transmission formation would be destroyed. Returning to the poison tree sect would be useless. At that time, not only would they not be able to get support from the poison dragon sect, they would also be surrounded. With so many 5 poison sect's inner disciples attacking them, they would be in real danger. At this thought, Wu Kai immediately transmitted his voice to the others. It's too late to return to the poison tree sect now. Everyone, listen to me. We'll break through the encirclement. As long as we kill our way out, we'll immediately flee far away. Don't get entangled with them. As long as we can return to the poison dragon sect, we'll have a chance to start over. The other inner sect disciples naturally didn't have any objections. Right now, they only wanted to save their own lives and nothing else. Therefore, when they heard Wu Kai's words, they immediately agreed. Seeing that everyone agreed, Wu Kai looked at the people from the 5 poison sect who were entangled with them. At this moment, the 5 poison sect's people were already focused on the direction of the poison tree sect. If they were to break through in the opposite direction, it would be very easy for them to escape. Wu Kai looked at the situation and calculated the time. Then he suddenly shouted, "Attack!" Following his shout, everyone suddenly turned around and charged towards the direction of the poison tree sect. Actually, there weren't many people from the 5 poison sect behind them. There were a few people from the 5 poison sect, but they were only there to act as a distraction. The people from the 5 poison sect didn't expect them to suddenly charge towards the direction of the poison tree sect. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. Wu Kai's group had already broken through the encirclement of the 5 poison sect's inner sect disciples. Moreover, they were flying at their fastest speed. It would be very difficult for them to chase after them. The 5 poison sect's leader's face was ashen. He really didn't expect Wu Kai's group to react this quickly. They actually ignored the outer sect disciples below and directly ran away. This gave him a headache. In reality, to the people of the 5 poison sect, other than venting their anger, killing some outer court disciples of the poison dragon sect was of no use. Only by killing more inner court disciples of the poison dragon sect would they be able to truly strike a blow to the poison dragon sect. However, they did not expect that those inner court disciples of the poison dragon sect would actually run away. The people from the 5 poison sect could only vent their anger on the outer sect disciples of the poison tree sect. They also wouldn't let the poison tree sect disciples go. Wu Kai's group rushed for an unknown distance until they couldn't see the pursuers behind them. Then they stopped. Wu Kai turned his head towards the direction of the poison tree sect and fiercely said, "This matter isn't over. I will definitely get my revenge." The other poison dragon sect disciples also had faces full of hatred. Although their inner sect disciples didn't suffer any losses this time, they could imagine that the 1,000 outer sect disciples and 3,000 poison tree sect disciples that were left behind in the poison tree sect would be out of luck. This kind of loss might not be much for the poison dragon sect, but for Wu Kai, it was a huge blow. The poison tree sect was established by him. Who would have thought that it would be destroyed in just 2 years? How could he not hate this? Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Wu Kai glanced at Zhao Hai and didn't say anything. He just looked at the direction and said, "We will return immediately. We will definitely get our revenge today." Everyone understood Wu Kai's meaning. Wu Kai said that they should immediately return to the poison dragon sect's territory. Then, they'll find people to help them get back their face. One must know that the place where the poison tree sect was located wasn't the poison dragon sect's territory. It was the territory of the parasol tree sect. Although the parasol tree sect was a small sect, it still had its own inheritance. Moreover, it was very close to Parasol Tree City. Therefore, although the Parasol Tree sect was a small sect, it was still doing well. However, the Poison Dragon sect wanted to expand their territory. Naturally, they destroyed the Parasol Tree sect. Then Wu Kai led his people here and established the Poison Tree sect. It can be said that this place wasn't the Poison Dragon sect's territory. Because of this, when the Poison Tree sect was fighting, no one from the Poison Dragon sect came to help. One must know that Parasol Tree City also had a transmission formation. However, the Poison Dragon sect didn't use it. Or perhaps the Poison Dragon sect wanted to use it but they couldn't. One must know that Parasol Tree City wasn't completely under the Poison Dragon sect's control. If Wu Kai's group sealed the transmission formation in Parasol Tree City during the battle with the Five Poison sect, then the Poison Dragon sect wouldn't be able to send people to help. Because of this, Wu Kai wanted to fly to another city and use the transmission formation there to return to the Poison Dragon sect's territory. From there, he would return to the Poison Dragon sect. No one objected to Wu Kai's suggestion. They all wanted to do the same. After all, there might be people from the Five Poison sect chasing after them. If they couldn't return to the Poison Dragon sect as soon as possible, they would still be in danger. Seeing that no one objected, Wu Kai chose a direction and flew forward. But at this moment, someone suddenly said, "Wait, where did senior brother Tao go?" Upon hearing this voice, everyone stared. Then they looked at the person who spoke in confusion. In the end, they discovered that the person who spoke was someone who was very close to Tao Liang. This person was currently looking for Tao Liang in the crowd. However, Tao Liang was nowhere to be seen. Everyone was stunned. They originally thought that there would not be any losses in this battle with the Five Poison sect. Now, it seemed that there were still losses. Wu Kai also hurriedly stopped and said in a deep voice, "Let's see who is still missing." Everyone immediately looked. It didn't take long before they knew that 7 people were missing in the battle with the Five Poison sect. Among them was Tao Liang. There were also 2 cultivators who had a good relationship with Tao Liang. As for the remaining 4, although their relationship with Tao Liang wasn't very close, it wasn't far either. However, they couldn't be considered as part of Tao Liang's faction. Upon hearing this, Wu Kai couldn't help but turn his head to look at Zhao Hai. However, he discovered that Zhao Hai didn't seem to know anything. He was just standing there with a calm expression. Wu Kai sighed. He knew that Tao Liang was most likely killed by Zhao Hai. However, this had nothing to do with him. He said, "All right, there's no need to look anymore. Let's return to the sect." The battle just now was too intense. They might have already fallen. The others didn't say anything. They agreed with Wu Kai's statement. Tao Liang and the others might have really fallen. Because the battle just now was too intense, they simply couldn't pay attention to the people around them. In fact, Wu Kai's guess was right. Tao Liang really did die in the hands of Zhao Hai. Even Tao Liang's head was already in Zhao Hai's hands. However, he didn't use poison or curse techniques. Instead, he used poisonous insects. While Tao Liang and the others were focusing their attention on the Five Poison sect, Zhao Hai secretly released poisonous insects. He didn't target Tao Liang alone. If he did, it would be too obvious. He dealt with Tao Liang and the people around him. This was because Zhao Hai discovered that the people around Tao Liang seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally protecting him. Naturally, he dealt with those people as well. Zhao Hai's poisonous insects were much stronger than the poisonous insects of the Five Poison sect. The poisons around Tao Liang and the others were simply useless against the insects released by Zhao Hai. Therefore, they were directly bitten to death by the insects released by Zhao Hai. However, just as Wu Kai said, the battle was too intense. Therefore, nobody noticed the deaths of Tao Liang and the others. Tao Liang and the others died without knowing why. After Tao Liang died, Zhao Hai had the poisonous insects gnaw on the bodies of Tao Liang and the others. Naturally, he didn't touch the spatial equipment on Tao Liang and the others. After eating the corpses of Tao Liang and the others, Zhao Hai also had the venomous insects scatter Tao Liang's bones so that no one would be able to find them. This way, no one would suspect anything if Zhao Hai took Tao Liang's head away. Although the people around Tao Liang died in vain, this wasn't within Zhao Hai's consideration. In Zhao Hai's view, what he needed to do was to kill Tao Liang without being discovered. As for why the people around Tao Liang died, it had nothing to do with him. Human lives, for Zhao Hai, weren't worth that much. Nobody discovered Zhao Hai's actions. Even if someone came to investigate afterwards, it would be impossible for them to discover Zhao Hai's actions. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. Even if someone saw how Tao Liang died, they would at most say that Tao Liang was bitten to death by poisonous insects. It had nothing to do with Zhao Hai. As for how Zhao Hai got Tao Liang's head, it was very simple. After Tao Liang fell, Zhao Hai directly opened the space and received Tao Liang's head. There was no need to worry at all. Although Wu Kai believed that Tao Liang's death was related to Zhao Hai, he didn't say anything. This was because he didn't have any evidence. Additionally, he and Zhao Hai were on the same side. Naturally, it was impossible for him to say anything about this matter. Under Wu Kai's lead, the group flew towards a nearby city. Their speed was very fast. In just 2 hours, they arrived at the city. This was a small city with a population of less than 500,000. However, there was a transmission formation in the city. They could use the transmission formation to directly return to the Poison Dragon sect's territory. When they arrived outside the small city, Wu Kai and the others immediately flew towards the city. Zhao Hai looked at Wu Kai and the others and didn't know what to say. He didn't know if Wu Kai and the others had been in the great sects for a long time and thought that they were superior, that nobody would dare to make a move on them. Or perhaps they were naive and didn't have any military knowledge. They didn't take any precautions and directly rushed towards the city. If the Five Poison sect were to ambush them in the city, then wouldn't this be tantamount to throwing themselves into a trap? However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He just used his spiritual force to scan the city in advance. After scanning the city, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. There really were people in the city, moreover, they were people from the Five Poison sect. And the people who were ambushing them were the people from the Five Poison sect. It seems like they used Parasol Tree City's transmission formation to arrive here. However, it seems like they were gambling that Wu Kai and the others would come to the city. Moreover, their gamble paid off. However, Zhao Hai believed that they might have sent people to the surrounding cities. If Wu Kai and the others appear, then those people would immediately report back. At that time, the people from the Five Poison sect would be preparing to leave. This was because if they didn't leave, then they would have to wait for the Poison Dragon sect's counterattack. They wouldn't be able to block the Poison Dragon sect's counterattack. However, these weren't important. What was important was that the Five Poison sect's gamble paid off. Wu Kai and the others really came to this small city. Moreover, they didn't have any defenses. The reason why the people from the Five Poison sect made this gamble was because they believed that the people from the Poison Dragon sect would return to the Poison Dragon sect as soon as possible. In that case, they would certainly choose the simplest and fastest way to return to the Poison Dragon sect. Using the transmission formation to return to the Poison Dragon sect's territory and then using the transmission formation to return to the Poison Dragon sect was the simplest and fastest way. And this small city was the closest to the battlefield. Because of this, the people from the Five Poison sect waited here. Zhao Hai knew that he had no choice but to speak. If he didn't, then they might really be trapped in the city. Although he might escape, if he were to return to the Poison Dragon sect, then he wouldn't have a good time. Because of this, he needed to stop Wu Kai and the others. Otherwise, they would be in real danger. Because of this, Zhao Hai opened his mouth when Wu Kai and the others were about to enter the city. Sect Master, don't you need to take a look at the situation in the city? What if there are people from the Five Poison sect in the city? Zhao Hai's words were very sudden, causing Wu Kai to stop. Then he turned his head and looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. At this point, he didn't dare to underestimate Zhao Hai's opinion. This was because Zhao Hai's people had given him advice twice in the past, allowing them to escape. Others might not know about this, but he was very clear about it. Now that he heard Zhao Hai's words, Wu Kai couldn't help but take it seriously. Wu Kai turned his head to Zhao Hai and asked, Zhao Hai, why do you say that? Why would the Five Poison sect ambush us here? The others had the same reaction. Zhao Hai looked at Wu Kai and said, Sect Master, I think that for the Five Poison sect, those outer disciples are of no importance. Even if they kill all of them, they wouldn't gain anything. We are their real targets. When we withdrew from the battlefield, the Five Poison sect didn't react. However, they must have thought that we want to return to the sect in the shortest time possible. If we want to return to the sect in the shortest time possible, then we must go to the nearest city and use the transmission formation. This city is the closest city to the battlefield. They might come here to ambush us because they can use the transmission formation in Parasol Tree City to come here. On the other hand, we can only fly here, so their speed should be faster than ours. If they really set up an ambush in the city, then we would be walking right into their trap. When Wu Kai heard Zhao Hai, he slightly frowned. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are they really that smart?" Zhao Hai looked at Wu Kai and said, "Sect Master, it's better to be careful than to fall into their trap. The loss of some outer court disciples isn't a big deal, but if too many of us die, I'm afraid that the sect will punish you." Wu Kai nodded and said, "It's fine." Wu Kai stared, then his expression changed. He immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Just as Zhao Hai said, the loss of outer disciples was nothing to the Poison Dragon sect. However, if too many inner disciples were lost, then the loss to the sect would be huge. Wu Kai said, "Alright, let's not enter the city first. Prepare to evacuate at any time. Tian Hai, you enter the city and take a look." Zhao Hai didn't object and directly flew towards the city. In fact, he already knew where the Five Poison sect was hiding. Therefore, he went into the city to investigate, but it was just an act. After Zhao Hai entered the city, he pretended to carefully look around. After some time, he suddenly moved his hand and attacked a direction in the city. The place where Zhao Hai attacked was where a Five Poison sect member was hiding. The Five Poison sect member didn't expect Zhao Hai to suddenly attack. Fortunately, he was on guard. Therefore, when he saw Zhao Hai attacking him, his body reflexively moved aside. At this time, the poison released by Zhao Hai changed direction and directly caught up to the person. The poison hit the person's body. The person screamed as his body immediately turned green. Moreover, his body was covered with pustules. At this time, a huge spider suddenly appeared beside him. The spider bit the person, but then the spider fell to the ground and its body turned green. Zhao Hai was very clear that the reason why the spider bit the cultivator wasn't because it wanted to rebel. On the contrary, the spider wanted to suck the poison into its body. Unfortunately, Zhao Hai's poison was too strong. The spider couldn't save the cultivator and was also poisoned to death. However, this wasn't important. What was important was that the cultivator appeared. Therefore, Zhao Hai directly turned around and flew out of the city. While flying out, he loudly shouted, "Ambush! Retreat!" Outside the city, Wu Kai and the others were waiting for Zhao Hai's news. When they heard Zhao Hai's voice, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that there would be an ambush in the city. They didn't say anything as they turned around and ran. At this time, the people from the Five Poison sect in the city also reacted. They directly attacked Zhao Hai's group. However, because Zhao Hai's group ran away, it was already too late for them to chase after them. They could only look at Zhao Hai's departing back. Even Zhao Hai's group couldn't catch up. When Zhao Hai's group disappeared, the leader of the Five Poison sect unwillingly snorted and said, "Let's go, let's retreat. Remember, destroy their sect first. Then we'll recruit more people. But don't think about killing them all. If the Poison Dragon sect can escape, then let them. We don't have much time left." The other people from the Five Poison sect nodded. They knew that they wouldn't be taking advantage of anyone in this operation. Although the Poison Tree sect wasn't in the Poison Dragon sect's territory, it was still very close to the Poison Dragon sect. If they don't evacuate as soon as possible, then when the Poison Dragon sect's army arrives, they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. At this time, Zhao Hai's group was already far away from the small city. When Wu Kai and the others saw that the other party didn't chase after them, they let out a sigh of relief. Then Wu Kai turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Tian Hai, we have to thank you this time. Otherwise, we would have suffered a big loss. It seems like we can only fly back to the sect this time." The others nodded as well. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Sect Master, how about this? I have a portable transmission formation here. Although we can't directly return to the sect, we can still go to a city under the sect's control. I can use this portable transmission formation to take everyone to the city. After a few trips, everyone would be able to return. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." When Wu Kai heard Zhao Hai, his eyes lit up as he said, "Good, that's great. Other junior brothers, do you have any portable transmission formations? If you do, then take them out as well." Sure enough, 2 more people took out 2 portable transmission formations. Wu Kai immediately had everyone set their coordinates to the same as Zhao Hai's. Then the 3 of them took their people to the outside of the city. Each person's transmission formation could bring 5 people at a time, so the 3 of them could bring 15 people at a time. After a few times, they could bring everyone to the outside of the city. Wu Kai's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai. After everyone arrived outside the city, they immediately entered the city. Then they went to the Poison Dragon sect's branch and greeted the people there. Then they took the transmission formation and returned to the Poison Dragon sect. When they returned to the Poison Dragon sect, Wu Kai and the others immediately went to report this matter to the sect's elders. On the other hand, Zhao Hai and the other ordinary disciples didn't go to see the elders. Instead, they returned to their own courtyards. However, Zhao Hai directly went to Tao Jing's place. Tao Jing was in his courtyard. When he saw Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, didn't you go out to do a mission? Why did you come back?" Zhao Hai said, "Senior brother, let's go in and talk." When Tao Jing saw Zhao Hai's expression, he knew that something must have happened. Therefore, he immediately nodded and said, "All right, let's go in and talk." Then the 2 entered the small building. When they arrived at the small building, Zhao Hai told Tao Jing about what happened. Then he handed a spatial bag to Tao Jing and said, "During the chaos, I killed Tao Liang. This is his head. But right now, only senior brother knows about this. I hope that senior brother doesn't let anyone else know about it." Tao Jing nodded. Tao Jing received Zhao Hai's spatial bag and opened it to take a look. Then he closed the bag and turned his head to look at Zhao Hai with gratitude. Then he said, "Thank you, junior brother. I'll remember this favor. Do you have any requests?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't have any requests. However, before the incident happened, Wu Kai came looking for me. He wants me to cooperate with him. He wants to use the Poison Tree sect to support me while I help him contact the sect. However, I feel that it's not appropriate for me to do this. Therefore, I want Wu Kai to become senior brother Zhou's disciple. What do you think?" When Tao Jing heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but knit his brows and said, "If nothing happened to the Poison Tree sect, then this matter wouldn't be a problem. But now that the Poison Tree sect is in trouble, I think that the sect would be destroyed. Wu Kai might even be punished. At this time, senior brother Zhou helping him doesn't seem to have any benefits. I'm afraid that senior brother Zhou wouldn't agree." Zhao Hai replied, "Senior brother, I think that the sect won't punish Wu Kai this time. This is because we can't blame Wu Kai for this matter. The other party sent too many inner disciples. Wu Kai was able to bring so many of them back alive. Not only did he not do anything wrong, he even made a great contribution. Moreover, the sect shouldn't give up on the Poison Tree sect. After all, we have already occupied the Poison Tree sect's territory. The Poison Tree sect's location isn't far from the Poison Dragon sect. It's a stronghold for the Poison Dragon sect, so the sect shouldn't give up on it easily. Wu Kai and the others are more familiar with the situation in Wutong Mountain. Therefore, if the sect wants to establish a stronghold, they would certainly send Wu Kai and the others. If we accept Wu Kai now, then once Wu Kai builds the stronghold, it would be ours." Tao Jing thought for a moment before he said, "I can't make a decision on this matter. I have to report this to senior brother Zhou. You can go back first." "Right, didn't you bring your servant with you this time? Is your servant still there?" Zhao Hai replied, "Senior brother, you don't need to worry. Before the battle, I already gave my servant a transmission formation. He should already be in Xianxia City. There's also someone I know from the Poison Tree sect. They shouldn't have any problems. I came to see you first, otherwise I would have already gone to meet them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Senior brother, you don't need to worry." Tao Jing nodded and said, "Go and bring them back. Every inner disciple can take in several disciples. You can also bring the person you know back to the sect. After that, I'll give you a report. In the future, he will be your disciple and can walk around the sect. No one will say anything." Tao Jing nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai quickly stood up and said, "Thank you, senior brother Tao. Then I'll go pick them up. I'll have to trouble senior brother Tao with this matter." Then he gave Tao Jing a salute before he turned around and left. Zhao Hai didn't lie to Tao Jing. He did give Iron Snake a portable transmission formation. However, he didn't give it to him when he arrived at the Poison Tree sect. Instead, he gave it to Iron Snake when he discovered that there were a lot of people in the Five Poison sect. He also sent a sound transmission to Iron Snake, telling him to look for Li Tiniu. When they saw that something was wrong, the two of them immediately left the Poison Tree sect. When the Poison Tree sect's outer perimeter was breached, Iron Snake had already left with Li Tiniu. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about them. When Zhao Hai went to see the two, they were in a small city in the Poison Dragon sect's territory. Moreover, they had already booked a hotel to stay in. When Zhao Hai found the two, they immediately saluted Zhao Hai. Iron Snake said, "Young master, it's great that you're fine." Li Tiniu also said, "Brother Tian, it's great that you're fine. What's the situation now?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'm afraid the Poison Tree sect is gone. We've already returned to the sect. I'm afraid there aren't many outer disciples and Poison Tree sect disciples who survived. This time, the Five Poison sect's attack was too fierce, we weren't prepared. However, the sect is preparing for a counterattack. You don't need to worry about anything. Let's go, follow me back to the Poison Dragon sect." "Right, Brother Li, once we're in the Poison Dragon sect, you might become my disciple. Are you willing?" Li Tiniu replied, "I'm willing. Even if I become a Divine Realm cultivator and join the Poison Dragon sect, with my status, I'm afraid I can only be an outer disciple. It won't be easy to become an inner disciple. I might as well become your disciple. Brother Tian, can I learn the Snake Fist from Brother Iron Snake?" When Zhao Hai heard Li Tiniu's words, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Then he nodded and said, "All right, you can learn the Snake Fist from Iron Snake. Later on, you can follow Iron Snake and call me young master." Li Tiniu agreed. For a lone cultivator like him, joining the Poison Dragon sect, even with his current status, was better than staying in the Poison Tree sect. He had nothing else to ask for. Zhao Hai directly led the two back to the sect and directly returned to his own house. Inside the house, Zhao Hai turned his head to Iron Snake and said, "Iron Snake, arrange a place for Iron Bull to stay. I'll teach him the Snake Fist art. If I go with the sect this time, then you don't need to follow. Stay at home and properly cultivate." Iron Snake nodded and then led Li Tiniu away. Li Tiniu gave Zhao Hai a salute before he left with Iron Snake. Zhao Hai also discovered that Li Tiniu was worthy of being a rogue cultivator. He was very clear about his position. When he said that he wanted to become a disciple of Zhao Hai, he immediately treated Zhao Hai as a young master. He didn't call Zhao Hai Brother Tian, this was very rare. Zhao Hai returned to his room and directly entered the space. He also needed to take a good rest. However, he believed that he wouldn't be able to rest for long. This time, the Poison Dragon sect had suffered a loss, they would certainly get back at them. Because of this, they would certainly retaliate. And the people who participated in the mission before might really follow them. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai thought, less than 2 hours after he returned to his courtyard, someone came to look for him and told him that they would be leaving soon. Zhao Hai could only leave his small building and arrive at the transmission square. When he arrived at the transmission square, Zhao Hai was startled. This was because there were a lot of inner sect disciples gathered here. Zhao Hai looked around and saw that there were about 800 of them. This number was definitely not small. Zhao Hai even saw Tao Jing among these inner sect disciples. There were also a few inner sect disciples beside Tao Jing. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about them. He directly went to Tao Jing's side and bowed, "Senior brother Tao, why did you come?" Tao Jing smiled faintly and said, "The sect was ruthless this time. We all received missions. Every time we kill an inner sect disciple of the Five Poison sect, it's a level 4 mission. Every time we kill an outer sect disciple of the Five Poison sect, it's a level 2 mission. As long as we kill a few more people from the Five Poison sect, then we wouldn't need to do missions for several years." When Zhao Hai heard Tao Jing, his eyes lit up as he said, "There's such a good thing? That's really good." Tao Jing smiled and said, "You just came back. You won't be punished. Moreover, the mission of supporting the Poison Tree sect has been completed. This mission can be considered a new one. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's good. But how do I calculate this? I can't just kill a person and take a token from that person's body, right? That would be troublesome. Tao Jing smiled faintly and said, even if it's troublesome, you still have to be careful. Be careful that someone tries to snatch people away from you. If you work hard to kill people and then someone else benefits, then that wouldn't be good. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the people beside Tao Jing and said, are these people under senior brother Zhou? Tao Jing nodded and said, right, they're under senior brother Zhou. How about it? What do you think? Zhao Hai said, senior brother, why don't we act together? If we get some merit, then we can divide it amongst ourselves. If it's not enough, then those who get some merit will give some compensation to those who don't. Although we might be able to do fewer missions, we can still guarantee everyone's safety. What do you think? Tao Jing thought for a moment before he nodded and said, all right, let's do that. As long as people are alive, then we can still do missions. But if people die, then everything will be gone. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked around and saw Wu Kai standing not too far away, looking at him. Zhao Hai turned to Tao Jing and said, senior brother Tao, what does senior brother Zhou think about senior brother Wu's matter? If senior brother Zhou agrees, then we can call them over. After all, the more people we have, the safer we will be. What do you think? Tao Jing said in a deep voice, senior marshal brother Zhou has agreed. Call them over. Zhao Hai nodded, then he walked towards Wu Kai and the others. When Wu Kai and the others saw Zhao Hai, they stared before they immediately became excited. Zhao Hai went to Wu Kai's side and said, Sect Master, I've already told senior brother Tao about your matter. Senior brother Tao also reported it to senior brother Zhou. Senior brother Zhou agreed to let you join his sect. If you agree, then you can come with me to senior brother Tao. If you don't agree, then forget it. Wu Kai quickly said, we agree, of course we agree. Let's go. Zhao Hai led Wu Kai and the others to Tao Jing. Wu Kai and the others immediately gave Tao Jing a salute and said, greetings, senior brother Tao. They already knew Tao Jing when they were still in the Poison Dragon sect. It can be said that at that time, their status wasn't as high as Tao Jing's. Because of this, they didn't feel any psychological burden when they gave Tao Jing a salute. Tao Jing nodded and said, junior brother Tian Hai has already told me about your situation. I have also told senior brother Zhou about it. Don't worry. As long as you become senior brother Zhou's disciple, senior brother Zhou won't abandon you. Stand behind me. We will act together for this mission. Wu Kai nodded, then he stood behind Tao Jing. After they stood behind Tao Jing opened his mouth and said, after this matter, senior brother Zhou might let you establish your own sect outside. It might even be in the Poison Tree sect's original location. Do you have any objections? Wu Kai shook his head and said, no, we'll listen to senior brother Zhou's instructions. Tao Jing nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, junior brother Tian Hai, senior brother Zhou wants you to go and establish your own sect with Wu Kai and the others. However, you'll still be transferred back in the future. Do you have any objections? Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think that Zhou Fengming would make such a decision. However, this decision was also good. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I have no objections. I'll listen to senior brother Zhou. Tao Jing nodded, then he said, senior brother Zhou is doing this for your own good. Elder Shah is making some small moves. This time, senior brother Zhou spent a lot of effort to protect Wu Kai and the others. If Elder Shah takes this opportunity to make things difficult for you, then it would be very difficult to deal with. Therefore, senior brother Zhou wants you to go outside and lie low for a while. Later on, he'll find an opportunity to transfer you back. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Senior brother Tao, you can rest assured. I understand senior brother Zhou's intentions. Tao Jing nodded, then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, do your best. If you establish your sect well, then you'll be able to provide more support to senior brother Zhou. Senior brother Zhou won't treat you unfairly. Senior brother Zhou attaches great importance to this matter. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I understand. Senior brother can rest assured. We'll manage the sect well and become a strong support for senior brother Zhou. Tao Jing nodded, he didn't say anything this time. However, Tao Jing and Zhao Hai's words made Wu Kai and the others surprised. From Tao Jing's words, Wu Kai and the others could tell that Tao Jing attached great importance to Zhao Hai. They didn't expect Tao Jing to treat Zhao Hai this seriously. When he spoke to Zhao Hai, Tao Jing was actually very polite. His attitude was completely different from when he spoke to them. After thinking about this, Wu Kai and the others couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Zhao Hai. They felt that Zhao Hai was a stranger. This was because Zhao Hai came from the Poison Tree sect. In the past, they were very familiar with Zhao Hai. But now, they suddenly discovered that Zhao Hai was very unfamiliar. They discovered that they had underestimated Zhao Hai's position in the Poison Dragon sect, especially his position in Zhou Fengming's group. Tao Jing didn't explain anything to Wu Kai and the others. In fact, he deliberately said so much to Zhao Hai. This was because he still didn't trust Wu Kai and the others. Wu Kai and the others were disciples of an elder. Although they were expelled from the Poison Dragon sect, they were still nominally disciples of that elder. However, everyone in the Poison Dragon sect knew that the moment Wu Kai and the others were expelled from the sect, their relationship with that elder had come to an end. But now that Wu Kai wanted to rely on Zhou Fengming, they were still worried. Therefore, Tao Jing thought of a way to send Zhao Hai over to watch over Wu Kai and the others. Although Zhao Hai was introduced to the Poison Dragon sect by Wu Kai, the one who truly protected Zhao Hai was Zhou Fengming. Because of this, Zhou Fengming believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't betray him. Compared to Wu Kai, he trusted Zhao Hai more. At this time, an elder arrived at the Transmission Formation Plaza. He looked at the crowd and said, "You are all inner disciples of the sect. I think you already know what happened this time. The 5 Poison sect shamelessly ambushed one of our branch halls. This is something that we absolutely cannot tolerate. Therefore, the sect issued this mission. I think you all already know what the mission is, so I won't say more. Next, I'll say something. Those who don't have a portable transmission formation, come to me and get one. Those who have a portable transmission formation, take it out and change the coordinates to here." Then he waved his hand as a wooden board appeared in front of him. This board had a set of coordinates drawn on it. This was for those who had a portable transmission formation to adjust the coordinates. Many inner disciples had portable transmission formations. If they wanted to go out, they would use their portable transmission formation to return to the Poison Dragon sect's territory. Then from there, they would return to the Poison Dragon sect. This was very normal. Because of this, there weren't many disciples who went to the elder to get a portable transmission formation. Instead, they took out their own portable transmission formation and adjusted the coordinates. When Zhao Hai saw the coordinates, he knew that it was a place in Wutong Mountain. It definitely wasn't far from the Poison Tree sect. He didn't say anything and directly changed the coordinates. After everyone adjusted the coordinates, the elder looked at them and said, "You all already know the mission's rewards, so I won't say anything else. Go and slaughter those bastards from the 5 Poison sect." Everyone nodded. Then they activated their portable transmission formation at the same time. A white light flashed on the Poison Dragon sect's transmission formation. Then the inner disciples all disappeared. In the next moment, a white light flashed in a forest not far from the Poison Tree sect. Then everyone appeared in the forest. After everyone appeared in the forest, some of the more anxious ones immediately flew up. On the other hand, Zhao Hai and the others looked at their surroundings. Then they all gathered around Tao Jing and looked at him. Tao Jing looked at everyone and said, "All right, let's move. Wu Kai, lead the way. We'll kill our way over." Wu Kai nodded and then flew up. Tao Jing and the others also flew up. Then Wu Kai looked around and immediately pointed at a direction and said, "There." Tao Jing nodded and then led the group to fly in that direction. After flying for about 10 minutes, they saw the Poison Tree sect's location. The battle there was still ongoing. One could see some disciples of the 5 Poison sect flying in the sky along with a lot of poisonous insects. Seeing this, Tao Jing's eyes flashed with a cold light as he loudly said, "Charge, kill them." Everyone nodded, then they took out their artifacts and rushed over. At this time, the people from the 5 Poison sect also noticed them. The expressions of the people from the Five Poisons sect couldn't help but change. However, they didn't retreat because they knew that it was already too late. They could only face the enemy head-on. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel regret. They shouldn't have stayed here and didn't leave earlier. At the same time, the other inner disciples of the Poison Dragon sect followed behind Tao Jing's group. Because Wu Kai was with Tao Jing's group, these people knew that Wu Kai would certainly know the way. Therefore, they followed Wu Kai's group. Now that they saw the people from the Five Poison sect, they were naturally happy. Each and every one of them shouted as they rushed over. Both sides quickly arrived at the same place. The people from the Five Poison sect also took out their artifacts. Along with their poisonous insects, they managed to fight to a draw with Zhao Hai's group. However, the people from the Poison Dragon sect weren't to be trifled with. Many people from the Poison Dragon sect took out their battle pets and poisonous corpses. Their battle pets were all snakes. In addition to their various poisonous corpses, their fighting strength wasn't any weaker than the poisonous insects of the Five Poison sect. Both sides were locked in battle for a while. However, this situation didn't last for long. After all, Zhao Hai's group had the advantage in numbers. In addition, all of the people who came this time were inner disciples. Many of them were experts among the inner disciples. Naturally, the people from the Five Poison sect couldn't resist. They began to slowly retreat. At the same time, there were disciples who died in battle. Zhao Hai followed the group to attack for a while. He discovered that it wasn't easy to kill the inner disciples of the Five Poison sect. The inner disciples of the Five Poison sect weren't weak. Moreover, they were currently in a defensive formation. Moreover, they were fighting while retreating. Therefore, it wasn't easy to kill them. Although some of the inner disciples of the Five Poison sect had died in battle, the number wasn't many. From the start of the battle until now, less than 10 people had died. With this speed, it would be very difficult to kill the inner disciples of the Five Poison sect and gain merit. Zhao Hai looked down and discovered that the outer disciples of the Five Poison sect were retreating. Moreover, there were some disciples from the Poison Tree sect who were chasing after them. Obviously, the Poison Dragon sect disciples didn't give up resisting. Because the terrain of the Poison Tree sect was special, they were able to deal with the people of the Five Poison sect with the help of the disciples who were familiar with the terrain. Now that they discovered that the reinforcements had arrived, the people of the Five Poison sect wanted to escape. Naturally, they would chase after them. Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared beside Tao Jing. He whispered to Tao Jing, "Senior brother Tao, we can't go on like this. The people of the Five Poison sect aren't retreating fast. They have been resisting all this time. I'm afraid that it won't be easy for us to deal with them. Moreover, they have already begun to summon the poisonous insects that were scattered all around. If we wait for those poisonous insects to arrive, it won't be easy for us to deal with them. As for the outer disciples of the Five Poison sect, they are also retreating. Instead of fighting to the death with the inner disciples of the Five Poison sect, why don't we go down and deal with the outer disciples of the Five Poison sect? If we deal with more outer disciples, we can also obtain a lot of benefits. Moreover, there are a lot of poisonous insect corpses down there." When Tao Jing heard Zhao Hai, he glanced down. His eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he turned his head to the people beside him and said, "Everyone, let's go down and deal with the outer disciples of the Five Poison sect. As for the inner disciples of the Five Poison sect, let's leave them to the other brothers. We don't need to compete with them." Then he took the lead and flew down. When the people following Tao Jing heard this, they were stunned. Then they reluctantly flew down. They wanted to kill the two inner disciples of the Five Poison sect so that they could obtain some merit points. What was the point of killing the outer disciples? Killing 5 outer disciples was equivalent to killing 1 inner disciple. The difference was too big. Even the inner disciples of the Poison Dragon sect looked at Tao Jing with gratitude. Naturally, there were also some who looked at him with disdain. Obviously, they thought that Tao Jing was a fool. However, those who followed Tao Jing were all Zhou Fengming's people. They knew Tao Jing's position in Zhou Fengming's heart. Therefore, when they saw Tao Jing fly down, they naturally had to follow. Otherwise, if they really offended Tao Jing, then they wouldn't have a good time in the future. Only Wu Kai and the others did not even think about it. They directly followed. They were even very happy. Wu Kai was different from the others by Tao Jing's side. This was not to say that he liked killing the outer sect disciples of the Five Poison sect, but because he had confidence in Zhao Hai. They didn't know much about Zhao Hai before. However, Zhao Hai had helped Wu Kai a few times. Otherwise, Wu Kai and the others wouldn't have returned to the Poison Dragon sect. It was also because of Zhao Hai's help that Wu Kai discovered that Zhao Hai was very smart. His choice was generally the most beneficial to himself. Before Tao Jing said that he wanted to go down to deal with the outer disciples of the Five Poison sect, Zhao Hai had spoken to Tao Jing. In other words, Tao Jing's decision was very likely to be Zhao Hai's suggestion. In other words, if they went down to deal with the outer disciples of the Five Poison sect, it would be very beneficial. Because they thought of this, Wu Kai and the others didn't hesitate at all and directly rushed down with Tao Jing. When they were about to land on the ground, Tao Jing said to the crowd, "Now, there are many corpses of the Five Poison sect's poisonous insects. Collect all of these dead poisonous insects. This is a rare material for making poison. Of course, don't let the outer sect disciples of the Five Poison sect go either. Kill all of them. If you kill 5 of them, it will be equivalent to killing 1 inner sect disciple. Is it easier to kill 5 outer sect disciples or 1 inner sect disciple? Do it, kill them for me." When everyone heard Tao Jing's words, their eyes couldn't help but light up. They discovered that the biggest benefit of this operation wasn't necessarily the number of missions they could complete, but the dead poisonous insects of the Five Poison sect. These dead poisonous insects could indeed be made into many kinds of poisons. This was a material that they couldn't get their hands on even if they wanted to. Everyone immediately moved. As they collected all the corpses of the poisonous insects they encountered, they chased after the outer disciples of the Five Poison sect. As they chased after them, the outer disciples of the Five Poison sect discovered that it really wasn't difficult for them to deal with the outer disciples of the Five Poison sect. As long as they dealt with 5 outer disciples of the Five Poison sect, it was equivalent to dealing with 1 inner disciple of the Five Poison sect. Taking care of 5 outer disciples of the Five Poison sect was much easier than taking care of 1 inner disciple of the Five Poison sect. They discovered that this time, they could really make a big contribution. The other inner disciples of the Poison Dragon sect didn't notice the actions of Tao Jing's group. In their eyes, there were only the inner disciples of the Five Poison sect. Moreover, they had also suffered casualties. This made them even more annoyed. However, in general, the inner disciples of the Five Poison sect were at a disadvantage. This was because they had fewer people compared to the inner disciples of the Poison Dragon sect. Because of this, their casualties were greater. However, right now, a large amount of poisonous insects had gathered around the Five Poison sect's inner court disciples. With these poisonous insects between them and the Poison Dragon sect's inner court disciples, it was even easier for them to retreat. In reality, the distance between the two sides had already been pulled apart. The Five Poison sect's inner court disciples could already run. When the inner disciples of the Five Poison sect ran away, the outer disciples of the Five Poison sect had also mostly run away. Although Tao Jing's group had killed a lot of outer disciples of the Five Poison sect, there were still a lot of outer disciples of the Five Poison sect. In addition, they didn't run in one direction but scattered in all directions. Tao Jing's group only killed a few outer disciples of the Five Poison sect before they ran out of people to kill. However, they weren't disappointed. This was because they had collected a lot of poisonous insects of the Five Poison sect. After returning, these poisonous insects could be used as high-grade poison ingredients. This was very important for them. After the Five Poison sect's people had all fled, Tao Jing's group also began to withdraw their troops. They began to check the situation of the Poison Tree sect. After checking, they found out that the Poison Tree sect's losses were really great. The Poison Tree sect originally had 3,000 disciples. In addition to the 1,000 outer disciples of the Poison Dragon sect, there were 4,000 people in total. But now, there were less than 1,000 people left. Among them, the number of outer disciples of the Poison Dragon sect was around 300. The remaining ones were the disciples of the Poison Tree sect. Nearly 60% of the Poison Tree sect's buildings were destroyed. A lot of the trees on the mountain were also destroyed. It could be said that the poison tree sect's losses were disastrous. After that, Tao Jing and the others calculated the losses of the poison dragon sect's inner sect disciples who came for this mission. The poison dragon sect had lost over 20 inner sect disciples, while the 5 poison sect only lost over 30 inner sect disciples, less than 40 inner sect disciples. It could be said that the poison dragon sect didn't gain much of an advantage. After hearing this news, Tao Jing couldn't help but inwardly sigh. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's suggestion to deal with the outer disciples of the 5 poison sect, there would have been casualties among them. Moreover, they wouldn't have been able to gain any merit. This time, they really needed to thank Zhao Hai. However, he didn't have the time to talk about this right now. After Tao Jing finished calculating the results, he opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, listen up. Wu Kai, you and the elders of the Poison Tree sect will stay here and reorganize the Poison Tree sect. The sect will provide you with support. However, the Poison Tree sect must be rebuilt in the shortest time possible. Tian Hai, you stay here and help Wu Kai and the others." Several people responded at the same time. They already knew that they would be staying here, so they didn't have any reaction. However, the other inner disciples of the Poison Dragon sect were looking at them with a hint of schadenfreude, especially towards Zhao Hai. The inner disciples of the Poison Dragon sect knew that Zhao Hai had offended Sha Tianhe. They believed that the reason why Zhao Hai was staying in the Poison Tree sect was related to Sha Tianhe. However, no one said it out loud. They all knew that several of Sha Tianhe's unnamed disciples had died directly or indirectly in the hands of Zhao Hai. Under such circumstances, Zhao Hai was still alive and well. This was enough to show that Zhou Fengming was protecting Zhao Hai. Now, he was only driven out of the Poison Dragon sect, which was already very good. Tao Jing looked at Zhao Hai and the others and said, "You don't need to return to the Poison Dragon sect with us this time. Stay here and restore the Poison Tree sect as soon as possible. As for the others, march into Parasol Tree City and flatten all the governing families there. This is an order from the sect." When the 5 poison sect attacked the Poison Tree sect, the transmission formation in Parasol Tree City was sealed. Moreover, they didn't leak any information before this. This shows that they don't want to be under the Poison Dragon sect. Since that's the case, the Poison Dragon sect doesn't need to be polite with them. The matter of 5 poison sects' attack this time was considered over. Generally speaking, 5 poison sect had gained some advantages. Although they had lost a lot of inner sect disciples, Poison Dragon sect had also lost a lot of inner sect disciples. The number of inner sect disciples lost from both sides was almost the same. It could be said that Poison Dragon sect didn't gain any advantages in this aspect. As for the Poison Dragon sect's outer court disciples, they had lost too many. The Poison Dragon sect's outer court disciple loss was several times that of the 5 poison sect. Adding on the destruction of the Poison Tree sect, they had lost more than half of their disciples. If they wanted to rebuild this sect, the amount of things they needed was not a small amount. However, with the support of the Poison Dragon sect, these things weren't a big deal. This was because when the Poison Tree sect was established, some of their important buildings, such as the Scripture Pavilion, were inside the sect. The buildings there weren't destroyed, so there was no need to rebuild them. Rebuilding the Poison Tree sect only needed to rebuild the sect and then recruit enough disciples. It was very easy for the Poison Tree sect to recruit people. At this time, there were countless people outside who wanted to join the Poison Tree sect. This was because there were too many rogue cultivators. Not to mention one Poison Tree sect, even 100 Poison Tree sects would be filled with rogue cultivators. At this time, Tao Jing and the others returned to the Poison Dragon sect. This time, not only did Tao Jing and the others drive away the 5 poison sect, they also slaughtered all the clans in Parasol Tree City. These clans didn't resist when the 5 poison sect wanted to control them. They also didn't report to the Poison Tree sect. In the eyes of the Poison Dragon sect, this was tantamount to betrayal. Therefore, Tao Jing and the others slaughtered all the clans in Parasol Tree City. In the future, the Poison Dragon sect would send some outer disciples to establish new clans in Parasol Tree City and manage the city. Zhao Hai's group didn't care about this. At this moment, Zhao Hai and Wu Kai's group were living in the Poison Tree sect. Moreover, Tai Shi and Li Tiniu were also sent back to the sect. In the future, Zhao Hai would be living here for a long time. Fortunately, there were still a lot of disciples in the Poison Tree sect. These disciples were the survivors of the battle with the Five Poison sect. Although many of them were injured, they didn't run away. They used the terrain of the Poison Tree sect to entangle with the Five Poison sect. Finally, the reinforcements arrived. It could be said that these people were the heroes of the Poison Tree sect. Wu Kai's group didn't mistreat these people. All of them became inner disciples of the Poison Tree sect. After their wounds were healed, they began to rebuild the sect. In the previous battle, 60% of the Poison Tree sect's buildings were destroyed. It wouldn't be easy to restore the sect to its original state. After Wu Kai and Zhao Hai's group discussed, they decided to restore the sect's buildings first. Then they would recruit new people. This way, the Poison Tree sect would be able to recover in the shortest time possible. Zhao Hai's group didn't object. Therefore, they immediately began to rebuild the Poison Tree sect. Fortunately, they were all cultivators. Moreover, Zhao Hai and the others were experts in the deity realm. They could easily use various techniques. Because of this, it wasn't difficult to build these houses. Naturally, the Poison Dragon sect also sent an army of servants to help. Therefore, in less than a month, the Poison Tree sect was restored to its original state. However, this time, the Poison Tree sect was prepared. In the forest outside the sect, there were a lot of defensive measures. If the Five Poison sect wanted to attack, then their losses wouldn't be small. After arranging everything, the Poison Tree sect began to detain people. Right now, they had close to 1,000 disciples. Among them, more than 700 had already become inner sect disciples. This was because these disciples had fought the Five Poison sect's people to the very end in the sect. Later on, 200 more disciples ran back. They had fled the sect when the Five Poison sect attacked. Now, they were back. Wu Kai didn't punish them. After all, in that kind of situation, even they had run away, so it was only right for these disciples to run away. However, these disciples who ran back couldn't be promoted. If they were originally inner disciples, they would still be inner disciples. If they were outer disciples, they would still be outer disciples. They wouldn't be promoted and wouldn't be punished. Among these people, Li Tiniu was the most special one. He ran away with Iron Snake. However, he no longer belonged to the Poison Tree sect. Instead, he had become Zhao Hai's disciple. It could be said that he had reached the heavens with a single step, causing countless people to be envious. The news of the Poison Tree sect recruiting new disciples quickly spread out, causing countless rogue cultivators to go crazy. Their conditions were very similar to the last time. Last time, they wanted earthworms. This time, they wanted poisonous snakes. The more poisonous the snakes, the better. Each person had to catch 5 of them alive. This time, the number of disciples they were recruiting was 2,000. Zhao Hai finally understood how attractive a sect was to rogue cultivators. In less than a month, 2,000 disciples were all recruited. This was because countless people had to go through slaughter to join the Poison Tree sect. After these disciples were recruited, the Poison Tree sect was finally on the right track. Normally, the sect didn't need to be managed. There were some servants from the Poison Dragon sect to do the work. Moreover, there were also rules and inner disciples to help manage the sect. Because of this, Zhao Hai and Wu Kai's group were able to relax. Zhao Hai wasn't cultivating by himself. Instead, he began to interact with Wu Kai and the others. Wu Kai and the others were very grateful to Zhao Hai. Although they were still managing the Poison Tree sect, it was different from before. In the past, they were expelled from the sect. The Poison Dragon sect didn't care about them. In other words, the Poison Dragon sect didn't care about them. But now, they were Zhou Fengming's people. Zhou Fengming hoped that they could manage the Poison Tree sect well. Because of this, Zhou Fengming paid a lot of attention to them. Because of this attention, the Poison Tree sect's development was very good. The newly recruited disciples were still training. Their strength wasn't very strong. However, this wasn't important. They would grow sooner or later. On this day, Zhao Hai went to Wu Kai's courtyard. Wu Kai was reading a book in his courtyard. These books were given to them by Zhou Fengming. They were very precious books. Some of the books were handwritten by the Poison Dragon sect's seniors. These books recorded the cultivation experiences of the Poison Dragon sect's seniors. They were very precious things. When Wu Kai saw that Zhao Hai had arrived, he put down the book in his heart. Then he smiled and said, "Zhao Hai, you're here. Come and take a seat." Zhao Hai nodded and then sat down. A servant immediately served them tea. Then Wu Kai said, "You haven't been in seclusion recently?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I've been in seclusion for a long time. Now that I've closed up, I don't have any objections. Sect Master, I came to you this time to discuss the future development of the Poison Tree sect. Do you want to invite the other elders over so that we can discuss this matter together?" When Wu Kai heard Zhao Hai, he stared. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What's there to discuss? Isn't the Poison Tree sect developing very well?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Sect Master, if you think that way, then you're wrong. Our Poison Tree sect seems to be developing very well, but this is only compared to the other sections. In other words, everyone's development is about the same. Our Poison Tree sect is also the same. There's nothing special about it. This is what I'm worried about." When Wu Kai heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but turn serious. Then he said, "Tell me more about it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Sect Master, our Poison Tree sect is an outer sect under Senior Brother Zhou Fengming. As a core disciple, Senior Brother Zhou Fengming should have a lot of outer sects and clans under his control. Isn't that right? If we continue to act like this, we will be no different from the other outer sects and clans. How can Senior Martial Brother Zhou look at us with discerning eyes? We're just one of the forces under his control. Naturally, Senior Brother Zhou wouldn't look at us favorably. I'm afraid our development would be very limited." Wu Kai stared blankly, then his expression changed. He lowered his head and pondered. After a while, he opened his eyes and looked at Zhao Hai with sparkling eyes and said, "Then what does Junior Brother think? Do you want the Poison Tree sect to develop even faster? But that won't be easy, right?" Zhao Hai said, "Of course it won't be easy. But Senior Brother, if we can really develop and help Senior Brother Zhou, then I think it would be hard for Senior Brother Zhou not to think about us. What do you think?" Wu Kai nodded and said, "That's true. But for a small sect like ours, I'm afraid it won't be easy to develop. We're an outer sect of the Poison Dragon sect, this is something everyone knows. But the other small sects are also related to the large sections. If we want to expand, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This is indeed not easy. For a sect like ours, it's impossible for us to develop our strength in a short time. But we can start from other aspects." When Wu Kai heard Zhao Hai, he hastily asked, "What do you think?" Zhao Hai replied, "Sect Master, all the disciples in the sect are rogue cultivators. It's impossible for them to not have friends outside. If we can make use of these people and establish an intelligence network, then wouldn't it be a great help to Senior Brother Zhou?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Senior Brother Zhou, I'm afraid this would be a great help." Wu Kai was puzzled as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What do you mean?" Zhao Hai replied with a serious tone, "Senior Brother Zhou is a core disciple, but core disciples also need to do missions. However, the missions that they do are more difficult and fewer. But if they want to do missions, they need information. This is because the missions that core disciples do are generally aimed at other sections. These missions are very dangerous and have a high requirement for information. The more detailed the information you get, the higher the probability of completing the mission. Moreover, all the disciples of the Poison Tree sect are rogue cultivators. They also have their own friends outside. If we use them and provide them with funds, then these people might become our peripheral members and help us collect information. If our intelligence network can extend to every corner of the demon domain, then do you think that Senior Brother Zhou would still value us?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Senior Brother Zhou is a core disciple. But core disciples also need to do missions." Wu Kai's eyes lit up as he listened to Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai finished, Wu Kai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Good, this idea is good. I'll immediately call the others over and we'll discuss it together." Then Wu Kai immediately called a servant and had the servant invite Yuing and the others over. After Yuing and the others arrived and heard Zhao Hai's idea, they nodded. They thought that this idea was very good. However, Lu Chongxing was still worried. He looked at Wu Kai and said, "Sect Master, this idea is good. However, there's a problem. Where will the crystals come from? If we want the rogue cultivators to work for us, then we must give them some benefits. But where will the crystals come from? If we ask the sect for them, I'm afraid the sect wouldn't give them to us." When everyone heard what he said, they were all stunned and then frowned. Indeed, they had only thought of the benefits of this idea before, but they had forgotten that what they lacked the most was crystal stones. If they wanted those rogue cultivators to work for them, they had to give them some benefits. But where would the crystal stones come from? Wu Kai turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. Seeing Zhao Hai's confident expression, Wu Kai couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately said, "Senior brother Jing Hai, do you have any good ideas?" Zhao Hai looked at Wu Kai and the others and said, "Senior brother, I have a good idea. But I don't know if senior brother would dare to use it." Wu Kai said solemnly, "Tell me about it." Zhao Hai replied, "There are only 2 points, pills and cultivation methods. Senior brother, our poison tree sect has a huge shortcoming, and that is that we don't have the ability to make our own blood. Everything we use is provided by the sect. Although this saves us a lot of trouble, it also restricts us greatly. We have almost no way to develop ourselves, which is very disadvantageous for us. Therefore, if we want to develop the poison tree sect and achieve our goals, then we must have the ability to make our own blood. In other words, the poison tree sect needs to have a way to make money." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." When Wu Kai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but frown. He was just an ordinary inner disciple of the poison dragon sect. He didn't manage a sect at all. Therefore, he didn't know how to manage a sect. For him to be able to manage the poison tree sect to this point was already very good. How could he think of making the poison tree sect earn money? Because of this, he couldn't understand Zhao Hai's words. Looking at Wu Kai, Zhao Hai said, "Senior brother, I don't know if you have any good friends in the sect who can concoct pills. They don't need good pills, just the most common pills in the world. Like those that heal injuries or help with cultivation, the most common pills?" Wu Kai stared, then he nodded and said, "This is very simple. There are a lot of disciples in our poison dragon sect who can refine poisons. Refining poisons is much more difficult than refining pills. Therefore, refining the most basic pills is very simple, it shouldn't be a problem." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. We can refine a batch of the most common pills and sell them. Then we can use the crystal stones to buy some herbs and refine them into pills. This way, we can slowly expand our alchemy business. Moreover, we don't need to refine high-grade pills, we can just make the most common pills. This way, we can earn a lot of crystals. This is because these pills are used by rogue cultivators and their consumption is very high. Although we can't earn much from a single pill, we can still produce a lot of these pills. With these crystals, we can rope in more rogue cultivators to work for us. We can even use these pills to rope them in. We can sell them at a cheaper price than the market price and have them process the pills. Then we can give them tasks such as getting the herbs for us. This way, they will slowly become one with us and become our sales network. When the time comes, we can ask them to help us collect information. In addition, we can also give them some benefits, which are cultivation methods. Naturally, the poison dragon sect's cultivation methods can't be given to them. However, we can give them some ordinary cultivation methods. These cultivation methods are nothing to us, even the sect doesn't care about them. But for rogue cultivators, if they want to obtain these cultivation methods, they would need to spend a lot of effort. If we can provide them with these cultivation methods, then they would naturally become our peripheral staff." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Of course, the poison dragon sect's cultivation methods can't be given to them. However, we can give them some ordinary cultivation methods. These cultivation methods are nothing to us, even the sect doesn't care about them. But for rogue cultivators, if they want to obtain these cultivation methods, then they would need to spend a lot of effort. If we can provide them with these cultivation methods, then they would naturally turn to us." As soon as Wu Kai and the others heard Zhao Hai's words, they stared blankly for a moment before sinking into contemplation. As inner disciples of large sects, It could be said that Wu Kai and the others had never had to worry about cultivation resources since the day they joined the Poison Dragon sect. As long as they completed missions, they would be able to obtain contribution points. They could then use these contribution points to exchange for cultivation resources. Moreover, the cultivation resources they used were all of the best quality. For example, the most common blood-clotting pill was something that couldn't be found in the Poison Dragon sect. What they used was the muscle regeneration blood-clotting powder. Although it had the word blood-clotting powder in it and its functions were similar, the difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. Because of this, they had never thought of using the most common pills to exchange for crystal stones. This was because they had never had a grudge over money. Just like a rich second generation, he had always had a grudge over money since the day he was born. Everything he used was the best. Would he ask how much a caddy of rice or a bag of salt cost? It was very difficult. Wu Kai and the others were the same. They never lacked these things, so how could they pay attention to these things? Even if they became sect masters of the Poison Tree sect, they would only deal with the sect's matters. As for the cultivation resources in the sect, they didn't care about these things. If they ran out of resources, they could just ask the Poison Dragon sect. Because of this, they didn't need to think about these things. But now that Zhao Hai said these things, they suddenly realized that if they wanted to do well in the position of sect master, they would need to do a lot of things. Wu Kai thought for a moment before he said, "Tian Hai, we don't have any experience in these matters. What do you think we should do?" Zhao Hai replied, "Sect master, it's actually very simple. You are now the sect master, it's very simple for you to do these things. Every year, there will be some outer disciples of the Poison Dragon sect who have no choice but to leave the sect due to their age. However, I'm afraid that they don't want to leave the sect. So why should we call those who can refine pills to the Poison Tree sect? We can give them the position of elder. This way, even if they leave the Poison Dragon sect, they can still stay in the Poison Tree sect. They wouldn't need to worry about their cultivation resources. Isn't this good? As for the herbs, it's even simpler. The most common pills and herbs are very easy to obtain. We can directly issue missions to the sect and have the disciples complete these missions. This way, not only can the disciples temper themselves, they can also obtain the herbs. The only thing we need to pay is some contribution points. These contribution points can be exchanged for cultivation methods, artifacts, and pills. But these things are all provided by the Poison Dragon sect. Moreover, the Poison Dragon sect's disciples are all defective products, they can have as much as they want. They don't care about it, but it can increase the strength of the Poison Tree sect's disciples. At the same time, we can use the herbs they bring back to refine ordinary pills and then sell them. This is simply a business without any cost. When the time comes, we can get crystal stones and use them to develop ourselves. What do you think? When Wu Kai and the others heard this, their eyes lit up. Finally, Wu Kai nodded. Yes, this is a good idea. Every year, there will be some outer court disciples who leave the sect because of their age. If we can get them to join us, it will be a good thing for them, and also a good thing for us. I think they will certainly be willing. Wu Kai nodded and said, "Yes, this is a good idea." Yue nodded and said, "Our new disciples have almost completed their first month of training. After the great competition, they will become official disciples of the Poison Tree sect. At that time, we can send them to do missions. Before, our Poison Tree sect didn't have many missions, so our disciples were very idle. This won't do. We can just collect herbs as their mission, and we can even recruit external members as our mission. I think those disciples will be willing to do it. Not only can we develop, we can also borrow the Poison Dragon sect's resources to develop our own force. As long as we can develop our force, we can tell senior brother Zhou Fengming about it and get his full support. At that time, we won't have to worry about crystal stones. We won't need to worry about crystal stones anymore." The others nodded. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He had already said what he needed to say, so there was no need to say anything else. He already gave the idea, and he also pointed out the path. In the end, what Wu Kai and the others could achieve would depend on them. In fact, the reason why Zhao Hai gave this idea to Wu Kai and the others wasn't just for the development of the poison tree sect, but also for himself. He wanted to borrow Wu Kai and the others to establish an intelligence network that covers the entire demon realm. And this intelligence network was nominally established by Wu Kai and the others. But since Zhao Hai was the one who proposed this idea, Wu Kai and the others would certainly be grateful to him in the future. At the same time, Zhao Hai would also participate in the establishment of this intelligence network. When the time comes, he would naturally be able to collect information through this network. With this intelligence network, Zhao Hai would be able to know the movements of the demon realm's great sects. He would also be able to make some arrangements. Don't forget that the Tide-watching gang belonged to the righteous path. Moreover, he was also a disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. With this intelligence network, he would have a lot of benefits. Zhao Hai returned to his courtyard. This time, he only gave Wu Kai and the others this idea. As for what to do, it would depend on Wu Kai and the others. Zhao Hai had already discovered that Wu Kai and the others were still on guard against him. However, in Zhao Hai's opinion, this was normal. Wu Kai and the others were actually worried that Zhao Hai would steal their position. It must be said that Zhao Hai's relationship with Zhou Fengming was much closer than Wu Kai's relationship with Zhou Fengming. This could be seen from the way Zhao Hai and Tao Jing talked. It was precisely because of this that Wu Kai and the others were worried about Zhao Hai. In Wu Kai's opinion, if Zhao Hai really stole their position and seized the authority of the Poison Tree sect, then Zhou Fengming would most likely replace them with Zhao Hai. Then they would be finished. In fact, they didn't believe what Tao Jing said before. If there was an opportunity in the future, Zhao Hai would return to the Poison Dragon sect. In their opinion, Zhao Hai had offended Sha Tianhe and was sent out by Zhou Fengming. They were afraid that it would be impossible for him to return. It was precisely because of this that they were worried that Zhao Hai would steal their authority. Especially after Zhao Hai came up with this idea, they became even more worried. They discovered that Zhao Hai seemed to have his own ideas on how to manage a sect and how to make it stronger. If Zhao Hai really took away their authority, then they would be finished. Zhao Hai was also very clear about this. Therefore, after he came up with this idea, he directly returned to his courtyard. These days, aside from meeting Wu Kai, chatting with him, and drinking tea, he didn't have any contact with anyone in the sect. He didn't even have any private contact with Yuing and the others. This made Wu Kai feel a lot more relieved about Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai returned to his courtyard, Iron Snake and Li Tiniu immediately greeted him. The two simultaneously gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "We have seen the young master." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Li Tiniu. After 2 months of training, Li Tiniu's body was already very good. His body looked thinner than before, but it was also more powerful. At the same time, he was also more flexible. This meant that his snake fist was also very good. Iron Snake's current situation was also very good. He had been soaking in the medicine that Zhao gave him for 2 months. In 1 more month, he would no longer need to use the medicine. When that time comes, he would become a poison man, and his attack power would greatly increase. Zhao Hai looked at the two, then he nodded and said, "All right, go do what you need to do. Remember, don't go out if you don't have anything to do. Don't come into contact with the people in the sect, especially you, Tiniu. I know that you're familiar with some people in the sect. Now that those people have become inner disciples, you shouldn't have too much contact with them." Li Tiniu nodded. Zhao Hai had told him these words more than once, and he was very obedient. Because of this, aside from cleaning the courtyard with Iron Snake and preparing food for Zhao Hai, he was also cultivating with Iron Snake. He rarely went out. And since this was Zhao Hai's courtyard, the other people in the Poison Tree sect didn't dare to come here. Because of this, they were able to live in peace. Li Tiniu didn't have many thoughts. He didn't know why Zhao Hai didn't want him to go out. However, he believed that Zhao Hai didn't want him to go out for his own good. Because of this, he didn't say anything and just listened to Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai returned to his room, he directly entered the space. Then he returned to the Tide-watching gang. At this time, he had some people in the Tide-watching gang cultivate the snake fist. The snake fist was a special body cultivation technique. If one could cultivate it well, then their might would be very great. Ding Chunming was currently cultivating the mighty King Divine Art. His cultivation of the mighty King Divine Art was already very good. His strength had also been improved. Even his spiritual qi had been greatly improved. At this time, Ding Chunming had already reached the spirit realm. With his strength, his fighting strength was absolutely astonishing. After looking around and seeing that the tide-watching gang was fine, Zhao Hai felt relieved. However, what gave him a headache was the Iron Buddha Temple situation. It must be said that the Iron Buddha Temple had been very good to him. The people in the temple had taken good care of him. Unlike the Poison Dragon sect, the Iron Buddha Temple didn't target him. Whether it was Wu Du, Wu Zue, Na Yun, or Na Yu, they all took good care of him. Zhao Hai was very grateful towards the Iron Buddha Temple. However, this was also what made Zhao Hai feel the most conflicted. This was because he discovered that the mighty King Divine Art could be combined with the Iron Buddha Lotus Body. This would greatly increase the cultivation speed of the Iron Buddha Lotus Body. This would also save a lot of metal. However, he didn't report this matter to the Iron Buddha Temple. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't report this matter to the Iron Buddha Temple was because he was worried that the Iron Buddha Temple would use this method to cultivate. This would become the biggest obstacle for him to dominate the Sword Spirit world in the future. However, if he didn't tell the Iron Buddha Temple, then he would feel sorry for the Iron Buddha Temple. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very conflicted. Zhao Hai returned to the space and calmly sat down. He wanted to think about today's matter. Before long, Zhao Hai calmed down. He looked at the space's screen and saw that the Iron Buddha Temple's situation was being displayed. The Iron Buddha Temple was still very peaceful. Everyone was still doing their own things. Compared to the Poison Dragon sect, the pace of life in the Iron Buddha Temple was a lot slower. Zhao Hai suddenly felt enlightened. Although the Sword Spirit World situation was still stable, it seems like the Sword Spirit World's chaos wouldn't be too far away. The demon sect was expanding their strength. Their expansion wasn't just to make their sects more powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to expand their sects at the same time. In other words, their goal wasn't small. They wouldn't be satisfied with just staying in the demon domain. Although the demon domain wasn't small, compared to the righteous sects that occupied the center of the Sword Spirit world, the demon sect's territory could only be considered a barren land. Naturally, they would want more resources as well as a better place. Because of this, their goal in expanding their strength wasn't as simple as occupying a territory in the demon domain. At this time, the Iron Buddha Temple and the other righteous sects didn't seem to know about the demon sect's movements. For them, this wasn't a good thing. If the demon sect suddenly made a move, then the righteous path's losses wouldn't be small. On the other hand, the Iron Buddha Temple was a Buddhist sect. Although it wasn't a peak existence, it was still one of the most powerful Buddhist sections. When the time comes to confront the demon sect, they would certainly stand in the front. If the Iron Buddha Temple's strength couldn't be increased, then the Iron Buddha Temple would be in danger. If a large number of the Iron Buddha Temple's disciples were to die, then even if the Iron Buddha Temple wasn't destroyed, it would still be unable to recover. If that were to happen, then Zhao Hai would be letting down the Iron Buddha Temple. Right now, Zhao Hai had an identity as a disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. His body was already stained with the Iron Buddha Temple's karma. If the Iron Buddha Temple really declined, then the karma on his body would increase. For Zhao Hai, this would be a troublesome matter. Rather than making things difficult at that time, it would be better to settle this matter now and let the Iron Buddha Temple know about the Herculean divine art. This way, the Iron Buddha Temple's strength would increase, and Zhao Hai would be able to eliminate a part of the karma on his body. Moreover, even if the Iron Buddha Temple knew that the Herculean divine art could be cultivated together with the Iron Buddha Lotus Body, increasing the cultivation speed of the Iron Buddha Lotus Body as well as increasing their strength, it was impossible for them to immediately increase the strength of the Iron Buddha Temple's disciples. This would take time. Because of this, Zhao Hai told the Iron Buddha Temple about the Herculean divine art. If the demon sect really made a move, then the Iron Buddha Temple's strength would have a qualitative change. Moreover, Zhao Hai believed that his avatar in the Iron Buddha Temple was already doing very well. His status in the Iron Buddha Temple wasn't low. If he could go one step further in the future, then his status in the Iron Buddha Temple would be even higher. At that time, if he wanted to dominate the sword spirit world, then he could ally with the Iron Buddha Temple. There was no need to be hostile. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately knew what to do. His figure moved as he exited the space and went to his courtyard. Iron Snake and Iron Bull were cultivating. When the two saw Zhao Hai come out, they immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "We've seen the young master. Iron Snake, these are pills for you. If I don't come out of seclusion in a month, then you can use these pills just like Iron Snake. Remember, you have to wait a month, otherwise your body won't be able to bear it. Here's a spatial bag with some crystal stones inside. If you need anything, you can go to the sect and exchange them. Also, if the sect master comes looking for me, just tell him that I'm in seclusion and that I don't know when I'll come out. Understood?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm going to be in seclusion for a while, so you can use these pills to soak your body. Iron Bull, these pills are for you. If I don't come out of seclusion in a month, then you can use these pills to soak your body. Just like Iron Snake, remember to wait a month, otherwise your body won't be able to bear it. Do you understand?" Iron Snake and Iron Bull nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "Also, if you have nothing to do, cultivate more and go out less. This is good for both of us." When Iron Snake and Iron Bull heard what Zhao said, they immediately knew that Zhao's decision to not let them go out was far more complicated than they had imagined. So the two of them quickly responded with a serious look on their faces. Although they didn't know what Zhao Hai was thinking, Iron Snake had grown up in the Poison Dragon sect. Naturally, he knew the importance of this matter. If Zhao Hai specifically said something, then it must be very important. Therefore, he would certainly listen to Zhao Hai. On the other hand, Iron Bull was a rogue cultivator. His ability to observe people wasn't any worse than Iron Snake. Because of this, he also knew what Zhao Hai meant. Because of this, he also knew that this matter was very important. Naturally, he would listen to Zhao Hai. Actually, Zhao Hai said this mainly because of Wu Kai and the others. He just gave Wu Kai and the others an idea. If Zhao Hai went into seclusion, then Wu Kai and the others would think that Zhao Hai didn't want to seize power and went into seclusion. This way, not only would Wu Kai and the others not be disgusted with him, they would also be very grateful to him. When the time comes, Zhao Hai would be able to obtain even more benefits. At the same time, Zhao Hai would use this time to return to the Iron Buddha Temple and deal with the matter of the Power King Divine Art. He believed that the matter of the Power King Divine Art would certainly cause a sensation in the Iron Buddha Temple. The Iron Buddha Lotus Body was the Iron Buddha Temple's signature technique. However, because of the difficulty of cultivating it, and the fact that it required a lot of metal, there were very few people in the Iron Buddha Temple who cultivated the Lotus Body. If the matter of the Power King Divine Art being able to increase the cultivation speed of the Iron Buddha Lotus Body was spread out, then it would certainly attract the attention of the Iron Buddha Temple. Not to mention, cultivating the Power King Divine Art would also greatly reduce the amount of metal used to cultivate the Iron Buddha Lotus Body. In the past, the amount of metal used to cultivate a disciple could now be used to cultivate 10 people. This was very important to the Iron Buddha Temple. It could even be said that it was a qualitative change. Zhao Hai didn't believe that the Iron Buddha Temple wouldn't pay attention to this matter. The more the Iron Buddha Temple paid attention to this matter, the more time Zhao Hai would spend in the Iron Buddha Temple. After handing over the matter to Iron Snake and Iron Bull, Zhao Hai returned to his room and closed the door. Then he entered the space and returned to the Iron Buddha Temple. After that, he appeared in the courtyard of the Iron Buddha Temple. As soon as he appeared in the courtyard of the Iron Buddha Temple, he looked around and saw that there was a layer of dust in the room. He used a spell to clean it up before leaving for Nuayu's courtyard. Zhao Hai originally wanted to tell Wu Du about this, but after thinking about it, he decided that he shouldn't. No matter what, he was now a disciple of Na Yun. If he told Wu Du about this, then he would be able to obtain a lot of benefits. Wu Du would also attach great importance to this matter. However, if he did that, then it would be the same as throwing Na Yun to the side. This wasn't a trivial matter. If he threw Na Yun to the side, then Na Yun would certainly be dissatisfied. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to tell Na Yun about this matter. Zhao Hai didn't look for Na Zhen this time. This was because he knew that Na Zhen and the others were still in seclusion. Because of this, Zhao Hai directly went to Nayu's courtyard. He reached out and knocked on the door as he said, "Is senior brother Nayu here?" Jing Hai requests an audience. Nayu's voice was heard, "Jing Hai is here. Come in quickly." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he pushed the door and entered the courtyard. Nayu was standing in front of the door, looking at Zhao Hai with a smile on his face. Zhao Hai stood in the courtyard and gave Nuanyu a salute. With a solemn expression, he said, "Senior brother Nuanyu, I came to see you today because I have an important matter to discuss with senior brother Nuanyu. Please take me to see senior brother Nuanyu." When Nayu heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and saw that he wasn't joking. Nayu quickly said, "Is it important?" "Very important." "All right, let's go." Boom. 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 "Senior brother Nayu, and Jing Hai are here to see you." "Oh, it's you. Come in." The two entered Nayun's courtyard. This time, Nayun wasn't sitting under the Bodhi tree. Instead, he was sitting on a stone table with a Buddhist scripture in front of him. At this moment, Nayun was smiling as he looked at Zhao Hai and Nayu. The two quickly gave Nayun a bow and said, "We have seen senior brother." Nayun waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so polite. Come and sit." The two nodded and sat across from Nayun. Nayun looked at the two and smiled faintly, "Why are you here today? Is something the matter?" Nayu smiled and said, "I'm not the one looking for you, it's Jing Hai. I was forcefully dragged here by him." "Jing Hai, didn't you say that you have something very important to tell senior brother Nayun? Speak." Nayun turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Jing Hai, what is it?" Zhao Hai's face turned serious as he said, "Senior brother, this matter is related to the development of our Iron Buddha temple. It can be said that this matter concerns our Iron Buddha temple. Therefore, I came to look for senior brother." Zhao Hai's expression turned serious as he said, "Senior brother, this matter is related to the development of our Iron Buddha temple." When Nuanyu heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Jing Hai, don't talk nonsense. This is related to the Iron Buddha temple. Do you know what's important to the Iron Buddha temple?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I know. Senior brother, have you heard of the Herculean divine art?" When Nayun heard Zhao Hai, he thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "I've heard of this technique. I heard that it's a very useless technique. When you're at a low level, you can't practice it at all. Once you're at a high level, there are many techniques to increase your strength. Moreover, it's very complicated to practice. Because of this, almost no one in the sect practices it. What's wrong? Does this matter have anything to do with the Herculean divine art?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's indeed related to this technique. When I went to the abstinence hall to complete a mission, Martial Uncle Wu Du rewarded me with the Might King divine art. After I took it back, I started to practice it. But I didn't expect that when I practiced the Might King divine art and the Iron Buddha lotus body, it would increase the speed of the Iron Buddha lotus body's cultivation. Moreover, it would increase the amount of metal used to cultivate the Iron Buddha lotus body." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." In the beginning, Nayun didn't take Zhao Hai's words seriously. But when he heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then his eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Jing Hai, are you telling the truth?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's true. I only discovered it after cultivating it. Right now, my Iron Buddha lotus body has reached the 5th level. In this cultivation process, the amount of metal I use is only 10% of what is written in the manual. If senior brother doesn't believe me, then you can try it." Zhao Hai nodded. Nayun suddenly stood up and said, "The two of you, come with me." Then he walked out of the courtyard. One couldn't blame him for being so excited. This matter was indeed related to the Iron Buddha temple. Nayun led the two towards the Iron Buddha temple. Before long, the three of them arrived at the grand hall of the Iron Buddha temple. This was the core of the temple. Nayun and Zhao Hai stood outside the grand hall. Nayun opened his mouth and said, "Nayun requests an audience with the abbot." A calm voice replied, "Nayun is here. Come in." Nayun nodded and led Nayu and Zhao Hai into the grand hall. Upon entering, the first thing they saw was the pitch-black Buddha. This Buddha was more than 5 meters tall. It was sitting on a lotus throne with a dignified appearance. The three of them put their palms together and bowed. Then, they saw the old monk sitting in front of the Buddha. This old monk wasn't very tall. He was very thin and had dark skin. He didn't look very eye-catching at all. This old monk was the abbot of the Iron Buddha Temple, Zen Master Wu Yu. Wu Yu sat with his back facing the three as he asked in a deep voice, "Na Yun, what do you want?" "Who are the two of them?" Na Yun quickly replied, "Abbot, these two are also disciples of the Na generation. This is junior brother Na Yu and this is junior brother Jinghai. Disciple brought them here today because I have something important to tell the abbot." This matter was discovered by junior brother Jinghai. "Let him report it to the abbot." Abbot Wu Yu replied, "All right, Jinghai, you'll do the talking." Jiao Hai replied, "Yes, abbot." After completing a mission, disciple was rewarded with the mighty King Divine Art. After cultivating it, disciple discovered that cultivating the mighty King Divine Art with the Iron Buddha Lotus Body would not only make the Iron Buddha Lotus Body's cultivation speed faster than usual, but the amount of metal required to cultivate the Iron Buddha Lotus Body would also be less than usual. It would only require about 1/10 of the usual amount of metal. Jiao Hai nodded. "Oh." When Abbot Wu Yu heard Jiao Hai, his figure moved and turned around. He looked at Jiao Hai and said, "Is what you said true?" Jiao Hai nodded and said, "It's true. When I obtained the Iron Buddha Lotus Body, I was only at the 4th level. But now, in less than 2 months, I'm already at the 5th level. Moreover, I've already completed the 5th level, so I don't need any more tempering. I can even feel that the remaining gold essence in the Iron Buddha Lotus Body has already been absorbed by my body." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "I've already finished cultivating the Iron Buddha Lotus Body." Wu Yu looked at Jiao Hai. Jiao Hai felt as if Wu Yu's eyes could see through him, seeing through his body and soul. After a while, Wu Yu withdrew his gaze and nodded, "It's indeed the completion of the 5th layer of the Iron Buddha Lotus Body. If this is true, then you've made a great contribution." Na Yun said, "Abbot, we still don't know if it's true or not. But disciple thinks that we can immediately find a junior brother to test it out. Especially those who are cultivating the Iron Buddha Lotus Body. It's better to confirm this matter as soon as possible." Abbot Wu Yu nodded and then said, "Someone, go and tell Wu Zue to bring a set of the Power King Divine Art and find a disciple who is currently cultivating the Iron Buddha Lotus Body." A monk outside the door responded and immediately left. Before long, Wu Zue led a 20-something-year-old monk in. When he entered the Great Strength Hall, he saw Na Yun and the others. He couldn't help but stare, especially when he saw Jiao Hai. He was puzzled, but he still bowed to Wu Yu and said, "Abbot, I brought the Herculean King Divine Art. This is Na Ji, he's currently cultivating the 5th layer of the Iron Buddha Lotus Body." Abbot Wu Yu nodded, then said, "I called you to bring the Herculean King Divine Art because Jinghai discovered that cultivating the Herculean King Divine Art and the Iron Buddha Lotus Body at the same time will shorten the time needed to cultivate the Iron Buddha Lotus Body. At the same time, it will also reduce the amount of metal used to cultivate the Iron Buddha Lotus Body. Today, I'll have you call a disciple to try it out and see the results." Wu Zue stared, then his eyes opened. He turned to look at Jiao Hai and said, "Jinghai, is this true?" Jiao Hai chanted Buddha's name and said, "Ba, disciple doesn't dare to lie." Wu Zue nodded and said, "All right, Na Ji, this is the Herculean King Divine Art. You should immediately cultivate it. Then you can cultivate the Iron Buddha Lotus Body here." Then he took out a jade slip and handed it over to Na Ji. Na Ji nodded, then he took the jade slip from Wu Zue and looked at the contents. Then he slowly closed his eyes and began to cultivate the Herculean King Divine Art. The Herculean King Divine Art wasn't complicated, so he quickly learned it. Then he took out a piece of metal and began to cultivate the Iron Buddha Lotus Body. After cultivating the Iron Buddha Lotus Body once, he began to cultivate the Herculean King Divine Art. Then he looked at Wu Yu and Wu Zue and said, "Abbot, elders, disciples' Iron Buddha Lotus Body has improved a lot." At this time, Jiao Hai said, "Senior brother, this Herculean King Divine Art also has a fist technique. I've named it the Herculean King Fist. Senior brother, please practice this fist technique." Then Jiao Hai began to practice the Herculean King Fist. The Herculean King Fist had a total of 8 moves. Moreover, it wasn't complicated. Very quickly, Zhao Hai finished practicing it. After he finished, he turned to Na Ji and said, "Senior brother, please practice this fist technique once." Na Ji nodded and began to practice the Herculean King Fist. Although he only watched it once, he was able to practice it. After all, the Herculean King Fist was very simple. There were a total of 8 moves, and the movements were also very simple. Moreover, the Herculean King Fist was a fist technique for body cultivators. Many of the movements were the basic movements of body cultivators. Because of this, Na Ji was able to learn it very quickly. After he finished one round of the Power King Fist, Nua Ji's face was full of pleasant surprise. He turned to Wu Yu and Wu Zue and said, "Abbot, Elder, this disciple has just refined the qi of the iron essence. Now, this disciple has completely absorbed it. This disciple feels that he can immediately cultivate the Iron Buddha lotus body." Wu Zue said with excitement, "You really used it? That's great, senior brother Abbot." Wu Yu's eyes flashed, then he looked up to the sky and laughed, "Ha ha ha ha, good, very good. Jing Hai, you've done a great service this time. It's greater than all your previous contributions combined. I'll definitely reward you heavily. Na Yun, you can leave first. Come, summon all the elders of the sect to the main hall for a discussion." A monk outside the door complied and went to find the elders. Na Yun also led Zhao Hai, Na Yu, and Na Ji out of the great hall. Na Yun led the 3 forward and said, "The 3 of you must remember that today's matter must not be leaked. None of you should speak of it. Before the sect makes a decision, you must treat it as if nothing happened. Don't leak any information. If anyone does, I think you should know the consequences. Aside from the elders, only the 4 of us know about this matter. Therefore, it will be very easy to investigate. Do you understand what I mean?" Na Yun nodded and said, "You're the only ones who know about this matter." Zhao Hai and the other 2 said at the same time, "Yes, we understand." Even Na Ji hid to receive the order. In fact, when Zhao Hai heard that Na Ji was practicing the 5th layer of the Iron Buddha lotus body, he knew that Na Ji was a core disciple. Although he wasn't one of the top 10 core disciples, he was still an ordinary core disciple. His status was higher than his and Na Yu's. However, it could be seen that he still had to listen to Na Yun. Zhao Hai and Nua Yu wanted to return to their own courtyard, but Nua Yun called them over. After the 3 returned to Nua Yun's courtyard, Nua Yun looked at Zhao Hai with a smile and said, "Junior brother Jing Hai, you're really a lucky star. I didn't think that the Iron Buddha lotus body and the Power King divine art would be able to complement each other." "Right, what's the matter with that fist technique that you practiced?" Zhao Hai replied, replying to senior brother, that fist technique was actually modified from the basic movements of body cultivators. Senior brother should know that I used to be a rogue cultivator, and I'm also a body cultivator. Therefore, I've been practicing the basic fist technique all this time. Even now, I haven't put it down. Later on, after I finished practicing the Iron Buddha lotus body and started practicing the Power King divine art, I wanted to practice the basic movements of body cultivators. However, I found that it was very awkward. If I kept practicing the basic movements of body cultivators, not only would it not benefit me, it might even cause me to get injured. Therefore, I tried to change the basic movements until I felt comfortable practicing them. Nua Yu nodded and said, "It seems like you're quite talented in martial arts." "Good, no wonder you said that this matter can change our Iron Buddha temple. The Iron Buddha Lotus Peak has always been the most complete and most powerful cultivation method in our Iron Buddha temple. However, the shortcomings of this cultivation method are very obvious. First, it's too difficult to practice and it requires too much time. Second, it requires too many materials, not ordinary materials, but metal. You should know that metal is almost impossible to regenerate once it's consumed. Therefore, the number of people practicing the Iron Buddha lotus body is getting fewer and fewer. This is not only because it's difficult to practice, but also because it requires too much metal. The Iron Buddha divine art can reduce the amount of metal needed to practice the Iron Buddha lotus body by 10 times. This is really good. This means that the materials that could be used to cultivate one disciple can now be used to cultivate 10. This is a good thing, a very good thing. Our Iron Buddha Temple can completely usher in a qualitative change. Our Iron Buddha Temple will undergo a qualitative change. Jiao Hai and Nua Yu listened quietly. They could feel Nua Yun's excitement, but they didn't say anything. After some time, Nua Yun opened his mouth and said, "This matter is very important to the sect. At the same time, the sect will strictly keep this matter a secret. Fortunately, Jing Hai, you're a member of the Abstinence Hall. I don't think that other people will know about this. However, I'm sure that the abbot will reward you heavily." Jiao Hai replied, "Ba. Senior brother, I really don't need any reward. The reason why I'm here today is all because I joined the Iron Buddha Temple. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here today. Moreover, I still have a lot of contribution points that I haven't used yet. It would be a waste to reward me. I don't think there's a need to reward me at all." Nua Yun waved his hand and said, "There will certainly be a reward. As for what the reward will be, I don't know. No matter what the reward is, just accept it. You've made a great contribution this time. If the temple doesn't reward you, then it would be unreasonable. If we don't reward you, then what will happen to other people in the future? Will there be a reward? So just accept it, there's no need to be polite." Jiao Hai nodded. Then Nua Yun said, "When we were in the South Sea, you said that you were familiar with a stronghold under Spirit Crab Island? Those people are all ascended immortals?" Jiao Hai didn't know why Nua Yun asked this, but since he already told him about it, he wouldn't hide it anymore. Therefore, he nodded and said, "Yes, they are a stronghold under Spirit Crab Island's rule. The people living there are ordinary people who ascended from the lower realms. When I was a rogue cultivator, I had a friendship with someone who ascended from the lower realms. Later on, he accepted the invitation of someone who ascended from the lower realms and went to the stronghold. After that, we kept in contact with each other. When I was in the Sealing Sword sect, I saved a child and recognized him as my adopted son. I also sent that child to the stronghold and had him cultivate with the people there. My friend is really a genius, his spiritual force is very powerful. I heard that a small gang has already been established in the stronghold, and my friend is the leader. They don't practice ordinary cultivation methods and don't have any artifacts, they mainly practice magic. But in the end, I don't know what's going on, but their gang has more than 20,000 people. Moreover, the stronghold is managed by my friend. Every year, they only need to hand over a certain amount of supplies to Spirit Crab Island. Spirit Crab Island doesn't care about them, they don't even send people to check on them. Because of this, they are very comfortable there." Nua Yun nodded and said, "Yes, they are a stronghold under the rule of Spirit Crab Island. They don't practice ordinary cultivation methods, nor do they have any artifacts." At this point, Jiao Hai paused for a moment before he continued, "Last time, I talked to Elder Wudu about this matter. Because my friend's gang is on the coast, I told Elder Wudu that if our sect wants to enter the South Sea, then we can use my friend's gang as a stronghold." Jiao Hai nodded, then he said, Nua Yun nodded and said, "All right, I understand. You should contact your friend. This line cannot be broken. Perhaps this line will be of great use to us in the future. If possible, you can give them some help. I don't think that Spirit Crab Island would be very good to rogue cultivators like them." Jiao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Of course it wouldn't be very good, it can be said that it wouldn't be good at all. The Spirit Crab Island gave them a task to help the Spirit Crab Island collect supplies. Then they would take those supplies and exchange them for crystal stones. If their monthly income is only a few dozen first-class crystal stones, then what can they exchange for? At most, they would be able to exchange some of the simplest cultivation methods. Fortunately, my friend is also a talented person, he can brew wine. Now that his gang has started to brew wine, it can be considered as increasing their income. However, since they are rogue cultivators, the Spirit Crab Island doesn't value them very much." Nua Yun nodded and said, "Right now, everyone isn't very optimistic about those who ascended. Because of this, their days aren't very good. What you need to do is to help them as much as possible. Our Iron Buddha Temple doesn't have any important cultivation methods that can be made public. But remember, don't do anything that violates the temple's rules." Jiao Hai thought for a moment, then said, "Brother, can I use my contribution points to exchange for some pills or low-level magic tools and send them to them?" Otherwise, I can also exchange them for crystal stones. Nguyen nodded and said, you can. However, high-grade pills and artifacts are absolutely out of the question. Low-grade pills and artifacts are still fine. Also, don't exchange too many pills and artifacts. Otherwise, it would affect the temple. The temple wouldn't agree. Crystal stones are fine, you can exchange them for low-grade crystals and have them go outside to buy them. But it seems like your relationship with your friend is very good, you're actually helping him. Zhao Hai nodded and said, we've been through life and death situations. I saved him and he saved me. Nguyen nodded and said, alright, then go ahead and do it. Zhao Hai nodded. Nguyen looked at Zhao Hai and said, but don't go out for a while. Wait until the temple makes a decision. After all, the matter of the Power King Divine Art is very important to the temple. If you go out at this time, the temple wouldn't agree. Do you understand what I mean? Zhao Hai nodded and said, I understand. Senior brother can rest assured, I won't go out. Nguyen nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Jing Hai, although I don't know what kind of reward the sect will give you, I'm sure that you'll be promoted. You might even become a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. You need to be prepared for this. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Jing Hai and said, Jing Hai, although I don't know what kind of reward the sect will give you, I'm sure that you'll be promoted. Zhao Hai stared, then he quickly said, Senior brother, that's impossible. I'm only an inner disciple right now. Moreover, I haven't been an inner disciple for a long time. How could I become a core disciple? Senior brother Nguyen isn't even a core disciple yet. Nguyen smiled bitterly and said, I also didn't discover that cultivating the Iron Buddha lotus body with the Power King Divine Art would have this effect. Jing Hai, you deserve this. Do you know how much your discovery will increase the strength of the sect and the Iron Buddha lotus body? I think the temple will start experimenting with outer disciples to see how far they can go with the Iron Buddha lotus body and the Power King Divine Art. Although there were high monks in the Iron Buddha temple who cultivated the Iron Buddha lotus body with their spiritual force, it was too slow and required great perseverance. Now that we have this method, I think the temple will experiment with it. Even if we use this method, we won't be able to cultivate the Iron Buddha lotus body to the 12th level. Reaching the 5th level will be a qualitative change for the Iron Buddha temple. This is the most important thing. Nguyen nodded and said, yes, Nguyen is right. If this method is really effective, then all the inner disciples of the temple can cultivate the Iron Buddha lotus body to the 5th level. This would be a qualitative change for the people of the Iron Buddha temple. Our Iron Buddha lotus body is known as the #1 defensive cultivation method in the sword spirit realm. This isn't just for show, it's very strong. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, in any case, I've already given the method to the temple. I don't care what the temple does. I'm just worried that with my identity, if I really become a core disciple, wouldn't I attract too much attention? What if everyone refuses to accept me? At that time, it wouldn't be a reward, but a punishment. Nguyen smiled and said, don't worry, that won't happen. However, your identity will be even more secretive in the future. It seems like you won't be able to leave the abstinence hall. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then he chatted with Na Yun for a while before leaving the courtyard with Na Yu. When Zhao Hai returned to his courtyard, he let out a long breath. This was because he received Nguyen Yun's words today. He can now openly help the tide-watching sect. For him, this was a good thing. Zhao Hai was very clear about this. Although he knew that the tide-watching gang's potential was huge, he was also aware that the gang was still very weak. They needed someone to protect them, and the Iron Buddha temple was the best target. However, Zhao Hai couldn't go to the tide-watching sect right now, even if he used the space. This was because he could feel that he was being monitored. Moreover, the person monitoring him was using divine sense. In other words, his every move in the sect was being monitored. If he dared to act recklessly, the other party would be the first to know. Zhao Hai also understood why the other party was doing this. After all, the matter of the mighty King Divine Art was very important to the Iron Buddha temple. As long as the mighty King Divine Art was successful, then the strength of the Iron Buddha temple's disciples would be greatly improved. This was definitely a good thing for the Iron Buddha temple. For a sect like the Iron Buddha temple, due to its long history, its foundation was incomparably deep. However, at the same time, its development was limited because the time for growth had passed. It was already past the optimal time for growth. It was precisely because they had passed the optimal period of development that it was very difficult for them to take a step forward. Therefore, the Power King Divine Art was very important to the Iron Buddha Temple. After Zhao Hai returned to his courtyard, he began to practice his fist techniques. The snake fist, the mountain covering fist, and the 9 characters hand seal were all things that he needed to learn. Zhao had already discovered that the snake fist secret manual that came out of the space was definitely a concept cultivation method. In other words, as long as Zhao practiced the snake fist, he would be able to form a phantom of a giant snake outside his body. This would help him fight against enemies, which would greatly increase the lethality of the snake fist. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid that others would see him practicing the snake fist. In any case, the snake fist that he practiced didn't seem to be any different from the other snake fists in the world. But in fact, the snake fist was very different from the other snake fists. This was because the snake fist started with refining the body. As long as the refinement was completed, then the snake fist would reach the great accomplishment stage. What Zhao Hai needed to do every day was to practice the snake fist and experience the concept of the snake fist. Then he would practice the mountain covering fist and experience the concept of the mountain covering fist. Finally, he would practice the 9 characters hand seal. While practicing the 9 characters hand seal, Zhao Hai would also recite all kinds of Buddhist mantras. This would allow him to practice even faster. At this time, Zhao Hai was no longer practicing the Iron Buddha lotus body. This was because the 5th level of the Iron Buddha lotus body was already completed. He needed to rest for a while and digest the changes that the 5th level of the Iron Buddha lotus body brought to him. The 4th level of the Iron Buddha lotus body to the 5th level was a watershed. This was because when one reaches the 5th level, one's attacks would be infused with metal. This was especially true for the metal that one absorbed. Zhao Hai was currently absorbing metals that didn't have any special attributes. If one were to say that they had an attribute, then they would be metal-attributed metals. This was also a type of attribute. This would allow Zhao Hai's attacks to become even more powerful, especially in terms of penetrating power. At the same time, it would also allow his defensive abilities to become stronger. He needed to familiarize himself with this change. Very quickly, Zhao Hai discovered that the Iron Buddha lotus body's transformation also had an effect on his fist techniques. For example, the mountain covering fist would be able to topple a mountain. And with the support of the metal attribute, his fist's penetrating power would become even stronger. Naturally, its lethality would also be greater. As for the snake fist, it was needless to say. The snake fist was an offensive fist technique that focused on twisting. Not to mention the twisting word technique, but if the twisting word technique was used along with the twisting word technique, then the twisting word technique would be even more powerful. It would allow one to release a very strong penetrative force, which was very important. What made Zhao Hai the happiest was that this characteristic could not only be used on his body, but also on his spiritual force. He discovered that the penetrating power of his spiritual force had also become stronger. This was completely outside of Zhao Hai's expectations. He didn't think that the Iron Snake Lotus body would be this powerful. It even had a support for his spiritual force. This made him look forward to the Iron Buddha Lotus body even more. But in any case, Zhao Hai was still very calm. Not only did he have to adapt to the penetrating power of the Iron Buddha Lotus body, he also had to pay attention to the changes brought about by the Power King Divine Art. Zhao Hai had been cultivating the Power King Divine Art. Although he didn't have the same talent as Ding Chunming, his talent was still very strong. Don't forget that he had also fused with a lot of bloodlines from other races. Before, he couldn't activate these bloodlines, but now that he had activated and absorbed them, they had finally fused with him. This allowed his strength to increase very quickly. Additionally, Zhao Hai's cultivation of the Power King Divine Art was much stronger than Ding Chunming. With Ding Chunming's spiritual force and his understanding of his own body, it was impossible for him to use the Power King Divine Art on every single one of his cells. At most, he would use this method on a certain area. Although this method could also be used for training, the effect was far worse than Zhao Hai's method. Because of this, Zhao Hai's strength had increased a lot compared to before. Even his body had become very strong. He needed to adapt to these changes, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to display 100% of his fighting strength. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't need to cultivate a new technique, instead, he needed to adapt to the changes in his body. During this time, Zhao Hai also paid attention to the situation of the poison tree sect through the space. Iron Snake and Iron Bull were doing very well. The two of them were cultivating in the courtyard every day and rarely went out. Even if they did go out, it was only to instruct the servants of the poison tree sect to bring them some food or something. They didn't have any contact with the disciples of the poison tree sect. During this time, Wu Kai and the others also paid a visit to Zhao Hai. However, Iron Snake and Iron Bull followed Zhao Hai's instructions and said that Zhao Hai was in seclusion and didn't see them. And sure enough, just as Zhao Hai expected, when Wu Kai and the others heard that Zhao Hai was in seclusion, they were very happy. They didn't seem to be worried at all. At the same time, the changes in the poison tree sect were also slowly progressing. First, the poison tree sect established an alchemy hall. Then some of the poison dragon sect's outer disciples who were good at alchemy were invited by Wu Kai to the poison tree sect. Although these outer disciples knew that the poison tree sect was just an outer sect of the poison dragon sect, they were still very happy to join. This was because in any case, being an outer sect of the poison dragon sect was better than going home. Because of this, the establishment of the alchemy hall went very smoothly. Wu Kai and the others also got some pill furnaces from the poison dragon sect. In fact, the poison dragon sect had a lot of these pill furnaces. This was because almost every disciple of the poison dragon sect had to refine poison. Because of this, pill furnaces weren't difficult to obtain. Then the poison tree sect conducted a large competition and divided the disciples into ranks. Once the ranks of the disciples were divided, the poison tree sect began to issue missions. Moreover, these missions were very simple. Naturally, the rewards weren't very high. However, for the rogue cultivators who had just joined the sect, these missions were very good. This was because they could do these simple missions without too much danger in order to earn contribution points and crystals. Then they could use these contribution points and crystals to exchange for things they needed. This was the most important thing. A month after Zhao Hai returned to the Iron Buddha Temple, the poison tree sect's first batch of pills was produced. Moreover, Wu Kai and the others used their own bodies to sell these pills. Because these pills were cheap and their quality was very good, they were very popular. Naturally, Wu Kai and the others left behind a lot of pills for the outer disciples to rope in the rogue cultivators. They wanted these rogue cultivators to become their eyes and ears and inquire about information for them. However, this was a long-term project that needed to be done slowly. At the very least, they already had eyes and ears in the cities around Parasol Tree City. Even the slightest movement in these cities wouldn't be able to escape their eyes and ears. During this month, Zhao Hai stayed in the Iron Buddha Temple. The Iron Buddha Temple didn't stop monitoring him. However, Zhao Hai already knew that many inner disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple had begun to cultivate the Iron Buddha lotus body. Moreover, the results were very good. Zhao Hai also went to see Nuayu a few times. The two didn't talk much and just casually chatted. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted to see Nuazhen and the others. However, Nuazhen immediately went into seclusion after coming out. However, Zhao Hai knew that Nuazhen went into seclusion to cultivate the Iron Buddha lotus body. Because of this, he didn't disturb Nuazhen. In this situation, Zhao Hai naturally couldn't do missions. However, he also didn't need to do missions. This was because Zhao Hai himself was a disciple of the Abstinence Hall. He didn't need to do missions. The reward that Wu Yu promised Zhao Hai hadn't arrived yet. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. He knew that Wu Yu would give it to him. It was only a matter of time. Moreover, he also knew why Wu Yu hadn't given him a reward yet. They must be experimenting with the Power King Divine Art and the Iron Buddha Lotus Mountain. Most importantly, they wanted to see if this kind of cultivation would harm the human body. Any new cultivation method needed to be tested many times, especially for a sect like the Iron Buddha Temple. If a cultivation method didn't go through testing and was absolutely safe, it would be impossible for it to be promoted on a large scale in the temple. This was related to the foundation of a sect. Zhao Hai also wasn't worried. In fact, he had been adapting to his body for more than a month. Even now, he still hadn't fully adapted to his body. However, his 9 characters mantra palm had some progress, which was a pleasant surprise. Although the 9 words mantra Mahamudra could not be used to attack the enemy directly, it was very important for a Buddhist cultivator. It was very important for the cultivation technique, for the cultivator himself, and for dealing with changes in the environment. It could be said that if one learned the 9 words mantra Mahamudra well, it was tantamount to opening a cheat. Even if one practiced the most ordinary cultivation technique, one could still make this cultivation technique play a role beyond one's imagination. On this day, Zhao Hai was practicing in his courtyard. Just as he finished practicing the snake fist, he heard someone knocking on the door. He quickly asked, "Who is it?" A voice was immediately heard, "Jing Hai, it's me. I'm Na Zhen." Zhao Hai quickly said, "Senior brother Na Zhen, come in, the door isn't closed." Na Zhen nodded, then he pushed the door and entered. Zhao Hai also quickly went forward to greet him. When he saw Na Zhen, he immediately clasped his hands and bowed. Then he said, Ba, senior brother Na Zhen, you're finally out. I've been looking for you several times and saw that you were in seclusion. When did you come out? Na Zhen replied, I just came out of seclusion and reported to the sect. Then I came to find you. I didn't have any other choice. I was about to come out a month ago, but then I received a notice from the sect, so I had no choice but to go into seclusion for another month. Because of this, I came out of seclusion to find you. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Good, it's good that you came out. Come, let's go in and talk. Then he led Na Zhen to the meditation room. After arriving at the meditation room, the two sat down. Then Zhao Hai poured a cup of tea for Na Zhen. Then he looked at Na Zhen and said, Senior brother, why are you looking for me? Na Zhen nodded, then he drank a cup of tea. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, I heard that the reason I went into seclusion for a month was because of you. Is it about the Power King Divine Art? When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Na Zhen and said, Senior brother, where did you hear this news? Shouldn't this news be kept a secret? How did you know? When Na Zhen heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but let out a long breath and said, So it really was you? Good, when I heard that it was you, I couldn't believe it. I didn't expect it to really be you. Jing Hai, you're really amazing. Do you know how magical this method is? I wanted to cultivate the Iron Buddha lotus body before, but I had to give up because it took too long and I didn't have any materials. But now, with this method, my cultivation has become much smoother. Did you notice that my Iron Buddha lotus body has already reached the 3rd level? This is the first time I've used this method, so my cultivation speed is a bit slow. Otherwise, the effect would be better. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I did notice it. But senior brother, where did you get this news from? You should know that senior brother Na Yun has already issued a gag order. It's impossible for the sect's elders to spread this news. If this news were to spread, then it wouldn't be a good thing for the Iron Buddha temple. It might cause a huge mess, especially for me. I might even lose my life. Na Zhen smiled and said, Don't worry, this news was actually given to me by senior brother Na Yu. He only told me. When I heard it, I was too excited, so I came to you to confirm it. Rest assured, nobody else knows about this, so you don't need to worry. When he heard Na Zhen, Zhao Hai relaxed. He looked at Na Zhen and said, Senior brother, it's not that I'm being careful, but this matter is too big. I'm afraid that the other sects would want to kill me. If I let them know about this, then I would be in trouble. Na Zhen nodded and said, Senior brother, it's not that I'm being careful, but this matter is too big. Na Zhen nodded and said, I know, but I'm really happy for you this time. Ha ha ha. Junior brother, you should know how much merit you've made this time. Because of you, our Iron Buddha temple is different. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I was just lucky. If the sect didn't reward me with the Herculean King Divine technique, then I wouldn't have been able to discover it. Speaking of which, I was really lucky. After I inquired about the Herculean King Divine technique, I found out that nobody practiced it. Hee hee. This is because the Herculean King Divine technique is too simple. It only has one method, which is to increase one's strength. At that time I just wanted to try it out. Najin smiled and said, that's also because you're lucky. To be honest, I really envy you. Ever since you joined the Iron Buddha Temple, you've made more contributions than me. I'm really envious. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, it's because of this that I joined the abstinence hall. Now, I don't even go out of the sect. Najin smiled and said, don't be unsatisfied. You don't know how many people are envious of you right now. How can the abstinence hall be a place where ordinary people can enter? I heard that you've also completed a mission for the abstinence hall. That's really amazing. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he didn't say anything. Then he let out a long breath and said, forget it, I don't want to think too much about it. Right now, I should focus on my cultivation. I haven't gone out to do missions these days, and I've also been cultivating the Power King Divine Art. The sudden increase in strength will take me a long time to adapt. Moreover, my Iron Buddha Lotus body has reached the 5th level, so my strength also has some metal attribute. Therefore, I need more time to adapt. Most importantly, I want to cultivate the 6th level of the Iron Buddha Lotus body as soon as possible so that I can cultivate the Golden Body 10,000 transformations technique. Therefore, I'm very busy right now. Najin replied, if you can do quests, then you should do them. Only when you do quests can you understand how much strength you've gained. Only then will you be able to use it in battle. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I know. But it's a pity that I can't go out to do missions right now. You should know how much influence this matter has on the temple. It's impossible for me to leave. When Najin heard this, he nodded and said, all right, then let's do it this way. If we have time in the future, then let's spar. I'm certainly not your opponent right now, but I can still spar with you. Zhao Hai smiled and said, there will be a chance. However, I still haven't controlled my strength. If I spar with you, then it would be dangerous for both of us. Najin sighed and said, all right, there will be a chance. But I think this matter has already come to an end. If you can go out, then what do you plan to do? Do you want to do missions? Zhao Hai nodded and said, you're a member of the abstinence hall. You should know that missions from the abstinence hall are very dangerous. You can use these missions to temper yourself. So once this matter is over, then I'll go do missions. Najin nodded, then he said with an envious expression, I've heard about the missions from the abstinence hall, but I don't know much about them. I heard that the missions from the abstinence hall aren't very good. What mission did you do last time? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it was a hunting mission. I think that if I say it now, I won't be blamed. Last time, there was an inner disciple from the Eight Swords sect, Renlong. That Renlong offended the Sealing Sword sect and defiled the little sister of an inner disciple. Later on, he fled to the 13 strongholds of Mount Mang. The Sealing Sword sect and the 13 strongholds of Mount Mang didn't get along with each other. In the end, they had no choice but to ask us for help. However, this matter can't be handled by normal missions, so it fell on the abstinence hall's shoulders. Since I wanted to go out and test myself, I took this mission and went to the 13 strongholds of Mount Mang. When Najin heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change as he said, the 13 strongholds of Mount Mang? That's not a good place, it's very dangerous. Moreover, I've also heard about this Renlong. I heard that he's a famous young expert of the Eight Swords sect. You actually took such a mission, your courage isn't small. It seems like you've completed the mission? Zhao Hai nodded and said, I completed it. It took me more than a month to complete it. This mission isn't easy to complete. After all, that place isn't under our control. It's very inconvenient. Najin nodded and said, I've done such a mission before. But just thinking about it gives me a headache. How did you find Renlong? When he arrived at the 13 strongholds of Mount Mang, it's impossible for him to go around telling people that he's Renlong. It's already very difficult to find him, but you actually completed the mission in a little more than a month. Amazing. Zhao smiled faintly. In fact, it's very simple. No matter which city it is, rogue cultivators will form gangs. These gangs are formed after they unite. So when I arrived there, I asked the local gangs to help me find Renlong. Those people are very well informed, so they quickly helped me find Renlong. Now that I've found Renlong, I just need to kill him. Zhao smiled faintly and said, actually, it's very simple. No matter which city it is, the rogue cultivators will form gangs. Na Zhen smiled bitterly and said, if it's really as simple as you said, then it would be good. Alright, it's already late, I'll be going back. Now that I'm out of seclusion, if you have nothing to do, come visit me. Zhao Hai nodded and then sent Na Zhen out. In the following days, the Iron Buddha temple was still very calm, as if nothing happened. On the 5th day after Na Zhen came to visit Zhao Hai was suddenly summoned to the Great Strength Hall. There were only 3 people present in the Great Strength Hall. These 3 people were Abbot Wu Yu, head of the Arhat Hall, Wu Zue, and head of the Abstinence Hall, Wu Du. When Zhao Hai entered the hall, he immediately gave a salute to the 3 people and said, Jing Hai has seen the abbot and the 2 elders. The 3 nodded, then Wu Yu looked at Zhao Hai and said, Jing Hai, the method you provided to the temple has already been tested. It is indeed very useful. Therefore, the temple wants to give you a reward. What reward do you want? Wu Yu looked at Zhao Hai and said, Jing Hai. Zhao Hai quickly replying to the abbot, Jing Hai can have today's achievements because of the Iron Buddha temple. This disciple has already received a lot, so I don't dare to ask for anything. Wu Yu smiled and said, that won't do. You're a disciple of the Iron Buddha temple. You should be rewarded for your contributions. If you don't reward your contributions, then who would dare to make contributions in the future? Tell me what you want. Zhao Hai replying to the abbot, this disciple really doesn't want anything. This disciple doesn't lack contribution points, nor does he lack anything for cultivation. Therefore, this disciple really doesn't need anything. Wu Yu laughed, then he turned to look at Wu Zue and Wu Du and said, you're right, he really doesn't want anything. Jing Hai, how about this, I'll give you 2 rewards. These 2 rewards aren't material objects, but 2 special cases. First, from today onwards, you'll be a core disciple of the Iron Buddha temple. Second, I heard that your relationship with a small gang in the South Sea is very good. How about this, the temple will give you a special case. You can help that small gang. As long as it's not a secret method, you can give it to that gang. You can also transfer a certain amount of materials from the temple to that gang. You can even become an outer court elder of that gang. What do you think? Hearing Wu Yu, Zhao Hai stared blankly for a moment. Then he excitedly saluted Wu Yu and said, this disciple thanks the abbot. Wu Yu nodded, then he said, I've heard of your name before. I heard that you're very alert and good at commanding people to fight. This is very good. I hope that you can continue to work hard and make great contributions to the sect. Zhao Hai quickly complied, then Wu Yu waved his hand. Zhao Hai gave Wu Yu a salute, then he turned around and left. To be honest, he didn't think that Abbot Wu Yu would give him such a reward. Such a reward was really important to him. In the future, he would be able to provide more help to the tide-watching gang. When Zhao Hai returned to his residence, he tidied up his things and then went to look for Nuo Yu. When he arrived at Nuo Yu's courtyard, Nuo Yu was waiting for him. Upon seeing him, Nuo Yu couldn't help but smile, then he said, Jing Hai, you came. I just heard from senior brother Nuo Yun that you're already a core disciple. It seems that I'll have to call you senior brother in the future. Zhao Hai quickly replied, Senior brother, what are you talking about? Even if I'm a core disciple, I'm still your junior brother. Senior brother, please don't say that. I'm very clear about how I became a core disciple. I'm afraid that I'm the weakest among all the core disciples. Today, I came to look for senior brother to ask, now that I've become a core disciple, do I need to change my residence? Do I need to change my identity card? Nuo Yu smiled and said, of course. Core disciples live in the core disciple area. Your residence and identity cards are always changing. Do you want to ask me where I'm going to change my residence? I don't need to worry about this. However, you have to come with me to see senior brother Nuo Yun. When the time comes, senior brother Nuo Yun will arrange everything for you. Zhao Hai quickly thanked Nuo Yu. Nuo Yu smiled and led Zhao Hai out. The two went directly to Nuo Yun's courtyard. Nuo Yun was also standing in his courtyard. When he saw Nuo Yu and Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but loosen. Then he smiled and said, You're here. Take a seat. The two nodded and sat down. In fact, Nuo Yun was still somewhat worried. Zhao Hai was now a core disciple. He was afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't listen to him. If Zhao Hai really became a core disciple, then it would be a loss for him. In fact, he told Nuo Yu about Zhao Hai becoming a core disciple to see if Zhao Hai would look for Nuo Yu. He told Nuo Yu that if Zhao Hai went to look for him after becoming a core disciple, then it would mean that Nuo Yu was a sentimental person. He wouldn't leave Nuo Yun's side. If Zhao Hai didn't look for him, then it would mean that Nuo Yun wanted to leave Nuo Yu's side. In that case, even if Nuo Yun didn't suppress Zhao Hai, then all of their previous feelings would disappear. In the future, everyone would be able to maintain harmony on the surface. Fortunately, Zhao Hai made the right choice. He went to Nuo Yu and then Nuo Yu took him to Nuo Yun. When Nuo Yun saw the two arrive at his courtyard, his heart relaxed. To be honest, he didn't want to have a falling out with Zhao Hai. Otherwise, he would lose a great general. Nuo Yun was very fond of Zhao Hai. It was precisely because of this that he didn't want to have a falling out with Zhao Hai. Now that Zhao Hai knew that Nuo Yun was a core disciple, Zhao Hai didn't want to be independent. This was good news for Nuo Yun. After the three sat down, Nuo Yun looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. I already guessed that you would become a core disciple. Now, you're finally a core disciple. Senior brother Jing Hai, you have to work hard. I don't know how many disciples in the temple want to become a core disciple, but in the end, they failed. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, to be honest, senior brother, I really don't want to become a core disciple. Although core disciples have better treatment, look at me. With my current strength, can I become a core disciple? But now that I'm a core disciple, I'm under a lot of pressure. When Nuo Yun heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, in any case, you're now a core disciple. Don't think too much about it. Right, you haven't changed your identity card and chosen a courtyard. How about it? Do you want to go now? Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, I haven't changed my identity card yet. I was just about to look for senior brother. I don't know where to change my identity card, nor where to choose a courtyard. Nuo Yun nodded, then he said, I'll arrange it for you. Do you have any requirements for your courtyard? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I don't have any requirements. As long as it's quiet and has good scenery, I don't have any other requirements. Nuo Yun nodded and said, all right, then I'll choose for you. I remember that there's a small mountain in the core disciples' residence. There's also a waterfall on the mountain. The scenery is good, but the sound of the waterfall is a bit loud. However, the rooms have muting formations. If you like it, then how about I choose for you? When Zhao Hai heard this, he nodded and said, all right, then we'll pick that place. Senior brother, you can make the decision. Nuo Yun nodded and said, now that the reward has been given to you, it means that this matter is more or less over. Have you thought about what to do next? Zhao Hai replied, I've thought about it. The sect gave me a special case to help the Tidewatcher tribe. It's the same case as the one senior brother gave me. I'm thinking about going to the Tidewatcher tribe and see if I can help them. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, all right. Nuo Yun nodded and said, that's also good. It seems like the sect attaches great importance to the Tidewatering gang. Then you should go and take a look. Do you need anything? You can tell me directly. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I don't need anything right now. I want to go to the Tidewatcher gang and see what they need. Then I'll make a decision. Nuo Yun nodded and said, all right, then it's settled. If you need anything, just come back and tell me. You have a special case from the gang, and with my help, there shouldn't be any problem in helping the Tidewatching gang. Zhao Hai nodded. Nuo Yun looked at the sky and said, Nuo Yu, you go back first. I'll take Jing Hai to settle down. Nuo Yun nodded and then gave Nuo Yun a salute. Zhao Hai also gave him a salute before he turned around and left. After Nuo Yu left, Nuo Yun stood up and said to Zhao Hai, let's go. I'll help you exchange your ID card and pick a house for you. It must be said that no one wants that place because it's quite far from the core area. Because of this, nobody would choose that place. If you choose that place, it might be inconvenient for you. Nuo Yun nodded and said, all right, let's go. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I don't have as many things to deal with as senior brother. I can peacefully cultivate there. If I'm bored, I can go and look at the scenery. It's also very good. Unless senior brother has something to ask of me, I'll just go and do some tasks for the abstinence hall. There's nothing wrong with being quiet. Nayan smiled and didn't say anything else. He just led Zhao Hai to the core disciple's residence. However, there wasn't a hall in the core disciple's residence. Instead, it was the Iron Buddha Temple's Heavenly King Hall that was in charge of the core disciple's residence. The Heavenly King Hall of the Iron Buddha Temple had the statues of the 4 Heavenly Kings. These statues were all unique to the Iron Buddha Temple. They were all black and were about 3 meters tall. They looked very impressive. The statues in the Iron Buddha Temple weren't as big as the statues in other temples. This was also a major feature of the Iron Buddha Temple. The Heavenly King Hall was a very famous hall in the Iron Buddha Temple. However, the statues of the 4 Heavenly Kings were only 3 meters tall. Even the statues in the Great Strength Hall were only 5 meters tall. This was very rare. The statues in other temples were at least 10 meters tall. Compared to the statues in the Iron Buddha Temple, the statues in the Great Strength Hall were completely different. However, this was also a feature of the Iron Buddha Temple. In the Iron Buddha Temple, there were a total of 1,296 statues. However, the height of these statues didn't surpass the 5 Mago statue in the Great Strength Hall. The shortest statue was only about 1 meter tall. It was really too small. However, nobody dared to look down on the statues in the Iron Buddha Temple. This was because all of the statues in the Iron Buddha Temple were made of fine iron. It was said that there was a big secret hidden inside. However, nobody knew what the secret was. Nayan led Zhao Hai to the Heavenly King Hall. The Heavenly King Hall looked very large. The main hall was dedicated to the statues of the 4 Heavenly Kings. There were also side halls on both sides. These side halls were used to deal with matters. In front of the main hall of the Heavenly King Hall, there were 2 monks guarding it. These 2 monks were both inner disciples. Nayan didn't lead Zhao Hai to exchange his identity card. Instead, he led Zhao Hai to the main hall. When the 2 disciples saw Nayan, they immediately gave him a salute. Nayan returned the salute. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "When you come to the Heavenly King Hall, you must first enter the hall to worship the statues of the Heavenly King before you can do anything else. This is the rule of the Heavenly King Hall, remember it." Zhao Hai nodded. After the 2 entered the Great Hall, they paid their respects to the statues of the 4 Heavenly Kings. Then Nayan led Zhao Hai to a side hall. There were several small tables in the hall with several monks sitting on them. They were holding jade slips in their hands. Zhao Hai didn't know what they were looking at. There were also a lot of jade slips on the small tables. It was clear that these jade slips contained the matters of the Heavenly King's Hall. These monks didn't seem to be young. When they heard the sound, they looked up and saw that it was Nayan. They couldn't help but stare. Nayan gave them a salute and said, "Greetings, martial uncles." The monks didn't dare to be negligent. They immediately stood up and returned the salute. Although their seniority was higher than Nayan, one shouldn't forget that Nayan was one of the top 3 core disciples. Someone like him had a huge influence on the sect. These people who relied on seniority to become stewards couldn't compare to Nayan. Their seniority was high, but it didn't mean that they had a lot of power. Compared to Nayan, they were too far behind. Seeing the monks return the salute, Nayan also returned the salute. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Martial uncles, I came today for junior brother Jing Hai. Because junior brother Jing Hai made a great contribution this time, he was specially appointed as a core disciple by the abbot. Today, I'm taking him to change his identity token. At the same time, I'm also choosing a place for him to live." The stewards nodded, then one of them looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. "This must be martial nephew Jing Hai. We've already heard of your name. Since you've made a great contribution to the sect, becoming a core disciple is inevitable. Take out your identity card and let me see it." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he took out his identity token and handed it over to the steward. The steward looked at the token, then he nodded and said, "I didn't expect martial nephew to be a disciple of the abstinence hall. Alright, wait a moment." After he said that, he received Zhao Hai's identity token. Then he took out another identity token and entered Zhao Hai's information and contribution points into the token. Then he handed the token over to Zhao Hai and said, "This is your identity token. Take care of it." Zhao Hai nodded. After thanking the steward, he received the token and received it. Then the other steward smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "Martial nephew Jing Hai, you choose a place to live." Nayan opened his mouth and said, "Martial uncle, I don't know if there's anyone in the Listening Wave Pavilion. If there isn't, then Jing Hai wants to live there. He's a cultivation maniac. He wants to find a place where he can cultivate without being disturbed." When the monk heard Nayan, he stared for a moment. Then he said, "The Listening Wave Pavilion isn't disturbed, but it's very close to the waterfall. The sound is very loud. Martial nephew, are you sure you want to live there?" Nayan turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Jing Hai, you heard what martial uncle said. Do you really want to live there? If you choose that place, then the sound of the waterfall will be very noisy." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's fine. I can use the sound to temper my heart. Senior brother, I'll choose that place." Nayan nodded, then he turned to the monk and said, "Martial uncle, let's choose that place." Naturally, the monk didn't object. With Nayan's face, Zhao Hai could choose his residence at will. On the other hand, the Listening Wave Pavilion hasn't been chosen for a long time. Even if someone did choose, they would ask for a change of location. This was because the sound of the waterfall was too noisy. It was said that the Listening Wave Pavilion used to be the residence of a very powerful elder in the sect. This elder was now a supreme elder of the sect. Moreover, he hadn't been involved in worldly affairs for a long time. However, the Listening Wave Pavilion was still preserved. This was also a form of respect for the elder. But now, it was only preserved. There was absolutely no one living there. After changing the identity token and choosing a place to live, Nayan led Zhao Hai out of the Heavenly King's Hall. However, they didn't go to Zhao Hai's residence. Instead, they returned to Nayan's courtyard. Nayan still had some words to say to Zhao Hai. The two returned to Nayan's courtyard. After sitting down, Nayan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Jing Hai, becoming a core disciple has a lot of benefits. Moreover, core disciples aren't demoted to inner disciples. This is because there are a lot of core disciples who aren't very strong in the beginning. The sect values them for their potential. Therefore, you don't need to worry about anything. I think that with your efforts, you'll be able to develop greatly. Now, I want to tell you about the other benefits of being a core disciple that you might not know about. These benefits aren't for the core disciple, but for your family." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Nayan and said, "For my family? I don't quite understand." Nayan smiled and said, "If you have a family, then when you become a core disciple, you can directly choose 2 people from your family to become outer disciples of the temple. They will be the same as ordinary outer disciples. Do you understand what I mean?" Nayan smiled and said. Zhao Hai stared, then his eyes lit up as he said, "Senior brother, you mean that as long as I become a core disciple, I can have 2 family members become outer disciples? That's great." Nayan nodded, then he said, "In addition to this, you can also accept 5 disciples. These 5 disciples can be considered disciples of the temple, your personal disciples. They will register in the gatekeeper hall and can do missions. However, they won't receive the benefits of being a disciple. If they want to learn a cultivation method, they will have to learn it from you. If you want them to learn a cultivation method, you will have to go to the temple's scripture pavilion and exchange it with your contribution points. Do you understand what I mean?" Nayan nodded and said, "That's right. Do you understand?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, disciple understands." "You mean that I can accept 5 disciples? They can be considered as people of the temple, but the temple won't give them anything. They are my people, but they aren't restricted by the rules of the sect. As long as I can exchange for a cultivation method, then they can learn it. Is that right?" Nayan nodded and said, "Right. Although they are people of the temple and can register, they are still your people. Therefore, you have to be responsible for them. Moreover, they will leave the sect, but you have to ensure that they don't spread their cultivation methods. If they do, then not only will the sect punish them, you will also be punished." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I understand. Then do they have to dress up as monks in the temple?" Nayan shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. They can dress like laymen. Of course, it's best if they dress like monks. However, I don't recommend you to accept disciples because once you do, you'll have to teach them. Because of this, very few core disciples accept disciples. If you want to use people, you can directly choose from inner disciples and have them do things for you. What we should do right now is cultivate. Nayan shook his head. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, senior brother. I understand. Nayan nodded and said, in addition to these, in general, core disciples don't need to do missions. However, the sect doesn't have any compulsory missions. However, the sect will still issue missions for core disciples and elders. These missions are very dangerous, but the rewards for these missions are also very high. Most importantly, the missions that core disciples do are generally open and aboveboard. You are representing the Iron Buddha Temple. You mustn't lose face for the Iron Buddha Temple. Do you understand? Do you understand? Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, senior brother. I understand. I'll be careful when I take missions in the future. However, I'm a disciple of the Abstinence Hall. My missions should be different from those of ordinary core disciples, right? Nayan nodded and said, of course. Elder Wu Du likes you very much. It's impossible for him to let you take dangerous missions. Alright, I've explained everything. I'll take you to the Wave Listening Pavilion. If you're not satisfied, you can change your residence at any time. This is one of the benefits of being a core disciple. Zhao Hai nodded. Then Nayan led Zhao Hai and flew towards the periphery of the core disciple's residence. The core disciple's residence was very large. There were hills and trees around it. There were also residences for core disciples who liked peace and quiet. However, the core disciples who lived there didn't have their own influence. They were wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. Core disciples like Nayan would live in the core disciple's residence. There were a lot of people living there. Everyone's courtyard wasn't big and didn't have much scenery. However, it was connected to the inner disciple's residence. This made it easier for them to know what was going on in the sect and to control their own influence. The Iron Buddha Temple was actually very large. They were in a mountainous area. The temple's great strength hall was actually on top of a small hill. The mountain they occupied wasn't very high. Zhao Hai's Wave Listening Pavilion was actually on top of a small hill. There were a lot of tall trees on this hill. There was also a waterfall on top of the hill. Next to the waterfall was a small building. This small building had 3 floors. The first and second floors were made of stone while the third floor was made of wood. The small building had a small courtyard that wasn't very big. The courtyard was facing the woods, making it very quiet. But standing in the courtyard, one could still hear the rumbling of cloth. Although this sound was noisy for ordinary people, Zhao Hai liked this place very much. Nayan and Zhao Hai stood in the courtyard and looked at the small courtyard. One could see at a glance that people often came here to take care of it. The courtyard wasn't very big and didn't have walls. Instead, it was surrounded by a wooden fence. This made the courtyard look very simple and natural. Nayan looked at the small courtyard and smiled faintly. If there wasn't the sound of the waterfall, then the scenery would be perfect. How about it? Do you like it here? Zhao Hai nodded and said, I like it very much. Senior brother, this is the place. Nayan nodded and said, you can tell the sect to send people to help you clean up or bring you food. This way, you won't have to run down the mountain. Alright, I'll be heading back. Nayan nodded and said, alright, I'll be heading back. Zhao Hai nodded, then Nayan turned around and flew away. After that, Zhao Hai entered the small building. The layout of the small building was very simple. The walls were made of ordinary stone, there was nothing special about it. After entering, one could see a living room. The living room wasn't small, but the furnishings inside were very simple. There were wooden chairs, wooden tables, and wooden shelves. It looked very ordinary and even a bit empty. However, this place didn't seem damp at all. Generally, houses next to waterfalls would be damp. But this place wasn't damp at all. On the contrary, it was very dry. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. He looked around the small building. Besides the living room, the first floor also had a kitchen, a bathroom, and a training room. The second floor had 3 bedrooms and a quiet room. Although the third floor was made of wood, it looked even more spacious. This was because it was a large space with nothing inside. It looked more like a quiet room and a training room. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with this small building. He went to the bedrooms and looked around. There were bedding there, so he could directly move in. It was very convenient. Zhao Hai casually looked around and saw that no one was watching him. He relaxed and then entered the space. Then he went back to the poison tree sect to take a look. Although a month had passed, the sect was still normal. Wu Kai and the others were doing very well. However, Zhao Hai didn't ask about their progress. Now wasn't the time to ask. Iron Snake and Iron Bull were still cultivating. Both of them were doing very well. Iron Snake had started to use another type of medicine to temper his body. Iron Bull also started to use medicine to temper himself. The two of them were using their time to cultivate every day. Their strength was increasing very quickly. This made Zhao Hai very happy. However, Zhao Hai only went back to take a look. After seeing Iron Snake and Iron Bull, he returned to his room and used the excuse of going into seclusion to enter the space. Then he directly returned to the tide-watching gang. When Zhao Hai arrived at the tide-watching gang, Laura and the others were immediately notified. The group immediately went to Zhao Hai's residence. Little Xianxia was also there. At this point, little Xianxia already knew about Zhao Hai's identity. He knew that Zhao Hai was his adoptive father. Because of this, he was very close to Zhao Hai. After playing with little Xianxia for a while, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, "What's the situation in the gang right now?" Laura smiled and said, "The situation in the gang is very good, so you don't need to worry about anything. Chun Ming has been working very hard in his cultivation recently. I can see that his strength has increased very quickly. Right now, he has become the gang's #1 expert besides you. However, I heard that there are other cultivators around our Tide Watcher gang. Moreover, they seem to be spying on us. I noticed that there really are people, and they seem to be from the Imperial Sword sect." Imperial Sword sect? When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but stare. Recently, he didn't pay attention to the situation of the Tide-watching gang. This was because he was very reassured about the gang's safety. Laura and the others were here, as well as Wen Hai and the others. Additionally, when he went to Spirit Crab Island last time, the people there knew that he had a good relationship with Wen Hai. Because of this, the people of Spirit Crab Island wouldn't cause any trouble for him. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very reassured about the Tide-watching gang. He knew that if something happened to the Tide-watching gang, Laura and the others would certainly tell him. Because of this, he wasn't worried about the Tide-watching gang. However, he didn't expect that when he returned to the Tide-watching gang, Laura and the others would tell him that there were people from the Imperial Sword sect around the gang. This made Zhao Hai somewhat surprised. He thought that the Imperial Sword sect wouldn't cause trouble for them. After all, they were nominally a force of Spirit Crab Island. Moreover, they didn't have a lot of spirit rice. Although they had a lot of fruit trees, they would only harvest them when the fruits were ripe. Moreover, when they sold their wine, they didn't mention their name. Therefore, it was impossible for people to know that they were from the Imperial Sword sect. With this, they didn't have anything that could attract the attention of other sections. So how could a sect like the Imperial Sword sect pay attention to them? Although the Imperial Sword sect had some ideas about them, Zhao Hai had already taught the Imperial Sword sect an unforgettable lesson. The Imperial Sword sect suffered heavy losses and their vitality was greatly damaged. In this case, the Imperial Sword sect should focus on recovering their vitality. So why would they target them? This shouldn't be the case. Laura nodded and said, "Right, it's someone from the Imperial Sword sect. When we taught the Imperial Sword sect a lesson last time, we recorded almost every member of the sect. Therefore, I was able to recognize the other party. Although the other party was dressed like a rogue cultivator and seemed to be doing a mission nearby, I can be sure that the other party was from the Imperial Sword sect. It seems like the Imperial Sword sect has set their sights on us." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "I didn't expect the Imperial Sword sect to look for us again. I really don't understand. What attracted them to the Tide-watching gang? Why are they so persistent? Originally, this was a good thing. I've already become a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. Moreover, the Iron Buddha Temple allowed me to help the Tide-watching gang. This is very important for the Tide-watching gang. But now, the Imperial Sword sect suddenly appeared. This is really strange. Laura replied, it's indeed strange. Brother Hai, we should monitor the Imperial Sword sect for a while. Right, you said that you've become a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. Moreover, the Iron Buddha Temple allowed you to help the Tide-watching gang. Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, the Iron Buddha Temple allowed me to help the Tide-watching gang. Aside from the secret techniques of the temple, the Tide-watching gang can also be given access to ordinary cultivation methods. Naturally, this is good news as long as I can exchange for them. However, the Iron Buddha Temple is more interested in the Tide-watching gang's position. They want the Tide-watching gang to be close to them. This way, if they have a conflict with the South Sea, then they can use the Tide-watching gang as a stronghold. Because of this, the Tide-watching gang is no longer safe. When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, what do you mean? Zhao Hai replied, since the Imperial Sword sect has been having ideas about the Tide-watching gang, then this sect can no longer stay. Laura, I need you to monitor the Imperial Sword sect for me. See why they're having ideas about the Tide-watching gang. Also, monitor all of the Imperial Sword sect cities. No matter what the Imperial Sword sect sees in the Tide-watching gang, it's useless. I think it's time to give the Tide-watching gang a better place. Laura nodded and said, alright, I'll monitor the Imperial Sword sect. But how are you going to deal with the Imperial Sword sect? Are you going to deal with them alone? Will you use your curse technique? Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, I'll use my curse technique to deal with them. However, I won't be doing it alone. The Tide-watching gang has been nurtured by us for a long time. It's time for them to make a move. Spring Light has already selected some loyal disciples. In addition to the inner and core disciples, we'll attack the Imperial Sword sect. At the same time, we'll have the outer disciples attack the Imperial Sword sect cities. When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then she said with some uncertainty, Big Brother Hai, isn't this too risky? Although the Sword Imperial sect is a small sect, they still control several cities. Moreover, they seem to have a good relationship with other small sections. If we deal with them, then wouldn't the other small sects come and deal with us as well? This would be very disadvantageous for us. Our current strength isn't enough to control a small sect, right? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, we should also make some preparations. Otherwise, if the Sword Imperial sect really attacks, then we would be in a lot of trouble. The Sword Imperial sect isn't weak, if we let them attack, then we would be in a passive position. If they use the same method as before, then I'll go to the Sword Imperial sect and place a curse on them. This would arouse their suspicions. Last time, they were poisoned when they wanted to deal with us. If they are poisoned again, then they would certainly be suspicious, which would be even more disadvantageous for us. Therefore, this time, we must thoroughly deal with the Sword Imperial sect. Laura thought for a moment and then nodded, alright, then we'll do as Brother Hai said. We'll go and prepare now. Zhao Hai nodded and said, call Wen Hai and the others over, I'll talk to them in detail. Laura nodded, then she turned around and left. Before long, when Wen Hai and the others arrived, Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and the others and told them about the Sword Imperial sect. Then he said, from today onwards, the sect will be in a state of readiness for war. Therefore, the sect's disciples will undergo unified training. You will personally train them, just like how an army would train. Do you understand what I mean? When Wen Hai nodded and said, yes, boss. I understand. You can rest assured. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, Chunming, stay here. The rest of you go and prepare. When Wen Hai and the others complied, then they turned around and left. Zhao Hai looked at Ding Chunming and said, Chunming, how many people do you have right now? Ding Chunming replied, replying to the young master, I currently have 50 people under me. Some of them are ordinary rogue cultivators, some of them are ascendants. However, all of them have one thing in common, their innate talent in body cultivation is very good. But because they didn't obtain good cultivation methods before, their strength was lacking by 20%. After joining the tide-watching gang and undergoing my training, their strength has become very formidable. Although they still haven't reached the spirit realm, their strength is still enough to resist the attacks of ordinary artifacts. Moreover, because of our great kindness, their loyalty won't be a problem. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, this time's operation will involve the entire gang. You will also need to participate. However, I'll give you a task. I'll send your transmission formation to the Sword Imperial Sect's Scripture Pavilion. Inside there are all of the Sword Imperial Sect's cultivation methods. You must guard those cultivation methods for me. Our Tidewatch gang's development is too simplistic. We're only proficient in magic arts, but we're still lacking in other aspects. Although the Sword Imperial Sect is a small sect, they have their own Sword Dao inheritance. Moreover, this inheritance is very complete. This is exactly what we need. Therefore, you must guard their scripture pavilion for me. Do you understand?" Ding Chunming nodded and said, "Young master, rest assured. I'll certainly guard their scripture pavilion. But young master, with our current strength, is it really okay to fight the Sword Imperial Sect head-on?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. Don't worry, I'm here. Although the Sword Imperial Sect's strength is good, I have a way to deal with them." Ding Chunming nodded and said, "Yes, young master. Then I'll go prepare." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand. Ding Chunming turned around and left. Zhao Hai looked at Ding Chunming's back and smiled faintly. This was because he discovered that both Ding Chunming and Wen Wenhai were excited when they heard that they were going to fight. Zhao Hai knew that Wen Wenhai and the others were generals in the Lost Soul Empire. They fought with Zhao Hai in various planes. Their personal battalions numbered in the tens of thousands. For them to manage a small gang like this was a grievance. However, there was no other way. After arriving in the Sword Spirit world, their strength was suppressed too much. Even Zhao Hai had to keep a low profile, let alone Ding Chunming and the others. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to attack the Sword Imperial Sect was because he felt that the time had come. The reason why Zhao Hai felt that the time had come was because he felt that his strength was enough to deal with this situation. Although his Iron Buddha Lotus body had just reached the 5th level, his strength was incomparable. His defensive strength was also very strong. Additionally, he had the Golden Body 10,000 transformations technique as well as the ability to control liquid silver. Because of this, Zhao Hai's strength and defense were enough to compete with ordinary Void Returning Realm experts. Besides this, Zhao Hai also had a powerful curse technique. This curse technique made Zhao Hai's strength even more formidable. Because nobody in the Sword Spirit realm had seen this technique before, Zhao Hai's attacks were even more formidable. Zhao Hai's attacks were even more formidable than before. In addition to these, there were also poisons. Magic poisons, ordinary poisons, and all kinds of poisons. All of these would make Zhao Hai's attacks even more strange. There were also magic techniques, ordinary magic techniques, as well as medium magic techniques. These magic techniques were incomparably powerful. If they were to be used, the might of these magic techniques would certainly shock people. With all of these powers added together, it was enough for Zhao Hai to run amok in the Sword Spirit world. However, Zhao Hai was very low-key in the past. He didn't want people to know about his strength. Because of this, he didn't have many opportunities to show off. Moreover, aside from a few people, other people simply didn't know that he had so many things. Naturally, they underestimated his strength. Zhao Hai's action this time was to seize the Sword Defense Sect's territory. Secondly, he wanted the Tidewatching gang to understand that they were a gang, a sect. He wanted the Tidewatching gang to understand that they were a sect. This would make the Tidewatching gang even more loyal to them. Zhao Hai's plan was to make the Tidewatching gang understand that they were a sect. Centripetal force and cohesion had always been the biggest reliance of a sect. In this regard, the righteous sects were much better than the demonic sections. The cultivators of the righteous sects were very cohesive. This was because they knew that their sect was good to them. They knew that they should be loyal to their sect. Relatively speaking, the demonic sects were worse in this regard. In the past, the demonic sects respected the law of the jungle. They never cared about the internal strife of the sect. However, this kind of strife made the cultivators of the demonic sects lack cohesion. They didn't have a sense of home towards their sect. There were even a lot of demonic cultivators who hated their own sections. Their relationship with their sects was more of a cooperative relationship. However, this kind of relationship couldn't withstand any test. To be honest, the cultivation methods of the demonic sects were both weak and strong when compared to the cultivation methods of the righteous sections. However, in general, they weren't bad. The cultivation methods of the demonic sects were even easier to learn compared to the cultivation methods of the righteous sections. It was just that once they reached a high level, it would be very difficult for them to progress. But in general, the cultivation methods of the demonic sects weren't bad when compared to the cultivation methods of the righteous sections. However, the people from the devil sects weren't able to win against the righteous sects. What they lacked was the cohesiveness of their disciples. When the devil sect's disciples were in a real battle, their performance would be worse than the righteous sect's disciples. The righteous sect's disciples were willing to fight to the death for their sect, they were willing to fight to the last man. However, the devil sect's disciples weren't like that. They were even more selfish, they only cared about themselves. Now, the demonic sects had changed a lot. For example, the Poison Dragon sect didn't allow their disciples to fight inside the sect. Moreover, the sect's rules were very strict. This made the disciples of the demonic sects have a certain degree of recognition towards their sect. Although they still couldn't reach the level of a righteous sect, they were still very good. However, the current situation of the Tidewatching gang couldn't compare to the demonic sections. They were a group of ascenders who had gathered together to form a gang. These ascenders had very high status before they ascended. They all had their own thoughts. It would be very difficult for them to change from a person with a high status to an ordinary gang member. Even if they became a gang member, they wouldn't have a lot of recognition towards the gang. Zhao Hai was sure that if a sect were to suddenly ask the Tidewatching gang members to join their sect and give them all of their cultivation methods, most of the members of the Tidewatching gang would be happy to hand over their cultivation methods in exchange for a chance to join the sect. This was absolutely possible. Actually, it was because these people didn't have confidence in the Tidewatching gang and their own cultivation methods. They didn't think that the Tidewatching gang could become a sect of the Sword Spirit sect. They also didn't think that they would receive the same treatment as the ordinary sects of the Sword Spirit world. Therefore, as long as a sect wanted them to join, they would certainly leave the Tidewatching gang. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai wanted to destroy the Sword Spirit sect in one fell swoop. The Sword Spirit sect was a small sect and wasn't very strong. The strongest among them were Void Returning Realm experts. This made them a perfect target for the Tidewatching gang. As long as they succeed in destroying the Sword Spirit sect, not only would they obtain the inheritance of the Sword Spirit sect, they would also make the Tidewatching gang understand that the Tidewatching gang was very strong and wasn't any worse than the ordinary sects of the Sword Spirit world. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to mobilize the entire gang to fight the Sword Spirit sect. But to be honest, the Tidewatching gang's current strength couldn't compare to the Sword Spirit sect. However, Zhao Hai had a way to bridge this gap. This was the power of the curse technique. He wanted to use the curse technique to bridge the gap between the two sections. Then he would have the Tidewatching gang deal with the Sword Spirit sect. This would increase the confidence of the members of the Tidewatching gang and make them recognize the Tidewatching gang as their home, their own sect. Zhao Hai knew that he would need a lot of time to deal with the Sword Defense sect. Therefore, he needed to deal with the situation in the Iron Buddha Temple first. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome. Now that he was in the Iron Buddha Temple, it was equivalent to taking the time to return to the Tidewatching gang. If he didn't go out for a long time, then Nayun and the others would certainly come looking for him. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to return to the Tidewatching gang first. From the Listening Wave Pavilion, Zhao Hai directly flew back to the core disciple's residence. Then he looked for Nayun. He was now a core disciple, so it would be inappropriate for him to look for Nayun and Na Zhen. Although he respected the two, his status was still there. Even if the two didn't care about his status, it wouldn't be good if others saw him. Because of this, Zhao Hai could only look for Nayun. Fortunately, Nayun understood Zhao Hai very well. Therefore, when he saw Zhao Hai come looking for him, not only did he not get angry, he was instead very happy. Na Yun led Zhao Hai directly to his room. This was the first time Zhao Hai entered Na Yun's room. In the past, whenever Zhao Hai came, Na Yun would receive him outside. Na Yun's room was very ordinary. It didn't look any different from Na Yu's room. After the two sat down, Na Yun looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Jing Hai, why did you come looking for me this time? Are you used to the listening wave pavilion?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Very good. I like the environment of the listening wave pavilion. Senior brother, I came this time to tell you that I want to go into seclusion for some time. I want to cultivate the Iron Buddha lotus body to great success. At the same time, I want to comprehend the Golden Body 10,000 transformations technique. Because of this, I won't be able to see senior brother for a while." Na Yun smiled and said, "In the future, you can just send me a letter. You don't need to come personally. I'll tell Na Yu and the others to not disturb you. You can go into seclusion without worry. Why do you want to cultivate the Golden Body 10,000 transformations technique? Don't you want to cultivate the Iron Buddha lotus body?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I still want to cultivate the Iron Buddha lotus body. However, the Golden Body 10,000 transformations technique's strongest point is its ability to control metal. Only after cultivating the Iron Buddha lotus body to the 9th level can one form metal outside their body and achieve the goal of controlling metal. On the other hand, the Golden Body 10,000 transformations technique can be used at the 6th level. It can even be used at the 5th level. This will strengthen my attack power. Because of this, I want to learn the Golden Body 10,000 transformations technique to strengthen my combat strength." Na Yun nodded and said, "Right, it's good that you have such an idea. Remember, although the Golden Body 10,000 transformations technique is exquisite, it's still a technique that's separated from the Iron Buddha lotus body. There's still a big gap between it and the Iron Buddha lotus body. Don't neglect the essentials and focus on the details. You're already at the 5th level, you don't lack metal." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't lack them. When I practiced the 1st level of the Iron Buddha lotus body, I used ordinary iron. Therefore, although I've reached the 5th level, the metals I use aren't very high grade. And with the Might King's divine secret art, I don't need that much metal." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "That's right." Na Yun nodded and said, "I'm relieved to hear you say that. It seems like you've already decided on the Iron Buddha lotus body from the beginning. Can you tell me why? When you first cultivated the Iron Buddha lotus body, you should know that it's difficult to cultivate. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to cultivate it well?" Zhao Hai replied, "I've thought about it, but senior brother should know that I'm a rogue cultivator. In the past, I was most afraid of not being able to obtain a complete inheritance of a cultivation method. In our Iron Buddha temple, the most complete inheritance is the Iron Buddha lotus body. Moreover, the Iron Buddha lotus body is the signature cultivation method of the Iron Buddha temple, allowing the Iron Buddha temple to stand tall in the sword spirit realm. This shows how powerful it is. With such a complete inheritance and great power, why would I need to choose another cultivation method? Although the Iron Buddha lotus body is very difficult to cultivate, the more difficult a cultivation method is, the more powerful it is. If it's a relatively simple cultivation method, then its final development wouldn't be able to compare to the Iron Buddha lotus body. Because of this, I decided on the Iron Buddha lotus body. I'm a rogue cultivator and I'm not old enough. I don't think that I can cultivate it to the highest realm, so I might as well choose a cultivation method that can increase my defensive capabilities. The defensive power of the Iron Buddha lotus body can be considered number 1 in the sword spirit realm. Because of this, I naturally wouldn't choose another cultivation method." Na Yun smiled and nodded, "All right, the other people in the sect might have borrowed your perseverance. If they had your perseverance, then they might have been able to succeed as well." Zhao smiled bitterly and said, "Perhaps we should let the people in the temple try to become rogue cultivators. There are no cultivation methods, no pills, no crystal stones, nothing. There is only their own life. Perhaps it is because of this that I am more persistent and hardworking than them. It is because of this that I am more persistent and hardworking than them. It is because of this that the things they obtain are too easy for me. Naturally, I will not let go of this opportunity." In fact, Zhao Hai wasn't joking. It wasn't easy for him to join the Iron Buddha temple. In the past, he only wanted to use his identity as a Buddhist cultivator to see if he could join a Buddhist sect. He didn't even want to join a good Buddhist sect. All he wanted was the identity of a righteous Buddhist sect. However, in the end, he was chosen by the Iron Buddha Temple. He didn't expect the Iron Buddha lotus physique to be such a merit law. It had such an effect on his body, so naturally, he was very hardworking. What he said was the truth. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Nua Cloud sighed and said, "Right. Perhaps the people in this sect would know that this opportunity isn't easy. Perhaps they would cherish it even more." What a pity. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Senior brother is worrying too much. Sects have their own advantages. If the disciples of the sect are like rogue cultivators, then the sect wouldn't be a sect. Alright, let's not talk about this. Senior brother, if you don't have anything else to say, then I'll be heading back." Nayun nodded and said, "Go. Don't spend all your time on cultivation. You still need to rest." Zhao Hai nodded, then he stood up and gave Nayun a salute. Then he turned around and left Nayun's courtyard before flying back to the wave-listening pavilion. Then he made a stand-in and went back to the tide-watching sect. He needed to plan how to deal with the sword defense sect. Zhao Hai already knew about the sword defense sect. This time, he was prepared to monitor the sword defense sect. Then he would use a curse technique on them to reduce their strength. Finally, he would dispatch troops to wipe out the sword defense sect in one fell swoop. The entire plan didn't seem very complicated, but it wasn't easy to carry it out. First, they needed to monitor the sword defense sect. This might be difficult for others, but for Zhao Hai, it wasn't. The sword defense sect was already in his space's map. If he wanted to monitor the sword defense sect, he could do so at any time. Moreover, he could monitor them 24/7 without any blind spots. This was something that no one else could do. Then there was the problem of using a curse technique to reduce the other party's strength. This was something that only Zhao Hai could do. This was because he was the only person in the sword spirit realm who knew how to use a curse technique. Even if the Poison Dragon sect was famous for their poison, it was impossible for them to use poison to reduce the strength of a sect. However, Zhao Hai was able to do this. In addition to these 2 points, there was also the problem of the gang's attack. If you want the Tide-Watering gang to attack the sword defense sect, then you need to send people over first. However, the Tide-Watering gang's inner disciples weren't in the Qi refining realm, so they couldn't fly. If they were to fly directly to the sword defense sect, then they wouldn't need the sword defense sect's people to deal with them. Otherwise, they would be discovered by other sects and destroyed. Therefore, how to let the people of the Tide-Watching gang break into the Jianyu sect and directly attack it had already become the key. Using an ordinary portable transmission formation wasn't feasible. Portable transmission formations weren't a good thing in the sword spirit realm. Every sect had one, and even rogue cultivators had them. In this case, the sects naturally had their own ways to defend against portable transmission formations. At this point, whether it was a large sect or a small sect, all of them had their own defensive formation. As long as this formation was activated, all portable transmission formations wouldn't be able to enter the range of this formation. This formation was something that all sects in the sword spirit realm were equipped with. Because of this, it was impossible to use a portable transmission formation to attack a sect. If you can't use a portable transmission formation, then you can only use an ordinary transmission formation. This was even more impossible because if you use an ordinary transmission formation, then you can only use the other party's transmission formation to receive it. On the other hand, a sect's transmission formation, except for some special ones, was located in the transmission plaza. Every sect's transmission plaza had its own formation. Once an enemy came out of the transmission plaza, then the formation would immediately block the entire transmission plaza, rendering all the transmission formations useless. According to the normal method in the sword spirit realm, they would use large artifacts to bring people to the sword defense sect. Then they would attack the sword defense sect and break the sect's defensive formation. After that, they would fight the sword defense sect. This was the normal procedure for 2 sects in the sword spirit realm. However, if Zhao Hai used this method, then he was sure that the Tide-Watching sect would die miserably. This was because the Tide-Watching sect didn't have a strong offensive ability. Moreover, the commotion caused would be too big. If the other sects were to know about this, then the tide-watching sect would be finished. Therefore, this method couldn't be used. In the end, Zhao Hai thought of a way, and that was to use a transmission formation. He made some formation discs and then sneaked into the sword defense sect. He placed the formation discs inside the sect and then had the tide-watching sect use these formation discs to attack the sword defense sect. Making a giant transmission formation wasn't a difficult matter for Zhao Hai. He could do it in a few minutes inside the space. This time, Zhao Hai was also prepared to use the space. Although he couldn't use it openly, he could still use this method to help the tide-watching gang. After Zhao Hai returned to the tide-watching gang, the group had already entered a state of full preparation. At this time, the members of the tide-watching gang already knew that they were preparing to deal with the sword defense sect. They weren't afraid, they were even happy. This was unavoidable. This was because the members of the tide-watching gang were people who ascended. When they were in the lower realms, they were overlords who could call the wind and summon the rain. But after arriving in the sword spirit world, they had become the lowest rung of society. They could only tuck their tails between their legs. This wasn't a good feeling. Because of this, the members of the tide-watching gang weren't afraid of fighting. In fact, they were even a bit warlike. Wenhai also gave them some training. During this training, Wenhai discovered that many of them had a military foundation. They didn't even need to be trained. They were already able to use various battle formations. For the tide-watching gang, this was definitely good news. The tide-watching gang wasn't very strong at this time. If they couldn't use battle formations to fight against the sword defense sect, then it would be impossible for them to be an opponent of the sword defense sect. Even if Zhao Hai used his curse techniques to equalize the strength of both sides, the tide-watching gang would still suffer a lot of casualties. However, if they could use battle formations, then the situation would be completely different. When the time comes, the gap between the two sides could be made up for through battle formations. This way, their casualties would be reduced a lot. This was a good thing. When Wenhai immediately told this news to Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai heard this, he was also very happy. Because of this battle formation, dealing with the sword defense sect would be much easier. These days, Zhao Hai also understood why the sword defense sect attacked them. First, it was because the sword defense sect wasn't willing to give up. When they attacked the tide-watching gang last time, they were schemed against by Zhao Hai using the wood curse technique. Up until now, they still haven't recovered. Second, they wanted people. Although the tide-watching gang's members were all ascenders, their strength wasn't that high. However, they were good candidates for odd jobs. They could go to the sword defense sect and work for them. This way, the sword defense sect's odd job disciples would have more time to cultivate. At the same time, the sword defense sect's odd job disciples would have a lot of time to cultivate. At the same time, they would bring a lot of income to the sect. Moreover, although the sword defense sect was located on a mountain, there were several valleys near the sect. These valleys were very flat and had a lot of fertile fields. However, because they were too close to the sword defense sect, it was impossible for other people to farm there. At the same time, the sword defense sect's odd job disciples were too few. If they were to farm, they would be too busy. Because of this, the land in these valleys was still unused. Naturally, the sword defense sect didn't want this situation to happen. Therefore, they needed a lot of people who could do odd jobs. Therefore, they set their sights on the tide-watching gang. First, it was because the tide-watching gang had a lot of people. Second, it was because the tide-watching gang could use the spirit rain technique, the spirit soil technique, and other techniques. These techniques could greatly increase the output of the high-grade fields. Therefore, the sword defense sect targeted the tide-watching gang. Moreover, the sword defense sect and the Spirit Crab Island had some enmity. Naturally, the tide-watching gang wanted to use this method to deal a blow to the Spirit Crab Island. After knowing this reason, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't think that the tide-watching gang would attract the attention of the sword defense sect. It seems like the sword defense sect had a mole in the Spirit Crab Island. Moreover, this mole's status wasn't low. Last time, although the news was leaked by the tide-watching gang and they were betrayed, if the Jianyu sect didn't confirm this news through their people, then the Jianyu sect wouldn't have launched a large-scale attack. Therefore, the Jianyu sect must have a traitor on the Spirit Crab Island. However, this wasn't something that Zhao Hai could manage. Now that the sword defense sect targeted them, they naturally had to fight back. They couldn't rely on the Spirit Crab Island. If the Spirit Crab Island were to deal with the sword defense sect, then the sword defense sect would discover the Tidewatching Gang's secret. This wouldn't be good for the Tidewatching Gang. Therefore, the Tidewatching Gang had to deal with them themselves. After knowing why the sword defense sect wanted to deal with them, Zhao Hai also understood when the sword defense sect would deal with them. However, it was clear that the sword defense sect wasn't ready to deal with them immediately. They were still observing the Tidewatching Gang. Fortunately, the Tidewatching Gang didn't have a lot of fields left. Otherwise, they would have attracted the sword defense sect's attention. After monitoring the sword defense sect for a few days, Zhao Hai discovered that the sword defense sect didn't have any intention to attack. Therefore, he decided to proceed with the second step of his plan, which was to curse the sword defense sect. Last time, Zhao Hai used the wooden curse technique on the sword defense sect. In the end, the sword defense sect suffered heavy losses. This time, Zhao Hai wasn't going to use the wooden curse technique on the sword defense sect. Instead, he was going to use another curse technique. This curse technique wouldn't cause death, but it would reduce a person's strength. However, one wouldn't be able to feel it. Instead, one would need a special method to activate the curse technique. If this curse technique was hidden in one's body, then one wouldn't be able to feel it and wouldn't have any effect on them. However, once the curse technique was activated, then one's strength would plummet. In the end, one's strength would be reduced to 1/10 of one's peak strength. This curse technique was actually very insidious. If one's strength were to suddenly drop to 1/10 of one's original strength, then what would happen? One's enemy would be able to easily kill them. Therefore, this curse technique had a name. It was called the wedding dress technique. In other words, once one was hit by this curse technique, then everything one did would become a wedding dress for others. Although the sword defense sect was stronger than before, Zhao Hai was still able to easily enter the sword defense sect through the space. Then Zhao Hai placed the wedding dress technique on some of the sword defense sect's disciples. This curse technique can also be spread. Last time, Zhao Hai controlled the range of the wooden curse technique. This time, he didn't. He wanted the wedding dress technique to spread as much as possible. He wanted the entire sword defense sect to be affected by the wedding dress technique. The speed at which the curse technique spread was very fast. The people of the Jianyu sect didn't discover this curse technique at all. Therefore, it only took 3 days for the wedding dress curse technique to spread throughout the Jianyu sect's territory. When Zhao Hai saw that the time was almost up, he immediately called Wen Hai and the others over and said, "Pass down my orders. Everyone will be given 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, we will attack the sword defense sect. Remember, during the attack, everyone will gather on the beach. That place is very big. I will place several transmission formation discs there. Inner and core disciples will go directly to the sword defense sect and attack it. As for the outer disciples, attack the cities controlled by the sword defense sect. Inside those cities, all the clans and branch halls that I marked, don't let any of them go. In the shortest amount of time possible, take them to the sword defense sect." Wen Hai immediately complied and went to inform the others. After this announcement, the entire Tide Watcher gang boiled up. The people of the Tide Watcher gang were excited. This was the kind of excitement that one would have before a great battle. After arriving at the Sword Spirit Realm, they had been suppressed for too long. They had always been bullied. This time, they could finally attack others. At this time, they had already forgotten about their fear. They only wanted to focus on the sword defense sect. 3 days passed by quickly. During these 3 days, Zhao Hai also placed several dozen transmission formation discs on the beach. These formation discs could transport 500 people at a time. They could no longer be considered small formation discs. Then Zhao Hai divided the disciples into teams and told them about the sword defense sect cities. As long as there were signs in the sword defense sect cities, they would attack them and not let any of them go. The inner sect and core sect disciples, as well as Ding Chunming and the others, were selected. They would be directly transferred to the sword defense sect and attack it. Currently, the number of inner sect disciples in the Tide Watcher gang was about 500, while there were only a few dozen core sect disciples. These core sect disciples had all reached the Qi refinement realm and were considered the backbone of the Tide Watcher gang along with Ding Chuanming's small group of body cultivators. The inner sect disciples were also in the Qi refinement 10th to 12th order. Given some time, they would definitely become core sect disciples of the Tide Watcher gang. However, the Tide Watcher gang's strength was not weak, and the Sword Defense sect's number of disciples was not small. Now, the Sword Defense sect's number of disciples was about 20,000, including the inner sect disciples, core sect disciples, outer sect disciples, and elders at all levels. This was because they had lost half of their people after Zhao Hai dealt with them last time. Although they had recovered a little, they had not fully recovered. In the heyday of the Sword Defense sect, there were more than 30,000 inner sect disciples, outer sect disciples, core sect disciples, elders at all levels, and miscellaneous disciples. But now, there were only 20,000 people. This number had dropped by a lot. Perhaps this was the reason why they were so anxious to take down the Tide Watcher gang and replenish their manpower. But even so, it would not be easy for the Tide Watcher gang to deal with the Sword Defense sect. Now, the Sword Defense sect only had about 600 inner sect disciples, core sect disciples, and Ding Chuanming's group. 600 people against 20,000 people sounded a little crazy, but they did not say anything. The inner sect and core sect disciples of the Tide Watcher gang were very loyal to the sect. In fact, after they became inner sect disciples, Wen Hai and the others brainwashed them. The most important thing was to make them loyal to Zhao Hai. Now, these inner sect and core sect disciples were absolutely loyal to Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw that the time was almost up, he immediately used the space to send another transmission formation disk to the Sword Defense sect's territory. Zhao Hai sent a transmission formation to every city under the Sword Defense sect's rule. Then Zhao Hai had everyone enter the transmission formation and start the transmission. Zhao Hai followed the first batch of people and arrived at the Sword Defense sect. The people of the Sword Defense sect also noticed Zhao Hai and the others. The inner sect and core sect disciples, as well as elders, immediately flew towards Zhao Hai and the others. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others saw the Sword Defense sect's sect master, Lu Jianling. Lu Jianling looked at Zhao Hai and the others. He was somewhat puzzled. However, his expression was still ugly as he said, "Who are you? How did you appear in our Sword Defense sect?" Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jianling, then he smiled faintly and said, "Sect Master Lu is really forgetful. You sent people to monitor us in the past few days, wanting to swallow us in one fell swoop. Now that we're in front of you, you don't even recognize us." When Lu Jianling heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're from the Tidal Watch gang?" "Impossible. The Tidal Watch gang is just a small gang made up of ascenders. It's impossible for them to have such strength." Zhao Hai sneered and said, "Nothing is impossible. Actually, we've already fought once. Last time, your Sword Defense sect had ideas about the Tidal Watch gang. I gave them a warning. Sect Master Lu, how does it feel to lose a hand? But I really didn't think that you would be so forgetful and come after us again. If you didn't have any ideas about us, I could have let you live a little longer. But now that you've come after us again, I can only kill you now. What a pity." When Lu Jianling heard what Zhao Hai said, his face couldn't help but turn pale. He didn't suspect that Zhao Hai was lying. After all, when they were poisoned, no one knew that Lu Jianling had lost his hand. Lu Jianling was afraid that the other sects would find out that their strength had weakened, and they would directly deal with them. Therefore, this news had been sealed. Until now, no one knew about it, but Zhao Hai was able to say it. How could Lu Jianling not believe Zhao Hai's words? His complexion turned pale as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "It's you, it's actually you." Lu Jianling said while gnashing his teeth. This was because he was thinking about the catastrophe of the Sword Defense sect. The sect's disciples were turned into wood and died in front of him. Thinking about this scene made Lu Jianling's anger rise. He couldn't wait to cut Zhao Hai in half with his sword. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jianling, then he sneered and said, "Right, it's me. I thought that the lesson I gave you was enough to make you behave for a while. I didn't expect you to be so ignorant." Since you want to deal with us, then we can only completely destroy you. Today, the Sword Imperial sect must perish. Lu Jianling sneered. Along with Zhao Hai's words, the inner and core disciples of the Sword Defense sect suddenly felt the spiritual qi in their body disappear. Only 1/10 of their original spiritual qi was left. Even their realm dropped. These inner disciples couldn't fly in the sky anymore. They directly fell from the sky and issued miserable screams. Lu Jianling also felt that 90% of his spiritual qi had disappeared. Although he was still flying in the sky, his complexion turned ugly. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You poisoned us." Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jianling, then he smiled faintly and said, "If you didn't target us, then I wouldn't have used my poison on you for the rest of my life. Since you're ready to deal with us, then we'll deal with you as well. Are you ready? Because of your choice, the Sword Defense sect will forever be erased from the Sword Spirit world." Lu Jianling looked at Zhao Hai, then he sneered and said, "Do you really think we're not prepared? Last time, so many people in the sect died from poisoning. We have already taken precautions. You won't succeed." Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jianling, then he smiled faintly and said, "It's useless. If you don't believe me, then you can try." Lu Jianling's hand moved as a pill appeared in his hand. Then he threw the pill into his mouth. When the pill entered his mouth, Lu Jianling's expression relaxed. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jianling's expression, but he didn't say anything. Lu Jianling's expression slowly became more and more ugly. In the end, his face returned to its original ashen state. No, it seems to be even more ashen than before. Zhao Hai sneered and said, "Like I said, it's useless. Today, everyone from the Sword Defense sect will die." Lu Jianling sneered and said, "Then let's try. I want to see if you can destroy my Sword Defense sect. Kill." Along with his order, everyone from the Sword Defense sect rushed towards Zhao Hai's group. At this time, Zhao Hai's hand moved as a first-class crystal appeared in his hand. Then he shouted, "Ice Blade Technique." Along with Zhao Hai's shout, an ice blade suddenly appeared on the surface of the crystal. Then the ice blade went straight towards Lu Jianling. The core disciples behind Zhao Hai also released mediating techniques. On the other hand, the inner disciples released ordinary techniques to attack the Sword Defense sect. When Lu Jianling saw Zhao Hai using techniques to attack him, his face couldn't help but have a trace of ridicule. Then he took out his sword and waved it towards the ice blade. Clang! Lu Jianling's sword did hit the ice blade, but the ice blade didn't disappear. Instead, it was Lu Jianling's sword that was pushed away. Then the ice blade continued to fly towards Lu Jianling. Lu Jianling was stunned. His body instinctively moved to the side and avoided the ice blade. However, the ice blade was extremely flexible. It was like a magic tool. It turned in the air and slashed straight at him. Lu Jianling's complexion changed. This was the first time that he had seen such a strange technique. The sword in his hand was a top-notch magic tool of the Sword Spirit sect. But, it couldn't break the technique. How was this possible? Furthermore, how could this spell be able to turn in the air like a magic tool? What was going on? At this time, a few screams were heard. Lu Jianling took a glance and found that the people who died were the cultivators of his sect. These cultivators were all killed by techniques. This made him even more stunned. Suddenly, he felt a tingling sensation on his neck. Lu Jianling knew that he wasn't attacked. Instead, it was because someone had locked onto his neck and was slashing towards him. Lu Jianling didn't dare to look at anything else. Instead, he turned his head and looked in front of him. He wanted to see what it was that had locked onto his neck. He couldn't help but stare blankly because he discovered that there was nothing. Nothing was locked onto his neck. This caused him to stare blankly. At this moment, he suddenly felt a bone-piercing chill rise from the bottom of his heart, as if some great danger was approaching. Out of the intuition of a cultivator who had experienced hundreds of battles, Lu Jianling's body leaned back. Just as his body leaned back, he saw a group of distorted airflow flying past his eyes. He couldn't help but be surprised. But at this time, the distorted airflow turned and attacked him again. Lu Jianling's long sword flew up and rushed towards the distorted airflow. But when the long sword hit the airflow, it was as if it had hit the air. There was no resistance at all. Lu Jianling was stunned. He found that the airflow had already reached his chest. Before he could react, the airflow hit his chest. Lu Jianling felt a pain in his chest. He looked down and found that there was a wound on his chest. This wound looked like it was caused by a sharp blade. What scared Lu Jianling the most was that the distorted airflow didn't disappear because of this attack. Instead, it continued to attack him. Just as he was about to block the airflow, he suddenly felt a chill in his chest. He looked down and saw the tip of an ice blade slowly retracting into his body from his chest. Lu Jianling knew that he was finished. His heart had been shattered, pierced by the ice blade. The ice blade pierced through his chest from his back. Lu Jianling spurted out a mouthful of blood. Then he looked up at Zhao Hai and muttered, "Good, you're really strong." Zhao Hai didn't even look at Lu Jianling. At this time, the people from the Jianyu sect were already rushing towards them. Although the people from the Tidewatching sect were using spells to resist, the effect wasn't very good. Zhao Hai coldly snorted as he flew forward. Wherever he flew, the people from the Jianyu sect would turn black. Black blood would flow out from their 7 orifices as they fell to the ground and died. The elders and core disciples of the Jianyu sect were also rushing towards Zhao Hai. But at this time, dozens of first-class crystals suddenly appeared beside Zhao Hai. These crystals suddenly exploded. Then a large number of iron arrows appeared around Zhao Hai. These iron arrows were densely packed. As for how many there were, nobody could tell. This was because there were too many of them. They were like a black cloud that covered the sky. Release! Along with Zhao Hai's command, the arrows shot forward, blotting out the sky. The expressions of the people from the Jianyu sect changed. They immediately commanded the swords in front of them to block the arrows. But at this time, several hundred first-class crystals appeared beside Zhao Hai. Then these crystals turned into different things. Wind blades, icicles, earth thorns, rocks, fireballs, fire dragons, and arrows. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as the spells around him attacked the people from the Jianyu sect. The people from the Jianyu sect were busy dealing with the arrows. How could they expect that Zhao Hai would release another spell? Moreover, the spell that Zhao Hai released this time was different from the previous arrows. Although the previous arrows were very strong, because the crystals had exploded, the arrows were only able to attack once. It's just that they were more powerful. But this time, what Zhao Hai released was a pure medium spell. Moreover, these spells contained a lot of power. It can even be said that the attack power of these spells was very strong. It was even stronger than ordinary artifacts. The people from the Jianyu sect had less than 10% of their original strength left. In this case, they simply couldn't block Zhao Hai's attack. Large casualties began to appear. At this time, some of the elders from the Jianyu sect knew that the situation wasn't good. They wanted to lead their people to rush out. However, they discovered that the Jianyu sect was surrounded by a layer of formation. They simply couldn't rush out. The people from the Jianyu sect knew that the Tidewatching gang didn't intend to let them go. When they thought of this, they were also prepared to fight to the death. One of the few remaining elders of the Jianyu sect, the 7th elder, said, "Ninth elder, bring people to the scripture pavilion and destroy it. That place is the inheritance of my Jianyu sect. Even if I have to break my Jianyu sect's inheritance, I can't let the Tidewatching gang take advantage of it. Everyone else, kill them. Today, we will fight to the death with the Tidewatching gang." The people from the Jianyu sect responded. Then they held their swords and rushed towards Zhao Hai's group. On the other hand, the 9th elder took the core disciples of the Sword Imperial sect and rushed towards the scripture pavilion. Although their current strength was reduced, they were still experts at the Ascension realm. Even if their strength was reduced, their strength was still enough to reach the Ascension realm. And with the artifacts in their hands, they were still very strong. Naturally, if they were to face Zhao Hai and the others, they still wouldn't be able to deal with them. When the 9th elder arrived at the scripture pavilion, he was stunned. The scripture pavilion of the Jianyu sect was originally guarded by an elder. That elder was very strong. But now, that elder had died in the scripture pavilion. A small group of armored cultivators were standing in front of the scripture pavilion. They looked like an army. The 9th elder looked at this small group of people. He could see that they were body cultivators. Their stature was very majestic. They were also holding weapons in their hands. Their weapons were very special. All of them were heavy weapons, axes, hammers, iron whips, all of them were heavy weapons. Just by standing there, they exuded a dense murderous aura. In front of this small group of people stood a person. This person wore armor and held a large sword in his hand. This sword was very big. One could see at a glance that it was very heavy. He looked to be around 30 years old. His appearance was very ordinary. His stature wasn't very majestic. However, just by standing there, he was like a mountain, giving people a huge pressure. This person was naturally Ding Chunming. Although he came with Zhao Hai, he was directly sent to the scripture pavilion. Because the strength of the elder in the scripture pavilion was greatly reduced, he wasn't Ding Chunming's opponent and was killed by him. At the same time, Ding Chunming also cleared the Jianyu sect disciples around the scripture pavilion. However, they didn't participate in other battles. Instead, they just stayed here. This was because Ding Chunming was very clear that as long as they guarded the scripture pavilion, they would be able to obtain the inheritance of the Jianyu sect. In the future, the Tidewatering gang would be able to officially become a sect in the sword spirit world. This was one step closer to Zhao Hai's idea of dominating the sword spirit world. Ding Chunming looked at the Jianyu sect elder and said, "Are you an elder of the Jianyu sect? Are you here to destroy the scripture pavilion?" The ninth elder looked at Ding Chunming and said, "Right. I didn't think that the Tidewatering gang would occupy the scripture pavilion. It seems like you have been preparing to deal with us for a long time. Ha 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 ha, you think too highly of yourselves. Do you think your Jianyu sect is worthy of being dealt with by my lord? To be honest, if it wasn't because you wanted to deal with us, your Jianyu sect wouldn't have been attacked by us." The ninth elder looked at Ding Chunming with an ashen face. He was very clear about what kind of gang the Tidewatch gang was. It was just a small gang made up of ascenders. They used poison and sneak attacks to win by a fluke. Now, Ding Chunming actually said that they weren't worthy of being enemies. This was simply an insult to him. The ninth elder coldly snorted. His hand moved as the sword that had been flying beside him stabbed towards Ding Chunming. He wanted to teach Ding Chunming a lesson. Ding Chunming stood there and looked at the long sword flying towards him. When the long sword was about to reach him, Ding Chunming moved his hand and swung his greatsword like he was swatting a fly, directly hitting the long sword flying towards him. The long sword was directly hit by Ding Chunming and flew very far away, just like a baseball that was hit with all its strength. The ninth elder stared. He tried to control the sword. However, he discovered that the sword was no longer under his control. He could use his spiritual force to connect with the sword, but the sword was still being controlled by inertia. This made the ninth elder's expression change. He finally understood that the other party was a very powerful body cultivator. This kind of strength wasn't something that ordinary people could compare to. Ding Chunming looked at the ninth elder and the people behind him. Then he waved his hand and said, "Brothers, the young master told us to defend the scripture pavilion. So no matter who comes, we must defend the scripture pavilion. Go." The people behind him responded. Then, they moved and surrounded the scripture depository. Some of them even jumped onto the roof of the scripture depository to protect the entire scripture depository. These people couldn't fly, so they could only use this method to protect the scripture pavilion. At this time, Ding Chunming slowly flew up. He stood in the air and looked at the ninth elder who had regained control of the sword. Then he said, "The biggest mistake that your Jianyu sect made was that you shouldn't have targeted our Tidewatch gang. You don't know what kind of person you have provoked. The young master has ordered that the Jianyu sect doesn't need anyone alive. Therefore, you can only die." Then Ding Chunming's figure moved and appeared in front of the ninth elder. The ninth elder didn't expect Ding Chunming's movements to be this fast. For a body cultivator to be this fast was beyond his expectations. However, the ninth elder's reaction wasn't slow either. With an intention, he flew back while his flying sword stabbed towards Ding Chunming. However, Ding Chunming's hand moved as a black shadow flashed and disappeared. In the next moment, it appeared at the ninth elder's throat. The ninth elder stared blankly at Ding Chunming. His eyes were wide open. He couldn't believe that he would die just like that. This was because a black throwing knife was stabbed into his throat. This was what made the ninth elder feel that it was inconceivable. A spirit realm cultivator could actually use a throwing knife. Moreover, his throwing knife was too fast. In a flash of black light, the throwing knife had already stabbed into his throat. He didn't even have the chance to react. After Ding Chunming killed the ninth elder, he immediately rushed towards the people from the Jianyu sect. However, the people from the Jianyu sect didn't retreat. They knew that they had no way out today. The other party had sealed the sect and they couldn't leave. Moreover, the other party had said that they wouldn't leave anyone alive. In other words, they had no way out. Even if they wanted to surrender, they couldn't. After thinking about this, the people from the Jianyu sect immediately rushed over with their flying swords. Although they had other artifacts on them, they didn't dare to use them. This was because the spiritual qi in their bodies was too little. With their original amount of spiritual qi, they could control multiple artifacts. However, their spiritual qi was too little. They simply couldn't control that many artifacts. If they controlled multiple artifacts, then their spiritual qi would quickly disappear. If they couldn't eliminate the enemy before their spiritual qi ran out, then they could only wait for death. Although there were a lot of pills in the sword spirit world that could restore spiritual qi, they had already tried them before. After taking those pills, their spiritual qi recovery speed was very slow. In this case, they could only use their flying swords. They didn't dare to use other artifacts. Cultivators relied too much on their spiritual qi. If their spiritual qi decreased, then their combat strength would also decrease. Moreover, this would affect them in all aspects. Without enough spiritual qi, they wouldn't be able to fight for a long time. Without enough spiritual qi, they wouldn't be able to use too many artifacts. Without enough spiritual qi, they wouldn't be able to use other means. This would cause their combat strength to plummet. Because of this, once their spiritual qi decreased, then their combat strength would decrease too much. This was the case for the people from the Jianyu sect. First, they were cursed and their spiritual qi was sealed. Then, Zhao Hai's mediating technique, as well as his poison, caused the Jianyu sect to lose more than half of their experts. The remaining experts wanted to leave, but they had no way to do so. This was because the sect had been sealed. Moreover, Zhao Hai wasn't polite and immediately attacked. Because of this, the people from the Jianyu sect could only go all out against Zhao Hai's group. The cultivators attacking the scripture pavilion were like this. They were smart, some of them entangled with Ding Chunming while the others went straight to the scripture pavilion. They wanted to destroy the scripture pavilion. They didn't want the inheritance of the sword defense sect to fall into the hands of the tide-watching gang while their own inheritance fell into the hands of their enemies. This was a depressing matter. Therefore, they wanted to destroy the scripture pavilion. While Ding Chunming was entangled, the cultivators went straight to the scripture pavilion. However, they still had to face Ding Chunming's subordinates. Ding Chunming's subordinates were very strong. Although they couldn't fly, it wouldn't be easy for qi refining or deity realm cultivators to deal with them. Not to mention, the people from the Jianyu sect had less than 10% of their spiritual qi left. In this case, it would be even more difficult to deal with them. When the cultivators fought with the Jianyu sect's subordinates, they knew how strong they were. They simply couldn't attack the scripture pavilion. Although the Jianyu sect's subordinates couldn't fly, they were very strong. Moreover, their strength had reached the pinnacle. The cultivators' flying swords simply couldn't enter the scripture pavilion. Before long, Ding Chunming killed the Jianyu sect's subordinates who were entangled with him. Then he turned around and killed the Jianyu sect's subordinates who were still attacking the scripture pavilion. When the cultivators saw Ding Chunming coming over, they had no choice but to turn around and face the enemy. However, how could they be Ding Chunming's opponent? It didn't take long before the Jianyu sect's subordinates were all killed by Ding Chunming. Ding Chunming didn't chase after those who ran away. His most important task right now was to protect the scripture pavilion. He didn't need to care about anything else. Therefore, he still led the small group of people to guard the scripture pavilion. At this time, Zhao Hai had already slaughtered more than half of the Jianyu sect's subordinates. Zhao Hai used his rain of arrows and poison. However, the Jianyu sect's people simply couldn't match up to Zhao Hai. Moreover, the core and inner disciples of the tide-watching gang weren't vegetarians. The core disciples were already able to use medium techniques. However, they weren't as good as Zhao Hai. Therefore, when they saw Zhao Hai using medium techniques, the core disciples couldn't help but be surprised. They didn't think that medium techniques could be used to this degree. On the other hand, although the inner disciples hadn't started learning medium techniques, they were still able to add energy into their techniques. This made their attacks much more powerful. Moreover, they weren't acting alone, they were acting as a group. Because they hadn't reached the divine realm, their spiritual force wasn't strong enough. Therefore, every time they used a technique, they would need some time to prepare. If they were alone, then this short period of time would be enough to take their lives. But now, they were acting as a group. Because of this, their attacks were very strange. Because of this, the inner disciples of the tide-watching gang were divided into several teams. One team would attack while the other would prepare. Once the first team finished releasing their techniques, they would immediately go down to prepare. At the same time, the other team would follow up and release their techniques. This way, their attacks would be uninterrupted. Moreover, their collective attack would cause a large number of casualties to the enemy. This was especially true when the enemy was gathered together. Their attacks would cause a lot of casualties to the enemy. Naturally, the number of casualties they caused to the Jianyu sect was very small. The one who killed the most people of the Jianyu sect was Zhao Hai. His poisons and techniques were nightmares for the Jianyu sect. The resistance of the Jianyu sect continued. This was because they discovered that they had no choice but to resist. The other party had no intention of letting them go. Even the servant disciples were the same. The other party didn't have any intention of letting them go, they just kept on killing. The Jianyu sect could only passively resist. This was because if they didn't resist, they would die. So they had no choice. While they were fighting, the cities controlled by the Jianyu sect were also under attack. A large number of people from the tide-watching gang came out of the transmission formations. As soon as they appeared in the cities, they immediately activated the formations, turning the cities into places of death. Then they began to attack all the signs in the cities. These signs were all made by Zhao Hai. As for the people in the cities, when the tide-watching gang came out, their curses were also activated. This caused their strength to decrease. With this decrease in strength, they were now on the same level as the tide-watching gang. Since the tide-watching gang had the advantage in numbers, it was impossible for the Jianyu sect to be a match for them. The tide-watching gang easily occupied the cities under the Jianyu sect's control. Moreover, all the cities were forbidden from being on the streets. Small sects like the Jianyu sect didn't have many cities under their control. Moreover, there weren't any experts in these cities. It was already good to have a spirit realm expert in charge. Once their strength was reduced, they naturally wouldn't be a match for the tide-watching sect. Therefore, it was very easy for them to control these cities. The Jianyu sect's city was under their control. All of the Jianyu sect's forces in the city had been uprooted. At this time, all of the cultivators in the city were rogue cultivators. These rogue cultivators didn't dare to fight against the tide-watching sect. Although these rogue cultivators thought that the tide-watching sect's strength wasn't very strong, they had seen the tide-watching sect's people fight. The Jianyu sect's strength seemed to have decreased a lot. However, the tide-watching sect's people were much stronger. Every spell they released was a collective attack. Each attack was earth-shattering. The tide-watching sect's people believed that they wouldn't be able to deal with such an attack. For the rogue cultivators in the city, it really didn't matter who ruled the city. They still lived their own lives. So as long as those who attacked the city didn't cause trouble for them, they were happy to hide in the hotel and watch the show. At this time, the Jianyu sect's situation had been determined. The Jianyu sect's resistance was getting lesser and lesser. Only a few supreme elders were still supporting them. However, under the siege of Zhao Hai and the core disciples, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Until the supreme elders were dealt with, the Jianyu sect didn't have any resistance. However, this didn't mean that the Jianyu sect's people were all dead. In fact, there were still a lot of servants and odd jobs in the sect. These people didn't dare to resist. When they saw the tide-watching sect's people arrive, they immediately surrendered. Even if they were to kneel on the ground and wait for death, they didn't resist. For such people, the tide-watching sect didn't kill them. Instead, they kept them alive. This battle lasted for an entire day. From dawn to dusk, the tide-watching sect's people had a direct understanding of Zhao Hai's strength. Strong, too strong, Zhao Hai's strength was far beyond their imagination. In the past, they thought that Zhao Hai's strength was very strong. However, they didn't have an accurate estimate of how strong he was. Later on, the tide-watching sect's core disciples weren't weak. In the eyes of the tide-watching sect's people, these core disciples shouldn't be much worse than Zhao Hai. After all, Zhao Hai ascended later than them. But this time, the battle with the Jianyu sect made them realize how strong Zhao Hai was. Zhao Hai's strength was too strong. His poisons and techniques were simply too different compared to theirs. Rather than saying that the Jianyu sect was destroyed by them, it would be better to say that they were destroyed by Zhao Hai's people. This was especially true for Zhao Hai's poisons. The tide-watching sect simply didn't see how Zhao Hai used poisons, but the Jianyu sect was still poisoned to death. After the Jianyu sect had no more resistance, Zhao Hai made everyone rest. At the same time, he also sent people to inform the tide-watching sect's outer disciples to leave 100 people in each city. The rest were to come to the Jianyu sect. It wasn't until the next morning that the tide-watching sect's disciples arrived at the Jianyu sect. Zhao Hai and the others immediately began to collect the corpses of the Jianyu sect. After disposing of the corpses, Zhao Hai used the corpse decomposing powder to melt them. The decomposed corpses directly turned into a small river. After that, the entire Jianyu sect had to be cleaned up. Then it was time to rebuild the Jianyu sect. The servants and odd jobs disciples who were left behind also had to come over to help. This way, everyone's actions were a bit faster. However, Zhao Hai didn't leave the cities under the control of the Jianyu sect alone. In each city, he placed 10 inner disciples and 1 core disciple to control the situation. This was because there weren't any big cities under the Jianyu sect's rule. In these small cities, as long as there was a qi refining realm expert, they would be able to control the situation. The rogue cultivators in the small cities under the Jianyu sect didn't know who was dealing with the Jianyu sect. When they saw that the cities were taken over by a new force, they naturally didn't dare to act recklessly. Moreover, not only did the tide-watching sect take over the cities, they also continued to do the business that the Jianyu sect did before. It can be said that they didn't have any influence on the cities. This made the rogue cultivators think that the Jianyu sect was attacked by a much stronger sect. Because of this, they didn't dare to act recklessly. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't care about these things. He had the tide-watching sect send some people back. At this time, the tide-watching sect only had a few hundred people left. Because of this, Zhao Hai had to send some people back while the rest stayed in the Jianyu sect. After the Jianyu sect's people were arranged in the cities, the tide-watching sect also returned. Zhao Hai finally felt relieved. Next, the Jianyu sect would be the center of the reconstruction. The tide-watching sect could only be used as a branch. It was impossible for the people there to leave. If they leave, then the Spirit Crab Island would certainly come looking for them. When the time comes, the Spirit Crab Island would certainly discover that something was wrong. If the Spirit Crab Island were to find them, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Hai didn't change the name, he still used the Jianyu sect's name. Even the cities under the Jianyu sect didn't change much. They were still operating just like when the Jianyu sect was still there. If it weren't for the people in the cities knowing that the Jianyu sect was attacked and destroyed, then they would have thought that nothing happened. However, it was impossible for the cities under the Jianyu sect to have no contact with the outside world. This was especially true when the Sword Spirit boundary had a transmission formation. Naturally, the cities under the Jianyu sect's control would have contact with the outside world. Therefore, the news of the Jianyu sect being attacked quickly spread. In a short time, the cities under the Jianyu sect's control were filled with people from other sections. These people were sent by other sects to check the situation. They even inspected the tide-watching sect's disciples in order to see their strength. Zhao Hai also thought about this point, so he immediately sent Ding Chunming and the others out. At the same time, he personally took command and began to kill everyone who entered the Jianyu sect's territory and tried to attack them. Zhao Hai didn't move against those who were just observing, he just monitored them. However, those who wanted to test their strength, Zhao Hai absolutely wouldn't let them go. He killed all of them, not letting a single one of them go. The reason why Zhao Hai carried out such a strong retaliation was because he couldn't let these people test their strength. If the other sects knew that the Jianyu sect was just an ascender, then they would be in trouble. At that time, the other sects would certainly attack them. At that time, even if Zhao Hai could defend the Jianyu sect, they would still suffer a lot of losses. Facts proved that Zhao Hai was right. Although the other sects didn't know who attacked the Jianyu sect, after Zhao Hai killed some people, they knew that this force wasn't to be trifled with. Therefore, they restrained themselves a lot. This gave the Tidewatching sect a chance to breathe. This time, Zhao Hai's attack on the Sword Imperial sect took about a month to calm down. After a month, whether it was the surrounding sects or the people in the Sword Imperial sect, everyone had accepted the fact that the Sword Imperial sect had a new master. This was because they couldn't help but accept this fact. Zhao Hai's attack on the Sword Imperial sect took about a month. During this process, Zhao Hai killed more than 300 spies from the various sections. These 300 spies disappeared without a trace. This made the other sects know that Zhao Hai wasn't someone to be trifled with. At this time, the sects finally stopped sending spies to the Jianyu sect. The Jianyu sect was finally on the right track. Zhao Hai also began to accept the Jianyu sect's janitor disciples who surrendered. However, although Zhao Hai accepted the janitor disciples, he didn't immediately turn them into outer disciples. Instead, he made them stay as janitor disciples. Even their treatment didn't change. This made the janitor disciples and servants of the Jianyu sect slowly calm down. This battle also helped the Tidewatching sect a lot. Many of the disciples who participated in the battle made great progress. There were even more disciples who reached the 10th level of Qi refining. This was good news for the Tidewatching sect. Additionally, they obtained the complete inheritance of the Jianyu sect as well as all the materials of the sect. Zhao Hai believed that as long as they made good use of these materials, the Tidewatching sect would make a qualitative leap in a short time. Even if they couldn't become a sect like the Jianyu sect, they wouldn't become a soft persimmon that anyone could pinch. Most importantly, through this battle, the members of the Tidewatcher gang finally acknowledged their status as a member of the Tidewatcher gang. They finally considered the Tidewatcher gang as their own sect. This was very important for the Tidewatcher gang. In the past, although Zhao Hai took a different path and gave the Tidewatching sect their own cultivation system, the members of the Tidewatching sect still preferred the normal cultivation system. They weren't very optimistic about the cultivation system created by Zhao Hai. It can be said that the Tidewatching sect was very dangerous at that time. If the Jianyu sect didn't attack them and didn't want to capture them, then they would have been in a lot of trouble. However, the people of the Jianyu sect didn't think highly of the Tidewatching sect. They wanted to use force to deal with the Tidewatching sect, but this was the most wrong method. This was because the Tidewatching sect was an overlord in the lower realms. After arriving in the Sword Spirit realm, they were suppressed by the people of the Sword Spirit realm. They had no choice but to tuck their tails between their legs. However, this wasn't what they wanted. Because of this, when the Jianyu sect wanted to use force to deal with them, Zhao Hai chose to resist. These people also chose to resist along with Zhao Hai. Although they weren't as good as the rogue cultivators of the Sword Spirit realm, they still had a trace of pride in their hearts. They didn't want to be captured like slaves. In fact, when they resisted, they were already prepared to die. This was because they didn't think that they would be able to destroy the Jianyu sect. They just wanted to go all out against the Jianyu sect. Even if they were to die, they wanted to let the Jianyu sect know how powerful they were. They wanted to make the Jianyu sect feel pain and not underestimate them. However, they didn't expect that they would succeed. They actually managed to destroy the Jianyu sect. At the same time, they also saw Zhao Hai's methods. They also saw how powerful Zhao Hai was. Of course, the most important thing was that they obtained the inheritance of the Imperial Sword sect. These people who ascended from the lower realms were very clear about what was the most important thing in the Sword Spirit world. As long as you obtain an inheritance, you would be able to go further and become an expert. You would also be able to live a longer life. In the past, they wanted to join other sects because they wanted to obtain inheritances. They wanted to obtain the inheritances of those sects so that they could go further. Because they ascended from the lower realms, they wanted to go further. Because of this, they hoped that they could go further. But now, they no longer wanted to join other sections. This was because the Tidewatering gang obtained the inheritance of the Jianyu sect. Although the Jianyu sect was a small sect, their inheritance was still very good. It was a pure sword cultivation inheritance. Although it was different from other sword cultivation techniques, it was still a pure sword cultivation technique. 3,000 different paths lead to the same destination. As long as there was an inheritance, it didn't matter what kind of inheritance it was. Zhao Hai believed that if they were given an inheritance of the demonic path, they would still practice it. It can be said that after obtaining the inheritance of the Jianyu sect, the Tidewatering gang finally stabilized. With the people's hearts stabilized, naturally, everything would be stable. Moreover, the upper echelons of the Tidewatering gang were now under his control. The lower echelons of the cultivators had all received their identity cards. They were all under the surveillance of the space. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about them. He believed that he could firmly control the Tidewatering gang. After obtaining the inheritance of the Jianyu sect, there were a lot of disciples who had made contributions. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be stingy. Those who wanted to study the inheritance of the Jianyu sect, Zhao Hai allowed them to do so. Even the highest inheritance of the Jianyu sect wasn't hidden from Zhao Hai. As long as you have enough contribution points, even if you were an outer disciple, you can still study the strongest inheritance of the Jianyu sect. It must be said that Zhao Hai had seen the strongest inheritance of the Jianyu sect. The strongest inheritance of the Jianyu sect was called the Imperial Sword Dao. This Imperial Sword Dao was a pure inheritance of sword cultivators. It focused on one thing, Imperial Sword Dao. Perhaps for a lot of cultivators, Imperial Sword Dao wasn't simple. Imperial Sword Dao was controlling a flying sword. However, the Imperial Sword Dao of the Jianyu sect wasn't like this. The Imperial Sword Dao of the Jianyu sect uses the sword as a guide and the sword as a weapon. This was the true Imperial Sword Dao of the Jianyu sect. The people of the Jianyu sect might only use one sword for their entire life. However, they weren't like other sword cultivators. They didn't pay attention to one sword to break 10,000 techniques. They paid attention to the opposite. They paid attention to one sword to use 10,000 techniques. This sounded very strange. You use a sword, but you don't pay attention to one sword to break 10,000 techniques. Instead, you want to use 10,000 techniques. Isn't this very strange? Actually, this was very normal. The way of the sword was ever-changing. Why was there only one sword that could break 10,000 techniques, but there couldn't be one sword that could use 10,000 techniques? Who made this rule? The swordsmanship of the Jianyu school was indeed very interesting. They paid particular attention to the movement of the sword. One sword could use 10,000 techniques. The key to this set of swordsmanship was the sword technique. The sword technique of the Jianyu school was completely different from the sword techniques of other sections. In ancient times, sword cultivation was divided into many branches. Unlike now, when sword cultivation was mentioned, people would think of a sword that could break 10,000 techniques. They would also think of the supreme attack power of sword cultivation. In ancient times, sword cultivation was just a branch of sword cultivation. It wasn't even the strongest branch. In ancient times, sword cultivation was divided into many kinds. There were those who paid particular attention to sword techniques to break the enemy. These sword techniques weren't about using the sword to cast spells. Instead, they focused on how to use the sword to break the enemy's moves, martial arts, protective spiritual energy, defensive shields, defensive artifacts, and so on. This kind of sword cultivation was very powerful in ancient times. However, it was slowly lost. This was because sword cultivation required a high level of control over the sword. Ordinary people simply couldn't learn it. In addition to these sword cultivators, there were also sword cultivators who specialized in using sword intent to break through the enemy. These sword cultivators were the predecessors of the current sword cultivators. They were particular about accidentally releasing sword intent and using the sword intent to enhance the long sword, giving the long sword an unparalleled attack power to achieve the goal of one sword to break 10,000 techniques. In addition to these two types of sword cultivators, the other big branch was the sword arts branch. The people of this sword arts branch were particular about swaying. One sword could use 10,000 techniques, and when the sword was drawn, the technique would move. This was the inheritance of the imperial sword sect. However, this method had high requirements for techniques and spiritual energy. Although the Jianyu school passed down sword techniques, they didn't pass down the method of controlling spiritual energy. Therefore, the people of the Jianyu school couldn't use their sword techniques. They could only use sword techniques and spiritual energy to forcefully stimulate the spiritual energy of the world. However, this method required a lot of spiritual energy. Therefore, when Zhao Hai used the curse technique to reduce their spiritual energy, the fighting strength of the people of the Jianyu school was immediately affected. In the end, they were directly eliminated by Zhao Hai's group. However, the method of the Jianyu school was very suitable for the people of the Tidewatch gang. This was because the people of the Tidewatch gang used techniques to deal with their enemies. Moreover, their spiritual energy cultivation method was very good. And with the support of the title forging soul technique, their spiritual energy was much stronger than the people of the Jianyu school. It can be said that this inheritance was very suitable for the Tidewatch gang. In the beginning, Zhao Hai and the others didn't think of this point. This was because they didn't know what the Jianyu school's inheritance was like. But when they took down the Jianyu school and saw the inheritance, they discovered that they had really obtained a treasure. Zhao Hai directly learned the sword technique. In fact, there were three main aspects to this method. The first was the use of spiritual energy. For Zhao Hai, this wasn't a problem. The second was the operation of the sword technique. Zhao Hai discovered that this sword technique was actually a hand seal. It had some similarities with the Buddhist school's 9 characters mantra hand seal. However, there were also big differences. One was leaning towards the Tao school while the other leaned towards the Buddhist school. However, this didn't pose a problem for Zhao Hai. The third aspect was the sword. The sword technique of the sword control sect had certain requirements for the sword. Although the swords of the sword control sect didn't look too different from the swords of other sword sects on the surface, the refining process of the sword, the materials used to refine the sword, and the restrictions added to the sword were very different. It was precisely because of this kind of special sword that the people of the sword control sect could achieve the sword technique of the sword control sect. Zhao Hai was very happy with this result. As for the problem of the sword, he wasn't too worried. This was because the Jianyu school had a lot of flying swords to use. Moreover, the materials used to refine these flying swords weren't very difficult to find. Even if they were to refine new flying swords, there wouldn't be any problem. However, although the inheritance of the Jianyu school was suitable for Zhao Hai, it wasn't easy to improve the strength of the Tidewatching gang in a short period of time. Zhao Hai calculated that even if they obtained the inheritance of the Jianyu school and used the materials of the Jianyu school, it would still take them at least 5 to 10 years to reach the peak of the Jianyu school. It was precisely because the Tidewatching gang had just started to develop that Zhao Hai had to stay in the Tidewatching gang in order to prevent any accidents from happening. After destroying the Jianyu school, Zhao Hai and the others took a month to stabilize the situation. Then they stayed in the Jianyu school for another 2 months to get the Tidewatching gang on the right track. However, the Tidewatching gang still had a big problem, and that was manpower. The Tidewatching gang didn't have enough manpower. The Jianyu school had now become the core of the Tidewatching gang, so they needed a lot of manpower. The cities under the Jianyu school were important sources of revenue for the Jianyu school, so they couldn't abandon them. They needed a lot of manpower to look after them. Tidewatching City also couldn't be abandoned. They couldn't let the people of Spirit Crab Island find out that something was wrong. Because of this, the Tidewatching gang's manpower became insufficient. The Tidewatching gang originally had 20,000 people. Later on, they occupied the Jianyu school. In addition to the people they killed, they also left behind 10,000 servant disciples and servants. However, these servant disciples and servants weren't necessarily of the same mind as the Tidewatching gang. Because of this, they needed to leave a lot of manpower in the Jianyu school. First, the cultivation environment here was better, and the spiritual qi was more abundant. Second, the defensive arrangements here were very reasonable. Third, the Jianyu school couldn't be found by ordinary people. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't give up on the Jianyu school. In the future, this place would be the core of the tide-watching gang, so a lot of manpower would be gathered here. Naturally, people would be needed. And in the cities under the Jianyu school's rule, they also needed to arrange enough manpower. At this time, the tide-watching gang and the servant disciples of the Jianyu school had a total of 30,000 people. Most of them were disciples with low strength. Obviously, they didn't have enough manpower. One must know that the Jianyu school still had a lot of land waiting to be developed. Once these lands were developed, it would be a huge source of income. Naturally, they couldn't give it up. In the past, Zhao Hai wanted to do this in Tide-Watching City. However, it was obviously impossible. If he did this in the Tide-Watching gang, then he would be discovered very quickly. After all, Tide-Watching City wasn't a secret place. Moreover, it would attract the attention of the Spirit Crab Island. Because of this, Zhao Hai reluctantly gave up. However, the Jianyu school was different. The Jianyu school's location was very secretive. It was impossible for ordinary people to discover it. Moreover, this was the Jianyu school's territory. If an ordinary person came in, then Zhao Hai could kill them first. Because of this, the Jianyu school could make use of the lands in the Jianyu school. However, the problem was that they didn't have enough manpower. In fact, Zhao Hai had discovered this problem a long time ago. He was also very clear that it wasn't difficult to solve this problem. The Sword Spirit realm lacked everything except people who wanted to join a great sect. Because of this, Zhao Hai was sure that as long as he released the news, there would be countless people who would want to join the Jianyu school. However, Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to do this. If he did, then the people who would join the Tide-Watching gang would be the rogue cultivators of the Sword Spirit realm. Letting these people join the Tide-Watching gang would bring a lot of hidden dangers to the Jianyu school. The people in the Tide-Watching gang all ascended from the lower realms. Their status was very low, even lower than the native rogue cultivators of the Sword Spirit realm. These rogue cultivators looked down on ascended cultivators. Because of this, Zhao Hai couldn't let these rogue cultivators join the Tide-Watching gang. If these rogue cultivators joined the Tide-Watching gang and found out that it was formed by ascended cultivators, then what would they think? When the time comes, would they have a conflict with the gang? If that's the case, then the Jianyu school wouldn't be safe. Having no way to recruit rogue cultivators might be troublesome for Zhao Hai and the others, but it wasn't impossible to solve this problem. In fact, Zhao Hai had already thought of a solution, and that was to recruit ascended cultivators. In the past, when they recruited ascended cultivators to join the Tide-Watching gang, these ascended cultivators would think twice about it. But now, it was different. Now, they can use the Jianyu school's name to attract ascended cultivators. Ascended cultivators' desire to join a sect was much stronger than rogue cultivators. Therefore, as long as they use the Jianyu school to attract ascended cultivators, they wouldn't be afraid of not joining. They would definitely join, and they would be very happy to do so. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't have to worry about manpower. After 3 months, the Jianyu school's situation finally stabilized. Everything was on the right track. Zhao Hai was also preparing for the next step, which was to recruit ascended cultivators. Naturally, they couldn't go to other cities to recruit ascended cultivators. Not only would they not be able to recruit ascended cultivators, it would also attract unwanted attention. What Zhao Hai wanted to do was to have the Jianyu school directly go to Spirit Pool Mountain to recruit ascended cultivators. There were several cities under Spirit Pool Mountain, and in those cities, there were a lot of ascended cultivators. Aside from some ascended cultivators who made a living by robbing ascended cultivators, the other ascended cultivators were having a hard time. Zhao Hai's goal was to recruit these ascended cultivators. However, this recruitment also depended on how Zhao Hai recruited them. Not all ascended cultivators would be recruited by Zhao Hai. They were indeed ascended cultivators, but it wasn't easy for them to reach their current level. If they wanted to recruit ascended cultivators, then they would be relatively honest. Those who were too unruly and rebellious wouldn't be recruited. Such people would be troublesome in the future. At this time, Zhao Hai only hoped that the Jianyu school could develop steadily for a few years. He didn't want to recruit a bunch of troublemakers, he didn't have time to manage them. This time, Zhao Hai wasn't going to personally recruit ascended cultivators. He was going to have Wen Hai lead some core disciples to Spirit Pool Mountain. The first batch of recruits didn't need to be too many, just 1,000 people would be enough. Later on, they would slowly recruit. If they recruited too many people, then it would be too eye-catching. Zhao Hai was currently sitting inside his study room. His current room was the former sect master of the Sword Imperial sect, Lu Jianling's room. However, this room had been cleaned up by Laura and the others, making it more suitable for Zhao Hai's group. Sitting opposite of Zhao Hai was Wen Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and said, "Wen Hai, I called you over this time to talk about recruiting people. I told you before that I'm going to recruit people from the cities under Spirit Pond Mountain. Do you have any ideas?" Wen Hai nodded and said, "Yes." Wen Hai replied, "I have some ideas. Boss, we'll recruit people in the name of the Sword Imperial sect. Moreover, we'll tell them that we're looking for servants who can work hard. Those who can't work hard, we don't want them. I think that a lot of people wouldn't be willing to come. Those who are willing to come should be able to work hard. Those who can work hard shouldn't be too bad. This way, we can feel relieved." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good idea. This time, I'll send 10 core disciples to go with you. Also, I'll have Chenming go with you as well. After you arrive, you must be careful. Don't make any mistakes." Wen Hai nodded. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, is there anyone from the Bewildering Soul Empire who's about to ascend?" Wen Hai replied, "Yes, there are 10 people who are about to ascend." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Determine the time of their ascension. Then bring them directly to the Sword Imperial sect. Moreover, when you recruit people, you can also observe the cities and see the situation of the people there. In the future, we'll need to recruit more people. Right now, we don't have enough people. Therefore, we need to understand the situation of those cities." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Wen Hai nodded and said, "All right, boss, you can rest assured. I'll do my best." Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, Come back early." Wen Hai nodded. Then he followed Ding Chunming and led the 10 core disciples to the Jianyu sect's transmission formation. They left the Jianyu sect and arrived at a city under the Jianyu sect's jurisdiction. Then they took another transmission formation and arrived at another big city. From that big city, they took another transmission formation and arrived at the Spirit Pool Mountain. Although the people living in the city near Lingqi Mountain were all ascended people, there was still a teleportation formation there. This was because some sects would sometimes go there to select some odd job disciples, so the transportation was quite convenient. This time, Wen Hai's recruitment wasn't very difficult. It could even be said that it was very easy. This was because the ascenders in the cities wanted to join the sects, even if they wanted to become servants. Wen Hai picked out 1,000 people from those people, and then directly left with them. Zhao Hai was afraid that Wen Hai and the others would encounter danger, so he had Ding Chunming follow them. However, he didn't think that they would be able to complete the task so easily. There weren't any dangers at all. But when he thought about it, the ascenders in the cities wanted to leave. And there were only 2 ways for them to do so. One was to leave on their own and become a rogue cultivator, and the other was to be recruited by a sect. This was the best way for them to leave. Because of this, they were very respectful towards those who came to recruit people. They didn't dare offend them, let alone attack them. Because of this, Wen Hai and the others were able to smoothly recruit people. After these people were recruited into the Sword Imperial sect, they finally understood that this was a sect established by an ascender. When they heard this, they were all stunned. These ascenders didn't think that there would be ascenders in the Sword Spirit boundary who could establish a sect. This was too surprising. But ascenders were still able to establish a sect. Because of this, they couldn't help but feel surprised. However, these ascenders weren't disappointed. This was because the Sword Imperial sect was already established. Moreover, it also had its own inheritance. In fact, they were very happy. This was because everyone in the Sword Imperial sect was an ascender. Nobody would look down on them or suppress them. Their development in the sect would be much better. These newly recruited people all became outer disciples. They received the same treatment as the outer disciples of the Tidewatch gang. The Tidewatch gang's treatment had always been good. Naturally, these newcomers were very happy. Although 1,000 people joined, the Imperial Sword sect was still lacking people. However, Zhao Hai had no way to recruit more people. If he recruited a large number of people, then the Watcher gang would become unstable. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to recruit more people secretly. A large-scale recruitment like this would definitely not happen again. Zhao Hai's plan was to recruit more people secretly. After settling down, Zhao Hai began to divide and develop the lands under the Sword Imperial sect. First, he would develop the lands that were closer to the Sword Imperial sect. Then he would slowly expand the lands further away from the Sword Imperial sect. With their current manpower, they would develop as much as they could. This way, the Sword Imperial sect would be busy. At the same time, it would also increase the sect's income. With the Sword Imperial sect finally on the right track, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Then Zhao Hai returned to the Iron Buddha Temple. This time, he had been away for 3 months. He used the excuse of seclusion to go back to the Iron Buddha Temple. After returning to the Iron Buddha Temple, Zhao Hai immediately went out of the Listening Wave Pavilion and went to Nuan Yun's place. After seeing Nuan Yun, Zhao Hai would be able to leave the Iron Buddha Temple and return to the Tidewatering tribe to take a look. Seeing Nuan Yun, Zhao Hai immediately left the Iron Buddha Temple and went to Nuan Yun. As for the Poison Tree sect, although Zhao Hai had been away for a long time, he wasn't worried at all. He knew that the Poison Tree sect was fine. Wu Kai and the others didn't want him to appear. Even if he disappeared for a few years, Wu Kai and the others wouldn't care. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to return to the Poison Tree sect. To be honest, whether it was the Poison Dragon sect or the Poison Tree sect, Zhao Hai had already lost his attraction. He already knew the secret techniques of the Poison Dragon sect. Because of this, the Poison Dragon sect no longer had any attraction to him. The same was true for the Poison Tree sect. It was originally a branch of the Poison Dragon sect. Zhao Hai didn't have any attraction to it. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to borrow the intelligence network of the Poison Tree sect in the future, he would have already withdrawn. However, in these 3 months, Zhao Hai didn't waste any time. At this time, he had already mastered more than 1,000 kinds of poisons. Moreover, this number was constantly increasing. These poisons were created by the space. They weren't any worse than the poisons of the Poison Dragon sect. Besides these poisons, Zhao Hai's Iron Buddha Lotus Body's 5th level had also been cultivated to perfection. At this time, he could cultivate the 6th level at any time. It was precisely because of this that he wanted to return to the Iron Buddha Temple. Since his Iron Buddha Lotus Body's 5th level was completed, he could use the excuse of taking a break to leave the Iron Buddha Temple. This way, no one would suspect him. Zhao Hai arrived at Na Yun's small courtyard. Then he knocked on the door and said, "Senior brother Na Yun, Jing Hai is requesting an audience." Na Yun's voice was heard. Jing Hai came out of seclusion. "Come in." Zhao Hai nodded as he pushed the door and went inside. Na Yun was standing in front of the door waiting for him. Upon seeing Zhao Hai come in, Na Yun smiled and said, "Junior brother, you finally came out. How was your seclusion this time?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's good. I'm preparing to go out and train. Then I can cultivate the Golden Body 10,000 transformations technique." Na Yun's eyes lit up as he said, "So you've already cultivated the 5th level of the Iron Buddha Lotus Body?" Zhao Hai nodded. Na Yun smiled and said, "Good, very good. Come in and talk." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Na Yun into the room. After the two sat down, Na Yun looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "I didn't expect you to reach the 5th level of the Iron Buddha Lotus Body so quickly. Your talent is really good." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Na Yun into the room. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "If I didn't have the Power King Divine Art, then I wouldn't have been able to cultivate the 5th level of the Iron Buddha Lotus Body so quickly. With the Power King Divine Art, my cultivation has become much faster. I'm preparing to go out and take a look at the Tidewatching sect. I originally wanted to go there, but because of the Power King Divine Art, it was delayed. Now, I can go take a look at the Tidewatching sect." Upon hearing this, Na Yun nodded and said, "All right, then let's go take a look." Also, bring some things along with you. Make sure that there's no problem with your relationship with them. Zhao Hai nodded, then the two chatted for a while. Zhao Hai asked about the current situation in the Iron Buddha Temple. There was nothing going on in the Iron Buddha Temple. After all, the sects and the sword spirit boundary didn't cause any trouble. On the surface, it was very calm. Aside from the occasional fights between disciples, nothing else happened. The fights between the disciples of the various sects were very normal for the people of the sword spirit boundary. As long as it wasn't too excessive and wasn't directly planned by the sects wouldn't care if there was a large-scale and organized killing. After chatting with Na Yun, Zhao Hai went to the abstinence hall. This time, he didn't go there to accept a mission. He went there to inform Wu Du that he would be leaving the Iron Buddha Temple. In fact, with his status, he didn't need to inform anyone. However, Zhao Hai thought that it would be better to inform Wu Du no matter what. He was now a member of the abstinence hall. Naturally, there was nothing to say to Wu Du. Wu Du also agreed to let Zhao Hai go out for a walk. After that, Zhao Hai left the abstinence hall and went to the Iron Buddha Temple to exchange for some cultivation methods and pills. The cultivation methods that he exchanged were the most common ones. Even if he didn't exchange them in the Iron Buddha Temple, he could still buy them outside. The pills that he got were also the most common ones. He didn't exchange for any of the superior pills. Then he went to see Na Yun and Na Zhen. Although with Zhao Hai's current status, it wasn't suitable for him to see Na Yun and Na Zhen. However, it wouldn't be good if he didn't see them. Because of this, Na Yun and Na Zhen would think that Zhao Hai had become a core disciple. Therefore, Zhao Hai went to see the two before he left the temple. However, after leaving the Iron Buddha Temple, Zhao Hai didn't go directly to the tide-watching sect. Instead, he went to the Sealed Sword sect. He wanted to see how the monks were doing before he went to see Xianxia. On the Sealed Sword sect's transmission formation, a white light flashed. Then a person appeared. It was a monk, but his skin was as dark as iron. He looked very intimidating. However, the Sealed Sword sect's disciple was stunned when he saw the monk. Then he quickly took 2 steps forward and bowed. "Grandmaster, may I ask if Grandmaster is a monk from the Iron Buddha Temple?" Zhao Hai looked at the Sealed Sword sect's disciple and smiled. "Fellow Taoist, I'm Jing Hai from the Iron Buddha Temple." "Nice to meet you." The Sealed Sword sect's disciple quickly said, "So it really is a monk from the Iron Buddha Temple. Please follow me." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Ba. Fellow Taoist, please." Then he followed the Sealed Sword sect's disciple to a room next to the transmission formation. There were several other Sealed Sword sect's disciples in the room. When they saw Zhao Hai, they immediately recognized Zhao Hai's identity. Because of his skin color, they quickly stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also returned the gesture. At this time, the disciple who led Zhao Hai to the room turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Monk, I'm an outer disciple of the Sealed Sword sect. My name is Yu Hai. Please show me your identity medallion." Zhao Hai didn't refuse. He took out his identity medallion and handed it over to the disciple. When the disciple saw Zhao Hai's identity medallion, his eyes went wide. He quickly handed the medallion back to Zhao Hai and said, "I didn't know that senior brother Jing Hai would come. Please forgive me." Zhao Hai received the identity medallion and smiled. "There's no need to be so polite. You can just call me Jing Hai." Yu Hai quickly said, "Senior brother Jing Hai is too polite. Senior brother is a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. I should call you senior brother. May I know why senior brother came to the Sealed Sword sect? Is there anything important?" When the other disciples of the Sealed Sword sect heard that Zhao Hai was a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They were all too clear about what a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple represented. It absolutely represented the same status as a core disciple of their sect. This was really too shocking. They didn't think that this tall and sturdy monk would actually be a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. The relationship between the Iron Buddha Temple and the Sealed Sword sect had always been good. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't have joined the Iron Buddha Temple. Therefore, the core disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple would also receive preferential treatment in the Sealed Sword sect. When Zhao Hai heard the disciples of the Sealed Sword sect, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Oh, it's nothing." this time I came for a private matter. Right, I want to ask you, is the gathering of monks in the city still around? These words made the people of the Sealed Sword sect stare blankly. They didn't understand why the Iron Buddha temple would ask about the gathering of monks. Yu Hai quickly replied, they're still around. The gathering of monks has some relations with our Sealed Sword sect. Because of the previous beast attack, they made a great contribution. Therefore, they can be considered as an outer circle of our Sealed Sword sect. May I ask why senior brother is looking for them? Zhao Hai shook his head and smiled, it's nothing. Haha, speaking of which, my relationship with the gathering of monks isn't ordinary. During the beast attack, I was a member of the gathering of monks. Because of my good performance, I was accepted as a disciple of the Iron Buddha temple. Now that I think about it, I haven't been back for several years. When Yu Hai heard Zhao Hai, he stared blankly for a moment. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, senior brother, you're actually a disciple of the gathering of monks? You're a legend among the rogue cultivators of our Sealed Sword city. When Zhao Hai heard this, he stared blankly for a moment. Then he asked, oh? I'm a legend? I really didn't know about this. Can you tell me more? Yu Hai quickly replied, of course you can. Senior brother, you're a rogue cultivator who was accepted as a disciple by a great sect. Now, whenever the rogue cultivators in the city talk about you, they would all look at you with admiration. They all want to be like you and perform well so that they can be accepted by a great sect in the future. Yu Hai quickly replied, of course you can. When Zhao Hai heard Yu Hai, he couldn't help but smile and said, that's good. Hehe, I really need to thank the Sealed Sword sect. If it weren't for them, then I wouldn't have been able to join the Iron Buddha temple, let alone become a core disciple. Yu Hai smiled and said, you're right. Yu Hai looked at Zhao Hai with a face full of respect and said, this is also what I didn't expect. I really didn't expect senior brother to be a core disciple of the Iron Buddha temple. I remember that it hasn't been 3 years since you joined the Iron Buddha temple. I really didn't expect senior brother's talent to be this good. Zhao Hai smiled and said, the Iron Buddha temple is a body cultivator sect. They don't really care about talent. What the Iron Buddha temple cares about is perseverance. Haha, let's not talk about this. I'm relieved to know that the monks are fine. I want to see them, is that all right? Yu Hai hurriedly said, of course, that's not a problem. But senior brother, you should wait a bit. You should know that with your status, we can't not report it to the Sealing Sword sect. Therefore, the sect already knows about this matter. Senior brother, you should know that with your status, there's no way the sect wouldn't pay attention to you. I think you should wait a bit before meeting the monks. When Zhao Hai heard Yu Hai, he could only nod. He knew that Yu Hai was telling the truth. He was a core disciple of the Iron Buddha temple. How could the Sealing Sword sect not pay attention to him? One must know that a core disciple of a sect would become a sect master or an elder in the future. Such a status couldn't be ignored. Sure enough, as soon as Yu Hai's voice fell, footsteps were heard outside the door. Then a 40-year-old cultivator came in. This cultivator wore a scholar's robe and looked very handsome. However, because of his age, his handsomeness was different from the average cultivator. His handsomeness wasn't the kind of handsomeness that looked threatening. Instead, it was a wise and far-sighted handsomeness that came with the passage of time. Upon seeing this cultivator, the disciples of the Sealed Sword sect immediately bowed and said, greetings, martial uncle. The cultivator nodded. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and smiled, Calm Si Zen master, this old Duan Shuxing greets you. Zhao Hai hastily said, so it turns out to be martial uncle. Tai Sua Heng. Jing Hai pays his respects. I don't deserve to be called martial uncle or Zen master. Just call me Jing Hai. Duan Shuxing was very happy to hear Zhao Hai call him by his nickname. He smiled and said, I didn't think that my name would spread to the Iron Buddha temple. I'm ashamed. Martial nephew Jing Hai, there's no need to be so polite. I've also heard of your great name. Speaking of which, our Sealed Sword sect owes you a great debt. Zhao Hai quickly replied, martial uncle is too kind. I don't deserve such praise. Duan Shuxing smiled and said, you deserve it, you deserve it. Alright, this isn't the place to talk. It won't be too late to talk about it in the sect. Listen up, you're not allowed to speak of Jinghai's visit to the Sealed Sword sect. Just pretend that nothing happened today. Do you understand? Yu Hai and the others were puzzled by Duan Xuxin's words. However, they still nodded. It wasn't a big deal if they weren't allowed to talk about it. Duan Xuxin led Zhao Hai out of the room. Outside the room was a beast carriage. The beast pulling the carriage was a white tiger. The tiger was about 3 meters tall and 5 meters long. It was very majestic, one could see that its strength wasn't ordinary. But now, it could only pull the carriage for the Sealed Sword sect. This showed how strong the Sealed Sword sect was. Duan Xuxin led Zhao Hai into the carriage. The interior of the carriage was very spacious. Not only could the two of them sit facing each other, there was also a table in the middle. On the table was a tea set and a pot of hot water beside it. Duan Xuxin poured hot water into the teapot before pouring a cup of hot tea for Zhao Hai. Then he said in a deep voice, "It wasn't convenient for me to tell the other disciples when we were inside. Jinghai, our Sealed Sword sect is indebted to you. You were the one who solved Renlong's problem, right? I've heard about it. To be honest, you really helped us vent our anger." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Martial uncle is too polite. I saw the mission and felt that it was very suitable for me, so I did it. I don't deserve such praise." Duan Xuxin smiled and said, "No matter what your purpose was, you were the one who did it. Therefore, we still have to thank you. May I know why you came to the Sealed Sword sect this time?" Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Oh, there's really nothing to do this time. I just came out of seclusion, so I wanted to take a walk. I was born in Sealed Sword City, and I have a lot of connections with the monks. Therefore, I wanted to come back and take a look, nothing else." Duan Xuxin nodded and said, "So that's it. Then there's nothing else. I'll arrange a place for you to stay in the Sealed Sword sect. If you need anything, just tell me. But I won't arrange any banquets or anything like that. Otherwise, you would be exposed, which wouldn't do you any good. The Eight Sword sect is now preparing to take revenge on you. Although they don't know that you were the one who did it, we still have to be careful." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, that's exactly what I should do. Thank you, martial uncle." Duan Xuxin waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so polite. With the relationship between our two sects, this is what I should do. Not to mention that you've helped the Sealed Sword sect. Strictly speaking, you're someone who came out of the Sealed Sword City. No matter how you look at it, I should help you." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Thank you, martial uncle. This time, I came to the Sealing Sword sect because of another matter. When I was in Sealing Sword City, I recognized an adopted son. His parents are still in Sealing Sword City, but they are rogue cultivators. Moreover, they don't live in Sealing Sword City. They are in a small town near the Martial King Mountain where they opened a tavern to make a living. However, my adopted son was sent to another place to study, so he isn't at home right now. This time, I want to see the couple and then see my adopted son." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "I want to see my foster son." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Duan Xuxin nodded and said, "So there's such a thing. That's easy. How about you let the couple come back to the city? I'll find a place for them to run a tavern there. Living in the city is safer than living outside. What do you think?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, "Thank you, martial uncle. Then I'll take them to see you after they move back to the city." Duan Xuxin nodded and said in a deep voice, "It's just a piece of cake. The sect master knows that you're here. He wanted to see you at first, but it would be too noisy if he made a move. Therefore, he said that he had sensed your presence this time and that it wouldn't be too late to meet you in the future. It wouldn't be worth it if you were to be in danger because of this meeting." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "I've troubled the sect master. Martial uncle, please send my regards to the sect master. I just came to Sealed Sword City to see some old friends. I'm sorry to disturb you." Duan Xuxin smiled and said, "It's fine, we've arrived. Let's go down." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Duan Xuxin out of the carriage. They were in a separate courtyard inside the Sealing Sword sect. In front of the courtyard were two servants. Duan Xuxin pointed at the two servants and said, "These two are your servants. If you have any problems, just tell them. If they can't solve it, then they will inform me. Go back and rest. If you have any requests, just tell them. I won't be accompanying you for dinner, just tell them what you want to eat. Zhao Hai thanked Duan Shuxin. Then Duan Shuxin turned around and left. Zhao Hai followed the two servants into the courtyard. The courtyard wasn't small. In the middle of the courtyard was a large training ground. There were many tall and straight trees planted all around the courtyard. These trees were all spear trees, tall and straight. This made the courtyard look lively. Inside the courtyard was a row of houses, about 10 of them. Moreover, one could see that these houses were quite old. They looked very simple, but they didn't look shabby at all. On the contrary, these houses gave off a sense of history. One can see that this courtyard was used by the Sealed Sword sect to entertain distinguished guests. The two servants led Zhao Hai around the house. Sure enough, this house was used to entertain distinguished guests. Behind this row of houses was another row of houses. The front row of houses seemed to be occupied by people of high status. Of the 10 houses, only 3 were bedrooms. The others were study rooms, living rooms, and meditation rooms. As for the rooms at the back, they were prepared for the attendants. The courtyard could accommodate about 50 people. But now, only Zhao Hai lived here. This kind of hospitality was really surprising. From this, one could see how much importance the Sealed Sword sect placed on him. It also showed how much power Zhao Hai had right now. In the Iron Buddha Temple, Zhao Hai was just an ordinary core disciple. But outside the Iron Buddha Temple, his status as a core disciple represented the entire Iron Buddha Temple. No sect would dare to look down on him. Looking down on him was the same as looking down on the Iron Buddha Temple. Therefore, even if the relationship between the Sealed Sword sect and the Iron Buddha Temple was ordinary, Zhao Hai could still enjoy this kind of treatment. Zhao Hai's trip was very low-key. Very few people in the Sealed Sword sect knew about his arrival. This didn't mean that the Sealed Sword sect didn't care about Zhao Hai. On the contrary, the Sealed Sword sect did this for the sake of Zhao Hai. Before, Duan Shuxin said that the Eight Sword sect wanted Zhao Hai's life in order to avenge Renlong. Actually, this was also true. The Eight Sword sect wanted Zhao Hai's life. However, this wasn't entirely true. This was because the Eight Sword sect wasn't the only sect that wanted Zhao Hai's life. Zhao Hai was very clear about this. Therefore, he was very happy that the Sealed Sword sect handled this matter in a low-key manner. This way, he would be able to avoid a lot of trouble. Zhao Hai rested for a day in the courtyard prepared for him by the Sealed Sword sect. At night, Duan Shuxin came to look for him again. He wanted to see if Zhao Hai was used to living there. At the same time, he also wanted to express the sect master's greetings to Zhao Hai. These were all official matters. Zhao Hai was also aware of this. Therefore, he replied in a very official manner. It was nothing more than good and thanks. The next morning, after eating breakfast, Zhao Hai left the Sealed Sword sect and went to the place where the monks were gathered. The place where the monks were gathered was the courtyard that was given to them by the Sealed Sword sect. This courtyard was given to them when Zhao Hai was still alive. Therefore, Zhao Hai was able to easily find the place. Yesterday, Zhao Hai also inquired about the situation of the monks in the Sealed Sword sect. The situation of the monks was very good. However, their numbers were still small, about 500 people. This was the limit that the courtyard could accommodate. At the same time, it was also the upper limit of the number of monks in the Sealed Sword sect. They could replenish the number of monks if they were sacrificed. However, they wouldn't increase the number of people in the sect by more than 500. From this point, one could see that the monks were very sensible. Zhao Hai slowly walked towards the courtyard where the monks were gathered. Originally, the two servants from the Sealed Sword sect wanted to follow Zhao Hai, but Zhao Hai didn't agree. He only wanted to take a look himself. Walking on the familiar streets of the Sealed Sword school, Zhao Hai felt a sense of nostalgia. He was happy for his choice back then. If he didn't come to the Sealed Sword city, then maybe he wouldn't have been able to join the Iron Buddha Temple and become a core disciple. While walking forward, Zhao Hai suddenly felt a murderous aura locking onto him. This made Zhao Hai stare, but he immediately recovered. Although the other party's murderous aura was locked onto him, it didn't seem like they were about to attack. The murderous aura was very restrained, it didn't seem like they were about to attack. Zhao Hai was still slowly walking forward. It seems like he didn't notice the other party, but in fact, he was already using his spiritual force to search for the other party. Zhao Hai had killed too many people. Because of this, he was very sensitive to murderous aura. When the other party locked onto him, he immediately noticed it. Zhao Hai didn't walk very fast before, so he didn't change his speed. However, he released his spiritual force. Even liquid silver was moving as it looked around for suspicious situations. Before long, Zhao Hai discovered a rogue cultivator about 100 meters behind him. The rogue cultivator was following him at a leisurely pace. The rogue cultivator looked like he was shopping. From time to time, he would stop and look at the things that the rogue cultivators had placed on the side of the road. There didn't seem to be anything special. However, Zhao Hai quickly determined that the one who wanted to kill him was this rogue cultivator. Before long, liquid silver attached itself to the rogue cultivator's body. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to the rogue cultivator as he slowly walked towards the monk's courtyard. Zhao Hai didn't intend to hide his relationship with the monks, this was simply impossible. One must know that he was now a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. Moreover, there were a lot of sects that wanted to take his life. Because of this, he couldn't hide his relationship with the monks. He was now a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. Those who wanted to deal with him weren't simple people. It was impossible for those people to not collect information about him. Therefore, it was impossible for them to not know about his relationship with the monks. This was because he was seen by the Iron Buddha Temple after joining the monks. Therefore, it was impossible to hide this. Zhao Hai arrived at the courtyard where the monks were gathered. Although the courtyard was still the same, there were some changes. For example, the walls of the courtyard had been repainted and there were also some mantras written on them. At the entrance of the courtyard, there were 2 monks standing upright. It was clear that they were the gatekeepers. Above the entrance, there was a plaque with the words "monks gathered" written on it, making it look very imposing. Zhao Hai arrived at the entrance of the monks' courtyard and looked at the plaque. Then he smiled faintly and said, "It looks a lot more imposing." Then he walked towards the monks' courtyard. When the 2 monks saw Zhao Hai's movement, they immediately welcomed him. One of the monks put his palms together and said, "Ba. This is a place for monks to stay, not a place for monks to stay. Senior brother, if you want to stay, then please go forward. There's a monastery that was set up by the Sealing Sword sect to receive monks." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll have to ask you to stay here. Senior brother, if you want to stay here, then please go ahead. There's a monastery that was set up by the Sealing Sword sect to receive monks." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "2 monks, this poor monk came here today to look for someone. Is Yuan Jing here?" When the 2 monks heard Zhao Hai, they stared. Then their expressions changed. They looked at Zhao Hai with vigilance and said, "Who are you? Why do you want to see our sect leader?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This poor monk is Jing Hai. I came here today to see Yuan Jing." "Jing Hai? Monk Jing Hai? You're Jing Hai who joined the Iron Buddha Temple?" Ba, this little monk has been impolite. Monk, please take a seat inside. Will immediately inform the sect leader. When the 2 monks heard Zhao Hai's name, one of them stared for a moment before he immediately reacted. Then he quickly turned to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he followed the 2 monks to the entrance and sat down. One of the monks immediately went to the monk's courtyard to report. At the same time, the other monk immediately served Zhao Hai tea. After Zhao Hai expressed his gratitude, he took a sip of tea. Then he looked at the respectful and worshipful face of the Buddha and smiled. After a few years, it seems like the monks have been developing very well. I'm very happy to see them developing so well. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm very happy." The monk quickly replied, "Because of monk, the Sealed Sword sect has been taking care of us. Because of monk, our monks gathering is doing very well. It's just that the sect leader didn't allow us to recruit more people. Otherwise, our monks gathering would have grown even more." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Our monks gathering isn't small. We can't recruit more people. If we do, then the sealed sword sect would be unhappy. Although the sealed sword sect might give me face and not make things difficult for the monks gathering, if they don't give you preferential treatment, then the monks gathering would suffer a great loss. After all, the monks still need to make a living in the sealed sword sect. The monk chanted Buddha's name and said, Ba. The sect leader also said the same thing. While they were talking, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from outside. Then a fat figure rushed straight into the gatehouse. Zhao took a closer look and saw that the fat figure was none other than Yuan Jing. When Yuan Jing saw Zhao Hai, his face was filled with joy. He chanted Buddha's name and said, Ba. I didn't expect you to come back. Ha ha ha. This is great. Let's go inside and talk. Zhao Hai stood up and gave Yuan Jing a salute. Ba. Brother Yuan Jing, you seem to have gained a lot of weight. You seem to be sitting comfortably in the position of gang leader. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Brother Yuan Jing, you seem to have gained a lot of weight. Ha ha ha. Because I'm the sect leader, my strength hasn't improved. Also, I can't go out and do missions. Naturally, I've gotten fatter. Ha ha ha. Let's go inside and talk. Yuan Jing laughed as he pulled Zhao Hai towards the courtyard. At this point, the monks no longer doubted Zhao Hai's identity. Everyone who was in the courtyard ran out. Some of them were new to the monks' gathering. They wanted to see what kind of person this legendary figure was. On the other hand, some of the old people just wanted to see Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled and greeted the old people. He was able to recognize those who were in the monks' gathering when he left. Moreover, he was able to call out their names. This made the old people feel proud. Although the monks' gathering were Buddhist cultivators, strictly speaking, they were still cultivators. There wasn't much difference between them and ordinary rogue cultivators. Because of this, the old people in the monks' gathering would boast to the newcomers. Naturally, they would boast about how they knew Zhao Hai, how they fought alongside Zhao Hai, and how good their relationship was with Zhao Hai. This time, if Zhao Hai didn't recognize them, then they would feel very embarrassed. After all, they had already boasted before. But now, Zhao Hai was able to recognize them. Moreover, he was able to call out their names and even talk to them. This made them feel proud. In the future, they would be able to boast even more. On the other hand, the newcomers were looking at the old people with envy. In their opinion, Zhao Hai was a legend. A rogue cultivator who joined a Buddhist sect like the Iron Buddha Temple. If such a person wasn't a legend, then there would be no legend. Zhao Hai was the goal of all of them. After sitting down in the living room, someone immediately served them tea. Yuan Jing looked at Zhao Hai and said, Jing Hai, how are you doing in the Iron Buddha Temple? Why did you come to Sealed Sword City this time? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I'm doing very well in the Iron Buddha Temple. This time, after going into seclusion, I wanted to come out and see you all. Seeing that you're doing well, I'm relieved. Oh, right, these are some small gifts that I brought back for everyone. They aren't precious things, just some ordinary pills. When you have the opportunity, you can share them with everyone. After all, the Iron Buddha Temple has a lot of rules, I can't give out things that are too good. After saying that, Zhao Hai took out a spatial bag and gave it to Yuan Jing. Yuan Jing wasn't polite and received the bag. He didn't open it and just placed it to the side. Then he smiled at Zhao Hai and said, actually, you don't need to bring us anything. The reason why we are here today is all because of you. If you didn't join the Iron Buddha Temple, then the Sealed Sword sect wouldn't be so polite to us. It's not easy for you to stay in the Iron Buddha Temple, so you should keep some things for yourself and work hard on your cultivation. This is what you should do. The more stable your position in the Iron Buddha Temple, the more benefits we will receive. Zhao Hai smiled and said, don't worry, I will. You don't need to worry about me. This time, I just came back to take a look. I'll be leaving in 2 days. If you have any problems, you can ask the Sealed Sword sect for help. They will inform me when the time comes. Yuan Jing nodded, then he smiled and said, our monks are now very famous in Sealed Sword City. There are a lot of merchants in the city who will give us escort missions. Because of this, our income is very stable. And with the Sealed Sword sect taking care of us, you don't need to worry about anything. Zhao Hai nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, to be honest, cultivating in the Iron Buddha Temple is very good. But because of this, I've offended a lot of people. These people are from other sects, they will certainly deal with me. But I don't know if they will deal with you or not. Therefore, you should be careful, especially in the coming days. When Yuan Jing heard Zhao Hai, he stared for a moment before he nodded and said, all right, I know. I didn't think that there would be people who want to deal with us. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, how could there be no one who wants to deal with me? I'm from the Iron Buddha Temple. The Iron Buddha Temple has a lot of enemies, so naturally, there will be more people who want to deal with me. Remember, if they really capture you and force me to show myself, don't resist. If you resist, they will just kill you. When the time comes, leave it to me. Yuan Jing was stunned. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, are those people very strong? Zhao Hai nodded and said, very strong. My current status in the Iron Buddha Temple is somewhat special. Don't ask me what it is, I can't tell you. You just need to remember that if those people capture our people, then don't resist. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Yuan Jing's eyes widened. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, you're no longer an outer disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple? Zhao Hai shook his head and didn't say anything else. Instead, he stood up and said, I'm leaving. The longer I stay here, the more dangerous it will be for you. Remember, if you have any problems, you can go to the Sealing Sword sect. Even if they don't help you, they'll still inform me. Remember. Then Zhao Hai stood up and walked out. When Yuan Jing heard Zhao Hai, he didn't say anything. Instead, he sent Zhao Hai to the door. After Zhao Hai left, Yuan Jing took out the spatial bag that Zhao Hai gave him. He opened it and saw some pills inside. Although these pills weren't precious, they were still rare. Yuan Jing couldn't help but sigh. Although he didn't know about Zhao Hai's current status, he was sure that Zhao Hai's status wasn't simple. Otherwise, the other sects wouldn't hold a grudge against him. There were too many cultivators in a sect. If every cultivator from a sect was hated by the other sects and was hunted down to the point of using their friends to threaten them, then there was no need for those sects to exist. Yuan Jing took the pills that Zhao Hai brought back and distributed them to the elders and the newcomers. Then he told them that if someone wanted to kidnap them and force Zhao Hai to appear, then they shouldn't resist. When these people heard Yuan Jing, they were startled. They didn't understand why Yuan Jing would say this. However, they didn't say anything. They knew that they wouldn't be able to get anything out of Yuan Jing, so they might as well not ask. Zhao Hai slowly walked towards the direction of the Sealed Sword sect. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the people behind him. He wanted to see if the person who was following him was still following him. It didn't take long before he noticed that the person was still following him. Moreover, the distance between them was maintained at about 100 meters. Zhao Hai didn't want to make a move in the Sealed Sword sect. After all, this was the Sealed Sword sect. After resting for a day, Zhao Hai woke up early the next morning. After eating, he left the Sealed Sword sect. This time, he directly left the city and headed towards the Martial King Mountain. He didn't fly, he walked. This was because he wanted to give the person who was following him a chance to kill him. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to walk. If the other party wanted to kill him, then they would definitely follow him. But if the other party didn't want to kill him, then they might still follow him. To be honest, Zhao Hai hoped that the other party would directly come and fight him. This meant that the other party didn't have any ulterior motives. However, if the other party didn't fight him, then it meant that the other party wanted to use other methods to deal with him. Then the monks would be in danger, even Xianxia's family would be in danger. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted to see. Before long, Zhao Hai was 10 li away from the Sealed Sword sect. At the same time, he also increased his speed. This was normal. If he kept walking, then it would be abnormal. Zhao Hai wanted to see the other party's reaction. From the Sealed Sword sect to the small town at the foot of the Martial King Mountain, it would take about 3 days. Even if Zhao Hai used his body lightning technique, it would still take about 2 days. Because of this, even though Zhao Hai was using his body lightning technique, he didn't use it to its maximum speed. Instead, he was moving at a constant speed. At noon, Zhao Hai ate something. At the same time, he also paid attention to the person who was following him. The other party didn't attack him, but they weren't very far away, only about 2 li away. Zhao Hai didn't know what the other party was planning. He also didn't want to take the initiative to deal with the other party. This was because he was very clear that if he took the initiative to deal with the other party, then he would be able to deal with the other party. This was because the other party was also at the spirit realm. However, if the other party had some ulterior motives, then dealing with the other party would be useless. At that time, the other party could just send someone else to follow him. At that time, he would be in even more danger. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to remain unchanged. He was using himself as bait to lure the other party out of the cave. At night, Zhao Hai casually looked for a place to rest. What caught his attention was that the other party wasn't sleeping. Instead, he was meditating. This made Zhao Hai very happy. If the other party wasn't sleeping, then it meant that he would make a move at night. And this move would be to deal with Zhao Hai. In other words, the other party was sent by the sect to kill Zhao Hai, not just to follow him and collect information. This was great. Zhao Hai lay on the ground and quietly waited for the other party. The other party was a very patient person. It wasn't until midnight that the other party stood up. Then he slowly moved towards Zhao Hai's resting place. However, he still didn't reveal his artifact. This made Zhao Hai somewhat curious. A distance of 2 li was very close to a cultivator. After a few minutes, the other party was already very close to Zhao Hai, only about 100 meters away. However, Zhao Hai was very impressed by this person. This person's stealth was really good. He didn't make any sound, not even his footsteps, not even his breathing. However, the person was also very careful. He stopped about 100 meters away from Zhao Hai. Then he waved his hand as 8 flying swords appeared around him. So it's a fellow Taoist from the 8-sword sect. You've been following me for a few days. I didn't know which fellow Taoist wanted to deal with this poor monk. I didn't expect it to be someone from the 8-sword sect. This poor monk is very curious, why would a fellow Taoist from the 8-sword sect want to deal with me? Seeing the other party take out 8 flying swords, Zhao Hai, who was originally lying on the ground, didn't seem to know that the other party was approaching. Then he suddenly opened his mouth. The other party was obviously startled by Zhao Hai's voice. He stared at Zhao Hai and said, "You already discovered me?" At the same time, his 8 flying swords moved around his body. His eyes also swept the surroundings. Zhao Hai slowly stood up and looked at the other party. Then he smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to look, there's only the 2 of us here. I'm very curious, why would you want to follow me and deal with me? I don't think I've done anything to offend the 8-sword sect." If you don't want people to know, then don't do it. Jing Hai, you killed my 8-sword sect's inner disciple, Ren Long. You still dare to say that you have no enmity with the 8-sword sect? You're looking down on our sect too much. Oh, this is a bit strange. I want to know how you know that I killed Ren Long. I'm afraid not many people know about this. Could it be that there's a spy in the Iron Buddha temple who told you? The person looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted. You're confused. I won't tell you. Zhao Hai looked at the other party and said, "Aside from our Iron Buddha temple, only some people from the Sealed Sword sect know about this. Could it be that someone from the Sealed Sword sect leaked the information?" When the other party heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. Seeing this, Zhao Hai was certain that this information was indeed leaked by the Sealed Sword sect. Zhao Hai wasn't angry, the Sealed Sword sect was very big, it was normal for them to leak some information. He just felt that he should be more careful in the future. Don't talk nonsense. Today, I'll take your life. Then the other party waved his hand as 8 flying swords flew towards Zhao Hai. These 8 flying swords were different. Some attacked from the front, some flashed and disappeared into the darkness. Some were like snakes that attacked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't able to grasp the trajectory of the flying swords. They were very difficult to deal with. Zhao Hai's figure flashed and escaped from the other party's attack range. Then he looked at the other party and said, "I'm very curious, why do you think that you can kill me? Looking at your appearance, you don't seem to be stronger than Ren Long. If I can kill Renlong, why do you think that you can kill me? End of chapter 4582. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.